Eons ago, Qingtian was sealed away by the combined might of the 18 Supremes. Awakening a sign-in system, after a millennium, Qingtian broke free from his confinement, ready to forge supremacy and strengthen his clan. In the Nine Realms' forbidden zone lies the Void Marsh, a land of death. It was here, a millennium past, that the 18 Supremes united to imprison the Heavenly Supreme. For countless years, the breath of death has relentlessly eroded his vitality. It has been 10,000 years. Surely, Qingtian must be dead by now, murmured a man clad in silver armor, gazing at the distant sealing site. He was a monarch from the Nine Realms, tasked with guarding this place. Though the Supremes had sealed Qingtian, their unease persisted, leading them to station guards here for millennia, fearing his escape. The silver-clad monarch yawned, exuding boredom. In another decade, I shall finally leave this wretched place, he grumbled inwardly. As a sovereign of a realm, he held a prestigious position and immense power. He should have been reveling in life. Yet here he was, reluctantly assigned to monitor Qingtian. Qingtian, even in death, you refused to allow peace. He lamented. Qingtian was a legendary figure, feared throughout the Nine Realms during his life. Although the 18 Supremes had conspired against him, he had not perished entirely. A flicker of life remained. Suddenly, a narrow crack appeared in the sealing site. Sign in for a millennium. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You may now regain your freedom. In the dark expanse of the sealing site, two flames suddenly ignited. At last it is done. Qingtian opened his eyes, flames of fervor surging within, radiating a dazzling brilliance, with a heat that seemed capable of incinerating all. This was the Eye of Fire, a rare treasure acquired through the sign-in system. Over the millennia, Qingtian had mastered this art to perfection. 18 Supremes. The flames in his eyes intensified. A millennium ago, they had encircled him, but unexpectedly, he awakened the sign-in system, reclaiming his life. However, this came with a condition. He had to sign in for a full millennium, earning treasures each day, before he could depart. Not a single day could be spared. Now, at last, the millennium was complete. Qingtian's eyes blazed with golden flames, and the once impenetrable seal was torn asunder, creating a vast fissure. The seal is broken. That is, Qingtian. The silver-armored monarch was struck with horror. Qingtian had indeed shattered the seal. Before he could react, a beam of golden light shot forth, a spear piercing his chest, pinning him against the stone pillar behind him. In an instant, Qingtian appeared before him, his presence towering like an insurmountable mountain, rendering the monarch insignificant as an ant. Overwhelmed by Qingtian's supreme might, he quaked in fear. Supreme Yi, he exclaimed in terror, I am merely following orders, please spare me. Though a monarch, he felt utterly trivial before Qingtian, forced to humble himself. Qingtian, however, ignored his pleas, fixating instead on his eyes. A surge of potent mental energy flooded into the monarch's mind, extracting memories. The Nine Realms are sealed? Supremes have fallen? From the monarch's recollections, Qingtian gleaned a wealth of information. The fierce hunt a millennium ago had damaged the world's essence, causing the once interconnected Nine Realms to become isolated, leading many Supremes to fall from grace and lose strength. The current Nine Realms could no longer bear the power of the Supremes, and many had retreated from the world, choosing to remain in the shadows. Compared to a millennium ago, the Nine Realms had undergone a profound transformation. Canglan Realm, Silver Feather Dynasty, Ling Feiyu. Qingtian addressed the man before him, having learned his name and background from his memories. Ling Feiyu's face turned pale with disbelief. Born in the era of Qingtian's imprisonment, how could Qingtian possibly know his name and origin? Was this the terrifying power of the Supreme? Ling Feiyu, apprehensive, knelt before Qingtian, repeatedly asserting, Supreme Yi, my Silver Feather Dynasty bears no enmity towards the Yi family. I am here under duress. Qingtian cast a glance at him and replied, had there been any grievances between the Silver Feather Dynasty and the Yi family, you would not have the opportunity to kneel before me now. He was well aware of these matters. The Silver Feather Dynasty had risen 5 millennia ago and had no enmity with the Yi family. It was precisely for this reason that Qingtian spared his life. Moreover, the current Nine Realms could not sustain the power of the Supremes, necessitating the involvement of monarch-level forces. But you are affiliated with the Supreme Hall, Qingtian added, his voice chilling. Ling Feiyu shuddered involuntarily and quickly declared, I, Ling Feiyu, vow that from this moment forth, the Silver Feather Dynasty shall serve Supreme Yi. He understood that he must choose between the Supreme Hall and Qingtian. Failing to submit now would likely result in his swift annihilation. Qingtian nodded slightly, stating, come with me to the Canglan Realm. Canglan Realm is where Qingtian resides, and the Yi family is rooted there. A millennium ago, the Yi family was the foremost clan in the Canglan Realm, exceedingly powerful. After Yi Qingtian's fall, the Yi family had lost its former glory. Although the 18 Supremes had not entirely eradicated the Yi family, the absence of Yi Qingtian's protection had made their existence challenging over the millennia. Once a dominant force in the Nine Realms, the Yi family had also made countless enemies. Following Yi Qingtian's encirclement by the 18 Supremes, many of their former foes had come knocking. Fortunately, the Yi family possessed profound heritage. During Yi Qingtian's peak, they had nurtured 7 monarchs, and with 7 monarchs stationed, typical adversaries posed little threat. However, the lifespan of a monarch is limited, averaging around a millennium. As time passed mercilessly, several monarchs had perished throughout the ages, with some even assassinated. Today, only 3 monarchs remained in the Yi family. One was an ancient ancestor from a millennium ago, of upper-tier monarch status, while the other 2 were new monarchs of lower-tier status. Monarchs are categorized into 3 tiers: lower tier, mid-tier, and upper tier. At this moment, the 2 new monarchs were struggling to fend off enemy assaults. The Holy Martial Dynasty, in alliance with the Feather Ascendant sect, had dispatched 5 monarchs, advancing toward Qingtian city. Among them were 2 upper-tier monarchs, 2 mid-tier monarchs, and 1 lower-tier monarch, their fleet of flying vessels darkening the skies like a looming storm. In the void, golden sword lights coalesced, a powerful array-breaking technique from the Holy Martial Dynasty, demonstrating formidable might. The Yi family faced an unprecedented existential crisis. Chapter 2. The Division of the Yi Family? Halt. Qingtian City, established solely by Yi Qingtian and named in his honor, stands as the stronghold of the Yi clan. At this moment, within the confines of Qingtian City, countless individuals gaze upon the formidable united forces of the Sacred Martial Dynasty and the Feathered Ascension sect, their eyes brimming with despair. It is evident to all that in this impending battle, the Sacred Martial Dynasty and the Feathered Ascension sect come prepared and with great ferocity, leaving the Yi family in a dire predicament. 5 sovereigns from the Sacred Martial Dynasty and the Feathered Ascension sect have arrived, while the Yi family can muster only 3, 2 of whom are newly ascended lower sovereigns, and 1 an aged sovereign on the brink of demise. In the current 9 realms, the supreme beings remain elusive. Sovereigns epitomize the pinnacle of combat prowess, and confrontations among them will decisively determine the outcome, though battle has yet to commence. It is glaringly obvious that the Yi family's defeat is all but assured. Panic pervades Qingtian City. In the Yi family's council chamber, voices raised an outrage echo. The Sacred Martial Dynasty is truly overstepping. Our ancestor once guided their martial sovereign. Who would have imagined such ingratitude would arise today? The Feathered Ascension sect is equally as treacherous. A millennium ago, they cowered before our ancestor, daring not to breathe. What audacity grants them the courage to now covet Qingtian City? The Sacred Martial Dynasty seeks the supreme diagram. Should we not offer it to them instead? This is not a millennia past. We must consider the greater good and ensure the Yi bloodline endures. Bah, are you suggesting we surrender? This is not surrender. It is a proposal for peace. The hall erupts in fervent debate, with some advocating for a relentless fight, while others call for conciliation, resulting in a cacophony of discord. Bang! Silence. A broad palm strikes the table with force. This individual is Yi Chuan, the current head of the Yi family, a king of victories. Standing merely a step away from sovereign status, glaring at those proposing peace, his piercing gaze radiates an intimidating authority. The enemy is at our doorstep. And you speak of negotiation? How can the Yi family harbor such cowardly souls? Should you wish to abandon the fight, I grant you this opportunity. You may leave Qingtian City now, seek the Sacred Martial Dynasty or the Feathered Ascension sect, and grovel at their feet, pleading for your lives. Yi Chuan's words resonate with fury. The council chamber falls into a heavy silence, those advocating for peace bowing their heads, unable to meet Yi Chuan's fierce gaze. At this moment, a guard rushes into the council chamber, eliciting a spark of hope among the assembly. This guard, dispatched for aid, must have received a response. Patriarch, elders. The guard addresses respectfully. Yi Chuan gestures for him to proceed, urgency evident in his voice. Speak the outcome directly. The guard replies. The Mingyang sect has been ambushed and suffered heavy losses. They are unable to provide assistance. At this news, the faces of the assembly grow somber. The Mingyang sect, a force of equal renown to the Feathered Ascension sect, is the only entity the Yi family could rely upon in the Canglan Realm. The sect's leader is a disciple trained by Yi Qingtian, and it is largely thanks to the Mingyang sect's support that the Yi family has managed to persist through the ages. However, at this moment, the Mingyang sect found itself under a sudden assault, rendered unable to dispatch formidable warriors to support the Yi family. It was evident that this was a war long in the making, with the objective of annexing the Yi family and dividing the treasures left behind by Yi Qingtian. Among these treasures was the Supreme Ancient Map, which was said to contain the will of the Supreme. Legends suggested that those who comprehended this map could ascend to the Supreme Realm. The sacred martial dynasty had long coveted the Supreme Map. I understand. Yichuan replied with a slight nod. After receiving this information, a shadow of gloom passed over his countenance, only to be swiftly replaced by a resolute determination. If that is the case, then we shall fight to the death, he declared. He produced a talisman, ignited it, and called out loudly, I, Yichuan, beseech the ancestors to emerge from seclusion. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed through the sky. An ancient figure materialized, hunched and frail, with white hair, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. Yet, this frail old man was the last remaining high-ranking monarch of the Yi family, the strongest warrior of the current generation. How dare the sacred martial dynasty invade the Yi family? You are exceedingly audacious. Withdraw at once, and I may yet spare you. The elder bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder across the heavens. Yi Changsheng, open your eyes and behold the desolation of Qingtian city. The Yi family of today is no longer the Yi family of 10,000 years ago. And you, too, are but a dying man, for the sake of past affections. As long as the Yi family is willing to acknowledge the sacred martial dynasty as their sovereign and surrender the Supreme Ancient Map, I guarantee that your family will not be annihilated. A resounding voice echoed through the air, emanating from a monarch of the sacred martial dynasty, responding to Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. He was the grandson of Yi Qingtian, and due to his frail health in his youth, Yi Qingtian had named him Changsheng, hoping he might live long. Now, after 10 millennia, many monarchs had perished, yet Yi Changsheng remained, safeguarding the Yi family. Listening to the response from the sacred martial dynasty, Yi Changsheng understood that this battle was unavoidable. It was a matter of either death or submission. Yet, he, Yi Changsheng, had only ever knelt before his grandfather. What was the sacred martial dynasty, after all? Flames of life ignited within Yi Changsheng, his gaze resolute and unwavering, ready to fight to the death. Even in death, he would drag the sacred martial dynasty down with him. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, Yi Changsheng fought valiantly against 5 monarchs, and in an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, mountains and rivers turned upside down. A lower-ranking monarch from the sacred martial dynasty was slain on the spot. Do not panic. Yi Changsheng is merely at his last gasp. One of the higher-ranking monarchs of the sacred martial dynasty declared, let us join forces to eliminate him, and we can then divide the Yi family's assets. Another higher-ranking monarch suggested. Subsequently, the 4 monarchs unleashed a fierce assault upon Yi Changsheng. Faced with the onslaught of 4 monarchs, Yi Changsheng gradually fell into a disadvantage. His advanced age rendered him unable to contend with the combined might of 4 monarchs. While the 2 new monarchs of the Yi family were merely lower-ranking monarchs and could not partake in such a fierce battle. In the towering city of Qingtian, gazing at the fallen Yi Changsheng, despair etched itself upon the faces of all present. Should Yi Changsheng falter, the Yi family would surely perish. The family may fall, yet the spark of hope must endure. Yichuan, with a grave demeanor, summoned the younger generation of the Yi clan and solemnly declared, depart from Qingtian city, and live well. Family head, let us fight to the end. Cried a youth. If all our kin are lost, what is the worth of surviving in shame? The young members of the Yi family, ablaze with fervor, were unwilling to retreat in such dire straits. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Yichuan replied sternly, you must survive, to avenge our kin in the future. This is an order. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the younger generation ceased their protests and resolved to obey Yichuan's command. Just as they were about to depart, a booming voice resonated from the heavens. Halt! Instantly, silver lights cascaded from above. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were silvery feathers. Is that the Silver Feather Dynasty? What brings them here? The sight of the silver feathers left both the Yi family and the Saint Martial Dynasty momentarily stunned. The arrival of the Silver Feather Dynasty puzzled them, as the Saint Martial Dynasty had previously sought their alliance against the Yi family, only for the Silver Feather Dynasty to declare neutrality, unwilling to entangle themselves in the conflicts of established powers. Now, their appearance raised questions. Did they seek a share of the spoils? Moreover, the Yi family was perplexed. They had no ties with the Silver Feather Dynasty. What could be their purpose in this moment? To assist the Yi family or to join forces with the Saint Martial Dynasty in obliterating them? Just as both sides pondered this, a silver figure streaked towards them at great speed. Wielding a sword, he cleaved through the tumult, separating 5 sovereigns engaged in battle. Ling Feiyu, it is you, exclaimed a high-ranking sovereign of the Saint Martial Dynasty, his brow furrowed in concern. What brings you here? Do you also wish to partake in the spoils? Did your Silver Feather dynasty not choose neutrality? Humph. Now you wish to join in. When we sought you earlier, you declined. Now that you wish to ally, it is too late. Another sovereign interjected coldly, clearly displeased by Ling Feiyu's sudden appearance. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Ling Feiyu shook his head. He then uttered words that left everyone perplexed. The Silver Feather dynasty has formed an alliance with the Yi family. To harm the Yi family is to provoke the Silver Feather dynasty, Ling Feiyu declared, his presence commanding. What? Upon hearing this proclamation, the expressions of both the Yi family and the Saint Martial dynasty shifted dramatically. An alliance? Yi Chuan's face contorted with confusion. They had no dealings with the Silver Feather dynasty. When had this alliance been forged? The elders of the Yi family turned to Yi Chuan, urging him for an explanation. Yi Chuan shook his head, equally bewildered. Meanwhile, the members of the Saint Martial dynasty and the Feathered Ascension sect seethed with fury. The Silver Feather dynasty had openly declared its opposition at this critical juncture, thwarting their plans. Ling Feiyu, are you serious? The sovereign of the Sacred Martial dynasty fixed his gaze upon Ling Feiyu, his voice resonating with gravitas as he inquired about a matter that bore significant implications for the future of the Silver Feather dynasty, urging a judicious response. The threat was palpable. Indeed, the high-ranking sovereign of the Ascension sect interjected, asserting that Ling Feiyu was a figure of considerable importance to the Supreme Hall, and advising him against self-sabotage. I speak with utmost seriousness, Ling Feiyu replied resolutely. I have already informed my sovereign, and they shall soon arrive. Should you wish to engage in combat, the Silver Feather dynasty is prepared to stand firm. Undeterred by the threats posed by the two, Ling Feiyu remained steadfast in his resolve to protect the Yi family. Facing such an atypical demeanor from Ling Feiyu, the representatives of the Sacred Martial dynasty seethed with frustration. After much scheming, they had never anticipated an intervention from the Silver Feather dynasty. While they had no fear of the Silver Feather dynasty, being merely a nascent realm with one high-ranking and two mid-ranking sovereigns, the involvement of the Silver Feather dynasty had delayed their assault on the Yi family. If the situation lingered, it would become increasingly difficult to manage once the Mingyang sect intervened. They could ill afford to waste time. Ling Feiyu, a leader of a burgeoning dynasty, was bound to make certain misjudgments. However, you still have the opportunity to rectify your course. Depart swiftly, and we shall treat this as if nothing has transpired, the high-ranking sovereign of the Sacred Martial dynasty implored, hoping to dissuade Ling Feiyu from meddling in the affair. Alternatively, you might consider joining our ranks. After conquering Qingtian city, a share will be granted to you from the Yi family. Another high-ranking sovereign tempted. Yet, Ling Feiyu merely shook his head, appearing impervious to both persuasion and coercion. If a confrontation is to ensue, why waste words? Ling Feiyu declared. Though Ling Feiyu had no desire to become entangled in this conflict, he was compelled by the presence of powerful allies behind him. In this world, the might of the Supreme could not be contained, necessitating his involvement to resolve the matter. Should he refuse, his life would be forfeit. In the midst of their discourse, the gathering sensed two formidable presences drawing near to Qingtian city, one a high-ranking sovereign and the other a mid-ranking sovereign, both from the Silver Feather dynasty. The sovereigns of the Sacred Martial dynasty glared at Ling Feiyu, their teeth grinding in rage. Ling Feiyu, you are truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Silver Feather dynasty, it appears you have chosen the path of folly, casting yourselves into the abyss. He spat, infused with murderous intent. Ling Feiyu sighed, expressing his resignation. It is you who have ventured into the inferno. I am merely attempting to rescue you. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Zun had already broken free from his seal and returned to the Canglan Realm. Ling Feiyu, prepare for the reckoning. The fortunes of your Silver Feather dynasty have reached their zenith. The sovereign of the Sacred Martial dynasty continued his threats. Upon uttering this, he commanded a full retreat of the army. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the Yi family, the forces of the Sacred Martial dynasty and the Ascension sect withdrew from above Qingtian city. In the end, the Yi family remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the events that had unfolded or why the Silver Feather dynasty had chosen to extend their assistance. Nevertheless, it was indeed the Silver Feather dynasty that had intervened to alleviate the plight of the Yi family. Yi Changsheng approached Ling Feiyu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your timely assistance, Silver Feather dynasty. Ling Feiyu understood that the elderly man before him was the grandson of Yi Qingtian, and thus dared not allow Yi Changsheng to bow and express his gratitude. He hurriedly supported Yi Changsheng and respectfully exclaimed, Senior, there is no need for such formalities. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brows and inquired, what does the Silver Feather dynasty require? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. No one would assist the Yi family without ulterior motives. The involvement of the Silver Feather dynasty in this matter surely harbored intentions toward the Yi family. Though the dynasty stepped in to extricate the Yi family from peril, it too was a greedy wolf, leaving no room for complacency. I seek nothing for myself. My intervention is but a request from another, Ling Feiyu replied. Really? Yi Changxing asked. Who is it? The Mingyang sect? Yi Changxing instantly thought of the Mingyang sect, which maintained amicable relations with the Yi family. Ling Feiyu shook his head and said, It is not the Mingyang sect. They are of equal standing with the Silver Feather dynasty and cannot command them. Then who could it be? Yi Changxing pressed further. Who would be so benevolent as to solicit the Silver Feather dynasty's assistance to rescue the Yi family? He needed to ascertain the cost of such an act. Otherwise, he would find no peace. That person has been awaiting you all in the Yi family's council chamber for quite some time, Ling Feiyu stated, startling those present. What? Upon hearing this, the members of the Yi family were taken aback and promptly returned to their estate. In the Yi family's council chamber, a striking young man sat in the main seat, comfortably leaning back in his chair. He only slightly opened his eyes upon sensing the arrival of others. Changsheng, I never expected you to still be among the living, the young man spoke. Yi Chuan, who stood beside Yi Changsheng, was enraged by this remark. Impudent. Who dares to insult our esteemed ancestor? He bellowed. Who is the impudent one here? Yi Changxing retorted without hesitation, delivering a resounding slap to Yi Chuan's face. Yi Chuan was left dazed, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. What was happening? He had been defending the dignity of the ancestor, yet found himself chastised instead of the young man. The elders of the Yi family were equally perplexed. Ancestor, you must have made a mistake, Yi Chuan stammered, grappling with confusion. Indeed, you must have erred, echoed the senior members of the Yi family in their hearts, with some even speculating whether the ancestor had recently engaged in a fierce battle with the sacred martial dynasty, leading to a lapse in sanity. It is you, the unfilial one, I strike. Yi Changxing trembled with fury. Though he chastised Yi Chuan, his gaze was fixated upon the young man. At that moment, Ling Feiyu, clad in silver armor, entered the chamber. He approached the young man and knelt before him, declaring solemnly, from the Silver Feather dynasty. Ling Feiyu pays homage to the Yi Supreme. The sound of paying homage to the Yi Supreme echoed throughout the Yi family's council chamber. At that instant, the hall was filled with an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping distinctly audible. Yi Supreme? Yi Chuan gazed at the young man with wide eyes. This youth was, in fact, a supreme being? A supreme at such a young age? Moreover, he appeared somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him before. He glanced at Yi Changxing, only to see him kneeling as well. Unworthy descendant, Yi Changxing pays his respects to grandfather. Bang! Yi Changxing's forehead struck the ground heavily. At that moment, Yi Chuan suddenly realized that this young man was none other than Yi Qingtian, the esteemed ancestor of the Yi family, who once dominated the 9 realms. The familiarity stemmed from the portrait of Yi Qingtian hanging in the ancestral hall. Thud thud. Everyone knelt, reverently proclaiming, descendants of the Yi family. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Yi Chuan trembled, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. What had he just said? How could he have spoken so impudently to his own ancestor, who had acted with disrespect? He himself had. At this moment, he comprehended that the assistance from the Silver Feather dynasty was orchestrated by his ancestor behind the scenes. Please rise. Yi Qingtian waved his hand. An unseen force lifted everyone to their feet. Grandfather, when did you return? Yi Changxing looked at Yi Qingtian, disregarding any semblance of authority, his face flushed with excitement. Yi Qingtian replied softly, I just returned and encountered this matter. I have brought shame upon you, grandfather, Yi Changxing said remorsefully. This matter has no bearing on you. Yi Qingtian reassured him. Years ago, the 18 sovereigns had banded together to hunt him down, sealing him within the forbidden zone of the 9 realms, which led to the decline of the Yi family. Throughout the millennia, Yi Qingtian had pondered whether the Yi family had been completely exterminated by the 18 sovereigns, whether they still existed. Now, witnessing the Yi family thriving, he felt an immense sense of relief within. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Yi Changxing was seized by a violent fit of coughing, blood spewing forth. He had burned his own source of power to contend with the 5 great monarchs. Now, Yi Changxing was on the brink of death, his life hanging by a thread. You are gravely injured, your lifespan nearing its limit. Take this pill first, Yi Qingtian said, producing a jade vial and effortlessly summoning it before Yi Changxing. Without hesitation, Yi Changxing retrieved the pill from the vial and swallowed it. As the pill took effect, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, his life force surged, reminiscent of the earth awakening in spring. Ling Feiyu, witnessing this transformation, could not help but narrow his eyes. Even the mightiest monarch could not defy the limits of life. Yet, the pill given to Yi Changxing by Yi Qingtian revitalized him once more. In this world, pills that could extend one's lifespan were the most precious. often sought after by many ancestors to prolong their lives. The miraculous effects of the pill Yi Qingtian provided were truly extraordinary, a rarity in the world. Ling Feiyu suddenly felt that serving Yi Qingtian was not merely a matter of duty, but rather a stroke of fortune. How marvelous! What kind of pill is this? Yi Chongxing exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He knew his own condition best. He had been on the brink of death, powerless to reverse his fate. Yet this single pill had pulled him back from the edge, healing his wounds and extending his life. It was nothing short of a miracle. Yi Qingtian replied nonchalantly. It is the 9 sacred heavenly pill. The 9 sacred heavenly pill. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chongxing furrowed his brow and murmured, "Isn't this the divine elixir that exists only in legends?" The term 9 saints refers to the 9 great sacred beasts, while heaven pertains to the waters of the universe, renowned for their life-extending properties. This elixir is crafted from the essence of the 9 sacred beasts, the waters of Tian Shan, and other precious materials. It is said to be a mere legend because both the essence of the 9 sacred beasts and the waters of the universe are exceedingly rare treasures, immensely difficult to procure. The process of gathering such materials alone could span millennia. Thus, the 9 sacred heavenly elixir exists solely in tales, known by name yet unseen in reality. Beside him, Ling Feiyu displayed a similar expression of astonishment. While he suspected the elixir was extraordinary, he could never have imagined it to be the fabled 9 sacred heavenly elixir. It is well known that even the supreme beings covet this apex elixir. Ancient texts recount that in bygone eras, numerous sovereigns fought fiercely over a single 9 sacred heavenly elixir, resulting in bloodshed. Why then such astonishment over merely a 9 sacred heavenly elixir? Yet, Yi Qingtian remained composed. During his millennia-long confinement in the Void Swamp, he had amassed innumerable treasures through daily cultivation, with the 9 sacred heavenly elixir being merely one among them. He possessed 9 of these elixirs, having set aside one for Yi Chongxing, with 8 remaining. There are certain treasures that surpass even the 9 sacred heavenly elixir, transcending the 9 realms. Upon hearing Yi Qingtian's words, Yi Chongxing and Ling Feiyu found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Was this truly the supreme being who once commanded respect across the 9 realms? Ling Feiyu, born later, had only heard tales of Yi Qingtian. Now he regretted not having existed in the same era, missing the chance to witness firsthand the grandeur of the renowned Qingtian sovereign. Who is the current head of the Yi family? Yi Qingtian inquired. Yi Chuan, trembling, stepped forward and stammered, I am. He hardly dared to breathe. Why are you so anxious? What do you fear? Yi Qingtian asked with a smile. Yi Chuan hastily knelt and said, I was ignorant and inadvertently offended the ancestor. I hope for your forgiveness. One who is unaware bears no guilt. Rise, Yi Qingtian replied. As his descendant, he would not punish him for a moment of ignorance. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Yi Chuan finally exhaled in relief. Baixing Battle King, you have been stuck at this bottleneck for quite some time, have you not? Yi Qingtian observed Yi Chuan and remarked. The Battle King is a rank beneath the sovereign, comprising the ranks of Battle King, 10 victories Battle King, and 100 victories Battle King. Yi Chuan responded, Indeed, esteemed ancestor, it has been a century. Beside them, Yi Chongxing interjected, Grandfather, in truth, Yi Chuan possesses considerable talent, but due to the family's frequent incursions from external enemies in recent years, he has been preoccupied with family matters, which has hindered his cultivation. Very well, Yi Qingtian nodded slightly, and said, In that case, let us assist him in breaking through to the sovereign realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuan's heart leaped with joy, wondering what kind of divine elixir the ancestor would bestow upon him to facilitate his breakthrough to the sovereign realm. However, he soon found himself engulfed in darkness, an overwhelming pressure rendering him breathless. What is happening? Where is the divine elixir? Wasn't it promised that there would be no punishment? Yi Chuan momentarily felt bewildered. Your innate talent is commendable. However, if you consume the elixir to ascend to the realm of the sovereign, it would merely squander your potential. Yi Qingtian seemed to perceive Yi Chuan's intentions, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing within Yi Chuan's mind. Chapter 5. Born sovereign at this moment. Yi Chuan appeared to be ensconced in an ethereal realm, shrouded in mist. Suddenly, the fog dissipated, revealing a magnificent figure in the sky, Yi Qingtian. With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Yi Chuan, causing him to collapse to the ground, nearly suffocating, as if his body were about to rupture from the agony. Stand up. Yi Qingtian's voice boomed like a tempest in his mind. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chuan struggled to rise. Yet, just as he was about to regain his footing, the oppressive force exerted by Yi Qingtian intensified once more, forcing Yi Chuan to kneel again. This cycle repeated 9 times. Though his body bore countless wounds, Yi Chuan's expression remained resolute, and finally, on the 9th attempt, he stood tall. In the Yi family's council chamber, Yi Chuan closed his eyes. His visage contorted in pain. Suddenly, his form was enveloped in a radiant glow. Yi Changxing and Ling Feiyu watched this spectacle, their eyes brightening with realization. As seasoned individuals, they understood that Yi Chuan had stepped into the sovereign realm. This luminescence was fortifying Yi Chuan's physique. Upon completion, his body would transform into that of a sovereign, and his power would surge dramatically. Witnessing Yi Chuan's ascension, Ling Feiyu's admiration for Yi Qingtian deepened further. As the light around Yi Chuan gradually faded, he emerged with a renewed aura, embodying the unique majesty of a sovereign. Yet, under the supreme might of Yi Qingtian, this semblance of sovereign authority was inconsequential. Thank you, Ancestor. Upon awakening, Yi Chuan immediately knelt in gratitude. Having been stalled at a bottleneck for a century, he was now exhilarated by his breakthrough to the sovereign realm. Yi Qingtian merely nodded slightly, as if it were a trivial matter. Yi Chuan suddenly realized that with the Ancestor's return, the Yi family should be under his command. Thus, he presented the family leader's decree with both hands, stating, Ancestor, please take hold of the family leader's decree and lead the Yi family to reclaim its former glory. The assembly of elders also knelt in reverence, exclaiming, we implore the Ancestor to guide the Yi family back to its past magnificence. Yi Qingtian gently shook his head, remarking, does my lack of holding the family leader's decree imply that the Yi family is no longer mine? At these words, Yi Chuan was momentarily shaken. Indeed, the entirety of the Yi family belonged to the Ancestor, and even the family leader's decree had been bestowed upon them by him. How could he request the Ancestor to take charge of it? Yi Chuan chided himself for his folly. Changxing holds you in high regard, indicating that you have performed well as the family leader. It is best that you retain the authority of the decree, Yi Qingtian added. Yi Qingtian had always preferred to avoid family affairs, having assumed a detached role since establishing Qingtian City. Thank you for your trust, Ancestor, Yi Chuan responded. At that moment, a resounding thunderclap echoed from the heavens. Could it be that the holy martial dynasty and the feather transformation sect have returned? Yi Changxing's expression hardened, revealing a glint of murderous intent in his gaze. Having consumed the 9 sacred heavenly elixir, his injuries healed, and vitality surged within him once more. Should the sacred martial dynasty dare to intrude again, he would ensure a swift and decisive retribution. No, Yi Qingtian gently shook his head. If the sacred martial dynasty and the Yuhua sect were to return, he would sense their presence immediately. Yet, he felt no trace of the sacred martial dynasty, only that of a newborn infant. This heralded a celestial phenomenon. Ling Feiyu gazed at the thunder and lightning in the sky, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, the Yi family has received good news. Certain prodigies are born amid celestial signs. The appearance of such phenomena signified the emergence of an extraordinary talent within the Yi family. In Qingtian City, within a humble wooden abode, a rumble echoed as thunder clapped and winds howled. Inside, the wail of a newborn pierced the air. Outside, a middle-aged man paced anxiously, and upon hearing the infant's cries, his face lit up with joy. The child was a boy, and the man cradled him with adoration. Yet, in his ignorance, he remained unaware that the extraordinary spectacle outside was caused by his child. As the family basked in their joy, discussing names for the baby, several individuals suddenly appeared within the wooden house. Among them were Yi Qingtian, Yi Changsheng, Yi Chuan, and Ling Feiyu. The middle-aged man initially displayed a face of wariness, but upon recognizing the visitors, he was taken aback. Master of the family, what brings you here? He inquired, for he was also a member of the Yi family. Recognizing Yi Chuan, but unfamiliar with Yi Qingtian and Yi Changsheng. As for Ling Feiyu, he was a complete stranger. Yi Chuan looked at the infant in the man's arms and smiled. Dashan, you have birthed a remarkable son. The middle-aged man then realized that the family head's visit might be due to his child. This child is a natural-born king, Ling Feiyu marveled. His future is boundless. This meant that the infant was destined for the realm of a battle king. The child's father did not comprehend the significance of these words, but they sounded impressive. Has the child been named? Yi Qingtian inquired. The middle-aged man shook his head, replying, not yet. Since he was born amidst the thunderous phenomenon, let us name him Yi Laming. Yi Qingtian nodded. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Chuan. Among the group, he only recognized the family head, and if the head were to bestow a name, it would be a great fortune for their family. However, he was unfamiliar with the other individuals present and sought the family head's opinion. Yi Chuan urged, Dashan, why are you still standing there? The Ancestor has personally named your son. This is an immense blessing for your family. Should you not kneel and express your gratitude? Ancestor. The middle-aged man was momentarily bewildered. The one who named his child was indeed the Ancestor of the Yi family, given that it was the family head who spoke. It could not be false. Overcome with reverence, he knelt and proclaimed, thank you, Ancestor, for bestowing a name. The woman on the bed, upon witnessing the scene, attempted to rise and pay her respects, only to be gently obstructed by Yi Qingtian's energy. This child is extraordinary, Yi Qingtian remarked, with careful nurturing. The Supreme is within reach. The mere utterance of such a prospect sent a tremor of excitement through the crowd, igniting their envy. Yi Chuan turned to the man, a smile gracing his lips, and said, "The ancestor wishes to cultivate your child. What say you?" The middle-aged man found himself momentarily adrift, grappling with the enormity of what he had just heard. Yi Dashan, the ancestor personally nurturing a descendant of our clan is a privilege not bestowed upon many. Yi Chuan advised. Before he could finish, Yi Qingtian interjected, "Do not rush, take your time to ponder. Should you come to a decision, bring the child to Qingtian Hall." With those words, Yi Qingtian's figure vanished from sight. Soon after, Yi Changsheng, Yi Chuan, and Ling Feiyu also disappeared, leaving the scene. The child's father stood in stunned silence for an extended moment, gradually processing the information. "The ancestor wishes to cultivate our son? Guixia, did you hear that? The ancestor desires to nurture our child." His joy was uncontainable. Having lived an ordinary life, he yearned for his child to transcend the mundane. Yi Leiming was destined for greatness. 3 days later, Yi Dashan cradled Yi Leiming and brought him to Qingtian Hall. Though reluctant to part, he recognized the immense fortune in having the ancestor's attention directed towards his child. Placing him in the ancestor's hands promised a future of boundless potential. Meanwhile, Yi Dashan's family relocated to a new residence, embodying the saying, "One child ascends, and the entire household rises." Chapter 6. Forging the Supreme Plan. The return of Yi Qingtian was known only to Ling Feiyu and the upper echelons of the Yi family. Although Yi Qingtian had not mandated secrecy, family meetings convened in the conference hall were traditionally conducted under strict confidentiality. Thus, the ordinary descendants of the Yi family in Qingtian City remained unaware of their ancestors' return from the seal. They attributed their city's escape from calamity to the timely support of the Silver Feather dynasty. Yi Qingtian, content to operate from the shadows, had learned a crucial lesson from the battle a millennium ago. In this world, true strength lies with the strategists. No matter how formidable, a pawn remains merely a pawn. A millennium prior, after countless contributions to the Supreme Hall, he had ultimately fallen victim to the jealousy of his peers, the Supremes, who conspired to eliminate him due to his overwhelming power. Yi Qingtian understood that the 18 Supremes were also but pawns, with the true architect lurking in the shadows, the enigmatic Great Supreme, whose face had never been revealed. Now, Yi Qingtian aspired to become a player himself. Under his covert guidance, the Yi family underwent a profound transformation, experiencing a renaissance as more clan members broke through their limitations, resulting in an ever-increasing number of formidable individuals within the family. The entire Yi clan was rejuvenated. Subsequently, the Yi family shifted from defense to offense, reclaiming territories lost over the millennia. Once possessing vast dominions, the family had been progressively marginalized and ultimately confined to Qingtian City. Now, as the family regained its strength, it was only fitting to reclaim what had been lost. Furthermore, Yi Qingtian was formulating a remarkable plan to cultivate a cadre of Supremes to rival the Supreme Hall. Yi Leiming, a born monarch, stands as the first cultivator. Yi Qingtian holds Yi Leiming in high regard, having immersed him in precious medicinal baths since childhood to strengthen and enhance his physique, thus rendering Yi Leiming's constitution even more formidable and his foundation more solid. However, having only Yi Leiming is evidently insufficient. Consequently, Yi Qingtian instructed Yi Chuan to host a grand familial competition to identify promising disciples worthy of cultivation within the clan. This family contest encompasses the entirety of Qingtian City, allowing all descendants of the Yi surname to participate, as well as non-Yi individuals who have devoted their lives to Qingtian City and the Yi family. Yi Qingtian's singular objective is to spare no effort in unearthing those with potential for cultivation. Any gifted participant will have the opportunity to showcase their abilities, with remarkably enticing rewards set in place. Upon the announcement of this event, the entire city buzzed with excitement. Have you heard? The Yi family is convening a magnificent martial arts competition. A relative of my second uncle, who holds a significant position within the Yi family, mentioned this to me. This competition is extraordinary, as it pertains to the Yi family's millennia-long legacy. Such a monumental affair. How could he divulge it to you? Don't be skeptical. It was during a recent drinking session that he inadvertently let the information slip while inebriated. Moreover, this matter is hardly a secret. It will be made public when the time is ripe. Hush, the patrol guards are coming. Within a tea house, several patrons were animatedly discussing the event. Just then, a commotion arose outside the tea house. The patrons turned to see two men clad in black armor appearing at the entrance. Upon sighting the black-armored figures, the patrons immediately hushed. The patrol guards, commissioned by the Yi family, are responsible for maintaining law and order within Qingtian City. Their presence rendered the tea house's patrons silent with trepidation. However, the patrol guards were not there for them. Instead, they affixed a notice to the wall outside the tea house. After posting the notice, they departed. Once the patrol guards left, the crowd quickly gathered to read the announcement. The Yi family martial arts competition will be held in 15 days. All Yi descendants under the age of 25 may register to participate. Additionally, non-Yi individuals with a clean family background who have contributed to Qingtian City may also register. The rewards for the family competition are as follows. All participants will receive a Spirit Awakening pill. Those placing from 200th to 100th will receive a transformation pill. Those placing from 99th to 50th will receive a feather transformation pill. Those placing from 49th to 20th will receive a feather transformation pill and an intermediate grade mystical artifact. Those placing from 19th to 10th will receive a feather transformation pill, a top grade mystical artifact, and will be considered for the Qingtian Guard. The rewards for those placing from 9th to 1st remain confidential. Upon the official announcement, Qingtian City erupted in overwhelming excitement. The reasons are twofold. First, there is no limit on participation. Non-Yi members are welcome to join. Second, the rewards are lavish. Every participant will receive a Spirit Awakening pill. This pill is crucial for the transition from the body refinement realm to the Spirit Awakening realm, significantly enhancing the probability of success during the breakthrough. And although its grade is not high, it holds immense value for the majority. This is merely the participation reward. The subsequent transformation pills, feather transformation pills, and mystical artifacts are even more precious. As for the Qingtian Guard, it is the most esteemed personal guard of the Yi family, endowed with abundant resources and holding a revered position. Within the ranks of the Qingtian Guard, the lowest realm one can attain is that of a master, a coveted status that many aspire to but few can achieve. However, this time, a remarkable 10 slots have been opened for entry. The rewards for the top 9 have not been disclosed, yet one can easily imagine their astonishing value. Such enticing rewards are undeniably alluring. Who dares to claim that the Yi family has fallen? This is a declaration of vitality. My son, age 22, is he eligible to participate? That depends on the purity of your lineage. If it is untainted, he may indeed join. Unquestionably pure. My ancestors have resided in Qingtian City for 3 generations. Although they may not have rendered tremendous service to the Yi family, they have contributed their fair share, with my grandfather having constructed the western city wall. A crowd gathered before the announcement, buzzing with excitement regarding the upcoming family competition. Over the years, the Yi family has faced relentless attacks from rival factions, resulting in a gradual diminishment of their influence. Many have derided the Yi family, proclaiming that their resources are depleted and that the family treasury lies bare, suggesting that it is increasingly unlikely for a sovereign to emerge from their ranks, leaving them vulnerable to being subsumed by other powers. This announcement serves as a formidable retort to those naysayers. According to the participation criteria for this family competition, there are no fewer than tens of thousands within Qingtian City who meet the requirements, implying that the Yi family will need to distribute tens of thousands of Qi Ling pills alone. Even the most illustrious dynasties would find it challenging to muster such a feat in a short time. Ling Feiyu of the Silver Feather Dynasty, upon seeing this announcement, was filled with envy, even contemplating securing a few competition slots for his own offspring to partake in this opportunity. However, he was met with a cold refusal from Yi Qingtian, who sought individuals loyal solely to the Yi family and Qingtian City, not to the Silver Feather Dynasty. Though he did not obtain any slots, this competition allowed Ling Feiyu to witness the profound heritage of the Yi family, or more accurately, that of Yi Qingtian. Indeed, as the rumors suggest, the Yi family treasury has been nearly exhausted over millennia, with resources dwindling, resulting in a decline in the quality of training for successive generations. Yet for Yi Qingtian, these matters constitute merely the tip of the iceberg, a trifling fraction, insignificant in the grand scheme. The resources he has amassed over countless years of dedication are so abundant that even he cannot keep count. I am 17 years old, and my lineage is unblemished. I believe I am also eligible to participate. If I could acquire a Qi Ling pill, selling it would enable me to provide medical treatment for my grandfather. A ragged, slender youth in tattered garments squeezed into the throng, standing before the announcement with a glimmer of hope shining in his clear eyes. Chapter 7. The competition commences. The immaculate body in the Qingtian hall of the Yi family, the ancestor remarked. The family competition has proceeded remarkably well. The number of registrants has already exceeded 10,000. The cities conquered by Yi Wanchong have also yielded and pledged allegiance to Qingtian City. The Shengwu dynasty and the Yuhua sect have yet to make their moves. The head of the Mingyang sect, Yi Chuan, arrived at the Qingtian hall to report in detail. Yi Qingtian nodded slightly and replied, indeed. He had devised two plans, one to establish a supreme initiative, and the other to exert dominance over the 9 realms. The creation of the Supreme, as the name suggests, involves selecting a few prodigious descendants from the family during the grand competition and nurturing them with utmost dedication to become Supremes. Meanwhile, the endeavor to dominate the 9 realms signifies external conquests. In the prosperous days of the Yi family, their influence permeated every realm, but over the years, they have been besieged by numerous hostile forces, forcing them to retreat to the Qingtian city, a tremendous humiliation. What has been lost must be reclaimed, and those adversaries who sought to annihilate the Yi family shall pay the requisite price. The banner of the Yi family must be planted in every corner of the 9 realms. This is the essence of the plan to dominate the 9 realms. Currently, both initiatives are progressing smoothly, and Yi Qingtian, as the mastermind behind these strategies, feels a profound sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, he savors the delight of the great Supreme lurking in the shadows, treating the world as a chessboard, with Supremes and the myriad beings of the 9 realms as mere pawns. Well done, this sword is bestowed upon you. As Yi Qingtian gazed at Yi Chuan, he flicked his finger. A golden beam of light streaked across, and a dazzling sword, radiant with golden brilliance, was embedded in the ground before Yi Chuan. This is a sacred spirit artifact. Yi Chuan's eyes brightened at the sight of the sword. The sacred spirit artifact is of exceptional quality, its brilliance captivating and utterly striking. The sword is named Limitless Golden Light, and inscribed upon its blade are the words Limitless Golden Light. Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for this sword. Yi Chuan repeatedly bowed in gratitude. He possessed a sacred spirit artifact himself, but after years of battle, it had become severely damaged, and its quality paled in comparison to the magnificent Limitless Golden Light. Grasping the Limitless Golden Light, Yi Chuan felt an extraordinary surge of power. With this sword, my combat prowess could increase by 20%. Yi Chuan mused inwardly. For cultivators, possessing a spirit artifact is of paramount importance. Having an exceptional one is akin to gaining wings. If there are no further matters, you may withdraw. Yi Qingtian gestured, signaling Yi Chuan to depart. Yes, Yi Chuan, holding the Limitless Golden Light, slowly exited the Qingtian hall. After Yi Chuan's departure, Yi Qingtian produced a tower. This tower, known as the Time-Space Tower, was also acquired during Yi Qingtian's sealing. The Time-Space Tower is extraordinary. The flow of time within it is 100 times faster than that of the outside world, meaning that for every day outside, 100 days pass within the tower. The Time-Space Tower is a crucial treasure for Yi Qingtian in cultivating Supremes, greatly enhancing efficiency. Regardless of how talented the disciples may be, they require a certain amount of time for training, and the Time-Space Tower perfectly addresses this issue. A tender child emerged from the tower. This child is Yi Laming, who was born just a few days prior. Due to the accelerated time flow within the Time-Space Tower, while only a few days have passed in the outside world, Yi Laming has experienced several hundred days inside. Yi Laming, a born king, has received abundant resources and has grown remarkably fast. Your training for today is complete. You may return and reunite with your parents, Yi Qingtian stated. Given Yi Laming's rapid development within the Time-Space Tower, it is likely that his parents no longer recognize him. Yes, esteemed ancestor, Yi Laming responded, his voice still quite youthful. Yi Laming stepped forward with his tender little feet, resembling a flash of lightning as he departed from the Qingtian hall. Observing Yi Laming dash away, Yi Qingtian's lips curled into a slight smile. He held great satisfaction for this prodigious descendant. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed, and an unprecedented family competition was convened by the Yi clan. This event marked the most magnificent family contest in the clan's history, with attendance exceeding tens of thousands and hundreds of competition arenas established. On this day, numerous platforms simultaneously commenced their contests. The family competition was divided into 3 stages. First, a preliminary round where the vast multitude would be narrowed down, with the defeated eliminated and the victors advancing to select the top 200 from the thousands of participants. This would be followed by a round-robin battle, where rankings would be determined by accumulated scores. Bang, bang, bang. I hereby declare the commencement of this family competition. Yi Chuan announced loudly amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. Behind him, drums and gongs resounded in celebration. With Yi Chuan's proclamation, the grand competition officially began, and the hundreds of platforms engaged in their battles simultaneously. Each contest's outcome was meticulously recorded by designated individuals. What a delight it was to live without the burden of frugality. Yi Chuan gazed at the bustling scene of Qingtian City, unable to suppress a joyful smile. As the current head of the Yi family, he was acutely aware of the hardships they had endured over the years. The Yi clan, a large family with numerous members, had seen its internal resources dwindle significantly. Once flourishing with abundant mines and treasures, they had gradually lost these assets due to relentless assaults from rival factions, leading to a dire shortage of resources. Internal conflicts arose from resource scarcity. Cultivating a sovereign required vast amounts of resources, as did nurturing the younger generation and supporting mid-level practitioners. With resources limited, priorities shifted toward raising sovereigns, thereby diminishing the resources available for the younger and mid-tier members. After all, with Yi Changxing's time running out, the absence of a new sovereign would inevitably plunge the Yi family into irreversible decline. At that point, the Saint Martial dynasty's vassal forces could easily annihilate the Yi clan without direct intervention from the dynasty itself. Now, with the return of their ancestor, Yi Chuan felt liberated from such concerns. Resources? The ancestor had casually bestowed upon him a storage ring brimming with ample resources, sufficient for the Yi family to thrive for a century. Combat power? Yi Changxing had consumed the 9 sacred heavenly elixir, revitalizing his condition and alleviating the imminent threat of decline for the foreseeable future. Moreover, he personally had advanced to the sovereign realm. The Yi family now radiated an aura of prosperity. Head of the family, we are merely in the preliminary stage. Most participants are just filling the ranks. Is it necessary for us to remain here? An elder inquired beside Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan replied, if you find it exhausting, you may rest. But do not say I did not warn you. This family competition is under the full support of our ancestor. Do you think our ancestor is unaware that most participants are merely there to fill numbers? The low entry threshold for this competition is precisely to unearth some hidden talents. Upon hearing the words ancestors, the elder immediately perked up, fixating intently on the arena, not daring to show the slightest hint of negligence. Within the Qingtian hall, Changxing, whom do you believe will prevail among these contenders? Although Yi Qingtian remained indoors, the vivid spectacle of the martial arts competition unfolded before his eyes. His grandson lacked the discerning acuity of his grandfather. Beside him, Yi Changxing chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed, over the years, his grandson had been in seclusion, thus unfamiliar with the younger generation of their clan. Traditionally, Yi Changxing spent his time in a deep slumber to prolong his life, awakening only in times of dire crises for the family. However, after consuming the 9 sacred heavenly elixir, he felt revitalized and no longer required such slumber to sustain his vitality. This young lad appears unremarkable at first glance, yet he possesses the fire spirit body, quite promising. And this one, even more remarkable, is the 5 elements spirit body. With proper cultivation, achieving the status of a sovereign would be within reach. This young fellow possesses the immaculate physique. Observing the martial competition through the ethereal projection, Yi Qingtian offered insights and critiques. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a youth clad in tattered hemp garments. Chapter 8. The Immaculate Physique, an unjust affair on arena number 138. A boy in ragged hemp clothing ascended the stage slowly. His eyes sparkled with clarity as he politely bowed to his opponent. His adversary, adorned in resplendent attire, bore a sword at his waist, embellished with a gleaming jade stone engraved with the character Yang, unmistakably marking him as a scion of the Yang family. A stark contrast to the tattered-clad youth. I am Qingtian. I look forward to your guidance, the boy in hemp stated. Enough. I have no interest in knowing your name, the Yang-clad youth retorted, his expression haughty and laced with disdain. The threshold for this competition is absurdly low. Even beggars can participate. Upon hearing these words, the hemp-clad boy tightened his fists, his gaze sharpening, but ultimately, he merely smiled in resignation. He stood at the lowest rung of society, with little standing. Most regarded him as a beggar, and he had endured his share of beatings. So such remarks no longer fazed him. His purpose for entering this competition was simple, to obtain a spirit awakening pill to sell, thus acquiring funds to buy medicine for his grandfather. Referee, let us begin. This fellow is merely a source of easy points, not worth our time. The young youth impatiently urged. At 18, he had already reached the spirit awakening realm, renowned as a prodigy within his family. In contrast, the hemp-clad boy was merely at the Qi refinement stage, the most rudimentary level, presenting a vast chasm between them, rendering any comparison futile. Are you both prepared? The referee inquired, unhurriedly. Ready, the hemp-clad boy replied with a nod. Already prepared. A mere beggar like him is not worth my time, the young youth exclaimed eagerly. I could defeat him with a single strike. The referee nodded and proclaimed, let the match commence. As soon as his words fell, the young man bearing the surname Yang launched a fierce attack, showing no mercy as he aimed directly for the vital points of the boy in the tattered robe. However, to his surprise, despite the latter's modest cultivation level, his agility was remarkable, allowing him to deftly evade the strike. You cowardly beggar, do you dare to dodge again? The young youth, now visibly agitated, renewed his assault. Yet, no matter how nimble the boy in the tattered robe was, He could not withstand the torrential onslaught of the young youth. Their realms were worlds apart, and ultimately, he was knocked off the arena. The outcome was clear. Qingtian, I regret to inform you that you have lost, the judge announced with an impassive expression. Qingtian, however, merely smiled and inquired. May I ask where I can claim my spirit awakening pill, esteemed judge? The judge gestured toward a small building, stating, go there and provide your name to collect it. According to the rules, a defeated participant was entitled to receive a spirit awakening pill before departing. Thank you, esteemed judge. Qingtian expressed his gratitude and hurriedly made his way there. Upon entering the small building, he announced, Sir, my name is Qingtian, and I am here to claim my spirit awakening pill. The man in charge of distributing the pills cast a disdainful glance at the youth and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Get out of here. Qingtian retorted, the notice clearly states that all participants in the competition are entitled to receive a spirit awakening pill. The man replied coldly, The notice may say that, but I refuse to give it to you. What will you do about it? Upon hearing this, Qingtian's expression darkened, disbelief evident on his face. He had not anticipated that despite the notice's clear wording, the Yi family would not honor it. Indeed, what could he do? He had no power or influence, no one standing behind him. Even if they denied him, he could do nothing in return. Humph, you beggar. Take this money and go buy yourself some pancakes. The man tossed a few pieces of silver at Qingtian with an air of condescension. A spirit awakening pill was worth 100 gold coins, far beyond the meager value of the silver coins. Qingtian clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, thinking of his grandfather lying on the sickbed, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Bending down to pick up the few pieces of silver before departing with a heavy heart. After Qingtian left, the man recorded in a ledger, defeated participant Qingtian. Spirit awakening pill distributed. He then produced a jade vial and tucked it into his pocket. Clearly, it was not that the Yi family refused to provide the pill. Rather, the one that should have been given to Qingtian had been appropriated by this man. His pocket was evidently overflowing, indicating that Qingtian was not the only one to be wronged. Brother, perhaps we should exercise some restraint. Enough is enough. One of the men beside him advised with a furrowed brow. What are you afraid of? The man replied nonchalantly. Those individuals hold no power or influence. What does it matter if we deny them the spirit awakening pill? Who would care? This is the property of the Yi family. As members of the Yi family, we should seek ways to safeguard our interests and minimize losses. Tell me, what good would these spirit awakening pills do if given to those worthless beggars? Rest easy. If you don't speak of this, neither will I, and no one will be the wiser. The man argued, presenting himself as a protector of the family's interests. In the Hall of the Sky, one could only find amusement in such claims of familial concern. After Yi Qingtian discovered that the boy of Ma Yi was an untainted body, he kept a vigilant eye on him. Naturally, he witnessed the moment when Qingtian was devoured by the Qi Ling Dan, and for a fleeting moment, his expression turned icy. Yi Qingtian was not one to come from a prestigious family. His life had been fraught with challenges, and he harbored a deep-seated disdain for tyranny. This scene reminded him of the injustices he faced during his youth. Those in power wielded their influence to bully the powerless, leaving individuals like him, without status or backing, utterly helpless. What troubled Yi Qingtian the most was that it was a member of the Yi family who committed such an act. Grandfather, I will inform Yi Chuan immediately and ensure that justice is served. Yi Changsheng, observing the change in Yi Qingtian's demeanor, hastily spoke up. Understanding his grandfather's character, which was marked by a fierce aversion to oppression, he anticipated his reaction. Yi Qingtian replied, There is no need. I have already informed him. Yi Chuan was en route to the 138th arena at that very moment. Just moments ago, he had received a message from the Ancestor, instructing him to thoroughly investigate the matter of the Qi Ling Dan being consumed at the arena. Who had the audacity to do such a thing? Moreover, how did the Ancestor in the Qingtian Hall become aware of this incident? Yi Chuan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. Soon, he arrived at the 138th arena. Master? The judges and other members of the Yi family bowed in respect upon seeing Yi Chuan. He waved his hand, his expression devoid of emotion, and commanded, Suspend the match. Master, what is happening? The crowd inquired, puzzled. Yi Chuan's cold gaze swept over them as he stated, I have heard that someone has consumed the Qi Ling Dan. At this, the crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Only the two men responsible for distributing the Qi Ling Dan trembled uncontrollably. Yi Chuan immediately took notice of them and coldly ordered, You two, step forward. The men quaked as they approached, kneeling before Yi Chuan, too fearful to meet his gaze. Internally, they questioned how the master could possibly know of this matter. Furthermore, they thought such issues were internal family affairs, not warranting such a commotion, especially with numerous spectators present. Was the master not concerned about losing face with public punishment? Search them. Yi Chuan commanded the guards at his side to conduct a search. The guards quickly uncovered a number of jade vials. Master, they presented the vials. Yi Chuan uncorked one, revealing that the contents were indeed the Qingling Dan distributed for the competition. You too, what audacity you possess. Yi Chuan erupted in fury, disregarding decorum as he publicly chastised them. Chapter 9. Severe punishment. Why has the match been suspended? What has transpired? It seems someone has consumed the Qingling Dan, refusing to distribute it to the powerless defeated. What? Such a thing has occurred? Is this not a common occurrence? Those without power or influence have no recourse, even if they are wronged. However, how did the head of the Yi family become aware of this? Moreover, he personally came here, disregarding the family's reputation to confront the issue publicly. This defies logic. Surrounding the arena, thousands watched the competition, and as the match was halted, they began to murmur among themselves. I, too, act with the interests of our family in mind. I beseech you, esteemed patriarch, to forgive our transgressions. The two men fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. You wretched fools. Yi Chuan seethed, gritting his teeth, wishing he could devour the pair alive. In the days leading up to the family competition, he had exerted himself tirelessly, managing to garner some goodwill before the ancestral figure, only to find this debacle unfolding. To make matters worse, the ancestor had learned of the incident firsthand. The ancestor had even conveyed a message to him, instructing him to address the situation, clearly illustrating the ancestor's indignation. All the goodwill and achievements he had accumulated in front of the ancestor were at risk of being obliterated by these two. Give them each 100 strikes with the rod, then imprison them in the dungeon to await further judgment. Yi Chuan commanded, growing increasingly incensed. Please spare us. Esteemed patriarch, we will never dare to do so again. The two men's expressions shifted dramatically as they repeatedly bowed their heads in supplication. They could scarcely believe that the patriarch truly intended to publicly punish them. Moreover, after receiving 100 strikes, they would be confined in a dungeon. They could not fathom how such a situation warranted such harsh retribution. Not only did they fail to understand, but the other members of the Yi family were equally perplexed. Yi Chuan remained impassive, disregarding their pleas for mercy. By the time the 50 strikes were administered, the ground was a gruesome sight, and the two men were on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain. Observing their battered state, the other members of the Yi family trembled in fear. They too had hoped to gain some advantage from the family competition, but witnessing the fate of these two extinguished any such thoughts. Within the Qingtian hall, Yi Chuan's actions were decisive. Yi Changsheng, observing the firm handling of the two men, nodded in approval. Decisive action, you say? Yi Qingtian shook his head, remarking, Changsheng, do you wish to feign ignorance before me? If they had no backing, would they dare to so brazenly consume the Qingling Dan? Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng's expression turned serious. On the 138th arena, Yi Chuan's mind echoed with Yi Qingtian's voice. Yi Chuan, I hope you do not disappoint me. At these words, Yi Chuan's entire being trembled. He waved his hand, commanding cease. Then, addressing the two men, he continued, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Reveal your patron, and you shall receive leniency. The two men fell into a moment of silence. No one can protect you now. Speak if you wish to survive. Yi Chuan barked in fury. After a brief hesitation, they confessed, it was Elder Seven who instructed us to do this. Take them both to the dungeon and await further orders. Yi Chuan gestured dismissively. He then added, Yi Jian, disseminate the order. Anyone caught attempting to consume the Qingling Dan shall receive leniency for confession, but will face severe consequences for resistance. Future offenders shall be met with death without mercy. Yi Chuan arrived at Elder Seven's residence. At that moment, Elder Seven lounged comfortably in a chair, basking in the sun. The thought of the family competition filled him with delight, for the abundance of Qingling Dan was worth a considerable fortune. Elder Seven, you seem to be in high spirits, Yi Chuan said coldly. Upon hearing this, Elder Seven quickly rose, exclaiming, what brings the esteemed patriarch to my humble abode? After pouring a cup of tea for Yi Chuan, the head of the family, he urged, please, do taste this tea, it is exceptionally delightful. However, Yi Chuan was in no mood for tea. In a frigid tone, he replied, I have captured two individuals who have been embezzling the Qingling Dan. Upon hearing this, the seventh elder's body stiffened instantly, and he exclaimed, who dares to be so audacious as to embezzle the Qingling Dan? They claim that it was you who instructed them to do so, Yi Chuan stated. Preposterous. Such baseless accusations. The seventh elder fumed, his face contorted with indignation. This is nothing but slander. Someone has undoubtedly conspired against me. Yi Chuan retorted. Those two are indeed from your faction. They must have been bribed. You are aware that there are many within the clan who harbor ill feelings towards me. The seventh elder insisted, attempting to defend himself. There is no need for your explanations, seventh elder. It would be prudent for you to report to the prison and find yourself a comfortable cell to await your fate, Yichuan instructed. Seeing that further argument was futile, the seventh elder pleaded, head of the family, this matter does not warrant such severity. Moreover, there are far too many impostors in this family competition. Those individuals are unworthy of the Qi Dan. It would be better to allocate these Dan to the descendants of the Yi family. My intentions are solely for the benefit of the Yi clan. Save your justifications for the ancestors, Yichuan shot back, casting a disdainful glance at the seventh elder. Uninterested in his grandiloquent rhetoric. In the outskirts of Qingtian city, Qingyun dragged his weary body into a humble thatched cottage. An elderly man lay on the bed, his complexion ashen, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. Grandfather, I am inept. They do not honor their word. Qingyun clenched his fists, a look of deep resentment on his face. Child, I have not much time left. You need not worry about me. The old man grasped Qingyun's hand, speaking softly. Grandfather, you will surely recover, Qingyun declared. The old man shook his head. He was most aware of his own condition. Healing was possible. But where would the funds for treatment come from? Who has not honored their word? Suddenly, a stranger's voice resonated in Qingyun's ear. He swiftly turned, only to find an unfamiliar figure had appeared within the thatched cottage. Who are you? Qingyun asked warily. I am the one who can save your grandfather. Yi Qingtian replied with a faint smile, then flicked his fingers, channeling a surge of life energy into the old man's body. The elderly man immediately trembled violently. What have you done to my grandfather? Qingyun inquired anxiously upon witnessing the reaction. Yi Qingtian replied calmly, do not fret, he will recover shortly. Within a few breaths, the old man's condition gradually stabilized. His complexion regained its color, and he appeared revitalized. The old man quickly rose, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, divine healer, for saving my life. Qingyun, seeing his grandfather free from ailment, also displayed joy and followed suit in expressing thanks. Thank you, divine healer, for saving my grandfather. Yi Qingtian waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am no divine healer. He then produced a jade vial containing a Qi Dan and handed it to Qingyun. The Yi family does not break its promises. Those who have embezzled your Qi Dan have already faced the consequences, Yi Qingtian affirmed. Qingyun accepted the Qi Dan, gazing at Yi Qingtian in astonishment, and asked, are you a member of the Yi family? Yi Qingtian nodded and remarked, indeed, I am a member of the Yi family. I perceive that your physique is extraordinary, possessing great potential for refinement. Why not accompany me back to the Yi family? Qingyun scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. Please, do not jest. I am but an ordinary mortal, lacking any innate talent for cultivation. Yi Qingtian replied, you are indeed an ordinary mortal, yet you embody the immaculate mortal physique. Chapter 10. The four types of physiques in this world. Physiques are classified into four categories: mortal, spiritual, sacred, and supreme. For cultivators, the significance of one's physique cannot be overstated. It is no exaggeration to assert that the strength of one's physique directly influences the heights one can achieve in the future. Qingyun, being a mortal, would typically be expected to attain limited success, destined for an unremarkable life without extraordinary opportunities. However, Qingyun is not an ordinary mortal. He possesses the immaculate mortal physique. The immaculate physique is an exceptionally rare endowment, scarcely known to the world due to its scarcity. Although categorized as a mortal physique, its rarity is comparable to that of the sacred physique. Those endowed with the immaculate physique possess an unparalleled purity of body and spirit, facing no bottlenecks or obstacles in their cultivation. This implies that, provided he does not meet an untimely demise and has access to sufficient resources for cultivation, achieving the status of supreme is merely a matter of time. Hence, Yi Qingtian's keen interest in Qingyun. From the moment he discerned that Qingyun bore the immaculate physique, Yi Qingtian resolved to incorporate him into his supreme aspirations. Yunner, why do you not express your gratitude to this esteemed gentleman? Qingyun's grandfather urged. Although he lacked understanding of the immaculate physique, he recognized that being valued by a prominent figure of the Yi family signified boundless potential for his grandson, and he would not allow him to miss this opportunity. However, if I were to go to the Yi family, who would care for you? Qingyun hesitated. Qingyun's grandfather stretched his limbs and said, my illness has been cured by this esteemed gentleman. There is no longer a need for your care. Go forth and follow this gentleman to the Yi family, and devote yourself to your cultivation. Upon hearing Qingyun's words, Yi Qingtian was quite appreciative of the young man's filial piety. You need not worry about your grandfather. I shall send someone to escort him to the Yi family, where he will receive dedicated care. From now on, you both will reside within the Yi family, Yi Qingtian assured. Upon hearing this, Qingyun's grandfather gazed at Yi Qingtian with disbelief. He could scarcely believe his ears. nor could he comprehend the reality unfolding before him. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had been languishing on a sickbed, teetering on the brink of death. Now, not only was his ailment cured, but his grandson was also esteemed by a significant figure of the Yi family, and he himself would be brought to the Yi family to receive specialized care. It all felt surreal. He wondered if he were dreaming, and if so, he wished never to awaken. The young Qingtian felt even more astonished. He had entered this grand competition solely to acquire a spirit awakening pill for his grandfather's ailment, never daring to dream beyond that. He could not fathom that he would be regarded so highly by a notable figure of the Yi family. Unbeknownst to Qingtian, he was in the presence of the Supreme Ancestor of the Yi family. Had he known, his reaction would surely have been profound. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your kindness," Qingtian expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Before him, the prominent figure of the Yi family had arranged everything for his grandfather. Should he continue to evade, it would be tantamount to a lack of discernment and an invitation to disaster. Meanwhile, the family competition persisted. The incident of the Yi family disciples embezzling the Qi Dan stirred quite a commotion. However, what astonished the onlookers was not the embezzlement itself, but rather the Yi family's iron-fisted measures in dealing with the affair. To the public, it was hardly surprising that the Yi family disciples exploited their positions for personal gain, especially since the competition was orchestrated solely by the Yi family itself. Yet, no one anticipated the family's resolute stance, which disregarded their own reputation and led to the public punishment of several individuals. Even the elders of the clan were not spared, finding themselves imprisoned. The crowd could not help but exclaim that the Yi family seemed to have undergone a transformation, undoubtedly for the better. At that moment, within the confines of the Yi family prison, the aged seventh elder, his hair gray and his face weary, could hardly fathom that he would one day find himself in such a predicament. He had always been the one to confine others. When had he ever been imprisoned himself? After all, he was one of the 9 esteemed elders of the Yi family. Normally, even the family head would show him some deference. Yet now, that status appeared to hold little weight. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cell. The 7th elder hastily rose to his feet, only to see the family head, Yi Chuan, standing before him, his expression devoid of emotion as he produced a key to unlock the door. "Head of the family," the 7th elder called out, realizing that his confinement would not last long. The family head had come to release him. However, Yi Chuan's demeanor was cold and forbidding. Though he had opened the door, he showed no intention of allowing the elder to leave. "What is the meaning of this, head of the family?" the 7th elder inquired, his expression clouded with displeasure. Yi Chuan replied, "The ancestor summons you." With a thud, the 7th elder's legs buckled in fear, and he collapsed onto the ground. Trembling, he stammered, "Is it merely a matter of some Qi Dan? It cannot warrant such severity. I would prefer to remain here in reflection. Such decisions are not yours to make." Yi Chuan shook his head, gesturing for 2 guards to advance, who forcibly lifted the fallen elder and escorted him toward the Qingtian hall. Throughout the journey, the 7th elder felt a chill of trepidation. Upon entering the hall, he fell to his knees with a thud, pleading, "Ancient ancestor, I beseech you to quell your wrath." Seated upon the throne, Yi Qingtian looked down upon the 7th elder with an expression of disappointment, as if lamenting the elder's lack of ambition despite his lofty position. "You occupy such a high rank, yet you covet those Qi Dan? Is this your only aspiration?" Yi Qingtian rebuked fiercely. Before Yi Qingtian, the 7th elder dared not utter a word in defense and solemnly declared, "The younger generation acknowledges their transgressions and implores the ancient ancestor to mete out punishment." With a cold snort, Yi Qingtian announced, "From this moment forth, you are stripped of your elder title. Given your age, it appears you have reached your limits in cultivation. Henceforth, you may enjoy your retirement in peace. Thank you for your clemency, ancient ancestor." The 7th elder responded, keeping his gaze lowered, unwilling to meet Yi Qingtian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qingtian signaled for the guards to remove the 7th elder from his presence. Subsequently, he addressed Yi Chuan, "The detrimental customs within our family must be rectified. Suitable individuals ought to be positioned appropriately. The Yi family requires no mere figureheads. Furthermore, those of the younger generation who abuse their influence and exhibit poor character must also be reprimanded. What prowess is exhibited by flaunting the Yi family's power within Qingtian City? If one possesses true capability, let them display it within the holy martial dynasty." Yi Chuan responded, "Rest assured, ancestral patriarch." After departing from the Qingtian hall, Yi Chuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. There were matters he had long yearned to address, yet had faced substantial obstacles due to various reasons. Now, with the backing of his ancestor, he could finally embark on a vigorous endeavor. Thus commenced a tumultuous upheaval within the Yi family. With the support of his ancestor, Yi Chuan dismissed 3 esteemed elders. These elders held significant positions within the family, often behaving arrogantly and frequently disregarding Yi Chuan's commands while siphoning off family resources. During the assault on Qingtian City by the Holy Martial Dynasty and the Feathered Ascension sect, these elders even advocated for surrender, seeking to preserve their own lives. Previously, Yi Chuan had no effective means to confront these elders, for they wielded immense power and would unite against his orders. However, now that his ancestor stood behind him, even the boldest among them hesitated to challenge the patriarch. One who dared to resist was publicly stripped of his cultivation and imprisoned. Even more shocking was Yi Chuan's discovery of evidence implicating treasonous dealings. The third elder had been colluding with the Holy Martial Dynasty for over a century. Having secured a promise that upon the conquest of Qingtian City, he would be granted the title of Marquis of Qingtian. As the head of the family, I bear an inescapable responsibility. I implore the ancestral patriarch to pass judgment. Yi Chuan presented the incriminating evidence to Yi Qingtian, his expression one of profound sorrow. The third elder, the most fervent proponent of peace, had unexpectedly engaged in treachery with the Holy Martial Dynasty. Receiving the evidence of treason, Yi Qingtian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He harbored an intense loathing for traitors, especially those in his immediate circle. Execute. Yi Qingtian's voice was icy as he spoke. For traitors, he had always adhered to a singular decree, merciless execution, even if the individual were a member of the Yi clan, a descendant of his own bloodline. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from his ancestor, Yi Chuan could not help but shudder. Initially, he had intended to plead for mercy on behalf of the third elder, hoping for leniency, but sensing the palpable menace from his ancestor, he thought better of it. I shall adhere to the patriarch's decree. He ultimately acquiesced. After the family competition concludes, the execution shall proceed publicly, and all clan members must be informed of the consequences of betrayal. Yi Qingtian stated solemnly. Considering the fervent atmosphere of the ongoing family competition, Yi Qingtian decided to delay the reckoning of traitors until its conclusion. Within the Yi family's prison, the third elder, despite his confinement, continued to live rather comfortably. With wine to drink, meat to savor, and even the company of women, Elder San, in this dire moment, still finds time to indulge in drink. The elder confined next door bears a troubled expression. Elder San retorts, "What are you afraid of? Do you think Yi Chuan would go so far as to kill us? Rest assured, he will only cause a stir for a few days. With our ancestor backing him, let him have his fun." Another elder interjects, "I have heard that Elder Chi's position has been directly revoked." Elder San dismisses this with a wave. Elder Qi ran afoul of the law, daring to allow his subordinates to embezzle the awakening elixir. If he isn't dismissed, who should be? Yet, the elder next door remains visibly distressed. Growing impatient, Elder San admonishes, "Stop with the buts." Just as he speaks, a metallic clang resonates nearby. The prison door swings open, and Yi Chuan strides in. Elder San, eyeing Yi Chuan, smiles and asks, "Master of the house, who have you captured this time?" Observing the indulgent Elder San, Yi Chuan's heart scoffs. "It seems the ancestor's judgment is indeed correct. I have come specifically to see you," he declares, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Elder San is taken aback. "See me?" Yi Chuan continues, "You don't have many days left. Make the most of them." "What do you mean?" Elder San's expression shifts. The elder next door also perks up, listening intently. "I discovered certain items in your private chamber," Yi Chuan states. Upon hearing private chamber, Elder San's face pales dramatically. The ancestor is already aware of this. He uttered but a single word. "Do you know what that word is?" Yi Chuan counters. What word?" Elder San trembles. Yi Chuan gazes at him, slowly articulating, "Decapitate." With a crash, Elder San's wine cup shatters on the floor. While turmoil brews within the Yi family, the family competition outside continues unabated. After several days of preliminary selections, the top 200 contestants were determined. Among them, the vast majority are descendants of the Yi family, alongside a few scions from prominent families in Qingtian City, and only a handful of ordinary individuals without backgrounds. Following the conclusion of the preliminaries, there will be a 3-day respite before the highly anticipated circular tournament. Unlike the preliminary battles, the circular tournament is the true highlight, as it features serious contenders. The preliminary rounds were muddied with many inexperienced fighters, rendering the matches less significant. The circular tournament, however, will take place in the first arena of Qingtian City, where hundreds of thousands of spectators will gather to witness the fierce clashes. The competition promises to be intense, with tickets in high demand. While the top 200 prepare fervently for the circular tournament, Qingtian, who was eliminated early in the preliminaries, makes remarkable progress. Within the Qingtian Hall, Qingtian immerses himself in a wooden tub filled with pure spirit liquid. Typically, Yi Qingtian disapproves of using spirit liquid to enhance strength, as it is akin to hastening growth by pulling seedlings, a practice he deems unwise. However, Qingtian is unlike any other. he possesses a pure body, allowing him to effortlessly absorb the most refined spiritual essence from the spiritual liquid without experiencing any adverse effects. Initially, Qingtian was merely at the third level of the Qi refining realm, the most fundamental stage of cultivation. After soaking in the spiritual liquid for half a day and drawing upon its energies, he experienced a meteoric rise to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Subsequently, Qingtian provided him with a barrel of even more potent spiritual liquid, causing Qingtian's cultivation to ascend as effortlessly as one enjoys a meal or a drink. From the 9th level of the Qi refining realm to the body refining realm, and then to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and finally to the spiritual awakening realm. Throughout this progression, he encountered no obstacles whatsoever. Truly, he faced no barriers at all. It was no surprise that, as a pure body, his advancement was as smooth as drinking water. Even Qingtian was left in awe, lamenting his own ordinary supreme body. This was Qingtian's first experience in nurturing a pure body, and he was genuinely astonished by its growth. Eventually, he established a spirit-gathering array for Qingtian, allowing a continuous influx of spiritual energy into his being. Meanwhile, another naturally gifted prodigy, Laming, was also experiencing rapid growth within the time-space tower. For Laming, Qingtian primarily focused on honing his combat abilities, as he was already a battle king and did not require immediate elevation in cultivation level. To facilitate the swift development of both Laming and Qingtian, Qingtian decided to place Qingtian within the time-space tower as well. Chapter 12. Cyclical Battle Inside the Time-Space Tower, a wondrous artifact that exists in its own realm. There are mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, and insects, alongside many rare and exotic beasts. It is noteworthy that these flora, fauna, and creatures were all brought in by Qingtian from the outside, rather than having originated within the time-space tower itself. Given that the passage of time within the tower flows at a rate 100 times faster than the outside world, a single day outside translates to 100 days within. Consequently, these plants and creatures grow and reproduce at an astonishing rate. The little prodigy, Laming, trains within the time-space tower, facing opponents that are ferocious beasts spawned within its confines. Although his cultivation is sealed, his combat prowess remains remarkably formidable. He can defeat a large adversary with a single punch. After training for several thousand days within the tower, Laming has grown significantly taller. On one occasion, while engaged in a fierce battle with a flame tiger, the sky suddenly tore open, and a youth was unceremoniously tossed inside. Thud! The boy fell from the air, landing right in front of Laming. Laming stared at the youth with a hint of confusion. This was the second person he had encountered in the time-space tower, the first being Qingtian. "This is your junior brother." A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind him, breaking his contemplation. Upon hearing the voice, Laming quickly turned around to find Qingtian standing behind him, having appeared there unbeknownst to him. "Ancestor!" Laming exclaimed with excitement. Qingtian nodded slightly, and then introduced, "His name is Qingtian, and he is also one of the chosen ones." Qingtian refers to the talented disciples within the Supreme Plan as chosen ones. Of course, the chosen in this context does not refer to the heavens above, but to Qingtian himself. The individuals chosen by Qingtian are referred to as the chosen ones, which is entirely unremarkable. Qingtian rose to his feet, gazing at the infant before him, his brow slightly furrowed in surprise. "This is Laming, your senior brother. Despite his tender age, his prowess is quite formidable. With merely a flick of his finger, he could easily subdue you," Qingtian explained. Qingtian wore an expression of disbelief. It is worth noting that he had just attained the Qingling realm. Although his level was not particularly high, it seemed implausible that a child who appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years old could overpower him with a mere gesture. Yet, he soon found himself convinced. In an instant, Laming propelled himself forward like a cannonball, effortlessly sending Qingtian flying with a single finger. "See, I did not misspeak," Qingtian remarked with a gentle smile. Rising from the ground, Qingtian regarded Laming with newfound wariness. Internally, he mused that this seemingly innocuous little fellow possessed astonishing strength. "Now that you are acquainted, you shall train together henceforth, honing your skills through mutual sparring," Qingtian stated, flicking his fingers to infuse both Laming and Qingtian with radiant energy. "At present, I have sealed your realms at the Qingling stage. Once you are capable of defeating foes beyond your current level, I shall unlock the next realm for you." Laming clenched his delicate fist, feeling the power restrained within him, and expressed his displeasure. However, Qingtian remained largely unfazed, having only just broken through to the Qingling stage. Qingtian's decision to limit their realms at this juncture was indeed considerate of Qingtian's development. After imparting his instructions, Qingtian departed from the time-space tower, leaving the two of them behind. The cycle battle had commenced, and he still needed to assess other chosen ones. In Qingtian City, at the first arena, the cycle battle was underway. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Compared to the chaotic selection battles, the cycle battle was unparalleled in its grandeur. On the stage, two participants faced off: Yi Qingtian, a scion of the Yi family, and Shangwan Wu from the Shangwan clan. Yi Qingtian had garnered considerable renown among the younger generation of the Yi family, having reached the 7th level of the transformation realm at the tender age of 24. Shangwan Wu was also known for his martial prowess, standing at the 5th level of the transformation realm, showcasing impressive strength. Their duel was a display of ever-changing tactics and unexpected surprises. Ultimately, Yi Qingtian triumphed, utilizing his superior spiritual energy to defeat Shangwan Wu. Yi Qingtian wins, earning 10 points. The referee announced loudly. He then inquired, "Yi Qingtian, you may choose to rest or continue fighting. Should you achieve consecutive victories, the points for the next round will be doubled, amounting to 20 points." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingtian declared, "I choose to continue fighting." "Very well. Your next opponent is Yi Ling," the referee proclaimed. Hearing this, Yi Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Ling was also a member of the Yi family, with whom he was quite familiar, and he felt confident that Yi Ling, at only the 3rd level of the transformation realm, would not pose a challenge. With the referee's command, a graceful young woman ascended the stage. She looked at Yi Qingtian, her expression tinged with concern. "Brother Qingtian, please show mercy and do not let me lose too badly," Yi Ling pleaded. Yi Qingtian nodded and said, "Rest assured, we are all family. I shall not let you suffer an ignoble defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingtian launched his attack without a moment's hesitation, striking Yi Ling down from the arena. Poor Yi Ling was caught off guard, her expression one of grievance. The cyclic battles demand both physical stamina and spiritual energy. "I cannot afford to waste my spirit," Yi Qingtian remarked softly. "You should save your energy for fighting others as well. In these cyclic battles, as long as one's physical and spiritual strength remain robust, one can continue to fight and accumulate more points." Each participant has a guaranteed 5 challenge opportunities, while the victors face no limit on the number of challenges. Ultimately, these points will determine their overall ranking, making it imperative. Thus, Yi Qingtian opted for a swift resolution against Yi Ling, conserving his spiritual energy. Congratulations to Yi Qingtian on his consecutive victories, earning 20 points, now totaling 30. The referee announced, "Yi Qingtian, will you rest or continue fighting? If you continue your winning streak, you could earn 40 points in the next round." Having tasted the sweetness of consecutive victories, Yi Qingtian decisively replied, "I choose to continue battling." 40 points equate to winning 4 matches, and even a loss would only cost him 1 challenge opportunity. Your next opponent is Yi Qingtian. Upon hearing this, the arena erupted with excitement. Yi Qingtian's expression dimmed slightly. Yi Qingtian was one of the most outstanding young talents of the Yi family, renowned as the family's treasured gem and often referred to as the most beautiful woman in Qingtian City. Prior to the Holy Martial Dynasty's assault on Qingtian City, a marriage proposal had been made to her, which she flatly rejected, leaving the dynasty embarrassed. Brother Qingtian, Yi Qingtian, dressed in elegant white, ascended the arena and greeted him politely, her voice chillingly serene. Yi Qingtian gazed at Yi Qingtian across the arena, letting out a sigh. Chapter 13, The Water and Fire Spirit Body, a critical moment. Though Yi Qingtian was 2 years his junior, she had already reached the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, a mere step away from the Fusion Spirit Realm. Clearly, Yi Qingtian's dream of consecutive victories was about to be dashed by Yi Qingtian. As the duel commenced, Yi Qingtian, knowing he would inevitably lose, refrained from exerting his full strength against Yi Qingtian. He merely feigned a few exchanges before stepping down from the arena. Their amicable relationship meant that engaging in a full-blown contest would yield no benefits for either party. It was wiser to conserve his strength for the upcoming battles. In the Qingtian Palace, Yi Qingtian and Yi Changsheng watched the duel on the first arena through a void projection. "Grandfather, Yi Qingtian is quite remarkable. She is a natural water spirit body, and at just 22 years old, she has already attained the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. Within a year, she will undoubtedly break into the Fusion Spirit Realm," Yi Changsheng praised. "No," Yi Qingtian replied, shaking his head slightly. "She is not merely a water spirit body. She possesses a dual spirit body, specifically a water and fire dual spirit body." "What? A water and fire dual spirit body?" Yi Changsheng exclaimed, his face reflecting astonishment. A spirit body refers to an individual's innate affinity for a particular element. For instance, Yi Qingqing's natural water spirit body allows her to cultivate techniques and skills related to water, making her training both efficient and effective. Most individuals possess a singular spirit, while those with multiple spirits are exceedingly rare. The occurrence of 2 opposing elements coexisting within a single entity is even more uncommon. Yi Qingqing's dual spirit of water and fire exemplifies this rarity. Although water and fire are inherently antagonistic, they have fused into a singular form, an extraordinary phenomenon. However, this dual spirit carries significant risks. If not managed carefully, the conflicting energies within could jeopardize her life. She has consistently suppressed the fiery energy within her. Yi Qingtian narrowed his eyes and spoke in a grave tone. Before reaching the spirit fusion realm, it is manageable, but once she attains that level, the energies will become uncontrollable. Yi Changsheng's expression tightened. Are you implying that upon entering the spirit fusion realm, Qingqing will face death? Yi Qingqing is one of the most exceptional talents among the younger generation of the Yi family, and her untimely demise would be a profound tragedy for the clan. Yi Qingtian nodded and replied, theoretically, yes, but there are solutions. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng pondered, the spirit fusion pill? Indeed. The spirit fusion pill aids in harmonizing the energies within. However, given Yi Qingqing's unique constitution, ordinary spirit fusion pills would be ineffective. Only the most extraordinary ones would suffice. Yi Qingtian elaborated. As he spoke, Yi Qingtian produced a jade vial containing a pill that shimmered with a golden aura. Meanwhile, an intense battle was unfolding on the first arena. Yi Qingqing, leveraging her formidable strength, had achieved 3 consecutive victories, garnering 70 points. Moreover, she showed no inclination to exit the arena, resolutely standing her ground against challengers. For victories, 5 victories, 6 victories, 7 victories. Yi Qingqing triumphed in 7 consecutive matches, amassing a staggering total of 1,270 points. The entire competition venue erupted in fervor. Yi Qingqing truly deserves her title as the treasured gem of the Yi family. Rumor has it that she rejected a proposal from the sacred martial dynasty. And it appears to be true. She indeed possesses such qualifications. With 1,270 points, she should firmly secure a place in the top 10, right? However, something seemed amiss with Yi Qingqing. Within the battleground, spectators showered her with accolades for her impressive performance. Suddenly, someone observed that Yi Qingqing appeared to be in distress. Her aura fluctuated violently. There were faint signs of her breaking through to the spirit fusion realm. No, it was not just a sign. She was in the midst of a breakthrough. Yi Qingqing was already at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, a mere step away from the spirit fusion realm. After 7 grueling matches, 2 of her opponents were of equal standing, and amidst the fierce battles, the bottleneck of her realm began to loosen. For others, breaking through to the spirit fusion realm would be a cause for celebration, but for Yi Qingqing, it was a calamity. Her body became half aflame, her garments igniting in flames, while the other half turned as cold as ice. The excruciating pain rendered her unable to seek death or life. Head of the family. What is happening? An elder, witnessing the scene, was visibly alarmed and flustered. Has she consumed a pill that resulted in adverse effects? Another elder speculated, frowning. Yi Chuan's brow furrowed in concern, feeling utterly helpless. Regardless, we must take her away to seek the ancestral elders. Yi Chuan pondered for a moment before speaking hastily. At that instant, a figure appeared on the arena. Before the crowd could discern its form, it vanished without a trace, and Yi Qingqing disappeared as well. A wave of astonishment swept through the arena. What had happened to Yi Qingqing? What was the fleeting entity that had just passed by? The onlookers were engulfed in confusion and speculation. Yet, Yi Chuan exhaled in relief, his previously furrowed brow smoothing out. While others were unable to see clearly, he recognized that it was the eternal ancestor who had taken Yi Qingqing. There was no need for further contemplation. It was evident that the ancestor was watching over them from the shadows, instructing the eternal ancestor to carry Yi Qingqing away. With the ancestor intervening, Yi Qingqing's life was assured. The competition shall continue, Yi Chuan proclaimed, his resonant voice amplified by spiritual energy, echoing throughout the arena. In the Sky Pillar Hall, Yi Qingqing writhed in agony, her heart-wrenching screams reverberating within the chamber. The fire's spiritual energy within her surged uncontrollably, clashing with the water's spiritual energy, inflicting excruciating pain that penetrated to her very bones, as though her body were on the verge of exploding. Yi Qingtian produced a shimmering golden fusion spirit pill and placed it into Yi Qingqing's mouth. Upon ingestion, she felt a sense of relief under the pill's influence. Her body gradually calmed, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. This is incredibly perilous, Yi Changsheng remarked, observing the slumbering Yi Qingqing and releasing a long sigh of relief. Without the highest quality fusion spirit pill in Yi Qingtian's possession, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. It is both a blessing and a curse. In an ordinary family, such a physique would inevitably lead to death. Yi Qingtian spoke solemnly. However, if one can endure and successfully integrate, this physique will stand shoulder to shoulder with the sacred body. 2 hours later, Yi Qingqing awakened from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, the surroundings appeared unfamiliar. Recollecting the prior events, she remembered achieving 7 consecutive victories in the arena, followed by a loosening of her bottleneck, which propelled her into the fusion spirit realm. The fire spiritual energy within her had spiraled out of control, nearly costing her life. The subsequent events were too agonizing for her to recall clearly. "You are awake." A strange voice resounded behind her, stirring her curiosity. Chapter 14. The Ancestor? "Who are you?" Qingtian inquired, turning to face the figure behind her. Her bright eyes filled with confusion. There was a sense of familiarity, not from a prior encounter, but rather from a resonance within her bloodline. "He is the Ancestor and the one who saved you," an ancient voice echoed in her ear. Only then did Qingtian notice Qingtian standing nearby. "Ah, Ancestor." Qingtian realized, having never met Qingtian but being well acquainted with Qingtian, the eternal Ancestor, who had long been the pillar of the family and a guardian-like presence. "You should first pay your respects to the Ancestor," Qingtian urged. It dawned on Qingtian that the young man, who appeared only slightly older than herself, was indeed the Ancestor of the Yi family. "The Ancestor?" Qingtian gazed at Qingtian, her expression one of incredulity. In her understanding, figures of such venerable stature were always depicted as frail, with white hair and beard, embodying the essence of age. Yet, how could this Ancestor appear so remarkably youthful? This was entirely beyond her comprehension. In truth, Qingtian was an anomaly. He was born with a supreme body, a prodigy of unparalleled talent who had not emerged in millennia across the 9 realms. He ascended to supremacy at a young age, making him the youngest supreme in the last several 100,000 years. Thus, his visage remained forever locked in youth. Despite having lived for over 10,000 years, he remained in the prime of his life, vibrant and vigorous, thus showing no signs of aging. How could this be? Does it not seem so? Qingtian smiled faintly. The smile only heightened Qingtian's perplexity. Should not an Ancestor exude an air of majesty, remaining stern and unyielding? Yet, this Ancestor appeared so approachable. Little did she know that Qingtian exhibited such amiability only towards those he held dear. For strangers, as Ling Feiyu had experienced, he nearly faced extermination upon their first encounter. As for enemies, merely uttering Qingtian's name instilled fear and trembling. "Shouldn't you express your gratitude for the Ancestor's life-saving grace? Without him, you would have already faced the King of Hell." Qingtian interjected. Realizing this, Qingtian promptly knelt and expressed her thanks, saying, "Thank you, Ancestor, for saving my life." Qingtian waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No need for such formalities. Rise." "Thank you, Ancestor," Qingtian responded. Suddenly recalling something, she added, "But my match is not yet concluded. I must hurry back to the arena." With that, she attempted to rush out. "You need not participate in the competition any longer," Qingtian intercepted her. Qingtian blinked, puzzled. Why not? "I have already achieved 7 consecutive victories. I can certainly win again. I am bound to secure a spot in the top 9. Qingtian elucidated. "What the Ancestor means is that you have already passed his trial, and there is no need to compete further." "A trial? What do you mean?" Qingtian inquired, baffled. Qingtian continued. "The entire competition was a trial set by the Ancestor. Do you wish to know what the mysterious reward for entering the top 10 entails?" "What?" Qingtian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her aspiration to break into the top 10 was driven by the allure of that mysterious reward, to become a chosen one. Qingtian elaborated. "In simpler terms, it means you are now a candidate for supremacy." "Supremacy?" Qingtian's eyes widened. This realm felt utterly beyond her reach, a notion she had never even contemplated. Furthermore, over the past 10,000 years, no new supreme had emerged in the world, making the concept of supremacy seem almost mythical, intangible. "Thus, you have a new training ground." Qingtian gestured, and in an instant, Qingtian found herself transported to the time-space tower. At that moment, within the tower, Yi Laming and Qin Yun were locked in an intense battle, their duel fiercely contested. Over the course of their time in the tower, Yi Laming had matured significantly, though he still bore the appearance of a young child. "The Ancestor has arrived." Yi Laming was the first to notice Qingtian's arrival and joyfully rushed over. "Ancestor, I am now capable of slaying ferocious beasts of the transformation realm," exclaimed Yi Laming happily. "I am also able to do so," Qin Yun added. Qingtian observed the two of them, a mere child and a youth, both seemingly at the spirit awakening realm, yet claiming the ability to kill beasts of the transformation realm. What a joke! Especially the child, whose speech was still unclear. It seemed he had not yet outgrown his infancy. How could he possibly defeat a beast of the transformation realm? Very well, Qingtian nodded and subsequently unsealed their realm restrictions. Both of their realms ascended to the transformation realm. This spectacle left Qingtian in a state of astonishment. She suddenly realized that both the child and the youth before her surpassed her comprehension. They were also chosen ones. The younger, named Lei Ming, belonged to the Yi family, while the elder was Qingtian. Yi Qingtian proclaimed, "From now on, you shall train here alongside them. Your realm will also be sealed at the transformation realm. When you are capable of defeating beasts of the spirit integration realm with your transformation realm prowess, the seal will be lifted." As he spoke, he placed a seal upon Yi Qingqing. Instantly, she felt her power restrained. Poor Yi Qingqing had just broken through to the spirit integration realm and had not even had the chance to experience its strength before being sealed away. "Hello, sister. I am your senior apprentice." Yi Laming cheerfully greeted her. "Hello, Miss Yi." Qingyan also stepped forward to introduce himself. Having lived in Qingtian City, Qingyan was not unfamiliar with someone of Yi Qingqing's stature. Naturally, Yi Qingqing did not recognize him. "Senior apprentice?" Yi Qingqing regarded the child before her, momentarily unable to accept this reality. "You are also of the Yi family. Regardless of age or generation, I am significantly older than you," Yi Qingqing stated. "It is inappropriate for me to call you senior apprentice. How about we compete? Whoever wins will be the leader." Qingyan cautioned, "Miss Yi, do not let his youth deceive you. His strength far exceeds your expectations, and he possesses great control." Having witnessed Yi Laming's prowess, Qingyan knew that without the seal, a mere flick of Yi Laming's finger could easily subdue him. Even with his strength sealed, Yi Laming still had the upper hand. Yi Qingqing, however, remained unconvinced. She had seen many prodigies before. What could a mere child, no matter how talented, truly accomplish? How formidable could his combat abilities be? Yi Qingqing was quite confident in her own combat prowess. She had won 7 consecutive matches, 2 of which were against opponents of equal standing. "Very well." Yi Laming readily agreed. "I will let you have 3 moves." Before Yi Qingqing could finish her sentence, she saw Yi Laming darting towards her like a cannonball. Caught off guard, he struck her with a powerful punch, sending her flying. Chapter 15. The 7 Heroes Conference. The 7 major forces. Yi Laming's attack was swift and forceful. Yi Qingqing had no time to evade. Soon, she crawled out of a pile of rubble, her goddess-like image utterly shattered. Coughing, she clutched her chest, feeling a surge of blood rising within her, and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Qingyan shrugged and remarked, "I just reminded you. His strikes are neither light nor heavy. He has suffered greatly at Yi Laming's hands and harbors a deep-seated apprehension towards Yi Laming's destructive capabilities. How could he be so formidable?" Yi Qingqing found it hard to believe in Yi Laming's strength. She acknowledged that she had somewhat underestimated this young boy, yet she had not completely dismissed his potential. However, she was taken aback by how immensely powerful Yi Laming was beyond her expectations. Having participated in the family competition and achieved 7 consecutive victories, she was brimming with confidence, only to be schooled by this little boy with a single punch. At that moment, Yi Laming wore an expression of triumph, proclaiming, "I have won. I am the senior brother." Yi Qingqing, now thoroughly convinced, could only call out, "Senior brother." "Miss Yi, shall we have a match to determine who is superior?" Qingyan suddenly interjected. "No need." Yi Qingqing shook her head. She finally understood that those who caught the attention of the ancestors were not to be trifled with. Although Qingyan appeared gentle and rather easy to bully, being favored and nurtured by the ancestors undoubtedly indicated he was no soft target. "Second senior brother," Yi Qingqing called out perceptively. Within the time-space tower, time flowed at a rate 100-fold compared to the outside world. In simpler terms, for every day that passed outside, 100 days elapsed within. Yi Qingtian explained to Yi Qingqing. "Different flow of time? A day outside equates to 100 days here? How astonishing!" Yi Qingqing exclaimed, her expression reflecting her naivety. Yi Qingtian continued, "If you do not wish to cultivate here, you may leave. Not everyone is suited for training within the time-space tower. For instance, Yi Changsheng, who is already quite advanced in age, seeks to delay his aging and avoids time-accelerating environments like the time-space tower." "I am willing," Yi Qingqing replied eagerly. With 3 days outside equating to nearly a year within, this meant that while her siblings trained outside for 10 or 15 days, she could amass several years of training time inside the time-space tower, effortlessly surpassing them. "I have matters to attend to. You may continue your cultivation at your own pace," Yi Qingtian stated. As his words fell, his figure vanished, leaving the time-space tower. Outside, within the Qingtian palace, the silver-armored Ling Feiyu had arrived at Qingtian City without anyone noticing. Yi Qingtian returned from the time-space tower to the outside world. "Your Excellency Yi," Ling Feiyu called out hastily. Yi Qingtian straightforwardly inquired, "You have come to Qingtian City. Is there something you need?" Ling Feiyu responded, "Reporting to Your Excellency Yi. I have indeed come to discuss a matter." He paused briefly before continuing. "What is it? Do not keep me in suspense. Speak plainly," Yi Qingtian urged. Ling Feiyu nodded and said, "The 7 Heroes Conference is about to convene." "The 7 Heroes Conference?" Yi Qingtian's brow furrowed at the mention. Yi Changxing clarified. It is the contest for the quotas to the Canglan Secret Realm. Ah, Yi Qingtian nodded. While he may not have been familiar with the Seven Heroes Conference, he was well acquainted with the contest for the Canglan Secret Realm quotas. Every realm possesses secret realms, and the Canglan Secret Realm is the largest in the Canglan Realm, brimming with countless treasures and spiritual energy 100 times greater than that of the outside world. The Canglan Secret Realm opens once every 500 years. And with each opening, a great battle erupts within the Canglan Realm, known as the contest for the slots in the Canglan Secret Realm. This tradition has persisted for millennia. After 10,000 years, it has evolved into the current Seven Heroes Conference. The so-called Seven Heroes Conference is a martial arts tournament convened by the seven foremost powers of the Canglan Realm, wherein the younger generations of these powers compete to determine the allocation of slots in the Canglan Secret Realm. In essence, it is a fierce struggle for access to the Secret Realm. Unlike in the past, the seven elite forces now monopolize these slots, leaving no qualifications for entry to others outside of their ranks. After some explanation, Yi Qingtian gained a rough understanding of the situation. He shook his head and let out a wry smile, realizing that the Yi family had lost even the qualification to enter the Canglan Secret Realm. I proposed to include the Yi family, but this motion was unanimously rejected by the forces led by the Holy Martial Dynasty, which even threatened to expel the Silver Feather Dynasty from the Seven Heroes Conference, Ling Feiyu remarked. Very well, I comprehend the matter now, Yi Qingtian nodded. He then inquired, where will the Seven Heroes Conference be held? Ling Feiyu paused momentarily before responding. The Seven Heroes Conference is hosted in turn by the seven major forces. This time, it will take place in Yulua City of the Yuhua sect, 1 month from now. The Yuhua sect? Yi Qingtian mused, understood. Ling Feiyu added, if the esteemed Yi requires assistance, the Silver Feather Dynasty is willing to go to great lengths. It's merely a small Seven Heroes Conference, no need for such extremes. Yi Qingtian replied casually. With a wave of his hand, a massive map materialized before him. This was the power distribution map of the Canglan Realm. The Qingtian city, home to the Yi family, is located in the east of the map. Due to the decline of the Yi family over the years, the influence of Qingtian city has diminished considerably. In contrast, the Holy Martial Dynasty, which has thrived for thousands of years, occupies the center of the map, commanding vast territories and possessing the most abundant cultivation resources. The Yuhua sect lies to the south of the Holy Martial Dynasty and also holds significant power. Following their recent alliance through marriage, the Holy Martial Dynasty and the Yuhua sect have become the two most formidable forces in the Canglan Realm, with no one daring to provoke them. The remaining territories are divided among the Silver Feather Dynasty, the Ancient Sword Dynasty, the Mingyang sect, the Xingyu Pavilion, and the Xintian Hall. These constitute the seven premier forces of the present-day Canglan Realm. Changsheng, Yi Qingtian called out. Yi Changsheng responded, what is your command, grandfather? Yi Qingtian inquired, what are your thoughts on the Seven Heroes Conference? My grandson believes that the Holy Martial Dynasty is excessively oppressive, and the Yi family should assertively reclaim our qualification to enter the Canglan Secret Realm. Yi Changsheng declared. Yi Qingtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share your sentiment. His gaze fell upon Yulua city of the Yuhua sect, as if deep in contemplation. Let us first establish dominance over the Yuhua sect. The concept of the Seven Heroes Conference is commendable and should be preserved, but the membership must be dictated by the Yi family, Yi Qingtian said with narrowed eyes, his voice icy. At these words, Yi Changxing felt a surge of emotion, his blood boiling with excitement at the prospect of the upcoming Seven Heroes Conference in a month. Ling Feiyu, upon hearing these words, felt an overwhelming sense of power. This was the dignity befitting a supreme family. The heavens of the Canglan Realm were finally poised for transformation. Chapter 16. The conclusion of the Grand Tournament, the top 9 as time progressed. The clan tournament approached its conclusion. The arena resonated with thunderous cheers. At this moment, the final match was underway, a battle for the coveted first place. Yi Li stood at the forefront with an impressive score of 2,300 points, while the second place was held by an outsider named Jiang Chun, who amassed 2,230 points. Although Jiang Chun was an outsider, his ancestors had served the Yi family as skyward guardians, rendering him, in essence, a half-member of the Yi family. This marked Jiang Chun's fourth match. Thus, should he achieve a fourth consecutive victory, he would earn an additional 80 points, surpassing Yi Li by 10 points. Consequently, the outcome of this battle would directly determine who would claim the title of champion in this clan tournament. Both competitors were at the 6th level of the Spirit Fusion realm, their realms strikingly close, and their strengths comparable. In their previous encounters, they had exchanged victories. The outcome of this final match remained uncertain. I wager 100 spirit stones that Jiang Chun will prevail. Some argued that Jiang Chun, having fought 3 consecutive battles, was at a disadvantage in this fourth match, favoring Yi Li's chances. Such reasoning was flawed. Despite Jiang Qin's 3 prior battles, his opponents had proven feeble, leaving him with ample spiritual energy, effectively serving as a warm-up, which kept his chances of victory substantial. You underestimate the situation. Do you truly believe Jiang Qin can win? This is a tournament held by the Yi family. Does he dare to triumph? Silence. The grand performance has commenced. Within the arena, spectators speculated incessantly, placing bets and voicing their opinions. Amidst their fervent discussions, Yi Li and Jiang Qin engaged in an intense clash. Boom, boom, boom. The arena echoed with explosive sounds as their fierce assaults shattered the stone bricks beneath them. In the Qingtian hall, Yi Qingtian keenly observed this final match, his focus unwavering on the ethereal projection. His gaze fixated on Jiang Qin as he murmured, "This Jiang Qin possesses a rather extraordinary physique." Yi Changsheng promptly elucidated, "Grandfather." Jiang Qin's ancestor was a skyward guardian named Jiang Quang, who had an exceptional physique and immense strength. It is likely that Jiang Qin has inherited this remarkable trait. It is neither a spiritual body nor a sacred body, and certainly not a supreme body, yet he boasts such astonishing physical prowess. Quite intriguing. Yi Qingtian expressed a keen interest in Jiang Qin's physique. Jiang Qin is destined to lose, Yi Changsheng remarked. At that moment, Jiang Qin exhibited signs of decline, retreating steadily under Yi Li's relentless onslaught. That lad is deliberately holding back, Yi Qingtian observed. Yi Changsheng chuckled. He is aware that he must preserve some dignity for the Yi family, given their respective realms. It was evident that Jiang Qin was not exerting his full strength in the battle. Nevertheless, the first and second places hold little significance for me, Yi Qingtian stated nonchalantly. In truth, this clan tournament had not specifically distinguished the first place as a separate accolade. Yi Qingtian sought a place among the top 10, however. The arrangement of positions, who stands before whom, bore little significance, for the resources each acquired were identical. Within the arena, amidst a chorus of disdain, Jiang Qin found himself beneath the platform. Eliminated. Defeated. Yi Li emerged victorious. With Yi Li's triumph, the grand family competition reached a splendid conclusion. Following this, the awards ceremony commenced. According to the regulations, those ranked from 200 to 100 received a transformational pill. From 99 to 50, a feather transformation pill was bestowed. Those ranking from 49 to 20 received a feather transformation pill along with a mid-grade mystical artifact. The 19th to 10th places garnered a feather transformation pill, a top-grade mystical artifact, and the status of candidate for the Qingtian Guard. Yet, for those ranked from 9th to 1st, the rewards remained undisclosed. After the competition concluded, they were escorted to the Qingtian Hall. At this moment, the gathered individuals awaited outside the hall. "Hey, what do you think this mysterious reward is?" inquired a handsome young man. "I have no idea," someone replied, "but it must include at least one top-grade mystical artifact. Could it possibly be a sacred artifact?" Another murmured, "A sacred artifact? How bold of you to think that. We are 9 individuals. That would mean 9 sacred artifacts. Do you comprehend the implications?" Another shook his head. Artifacts are classified into 6 grades: low, medium, high, mystical, sacred, and imperial. Each grade further divides into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Sacred artifacts, while only one tier above mystical artifacts, are far rarer and incomparable in value. Many emperors wield only sacred artifacts. There is no need for speculation. "We shall know soon enough," Yi Li remarked, unable to restrain himself from interrupting the idle conjectures of the crowd. Upon hearing Yi Li's words, the group fell silent, awaiting patiently. "Wait, aren't there supposed to be 9 of us? Why is one missing?" Someone suddenly spoke up. Only then did they notice that only 8 individuals awaited outside the hall. At that moment, the grand doors of the Qingtian Hall slowly swung open. A serene woman emerged. "It's Yi Qingqing. I remember now. Yi Qingqing is in 8th place. But how could she have come out from within the Qingtian Hall?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the poised woman. Even Yi Li was filled with confusion. His recollection of Yi Qingqing halted at her 7 consecutive victories just days prior, after which she seemed to have encountered some issues and subsequently vanished. Following that day, she did not appear in any subsequent matches. Nevertheless, in the final rankings, she still secured a spot in the top 9 with her 7 victories, placing 8th. Could it be that during her absence, Yi Qingqing had been cultivating within the Qingtian Hall? Wait, her strength is at the 5th level of the spirit fusion realm. How could this be? As Yi Li sensed the formidable aura radiating from Yi Qingqing, he was utterly astonished. He distinctly remembered that she had not yet reached the spirit fusion realm during her 7 consecutive victories. Yet now, Yi Qingqing had attained the 5th level of the spirit fusion realm. This was beyond belief. Yi Li gazed at Yi Qingqing, utterly astonished. Jiang Qin, standing nearby, also noticed this change, his eyes narrowing slightly. They were filled with anticipation for the impending rewards. Meanwhile, others continued to ponder why Yi Qingqing had emerged from the Qingtian hall. "You may come in," Yi Qingqing said, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. Her voice soft yet authoritative. Upon hearing her words, the group hurriedly stepped forward, entering the Qingtian hall one by one. The first they encountered was Yi Changsheng, who held a booklet in his hands, regarding them with keen interest. He began to read aloud. "Yi Li, Jiang Chun, Yi Tianlong, Yi Beiwang, Yi Danyu, Zhou Han, Zhao Yijin, Yi Qingqing, Yi Xingchen." Chapter 17. Oh, newcomers again? The assembled individuals looked at Yi Changsheng with eyes full of reverence. They were well aware that while the ostensible head of the Yi family was Yi Chuan, the true power resided with Yi Changsheng, who could directly appoint or dismiss the family head. In the battle against the Shengwu Empire, Yi Changsheng had single-handedly contended with the 5 great sovereigns of the Shengwu Empire and Yuhua sect. He was indeed a genuine sovereign. Standing at the pinnacle of the Canglan Realm, Yi Li suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." The others, witnessing this, quickly followed suit, uniformly kneeling and respectfully declaring, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." "Rise," Yi Changsheng replied nonchalantly. He then turned, bowing to a youthful figure behind him, saying, "Grandfather." These 9 are the top 9 from the family competition. As the crowd stood, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. The ancestor of the Yi family was bowing to a young man. Moreover, the words he spoke were imbued with profound respect, akin to how they had knelt before Yi Changsheng. In disbelief, they stared at this astonishing scene, their minds swirling with questions. Who could possibly command such reverence from the Yi family's ancestor? Rumors spoke of an alliance between the Silver Feather Empire and the Yi family. Could this individual be a sovereign of the Silver Feather Empire? Even a sovereign of the Silver Feather Empire would not warrant such respect from the Yi family ancestor. That could only imply a figure of supreme stature. If I heard correctly, the ancestor just called that person grandfather? Whispers filled the air, each person lost in thought. Yi Li grasped the significance of this revelation, his pupils contracting sharply. Who was the grandfather of Changsheng ancestor? The legendary Yi sovereign who had looked down upon the world a millennium ago. Could it be? "I pay my respects to our ancestor." At that moment, Yi Qingqing's melodious voice rang in his ears. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li immediately understood. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he knelt, echoing Yi Qingqing's declaration. "I pay my respects to our ancestor." The crowd, somewhat bewildered, wondered why they were bowing again after just having done so. However, seeing both Yi Li and Yi Qingqing kneel, they felt compelled to follow suit once more. "Rise," Yi Qingtian's deep voice resonated throughout the Qingtian hall. He took a few steps forward, looking at the assembled group, and proclaimed, "Indeed, you are all dragons and phoenixes among men, with a promising future ahead. Congratulations. You have become the chosen ones." Chosen ones? What does that entail? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, a look of confusion spread across the faces of the crowd. Without further elaboration, Yi Qingtian glanced at Yi Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, please enlighten them." Yi Qingqing stepped forward and explained, "The term chosen one also signifies the candidate for supremacy, which is the ultimate reward of this family competition. Furthermore, everything you see and hear here must remain confidential." This last statement was not imparted to her by Yi Qingtian. Rather, it was her own realization. In her perspective, the cultivation of the Supreme Being was a matter of utmost secrecy for the Yi family. Although the 2 elders had not explicitly instructed her to maintain confidentiality, her keen awareness recognized the extraordinary nature of this undertaking, ensuring that it must not be disclosed. The candidate for supremacy? The crowd trembled with excitement upon hearing those 5 words. While they were uncertain of the precise meaning of chosen one, they were acutely aware of what supreme and candidate entailed. Currently, there are 11 of you. I will provide you with unimaginable resources for cultivation. 1 year from now, the weakest among you at the same level will be ruthlessly eliminated. In the future, there may be others who join the ranks of the chosen ones, ultimately resulting in the emergence of 7 supremes. Yi Qingtian spoke slowly. Such words resonated as astonishing revelations in the ears of the crowd, yet when spoken by Yi Qingtian, they seemed as mundane as the act of eating or drinking. Although the crowd had not fully grasped the concept, they understood the general implication. They were to cultivate supremes. The very thought of cultivating supremes was beyond their comprehension. It was utterly astonishing. Throughout the vast history of the 9 realms, who would dare claim the ability to nurture a supreme? When has it ever been possible to cultivate such a being? Had anyone else uttered these words, they would have laughed derisively and scorned the speaker's wisdom. However, the one making this proclamation was none other than the legendary Supreme who had traversed the 9 realms a millennium ago. The crowd was not foolish. Within the Yi family, There existed only one person who could command such deference from Yi Changxing, the supreme of the Yi family. Yi Qingtian did not engage them further. Instead, he cast everyone into the time-space tower, though he chose not to enter himself. With the 7 heroes conference approaching, he pondered how the Yi family should magnificently present themselves at the event. Inside the time-space tower, what is this place? One moment they were in the Qingtian hall, and the next, darkness enveloped them, transporting them to an unfamiliar location, leaving the crowd disoriented. Only Yi Qingqing, having cultivated in the time-space tower for an extended period, was accustomed to everything here. Qingmei, was that person truly our esteemed ancestor? Yi Li asked impatiently. Yi Qingqing cast him a glance and replied coolly. Who else could command such respect from the elder Changxing? Upon hearing this, Yi Li was filled with exhilaration. Although Yi Qingqing had not given him a definitive answer, it was clear that his previous conjecture was correct. Yet, someone furrowed their brow and questioned. But wasn't he the legendary Yi Supreme surrounded and slain by the 18 Supremes of the Supreme Hall? Yi Qingqing cast a glance at him, her voice laced with frost. You all are no longer young and should possess a modicum of understanding. Some matters are beyond our comprehension and certainly beyond our capacity for discussion. Our ancestors have bestowed upon us this tremendous opportunity. Our duty is to seize it and strive to become one of the 7 ultimate sovereigns. The younger members of the Yi family gazed at Yi Qingqing, and upon hearing her words, they felt that the Yi Qingqing before them was no longer the somewhat naive girl they remembered. In terms of both cultivation level and mindset, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Confusion swept through the crowd. How could Yi Qingqing's change be so profound in less than 10 days? Qingqing, what is this place? Yi Li interjected, diverting the topic from their ancestors. Yi Qingqing explained, this place is known as the Time-Space Tower, where time flows at 100 times the rate of the outside world. Here, 100 days pass while only a single day elapses outside. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the onlookers. 1 day outside, 100 days here? Is there truly such a miraculous phenomenon in the world? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, I see. Yi Li responded, suddenly enlightened. Yi Qingqing's dramatic transformation was undoubtedly due to this time-space tower. Although they perceived her absence as merely a few days, in reality, she had quietly cultivated for several hundred days here. Ah, are there newcomers again? Suddenly, a childish voice chimed in, interrupting their thoughts. The crowd turned to locate the source of the voice, only to find a child perched on a branch of a large tree behind them, nonchalantly swinging his dainty feet. Seeing the child, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. What is a child doing here? Yi Qingqing noticed the puzzled expressions on their faces and began to explain. This is, but before she could finish, she was interrupted. Who are you, little one? It was Jiang Chun who spoke. Yi Qingqing shot a glance at Jiang Chun, falling silent and choosing not to elaborate further. Qin Yun had previously suffered at the hands of Yi Leiming, having been reprimanded by him. These individuals would not truly grasp the immense power concealed within what seemed to be the tender body of Yi Leiming unless they experienced the lesson firsthand. She quietly stepped back, positioning herself behind the others, her expression eager as she awaited the unfolding drama. Yi Leiming declared, My name is Yi Leiming, and I am your senior brother. Ha! Where did this little brat come from? Your mother is calling you home for dinner. Laughter erupted among the crowd. These individuals had been chosen from thousands, and upon becoming the chosen ones, their egos swelled. They scoffed at Yi Leiming's words, dismissing them as the nonsensical babble of a child, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. Upon hearing this, Yi Leiming bristled, hands on his hips, and retorted angrily. If any of you are unconvinced, feel free to challenge me. If you can defeat me, the position of senior brother is yours. Such a naive little brat. I shall teach you a lesson. A member of the Yi family stepped forward, prepared to confront Yi Leiming. This individual, Yi Qingtian, is ranked 9th in the family competition, yet he remains oblivious to the formidable creature he faces. Yi Qingtian, is it not rather brazen of you to bully a child in such a flagrant manner? Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Yi Qingtian replied, Fear not, I shall show mercy. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when he was struck by Yi Leiming's fist, sent crashing against a massive boulder. You certainly do talk too much. Yi Leiming remarked, dusting off his hands. Is there anyone else? The crowd fell silent, their laughter extinguished as they beheld the battered Yi Qingtian, struggling to rise amidst a cloud of dust, looking utterly disheveled. Clutching his chest in agony, he cast a horrified glance at Yi Leiming. Brother Qingtian, what has transpired? To be bested by a mere child is hardly an act of leniency, came a voice filled with derision. The speaker was not from the Yi family, but Zhao Yijian, ranked 7th in the family competition. Yi Qingtian, upon hearing this, chose not to engage in a dispute, merely shaking his head. The force of Yi Leiming's punch was beyond description. He had indeed shown restraint, considering his opponent was but a child, Yet this was no longer a matter of leniency. Even if he had fought with all his might, he doubted he could match the child. Such a realization could only be comprehended through personal experience. Hence, he silently regarded Zhao Yijian. Zhao Yijian arrogantly declared, "That was merely the weakest among us. Defeating him is hardly a feat worthy of pride." Yi Laming scoffed. "You are scarcely any better." "Humph," Zhao Yijian retorted, then transformed into a streak of light, launching himself at Yi Laming. Zhao Yijian's agility was indeed remarkable. "Look, this little fellow stands there, utterly incapable of perceiving Zhao Yijian's movements." The crowd marveled at Zhao Yijian's skill. It was precisely his elusive technique that had secured him a place among the top 9. Yet, with a mere motion, Yi Laming remained stationary, launching a punch that struck Zhao Yijian with pinpoint accuracy. Like Yi Qingtian, Zhao Yijian was sent flying. "Such trickery, mere flourish, is of no consequence," Yi Laming stated, shaking his head disdainfully. "It was merely an accident." Zhao Yijian emerged from the rubble, refusing to concede defeat. Observing Zhao Yijian's fall, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. The successive defeats of Yi Qingtian and Zhao Yijian signified one undeniable truth. The strength of this child far exceeded their expectations. "Enough, this ends now," Jiang Chun interjected, his tone cold. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Yi Laming. Jiang Chun, ranked second in the family competition, was fully aware that he had previously held back against Yi Li. This was a fact well known to Yi Li as well. Jiang Chun was the most formidable among the 9, and his engagement signified a serious acknowledgement of this child's prowess. "I must admit, your strength is impressive," Jiang Chun remarked. Yi Laming felt a surge of pride upon hearing Jiang Chun's praise and replied, "Of course. Coincidentally, my strength is formidable as well." Jiang Chun responded, "Let us exchange a punch, and you shall discover." "Very well." Yi Laming clenched his small fist and promptly launched his strike. Jiang Chun, summoning all his might, unleashed his most powerful blow. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, generating a fierce shockwave. "This little fellow possesses remarkable strength," Jiang Chun thought, realizing the terrifying capabilities of Yi Laming. Among peers of the same age and realm, Yi Laming was nearly invincible, endowed with innate divine strength that overwhelmingly surpassed his opponents. It was understood that during his match with Yi Li, he had intentionally held back to allow Yi Li to secure the family's honor. However, facing this young challenger, he felt a sense of powerlessness. Although Yi Laming's fists were small, the force behind them was astonishing and seemingly inexhaustible. With a final, thunderous impact, Jiang Chun was sent flying. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished that the mightiest among them had been defeated. "Perhaps he is not as strong as I thought. I barely exerted myself, and you faltered," Yi Laming remarked with a hint of disappointment. Hearing his words, the crowd was filled with mixed emotions and inexplicable shame. Yi Qingqing, observing the crowd's chastisement, felt an immense sense of joy. "Qingqing, you must be aware of this fellow's true strength," Yi Li remarked. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yi Qingqing nodded. "Indeed, I am aware." "You ought to have warned us," Yi Li replied. "I intended to, but no one would listen. Moreover, without experiencing some defeat, it is difficult for you to truly comprehend his strength. Being humbled serves as a valuable lesson in recognizing the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth." Chapter 19. The Young Master of the Yi Family. Sun Devourer. Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's words, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Just moments ago, they had spoken dismissively of Yi Laming, only to be soundly reprimanded by him. "Is there anyone still unconvinced?" Yi Laming challenged. Unconvinced? Even Jiang Chun, with his innate divine strength, was utterly defeated. Who dares to stand against that? All hail the senior brother. The crowd collectively bowed their heads and proclaimed, "Humph, I expected more from you." "It seems you are not as impressive as I thought," Yi Laming remarked, his expression one of indifference. "Yi Li, when did your family produce such an anomaly?" Jiang Chun asked, his face a mask of despair. This was the first time Jiang Chun, endowed with innate divine strength, had experienced such a defeat, especially at the hands of a child. Yi Li shook his head and replied, "You ask me? Who am I to inquire?" Since birth, Yi Laming had been taken under the wing of Yi Qingtian and raised in the Qingtian Hall, training within the time-space tower. Within the Yi family, few were aware of Yi Laming's existence. What defines a genius? This is what true genius looks like. Jiang Chun gazed at Yi Laming and couldn't help but express his admiration. It is hard to fathom the accomplishments he might have achieved at our age. At the very least, he must be a master. Masters stand beneath the Battle King, and throughout the millennia of the Canglan Realm. Those who reach the Master Realm in their 20s are exceedingly rare. However, he was unaware that at this very moment, Yi Laming had already attained the Battle King realm. Albeit his powers were suppressed, revealing only the stage of the merging spirit realm. Upon entering the time-space tower, he encountered setbacks. Following this defeat, The inflated egos of the others gradually cooled. They came to realize that anyone esteemed by the ancestors of the Yi family was far from ordinary. Each was as formidable as themselves. Remaining here would not be simple. To secure their place here a year hence, they commenced fervent cultivation. In the external world, at the Qingtian Hall, Yi Shao approached the ancestors with reverence. Clad in black armor, a man was dispatched to the Qingtian Hall. His demeanor was icy, and his gaze sharp as a blade. The bloodstains on his black armor attested to his remarkable achievements. Yi Shao, the young master of the Yi family, had reached the master realm at the tender age of 35, showcasing extraordinary talent. In recent days, he had fought alongside Yi Wanchong, achieving numerous victories. Rise, Yi Qingtian gestured. Thank you, ancestor. Yi Shao replied. You are aware of the Seven Heroes Conference, are you not? Yi Qingtian inquired. Indeed, Yi Shao responded. The Seven Heroes Conference is a martial arts tournament held by the seven major powers, led by the Holy Martial Dynasty. With the true objective of competing for a spot in the Canglan Secret Realm, each faction will dispatch a practitioner under 50 years of age to compete, typically a prince of a dynasty or a holy son of a sect. His answer was clear and detailed, indicating his profound understanding and yearning for the Seven Heroes Conference. Thus, you comprehend the purpose of my summoning you. Yi Qingtian continued. Upon hearing this, Yi Shao initially hesitated, but then composed himself and declared solemnly, I am willing to brave fire and water for the family. The mention of the Seven Heroes Conference by the ancestor, though unspoken, was unmistakably the reason for his summons. At the conference, the dynasty sends forth its princes, the sects their holy sons, and he, as the young master of the Yi family, holds a status equivalent to that of a prince or holy son. If the Yi family were to participate in the Seven Heroes Conference, it was only fitting that he, as the young master, should take part in the battle. Excellent. Yi Qingtian observed Yi Shao, nodding slightly. He appreciated individuals who grasped the essence of matters swiftly. There was a reason Yi Shao had become the young master. He was astute, valiant, and held considerable esteem within the Yi family, garnering numerous supporters. Unfortunately, due to Yi Zhao's age and his attainment of the master realm, his path of cultivation had essentially solidified. Otherwise, Yi Qingtian would have included him in the supreme plan. What weapon do you wield? Yi Qingtian inquired further. I use a saber, a battle saber. Yi Shao replied. A battle saber? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian flipped his palm, revealing a battle saber emanating a golden luminescence. From a distance, Yi Shao could sense the terrifying energy concealed within that saber. Beside him, Yi Changxing gazed upon the battle blade with an inward gasp. This is a sacred-grade spiritual weapon. The blade, named Sun Devourer, is a pinnacle sacred-grade artifact. Yi Qingtian spoke slowly. Upon hearing his words, both Yi Changxing and Yi Shao could not help but draw a sharp breath. A pinnacle sacred-grade weapon is nearly the highest echelon of spiritual artifacts, coveted by all factions. Yet, to Yi Qingtian, such an artifact was mentioned with a sense of nonchalance. However, with your mastery at the 4th level, it is likely beyond your capability to wield, Yi Qingtian continued, and then he flicked the Sun Devourer lightly, stating, I have sealed its power. Now, it is merely a low-grade sacred weapon. Whoosh! The Sun Devourer hovered in Yi Qingtian's palm, and with a casual wave, it transformed into a streak of radiant light, hurtling towards Yi Shao. Clang! The Sun Devourer struck heavily against the stone slab before Yi Shao. Staring at the blade now so close, Yi Zhao's throat constricted, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this sword was intended for him, and for a long moment, he hesitated to reach for it. Noticing this, Yi Changxing chuckled lightly. What is the matter? Do you not desire it? If you do not want it, I shall gladly take it. I want it. Yi Shao quickly replied, and then grasped the hilt of the Sun Devourer. In that instant, he felt as if he were enveloped in an illusion, as a resplendent sun radiated before his eyes. Suddenly, a blade swallowed that blazing sun, and in an instant, the world around him changed dramatically. Just by holding the hilt, Yi Shao sensed the overwhelming force of the Sun Devourer. Yet, its power was so formidable that he could scarcely maintain his grip. The harder he tried, the more the blade resisted him. Such a weapon of this caliber will repel its wielder while simultaneously seeking a master, Yi Changxing explained. Infuse the blade with your blood and nurture its spirit with your essence. After a few days, your bloodline and mental imprint will be etched upon it. At that time, the bond between you and this blade will deepen, allowing for a more profound power to be unleashed. A master? Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. Yi Zhao's eyes brightened at these words, and he swiftly cut his palm, allowing his blood to flow onto the blade's surface. As his blood merged with the Sun Devourer, Yi Shao distinctly felt its resistance diminish. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to the ancestor for bestowing the blade? Yi Changxing reminded him. Realizing he had been too overwhelmed with excitement and had not yet thanked his ancestor, Yi Shao quickly knelt and said, "Thank you, Ancestor, for the blade." Chapter 20. Raising the banner. Marching forth with the 7 heroes conference approaching. Prepare yourself thoroughly. Yi Qingtian gestured for him to rise, saying, "You shall become the focal point of the 7 heroes conference." Yi Shao complied. Clutching the Sun Devourer, he felt an unprecedented sense of mission. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. After departing from Qingtian Hall, he diligently prepared for the 7 heroes conference, gathering intelligence on the remarkable individuals from the 7 great factions, immersing himself in research. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, less than 2 days remained until the commencement of the 7 heroes conference. On this day, the plaza outside the Qingtian Hall was thronged with numerous disciples of the Yi family. Above the hall, several flying vessels hovered, each adorned with a magnificent banner emblazoned with a bold character for Yi. This was the battle standard of the Yi family. Eons ago, the Yi family's banner had swept across the 9 realms, instilling awe and reverence. The disciples gazed at the Yi family battle flag on the vessels, their spirits ignited with fervor. Today, 2 significant announcements were to be made. The family patriarch, Yi Chuan, hovered in midair, surveying the assembly from his elevated position. As the crowd turned their gaze upward, focused intently on Yi Chuan, he proclaimed, "The first matter at hand is that the 7 heroes conference is imminent, and shortly we shall embark on the flying vessels to Yuhua City to partake in this gathering." The news of their participation had circulated recently, well known among them, and a selection of accompanying disciples had been openly chosen, thus eliciting no surprise. Their curiosity lay with the second announcement. In a grave tone, Yi Chuan began to elaborate on this second matter, pausing momentarily to gesture toward the side. The crowd followed his direction and beheld 2 guards clad in golden armor, escorting an elderly man to the entrance of the Qingtian Hall. The old man, with his white hair and beard, appeared disheveled and in poor spirits. "Is that not the 3rd elder?" Someone with sharp eyes recognized him immediately. To be precise, it was the former 3rd elder, another corrected. "What has befallen the 3rd elder? And why is he being escorted by the Qingtian guards?" "I heard that the 3rd elder betrayed the family and was imprisoned. I was skeptical, but now it seems that rumor may indeed hold truth." Gasps of disbelief rippled through the assembly. "Betrayed the family? Is there any proof?" Such allegations should not be made lightly. As the sight of the 3rd elder being escorted by the 2 guards unfolded, whispers of speculation erupted among the crowd. "Silence!" Yi Chuan commanded. The crowd fell into a hush at his authoritative rebuke. Yi Chuan continued, "The second matter is this. The 3rd elder conspired in secrecy with the Shengwu dynasty, betraying our family, and the evidence has been verified." At his declaration, the plaza erupted into a clamor once more. While many had heard whispers of such treachery, the gravity of the revelation, unconfirmed until now, left them in shock. They had been unwilling to accept the rumors, for the 3rd elder had shed blood for the family. The confirmation of his betrayal struck them with immense disbelief. How despicable! As an elder of our family, he colluded with the Shengwu dynasty, selling out our interests. He is unworthy of the title. It is no wonder that during my last covert mission, I was ambushed with precision by the Shengwu dynasty. Only the upper echelons of the family were privy to that mission's details. I had pondered how the Shengwu dynasty came to know. Now it is clear that a traitor lurked within our ranks. To betray the family is a grave sin. Many exclaimed in outrage. Questions that had long perplexed them now appeared to have found their answers. If they possessed rotten cabbages or foul eggs, they would undoubtedly hurl them at the 3rd elder without hesitation. Yi Chuan spoke in a grave tone. The 3rd elder, for his own selfish interests, has colluded with the sacred martial dynasty, betraying the family's benefits and selling out his kin. The evidence is irrefutable. He shall face no mercy. Today, we shall set forth to the 7 heroes assembly and use your blood to consecrate our banner. No, no, no. The 3rd elder suddenly went into a frenzy, the instinct for survival driving him to struggle desperately against the shackles of the Skyward Guards. Yet, the might of the Skyward Guards was formidable, easily subduing him and forcing him to kneel upon the ground. "I have fought for the family for many years. Even if I have no merits, I have endured hardships. You cannot kill me. Even without me, the sacred martial dynasty would still attack Qingtian City. My actions were solely to preserve the embers of the Yi family." The 3rd elder continued to argue even at the brink of death. Yi Chuan shook his head, his voice icy. "The evidence is as solid as a mountain. Execute him." With a swift motion, a chilling blade of light cleaved through the air. A head fell to the ground, blood splattering the scene. This is the fate that awaits those who betray their family. No one shall be forgiven. Yi Chuan's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice cold. In truth, the 3rd elder had lived longer than he should have. At the time of the family competition, in order not to disrupt the proceedings, they had planned to punish the 3rd elder after its conclusion. However, once the family competition ended. Qingtian had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Seven Heroes Assembly and had completely forgotten about this issue. It was only in recent days, having found some leisure, that he recalled the matter and decided to publicly punish the Third Elder during their expedition to the Seven Heroes Assembly, using the blood of a traitor to consecrate their banner as a warning to others. Outside the Qingtian Hall, a profound silence enveloped the air. The crowd stared at the bloody head of the Third Elder, rendered speechless. Although they had vocally condemned the Third Elder, none had anticipated that the family head would actually execute him in public. This scene left an indelible mark in their hearts, one that would linger long after. Set forth. After dealing with the Third Elder, Yi Chuan issued another command. The selected disciples of the Yi family began to board the flying vessels. The vessels glided forward slowly, their battle flags fluttering in the wind. On the ground, the crowd watched as the vessels departed, soon vanishing into the horizon. Upon the flying vessel, Yi Qingtian stood on the deck, hands clasped behind his back, quietly surveying the vast expanse of land. Over the millennia, the changes in the Canglan Realm had been immense, rendering many things unfamiliar. Some individuals had also faded into the river of time. Yi Qingtian couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, his heart heavy with contemplation. Yi Changxing stood by his side, silent. Yuhua City, the most prosperous city within the Yuhua sect, held paramount significance for the sect. At that moment, a multitude of flying vessels were en route to Yuhua City. These vessels belonged to various major powers, all converging to participate in the Seven Heroes Assembly, the Sacred Martial Dynasty, the Silver Feather Dynasty, the Ancient Sword Dynasty, the Mingyang Sect, the Xingyu Pavilion, the Xiantian Hall, and the Yuhua sect itself. In addition to the seven foremost powers, numerous smaller factions also made their way there, not to vie for positions, but to witness the pinnacle clash among the seven leading forces. After all, the gathering of the seven top powers in one city was a rare spectacle, one that many would only hope to see once in their lifetime. Chapter 21. Has my master broken the seal? The venue for the Seven Heroes Conference is situated atop the most renowned floating platform in Feathered City. True to its name, the floating platform serves as a martial arts arena suspended in midair. The Feathered sect has meticulously arranged numerous formations, allowing the entire arena to hover gracefully above the ground. At the heart of the floating platform lies a colossal competition stage, surrounded by seating that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators. The Seven Heroes Conference is a pinnacle contest among the foremost powers, and each iteration of this grand event, heavily publicized, draws countless onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. However, to ascend the floating platform and partake in the viewing, one must pay a substantial fee to obtain an entry ticket. Furthermore, the price of these tickets varies depending on the desirability of the viewing location. With each occurrence of the Seven Heroes Conference, the revenue from ticket sales alone amounts to billions of spirit stones. The air is thick with anticipation as the airships of the seven great factions arrive in succession. The airships of the Sacred Martial Dynasty are particularly imposing, with 10 resplendent vessels soaring through the skies, exuding an aura of undeniable power that showcases the might of the dynasty. As allies of the Feathered sect, the Sacred Martial Dynasty enjoys the highest privileges, even surpassing those of the Feathered sect itself. Following them are the airships of the Ancient Sword Dynasty, which resemble swords, piercing through the air with a sharpness that is almost palpable. Unlike the Sacred Martial Dynasty's flamboyance, the Ancient Sword Dynasty has dispatched a mere 3 vessels. The Silver Feather Dynasty's airships are adorned with a pair of distinguishing silver plumes, easily recognizable. The airship of the Radiant Sun sect approaches like a brilliant sun, gradually making its way from the distance. The Sacred Martial Dynasty has arrived. The Ancient Sword Dynasty and the Silver Feather Dynasty have also made their entrance. The airship of the Radiant Sun sect has arrived as well. Amidst the cheers of the multitude, one by one, the airships land in Feathered City. For the common folk, witnessing the arrival of the 7 great factions' vessels is a rare visual feast. Upon reaching Feathered City, each faction seeks a place to settle, either to cultivate their spirits or to leisurely stroll through the city, awaiting the commencement of the Seven Heroes Conference. One cannot help but wonder how Master Yi has orchestrated this. Feeling rather idle, Ling Feiyu wandered into a tavern, selecting a seat by the window, where he ordered a pot of wine and sipped leisurely. It was quite a pleasant experience. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated nearby. Ling Feiyu lifted his gaze to discover that the source of the commotion was a restaurant across the street. A young man dressed in extravagant attire was unceremoniously expelled from the establishment by a woman of breathtaking beauty, landing on the ground in a state of utter disarray. The tumult of the altercation attracted a group of guards, who upon arrival, first bowed and apologized profusely to the woman before forcibly dragging the lavishly dressed youth away from the scene. Clearly, the young man had provoked someone he ought not to have, Such incidents are commonplace. Local ruffians, accustomed to their reckless ways, often find themselves in trouble when their judgment is clouded. The maidservant of the saintess of the Qingtian temple, Ling Feiyu, murmured, recognizing the identity of the woman. Even a maidservant of the saintess is not someone that the local scions can afford to offend lightly. After all, even the maidservants represent the dignity of the Zentiangong. Those who are able to attend the Seven Heroes Conference possess remarkable status. Do you mind if I sit here? A resonant voice echoed in Ling Feiyu's ear. A slight smile graced Ling Feiyu's lips as he replied, "Of course not." Opposite him sat a robust middle-aged man clad in red, who poured himself a drink from the wine ordered by Ling Feiyu and downed it in one gulp. "Master Lu has quite a tolerance for alcohol," remarked Ling Feiyu. The man before him was Lu Yin, the current leader of the Mingyang sect. Lu Yin casually set up a soundproof barrier and said to Ling Feiyu, "Your Highness, my ancestor requests your presence. May we move to another location?" Upon hearing this, Ling Feiyu's gaze sharpened slightly, and he nodded, saying, "Certainly." He could roughly surmise why the ancestor of the Mingyang sect wished to meet him. Subsequently, Ling Feiyu followed Lu Yin to the residence of the Mingyang sect, passing through layers of guards until they finally arrived at a door. "Ancestor, Ling Feiyu has arrived," Lu Yin whispered at the entrance. "Let him in," came an elderly voice from within. With a creak, Lu Yin pushed open the door and entered alongside Ling Feiyu. Upon entering, Ling Feiyu was greeted by a blaze. From within the flames emerged a figure, tall and upright, with hair as red as fire. This was Lu Mingyang, the ancestor of the Mingyang sect. Lu Mingyang was a peak emperor, once a formidable presence in the Canglan Realm. However, with the passage of time, he now relied on seclusion to prolong his dwindling lifespan. "I pay my respects to the old sect master," Ling Feiyu said with a slight bow, his tone tinged with respect. Lu Mingyang regarded Ling Feiyu and, getting straight to the point, asked in a low voice, "Has my master broken the seal?" Upon hearing this, Ling Feiyu's expression turned grave, and he instinctively glanced around. He had anticipated that Lu Mingyang would broach such a topic, but he had not expected it to be so explosive right from the outset. "Rest assured, this room is protected by a formation that isolates sound. No noise or consciousness can be transmitted or eavesdropped upon," Lu Mingyang reassured him, discerning Ling Feiyu's apprehension. Only then did Ling Feiyu nod, responding, "Yes." As a disciple of Qingtian, there was nothing to conceal from Lu Mingyang. The simple affirmation felt like a colossal stone, stirring tumultuous waves deep within Lu Mingyang's heart. "Master." Lu Mingyang trembled with excitement. He had never imagined he would have the chance to see his master again. Previously, when Qingtian city had come under attack from the Holy Martial Dynasty, the Mingyang sect had also faced a surprise assault, preventing them from providing support to Qingtian city. Later, Lu Mingyang learned that Ling Feiyu of the Silver Feather Dynasty had intervened, claiming an alliance with the Yi family, thereby rescuing Qingtian city and the Yi family. At that moment, he found it perplexing why the usually neutral Silver Feather Dynasty would involve itself in the affairs of the Yi family, even at the risk of offending the Holy Martial Dynasty and the Feather Transformation sect. No matter how he pondered, he could not grasp the reasoning. Lu Mingyang had considered visiting Qingtian city personally to investigate, but was outright refused by Yi Chongqing. Certainly, this reflects Yi Qingtian's intentions. At that time, Yi Qingtian was preoccupied with internal matters concerning the Yi family, strategizing for the future, and had no time to meet him. Later, Lu Mingyang discovered that Ling Feiyu had been dispatched by the Supreme Hall to oversee the seal of Yi Qingtian in the Forbidden Zone. However, Ling Feiyu left the Forbidden Zone before the designated period had expired and, upon returning to the Canglan Realm, forcefully intervened in the affairs of the Yi family and the Shengwu dynasty, thwarting plans that had been in the making for centuries. Upon learning of this, Lu Mingyang harbored a remarkably audacious conjecture. Chapter 22. An uninvited guest, he speculated that his master had broken the seal of the Nine Realms Forbidden Zone and had subdued Ling Feiyu. This would explain why Ling Feiyu was willing to risk the entirety of the Silver Feather Dynasty and the Shengwu dynasty as adversaries. Such a conjecture transcended mere boldness. It was utterly fantastical. It is widely known that Yi Qingtian was besieged and killed by the 18 Supremes, with his remains sealed within the Nine Realms Forbidden Zone. A millennium has passed, and the name Yi Qingtian has nearly faded from the collective memory, seldom mentioned by anyone. In the eyes of the world, Yi Qingtian is long considered deceased. No one could survive the combined onslaught of the 18 Supremes, even if that individual were the unparalleled Yi Qingtian. Yet, Lu Mingyang held a different belief. He was convinced that his master was a destined individual who would not perish easily, and that one day he would return to the Canglan Realm. While all others believed Yi Qingtian was dead, only Lu Mingyang maintained that he was still alive. Even Lu Mingyang's descendants thought their venerable ancestor was too old and perhaps not in his right mind. However, reality would prove Lu Mingyang's fanciful conjecture to be correct. You all stay here for the Seven Heroes Conference. I must make a trip to Qingtian City, Lu Mingyang said, suppressing his inner excitement with a solemn tone. Now that he had received confirmed information regarding Yi Qingtian's return from the seal, it was his duty as a disciple to pay respects to his master. Ancestor, why not wait until the Seven Heroes Conference concludes? I can accompany you to Qingtian City for the visit, Lu Yin suggested. Lu Mingyang retorted, for me, this matter holds greater significance than the survival of the Mingyang sect. How can I delay? In Lu Mingyang's heart, honoring his master was paramount above all else. Ling Feiyu interjected, if the old sect master wishes to meet with Lord Yi, there is no need to travel to Qingtian City. What do you mean by that? Lu Mingyang inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Ling Feiyu explained, because Lord Yi will also be attending the Seven Heroes Conference. Is that truly the case? Lu Mingyang's eyes gleamed with sudden brightness. Ling Feiyu continued, this was conveyed directly by Lord Yi himself. I believe he is currently en route. Lu Yin expressed confusion. But it seems the Yi family does not have the qualifications to participate in the Seven Heroes Conference. Lu Mingyang shot him a disapproving glance. Ling Feiyu smiled and remarked, if Lord Yi wishes to attend the Seven Heroes Conference, why should he concern himself with the Shengwu dynasty's approval? Realizing he had misspoken, Lu Yin quickly lowered his head, refraining from further comments. During the waiting period for the Seven Heroes Conference to commence, Lu Mingyang felt an unprecedented sense of time stretching out before him. The flying vessel of the Yi family has yet to make its appearance in Yuhua City, leading Lu Mingyang to suspect that Ling Feiyu may have deceived him. Ling Feiyu solemnly assured him that the Yi family would indeed arrive, leaving Lu Mingyang with no choice but to wait patiently. Suddenly, a resounding drumbeat echoed through the skies from the floating platform, signaling the commencement of the Seven Heroes Conference. The attendees ascended the floating platform, where the leader of Yuhua sect stood majestically, addressing the crowd below with a grave tone. I hereby declare the official opening of the Seven Heroes Conference. As his words resonated, thunderous applause erupted from the floating platform. Hundreds of thousands of spectators were eagerly anticipating the pinnacle clash among the seven great powers. Following the established protocols, the leader of Yuhua sect began to announce the rules of the conference. Wait a moment, Ling Feiyu suddenly interjected, interrupting the leader. The leader of Yuhua sect cast a stern glance at Ling Feiyu and inquired, what do you wish to convey? Ling Feiyu candidly replied, there are still individuals who have not yet arrived. The leader of Yuhua sect paused momentarily, then counted the representatives of the seven powers. All were present without exception. How can you claim that others are still missing? He pressed. Ling Feiyu, I must remind you, this is not your silver feather dynasty. And your arrogance will not be tolerated, admonished a sovereign from the Shengwu dynasty, whose animosity towards Ling Feiyu had intensified following the battle at Qingtian City. Ling Feiyu, in a state of anxious turmoil, thought fervently, Supreme Yi, will you come or not? Please do not lead me astray. He had vouched for Lu Mingyang. And if the Yi family failed to attend the Seven Heroes Conference, his position would be exceedingly precarious. Look, there are flying vessels approaching from the east. Suddenly, voices erupted from the crowd. As they turned their gazes, several vessels gradually emerged in the eastern sky. The leader of Yuhua sect, upon spotting the vessels, was momentarily taken aback, pondering, which family's vessels could these be? A sovereign from the Shengwu dynasty frowned and remarked, I fear we have an unexpected guest. As the vessels drew closer, the crowd gradually discerned the battle flags fluttering in the wind. Yi. It is the Yi family. Upon seeing the flag emblazoned with the character for Yi, the crowd collectively realized that these vessels belonged to the Yi family. Ling Feiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring, they have finally arrived. Meanwhile, at the location of Mingyang's sect, Lu Mingyang, draped in a broad black robe, trembled with excitement as he beheld the approaching Yi family vessels. Ling Feiyu had not deceived him. The Yi family had indeed come to participate in the Seven Heroes Conference. As the Yi family vessels neared the floating platform, they slowed their pace and came to a halt. Yi Changxing stood upon the deck, exchanging glances with the crowd. The leader of Yuhua sect, gazing at the Yi family's vessel, quietly remarked, I regret to inform you that there are no available seats in the audience. Yi Changxing shook his head and replied, who told you that we are here to spectate? What is your purpose for being here? The gaze of the leader of the Yuhua sect sharpened, revealing an underlying menace. Yi Changxing replied, we are here to partake in the Seven Heroes Conference. If my memory serves me right, the Yi family has not received an invitation to the event, have they? The leader of the Yuhua sect responded solemnly, without an invitation. Your Yi family cannot participate in the Seven Heroes Conference. The crowd watched as the two opposing forces clashed verbally, creating a tempest of excitement. They found themselves torn, hoping for a confrontation between the Yi family and the Yuhua sect, yet wishing for restraint to prevail. as the consequences of a conflict between such formidable powers would be dire for all. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng let out a cold snort. Since when did entering the Canglan secret realm require the approval of your Yuhua sect? The rules of the Seven Heroes Conference were unanimously agreed upon by the seven great powers of the Canglan Realm, the leader of the Yuhua sect asserted. Yi Changsheng, truly. You seek the path to heaven but refuse to tread it, and now you venture into hell unbidden. An enraged monarch of the Shengwu dynasty exclaimed. Chapter 23, Confrontation. Teaching the youngsters a lesson, no one anticipated that the Yi family would arrive in Yuhua City at such a time. Boldly declaring their intention to participate in the Seven Heroes Conference. Faced with the might of the Shengwu dynasty and the Yuhua sect, they stood their ground defiantly. Was the Yi family not aware of the audacity of their actions? Did they not fear the combined onslaught of the Shengwu dynasty and the Yuhua sect? Indeed. While Qingtian City was fortified by the defensive array left by the revered Yi Zun, making it difficult for the Shengwu dynasty and Yuhua sect to penetrate. The Yi family's presence in Yuhua City felt like a lamb entering the lion's den. Was the elder of the Yi family growing senile in his old age? Such reckless abandon in offering themselves as targets was unfathomable. What do you know? Retorted another. The Yin dynasty has long publicly allied with the Yi family, and the Mingyang sect has historically maintained good relations with them. It is no easy feat to extinguish the Yi family. Nevertheless, the fact remained that Yuhua City was the domain of the Yuhua sect. As for the Mingyang sect, one must not be naive enough to believe the Yin dynasty would stand by the Yi family unconditionally. They had their own schemes, and it would not be surprising if they turned against them at any moment. The waters within this situation were indeed murky. On the floating platform, spectators observed the tense standoff between the major factions, engaging in fervent discussions and wild speculations. After much deliberation, the consensus among the majority was that the Yi family's actions amounted to a reckless venture into a perilous trap, a self-inflicted humiliation, a path toward destruction. The current circumstances were abundantly clear. Following their alliance, the Shengwu dynasty and the Yuhua sect basked in their zenith, reigning as the most formidable forces in the Canglan Realm. In contrast, though the Yi family had once swept through the 9 realms eons ago, they had been in a steady decline since the fall of Yi Qingtian within the Forbidden Zones. The Yi family of today was a mere shadow of its former glory. Furthermore, not long ago, the Shengwu dynasty and the Yuhua sect had besieged Qingtian City, resulting in a devastating loss for the Yi family. To the outside world, it appeared that the Yi family had hosted an unprecedented family tournament, even allowing outsiders to compete, clearly indicating their desperate need for fresh blood after suffering significant losses in the recent conflict. The Yi family now found itself perched precariously on the edge of ruin. Although they had the support of the Mingyang sect and the Yin dynasty, these two factions were evidently not as powerful as the Shengwu dynasty and the Yuhua sect. In the eyes of some, the steadfast alliance of the Yi family consists solely of the Mingyang sect, while the Silver Feather Empire is deemed an unreliable ally, likely to betray them at the most critical moment. At that juncture, what choices would the Yi family possess? In summary, everyone believed that Yi Changsheng had lost his wits. Any rational person would refrain from provoking the feathered city. All gazes converged upon Yi Changsheng. Suddenly, he spoke. You two young rascals lack the qualification to converse with me. Upon hearing this, both youths felt a chill run through them, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Do you seek death? Consider it granted. The furious young sovereign of the sacred martial empire brandished a spear and lunged at Yi Changsheng with fierce intent, akin to a streak of light, the wind howling. An unstoppable force. However, at that moment, a venerable voice rang out. Wu Ming, stand down. This voice reverberated like thunder, echoing across the floating platform. The young sovereign of the sacred martial empire halted abruptly, casting a fierce glance at Yi Changsheng and muttering, Old fool, today you are fortunate. Impudent young brat. Yi Changsheng's expression turned cold upon hearing this. He manifested a spear in his palm and hurled it with great force. Whoosh! The spear flew with astonishing speed, catching the young sovereign of the sacred martial empire completely off guard, piercing through his body and causing blood to gush forth. The audience, numbering in the tens of thousands, erupted in gasps at this spectacle. Indeed, experience prevails. The authority of the Yi family's ancestor remains undiminished. Youngsters ought to exercise more humility. A powerhouse like the ancestor of the Yi family is not one to be trifled with lightly. Despite his advanced age, why does he still act impulsively? What advantage does inciting the sacred martial empire bring him? Many were astonished that Yi Changsheng dared to act in full view of the public. Although he did not strike to kill, did he not fear completely enraging the sacred martial empire? Some believed he had not lost his edge, his aura still formidable. Yet many others deemed his actions reckless, arguing that provoking the sacred martial empire brought no benefit to the Yi family. Yi Changsheng, A voice like a thunderclap resounded from the sky. Subsequently, a figure emerged, confronting Yi Changsheng from afar. No need for gratitude. Yi Changsheng smiled gently. As elders, it is our duty to correct our juniors. Wukong, this is not a critique of you, but your descendants are poorly disciplined and require stricter guidance. It is only because of my good temperament that, were it a more irritable individual, the life of that young rascal Wu Ming would have been forfeit. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood, his injuries compounded. He felt somewhat aggrieved. Was it not said that Yi Changsheng was nearing his end? Does this seem like a man on the brink of death? He had not participated in the battle at Qingtian City. He had merely heard others say that Yi Changsheng had exhausted his vitality and was not long for this world, potentially ready to perish at any moment. Thus, he had dared to take action against Yi Changsheng, believing that if he were to slay him, it would be considered a merit. However, he never expected that an elder from his clan would intervene to stop him. Initially, he was puzzled as to why the elder would prevent him, but now, the reason had finally dawned upon him. Had he not ceased his actions moments ago, he would likely now be a lifeless corpse. Contemplating this, a cold sweat broke out, and his gaze towards Yi Changsheng was filled with trepidation. Should I be grateful to you? Murmured the aged monarch of the Shengwu dynasty, known as Wukong. A figure of esteemed lineage within the Wu family, the royal clan of the Shengwu dynasty. Yi Changsheng replied nonchalantly, no need for gratitude. It was merely an act of convenience. Wukong continued, pray tell, what is your true purpose for this journey? As I have stated before, I intend to participate in the Seven Heroes Conference, Yi Changsheng replied candidly. Wukong shook his head and scoffed. Do you truly believe that the Yi family possesses the qualifications to attend the Seven Heroes Conference? I am at a loss as to where you draw your confidence from. Perhaps the Silver Feather Dynasty? In retribution for your instruction to Wu Ming, allow me to offer a word of caution. Do not expect assistance from the Silver Feather Dynasty. Yi Changsheng retorted assertively. Whether the Yi family is qualified to partake in the Seven Heroes Conference is not for you to determine. It is my voice that matters. I maintain that the Yi family is indeed qualified. At that moment, as Yi Changsheng and Wukong stood in confrontation, another voice resonated from the floating platform. All eyes turned to the speaker, Ling Feiyu, the former sovereign of the Silver Feather Dynasty. Just as Wukong had declared not to rely on the Silver Feather Dynasty, it promptly expressed its support for the Yi family. The swiftness of this reversal was startling. Not only was it rapid, but it was also thunderous. Upon hearing Ling Feiyu's words, Wukong looked at him, his expression rife with bewilderment. Chapter 24. What does it mean to uphold the heavens? Wukong was convinced that Ling Feiyu had lost his senses. The Seven Heroes Conference contended for spots in the Canglan Secret Realm, which offers only 50 positions to be divided among 7 factions. Ideally, each faction would benefit, thus securing more opportunities. However, including the Yi family would mean dividing the spots among 8 factions, resulting in diminished opportunities for all. Wukong was certain that, aside from the Mingyang sect, which had long-standing ties with the Yi family, no other faction would consent to their inclusion. Even a so-called ally like the Silver Feather Dynasty would not yield on matters that threatened their own interests. To his astonishment, Ling Feiyu took the first step to contradict him. The Mingyang sect, being on amicable terms with the Yi family, had yet to voice their stance. So why was the Silver Feather Dynasty so eager? What advantage had the Yi family provided? After much contemplation, Wukong arrived at a likely conclusion. There must have been an under-the-table agreement between the Yi family and the Silver Feather Dynasty. The losses the Silver Feather Dynasty incurred at the Seven Heroes Conference would be compensated by the Yi family in private. Do you believe the Yi family is qualified? Unfortunately, Wukong murmured, the Seven Heroes Conference does not rest solely on the Silver Feather Dynasty's opinion. It requires a consensus among all. Although Ling Feiyu's rebuttal caught Wukong off guard, he maintained his composure, the demeanor of a sovereign fully displayed. The Seven Heroes Conference comprises 7 major factions. Even with the support of the Mingyang sect and the Silver Feather Dynasty for the Yi family's admission, the other factions would undoubtedly oppose it. Given their lack of substantial ties with the Yi family, I stand in favor of the Yi family's participation in the Seven Heroes Conference, declared Lu Yan, the leader of the Mingyang sect, under the directive of the elder Lu Mingyang. Upon hearing these words, Wukong maintained a stoic expression. The support of the Mingyang sect for the Yi family was anticipated, a foregone conclusion rather than a surprise. With the Silver Feather Empire and the Mingyang sect combined, they merely represented 2 votes. The balance of power remained decidedly in his favor at 5-2. Do you all believe the Yi family is qualified to participate in the Seven Heroes Conference? Wukong inquired, casting his gaze over the other major factions. Unqualified. The leader of the Yuhua sect promptly dismissed. I concur with Sect Master Yang's perspective, the Xingyu Pavilion expressed, opposing the Yi family's inclusion in the conference. Their rationale was straightforward. It was not out of a desire to oppose the Yi family nor to curry favor with the Shengwu Empire, but rather because, among the 7 factions, Xingyu Pavilion was the weakest, often ranking at the bottom. They had already secured the fewest spots available and wished not to lose any more. I would like to interject. An elderly voice suddenly resonated among the assembly. An old man appeared at the position of the Mingyang sect, and it was he who spoke. Lu Mingyang. Many were taken aback. Lu Mingyang was a figure of great renown in the Canglan Realm. His name echoed far and wide. He was indeed an extraordinary individual. Having attained the rank of monarch a millennium ago and still surviving, he was among the very few left. Many monarchs would address him as senior upon their encounter. Lu Mingyang? Wukong furrowed his brow upon seeing him. He was certainly familiar with Lu Mingyang, yet he had not anticipated his presence at the 7 Heroes Conference. What business did a man so close to the grave have in this gathering? Was he seeking to prolong his existence? Was it not preferable to retreat into seclusion? In the past, the Yi family valiantly resisted the invasion of the Azura realm, achieving monumental feats for the Canglan Realm, a truth none should forget. Lu Mingyang spoke slowly, every word resonating with depth, despite the softness of his voice. This was a tale of yore, a chapter steeped in nostalgia. The Azura realm, a fallen world beyond the 9 realms, forcefully invaded over 10,000 years ago, consuming numerous worlds, with the Canglan Realm not spared from peril. It was during this critical juncture that Yi Qingtian rose to prominence, fiercely defending the realm and safeguarding the lives of countless beings. It was from that moment forth that he earned the title of Qingtian Supreme. What does it mean to uphold the heavens? To stand beneath the sky and tread upon the earth, to support a realm and protect a land. This embodies the spirit of Qingtian. Hidden behind the scenes aboard the Yi family's flying vessel, Yi Qingtian felt a stirring within his heart as he recalled these words, overwhelmed by memories of the past. That was then, this is now, Wukong declared in a deep voice, scoffing at Lu Mingyang's sentiments. He saw no merit in such remarks, dismissing them as mere appeals to sentimentality. The attendees were all seasoned individuals, focused on immediate gains. Emotional appeals bore no weight. The leader of the Yuhua sect concurred, stating, indeed, the Yi family was once the strongest, and they bore the responsibility of supporting a realm. However, this is the era of the Shengwu Empire. Should any external threats arise, I trust the Shengwu Empire will also ensure the stability of the Canglan Realm. Elder Lu is indeed correct. We must not forget our roots. Without the Yi family, it is likely that we would not exist. The ancient realm of the ancient Sword dynasty, which had remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama, has now expressed its stance following Lu Mingyang's words. The ancient Sword dynasty supports the Yi family in participating in the 7 Heroes Conference, declared a resolute middle-aged man with strikingly sharp brows. Guyu, if I recall correctly, your ancient Sword dynasty has had its share of grievances with the Yi family. Wukong remarked incredulously, his teeth clenched in disbelief. The ancient Sword dynasty's endorsement of the Yi family was entirely unexpected. As an ancient dynasty known for its low profile and restraint, it had previously harbored numerous grievances against the Yi family. Thus, even neutrality would have sufficed, let alone support. Gu Yu, the middle-aged man and ruler of the ancient Sword dynasty, wielded immense authority. Personal grievances are personal grievances, and matters of great significance are matters of great significance. The two must not be conflated, Gu Yu stated solemnly. In the Yi family's airborne vessel, Yi Qingtian couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing the ancient Sword dynasty's declaration. He sighed lightly, reflecting on the unwavering nature of the ancient Sword dynasty. In Yi Qingtian's memory, they were known for their stubbornness, adhering tenaciously to their beliefs, impervious to change. Although the ancient Sword dynasty had its share of disputes with the Yi family, none were irreconcilable enmities. Conversely, in matters of great importance, the ancient Sword dynasty proved to be a remarkably steadfast ally. Over the millennia, the rulers of the ancient Sword dynasty had changed countless times, yet their intrinsic temperament remained unchanged. Wukong felt a pang of frustration. The current situation had exceeded his expectations. With 3 pairs of alliances formed, only the Qingtian temple had yet to declare its position. All eyes turned toward the Qingtian temple. Master Guqing, you must consider your stance carefully, Wukong urged. The master of the Qingtian temple was a woman of breathtaking beauty, unparalleled in her allure. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, she slightly closed her eyes, contemplating for a long while, before finally speaking. The Qingtian temple does not. Just as she was about to announce her decision, her expression shifted abruptly. She then amended her statement. The Qingtian temple supports the Yi family in participating in the 7 Heroes Conference. Chapter 25. Each with their own intentions. Yi Zhao's first battle at this moment, thousands of miles away in the Qingtian mountain range, atop a towering peak shrouded in clouds and mist, stood a palace. Within the palace, a projection of the void within Feather Transformation City materialized. A white-haired woman sat regally upon the throne, her crystalline gaze fixed intently on the projection. This white-haired woman was the founder of the Qingtian Temple, having survived from millennia ago to the present day. Though her appearance remained youthful and her skin as smooth as cream, it was all a result of beauty-preserving techniques. "Master, is it necessary for us to involve ourselves in this matter?" inquired a woman standing beside her. "The Yi family's participation in the Seven Heroes Conference brings us no advantages, and it may offend the sacred martial dynasty." The white-haired woman remained silent for a long while before responding. "Yi Zun has shown me kindness. Lu Mingyang is correct. Some matters must not be forgotten." Memories of the chaotic battle from 1,000 years past surfaced in her mind. The city she resided in was besieged by the forces of the Shura realm. The formidable warriors of the Shura tribe trampled her underfoot, and a blood-soaked battle blade hovered ominously above her head, leaving her surrounded by darkness. Just at that critical moment, a ray of light emerged. Yi Qingtian charged forth with tremendous vigor, saving her life. Of course, Yi Qingtian was unaware of her existence. At that time, she was merely a little girl, an inconspicuous member of the masses. How could she possibly earn the favor of the esteemed Yi? Although he did not recognize her, she would forever remember that moment. Gu Qing's last-minute change of heart was prompted by her message. As the founder of the Xuantian Gong, her will was synonymous with that of the temple itself. In Yuhua City, on the floating platform, Wukong gazed at Gu Qing in disbelief, his expression exceedingly grim. In a shocking turn of events, the Xuantian Gong had openly declared its support for the Yi family in the Seven Heroes Conference. What had come over these individuals? Why not simply reject the Yi family and secure additional spots for themselves? With the Xuantian Gong's declaration, the final tally shifted to 4 votes in favor and 3 against. This outcome astonished not only Wukong, but also Ling Feiyu, Lu Mingyang, and others, including Yi Chongqing. In reality, they had all prepared for a fierce battle. If the Holy Martial Dynasty and Yuhua sect insisted on excluding the Yi family, they would not hesitate to raise the entire Yuhua city. During the 2 days leading up to the Seven Heroes Conference, the Silver Feather Dynasty and Mingyang sect secretly mobilized their forces, dispatching their strongest warriors. Unexpectedly, both the Ancient Sword Dynasty and the Xuantian Gong supported the Yi family's participation in the conference. The initial vote count of 3-5 was abruptly reversed to 4-3. "Wukong, 4-3, you have lost," Ling Feiyu chuckled softly. Wukong's expression darkened, caught in a precarious position. Allowing the Yi family to participate in the Seven Heroes Conference would tarnish the reputation of the Holy Martial Dynasty. While the dynasty was not averse to admitting another force, it was imperative that this force did not undermine its dignity. For nearly a century, the Holy Martial Dynasty had basked in glory, aspiring to dominate the Canglan Realm and wield authority over it. The Yi family's actions were akin to a direct challenge to their dominance. However, the voting arrangement had been proposed by him. Now that the Yi family had secured 4 votes in their favor, if he were to publicly renege on his word, it would amount to a self-inflicted humiliation. With so many spectators at the Seven Heroes Conference, news of his betrayal would swiftly spread throughout the Canglan Realm, jeopardizing the hard-earned reputation of the Holy Martial Dynasty. "Let the Yi family participate," the sect master of Yuhua conveyed discreetly. "Once we reach the Canglan secret realm, the narrative will be in our hands. If they seek their demise, we shall facilitate it without indulging in fleeting satisfaction." Wukong's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Indeed, what harm would it do to allow the Yi family to participate? Once they entered the Canglan secret realm, he would ensure that the Yi disciples would be utterly oblivious to their own demise. Very well. Wukong scanned the crowd, forcing a semblance of a smile. Since everyone is in agreement, let the Yi family participate in the Seven Heroes Conference. I, Wukong, vow to uphold my word. The events unfolded with such unexpected smoothness that Ling Feiyu found himself somewhat disoriented. Had the Holy Martial Dynasty truly capitulated so readily? No matter how he contemplated the situation, it struck him as suspicious. He was convinced that the Holy Martial Dynasty must harbor some ulterior motive, for it was inconceivable that they would acquiesce so easily. Nevertheless, their objective of allowing the Yi family to participate in the Seven Heroes Conference had been achieved. Was this truly the conclusion? Would there be no conflict? Was the Holy Martial Dynasty truly so accommodating? He had anticipated a fierce confrontation, only to find himself stirred for naught. Perhaps it was for the best that no battle ensued. If a conflict had erupted, they would have been the first to perish. The audience, too, found the outcome rather bland. Yet, there was a silver lining. Their lives were spared. Had the situation spiraled out of control, the first casualties would have undoubtedly been them, followed by the denizens of Yuhua City. The reason the head of Yuhua sect advised Wukong to stand down was rooted in his own considerations. With the sudden inclusion of the Yi family, the format of the Seven Heroes Conference had undergone some alterations. Originally, The competition involved the 7 major factions, with the previous champion facing off against the remaining 6, ultimately determining the victor who would earn the title of champion for this iteration. The champion would receive the most significant share of opportunities, with subsequent ranks diminishing in number. However, with the addition of an 8th faction, every participant could now find a counterpart to contend with. The matchups would be determined by a drawing of lots. Each contestant would face the individual drawn against them. The winners would progress to subsequent rounds, continuing the lottery system for pairings. In essence, it would be a tournament of 8-4, then 4-2, culminating in a final duel for supremacy. Yi Xiao drew the young master of Xingyu Pavilion, Shangwan Xiaoyu, as his opponent. As the two ascended the arena, Shangwan Xiaoyu, at the 5th level of the Master Realm, gazed at Yi Xiao and could not suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, "Finally, in this iteration of the 7 Heroes Conference, I need not start at the bottom." As a 7th level master, Shangwan Xiaoyu held a distinct advantage over Yi Xiao. He brimmed with confidence. "Who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle? Is that even a question? It will undoubtedly be Shangwan Xiaoyu." Various betting houses opened their books, and predictably, the majority wagered on Shangwan Xiaoyu's victory. "I'm afraid you may still find yourself at the bottom," Yi Xiao retorted, shaking his head. "You are not worth my time. Let us commence swiftly." At these words, Shangwan Xiaoyu's expression turned icy. How dare a scion of a fallen family speak to him so disrespectfully? He was eager to see whether it was Yi Xiao's bravado or his fists that would prove stronger. Behind Shangwan Xiaoyu, an illusory pair of wings materialized. As the wings trembled slightly, his body shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Yi Xiao. Chapter 26. A foolish Yi Xiao unleashes his full power immediately? The Master Realm stands above the transformative Feather Realm. Once a cultivator reaches the transformative Feather Realm, they can manifest wings and soar through the skies. The arena atop the floating platform was vast, stretching 30 miles in length and width, constructed from the most resilient stone, reinforced with arrays to withstand numerous assaults, providing ample space for combat. It is worth mentioning that although the 7 Heroes Conference does not determine victory or defeat by life and death, one of its rules stipulates that any challenger who perishes on the arena shall not have their affiliated forces retaliate during the event. Should they choose to exact vengeance during the conference, they will face a collective assault from other factions and will be barred from participating in future gatherings. In essence, if one meets their demise, they can only blame their lack of skill and resign themselves to fate. Nonetheless, under ordinary circumstances, the competition does not necessitate a fight to the death, and a glimmer of mercy is typically afforded. Thus, despite the numerous iterations of the 7 Heroes Conference, few challengers have actually perished on the arena. After all, the participants are the elite seeds of their respective factions, who weigh the pros and cons carefully. Resorting to death would only serve to create unnecessary enemies. Even if they do not seek revenge during the conference, it would merely add to their list of adversaries. And one can never be too sure when they might be ambushed. Shangwan Xiaoyu, the young master of the Xingyu Pavilion, is a prodigious talent with the stellar sacred body. Although he ranks at the bottom among the 7 great powers, he stands as the 7th foremost contender among the younger generation across the entire Canglan Realm. On the other hand, Yi Xiao, though the heir of the Yi family, has seen his lineage dwindle in recent years, rendering him a figure of little interest. This battle is one in which Yi Xiao is scarcely favored. Even those who place bets on his victory are merely indulging in fanciful dreams of luck. Indeed, Yi Xiao's cultivation is inferior even to that of Shangwan Xiaoyu, who ranks lowest among the 7 powers, making it implausible for him to contend with other rivals. The fact that the Yi family would send Yi Xiao into battle is perplexing. Ling Feiyu gazed at Yi Xiao on the arena, his brow furrowing slightly. He was aware that the Yi family possessed a naturally gifted genius and had expected that they would send that individual into the fray. Although young, this prodigy had already attained the realm of a battle king, and once on stage, would undoubtedly astound all. Even Ling Feiyu did not hold high hopes for Yi Xiao, who appeared rather unremarkable compared to the champions of other factions. Despite his commendable talent, the Yi family lacked sufficient resources to support his training, which hindered his progress. However, the subsequent scene left Ling Feiyu utterly astounded. Yi Xiao grasped a blade that emanated a golden aura, its core as red as blood. This was the Swallowing Sun. As Yi Xiao wielded the Swallowing Sun, his entire demeanor transformed as though he had become a different person. Facing the charging Shangwan Xiaoyu, he swung the blade with ferocity, unleashing a formidable crimson light that cleaved towards Shangwan Xiaoyu. This strike caught Shangwan Xiaoyu completely off guard. According to the rules, one was supposed to engage in a few warm-up exchanges unarmed before escalating to such extremes. Who would begin with their ultimate move? While this unexpected assault left Shangwan Xiaoyu momentarily stunned, he felt no fear. Instead, he secretly reveled in what he perceived as the folly of the Yi family heir. Who would reveal their trump cards so soon? If he could not eliminate Yi Xiao in a single blow, the pace of the entire contest would fall under his dominion. Yi Xiao was merely at the 5th level of the Master Realm, 2 tiers lower than his opponent. How could he possibly defeat him in a single strike? This indicated that victory was assured for him. However, he rejoiced too prematurely. As the blade's light approached, Shangwan Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming and terrifying force. This power was utterly unstoppable, far beyond what a 5th-level master like Yi Xiao could muster. By the time Shangwan Xiaoyu realized this, it was too late. The crimson blade light engulfed him, and his anguished cries reverberated throughout the floating platform. What transpired? What had happened to Shangwan Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu. Everyone present on the floating platform turned their attention to Shangwan Xiaoyu. This sudden turn of events caught not only Shangwan Xiaoyu off guard, but also the hundreds of thousands of spectators and the formidable figures of the 7 great powers. When Yi Xiao unleashed that strike, they, like Shangwan Xiaoyu, anticipated a battle where hidden cards would be played at opportune moments among equals. No one would reveal their strongest moves without first gauging the situation. Failure to secure an advantage would lead to inevitable defeat. Yet, the scene before them brutally shattered those expectations. As the blade light swept past Shangwan Xiaoyu, the onlookers beheld his visage. He stood there, adorned in a purple battle armor, embellished with numerous stars. This was the star armor of the Starry Universe Pavilion. A top-tier defensive spiritual artifact, it was meant to safeguard his life. Gasp. The fact that even the star armor had been forced out was astonishing. Just how formidable was that strike? As the crowd witnessed this, they collectively inhaled sharply. The 7 Heroes Conference had seen many iterations, and the signature moves and top-tier spiritual artifacts of the 7 great powers were no longer secrets. Many were aware that the purpose of the star armor was to preserve Shangwan Xiaoyu's life, only to be utilized in moments of dire peril. It could be said that this was Shangwan Xiaoyu's ultimate trump card. Crack. Boom. However, matters were not as straightforward as everyone had assumed. The star armor on Shangwan Xiaoyu's body began to fracture, the cracks rapidly spreading until, with a resounding explosion, it shattered completely. The star armor was destroyed. Yi Xiao's blow had not only forced the armor into existence, but had also obliterated it. To shatter a top-tier defensive spiritual artifact with a single strike? What immense power that entailed. Thud. Subsequently, Shangwan Xiaoyu's body collapsed helplessly to the ground, still alive, but rendered unconscious. Xiaoyu. The experts from the Starry Universe Pavilion rushed onto the stage to carry him away. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena. No one had anticipated such an outcome in the first battle. Ling Feiyu shook his head, letting out a bitter chuckle as he murmured, "It seems I have overly worried." Master Yi's arrangements surely hold their own reasoning. He had just internally chastised Yi Xiao for his folly, only to find himself humbled. Yet, how could Yi Xiao's strike possess such overwhelming might? The power of that blow left him in a state of lingering unease. The gaze of the individual fixated upon the sun-devouring blade held by Yi Xiao. It was a sacred-grade spiritual weapon, struck as if by lightning. He suddenly comprehended that only a sacred-grade weapon could possess the power to shatter a top-tier mysterious-grade spiritual weapon. In Chapter 27, Disciple Ming Yang, Greetings to Master. One cannot help but marvel at the grand generosity of Master Yi. Ling Feiyu could not suppress an exclamation. There was no need for further contemplation. This blade was undoubtedly bestowed upon Yi Xiao by Master Yi. Sacred-grade spiritual weapons are exceedingly rare and precious. The emergence of such a weapon would provoke envy even among those of royal stature. Many sovereigns from the 7 great powers lacked a commendable sacred-grade weapon. Yet, Master Yi conferred this sacred-grade weapon upon Yi Xiao, who was merely at the Master Realm. Such a magnificent resource squandered. Ling Feiyu felt a pang of bitterness, regretting not being born into the Yi family. In the first battle, Yi family's Yi Xiao triumphs. The judge announced loudly. With this declaration, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience of tens of thousands, with only a scant few erupting in cheers. How disappointing is this Shangwan Xiaoyu? He cannot even defeat Yi Xiao, who is 2 realms weaker. Who else can he possibly conquer? He deserves to be last. Some shouted in frustration. They had wagered on Shangwan Xiaoyu's victory, and with his loss, they faced dire financial repercussions. Conversely, those who had bet on Yi Xiao's victory rejoiced. I said it all along. How could the progeny of Master Yi be inferior? They declared. The Yi family's brilliance remains undimmed. Young Master Yi Xiao is clearly a dragon among men, incomparable to that upstart Shangwan Xiaoyu. They offered abundant praise, extolling Yi Xiao's virtues. As news of the duel reached Yuhua City, the spectators, who lacked the privilege to witness the event firsthand and could only hear accounts from others, were filled with astonishment. No one dared to believe that Yi Xiao could secure victory with a single strike. In mere moments, the name of Shangwan Xiaoyu spread throughout Yuhua City, but only as a name of disgrace. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and then departed the martial stage, returning to the flying vessel of the Yi family. Due to Yuhua sect's failure to provide ample accommodations, the Yi family remained on their vessel, which proved to be a more comfortable and relaxed environment. You performed admirably, Yi Changxing remarked with a smile, praising Yi Xiao. It was all thanks to the sun-devouring blade, Yi Xiao modestly replied, shaking his head. Yi Changxing continued, that strike must have drained quite a bit of your energy. You should rest now. Yes. Yi Xiao nodded slightly. That single blow had consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy. Beneath his seemingly effortless and confident demeanor lay a multitude of anxieties. What if that strike had not defeated Shangwan Xiaoyu? The loss would have been his. Fortunately, he had triumphed. The power of that strike far exceeded his expectations. It was the most formidable technique he had executed since reaching the 5th stage of the Master Realm. Of course, the primary factor was the immense might of the sun-devouring blade. In recent days, he had been nurturing the sun-devouring blade with his blood and spirit, forging an ever-deepening bond between them. Simultaneously, he was able to unleash the formidable power of the devouring sunblade. Before taking a respite, Yi Xiao sought out Yi Qingtian to report the news. Although he was aware that Yi Qingtian was likely already informed, the elder's knowledge was one matter, and his own report was another. Junior Yi Xiao pays his respects to the esteemed ancestor, Yi Xiao declared. Yi Qingtian cast a look of approval at Yi Xiao, remarking, indeed, you possess courage. A single strike determined the outcome, clean and decisive, truly unexpected. As he spoke, he retrieved a vial of elixir. This is a spirit recovery pill. Take it to replenish your spiritual energy, Yi Qingtian noted, recognizing that Yi Xiao's strike had drained an excessive amount of his power. It is worth mentioning that this very strike was taught to Yi Xiao by Yi Qingtian himself, known as the Devouring Sun Slash. This technique, crafted during Yi Qingtian's leisure, combined the characteristics of the Devouring Sunblade, boasting immense power but equally substantial consumption, rendering it unusable in quick succession. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. After receiving the elixir, Yi Xiao prudently withdrew. Upon his departure, he noticed several individuals waiting outside. They were clad in ordinary attire, yet their demeanor was remarkably distinguished. Master Lu, Yi Xiao exclaimed upon recognizing the individuals awaiting him. They were indeed members of the Mingyang sect. The sect leader, Lu Yen, was no stranger to Yi Xiao, easily identifiable at a glance. However, the elderly figure cloaked entirely in a crimson robe behind Lu Yen was unfamiliar to him. Lu Yen nodded slightly at Yi Xiao, then praised, that recent battle was splendid. I suspect the Xingyu Pavilion is utterly dumbfounded. Splendid work. It certainly brings honor to the Yi family. It is all thanks to the family's nurturing, Yi Xiao humbly responded, not mentioning the devouring sunblade. The secret of the blade being a sacred-grade spiritual artifact was not public knowledge. Currently, only 2 ancestors and he himself were aware of it. Modesty and victory. The Yi family truly made the right choice in selecting you as the young master, Lu Yen remarked with a smile. Yi Xiao then stated, I shall not impede sect leader Lu any further. As Lu Yen was a member of the Mingyang sect, it was evident he had come aboard the Yi family's airship during the intermission for a specific purpose. Recognizing this, Yi Xiao respectfully departed, ensuring not to linger unnecessarily. This young man is truly remarkable, Lu Yen mused, watching Yi Xiao's retreating figure with admiration, before adopting a look of exasperation. As for our own, he is perpetually arrogant, disregarding all advice. It drives me to despair. Enough of this idle chatter, interjected the impatiently fiery Lu Mingyang, donned in crimson robes. Hurry and announce our presence. To be precise, Lu Mingyang was not merely impatient. He was eager to meet his master. Mingyang, you have arrived. Come in. Suddenly resonated a familiar voice in Lu Mingyang's mind. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Mingyang was instantly stirred, his heart swelling with emotion and tears brimming in his eyes. He hurried inside with urgency. Observing this, Lu Yen intended to follow but was halted by 2 members of the Qingtian guard. Sect leader Lu, you cannot enter. One of the guards stated stoically. Lu Yen surmised the identity of the person inside and did not dare to act recklessly. He simply smiled and stepped aside. Inside the room. This is a specially crafted chamber. From the outside, it appears diminutive, measuring merely a few dozen meters in length and width. Yet, upon entering, one discovers an entirely different realm within. The entire room is constructed from spatial stones, and the internal space is remarkably vast. There rests a wooden cabin, with a small pond situated before it. This pond is teeming with a variety of fish, among the rarest specimens in the world, some suitable for culinary delights, others for medicinal use, and some destined to evolve into formidable spirit beasts. At this moment, a handsome young man is scattering fish feed into the pond. As the feed touches the water, the fish surge forth in a frenzy. Lu Mingyang gazes upon this simultaneously familiar yet strange scene, tears streaming down his face. Disciple Mingyang pays respects to Master. In Chapter 28, if attacking the Supreme Hall, I am willing to be the vanguard, we learn of Lu Mingyang's tragic origins. Born into a once prominent family that later fell victim to enemies, his childhood was spent in exile, enduring a life of uncertainty and deprivation. It was Qingtian who saved his life and took him on as a disciple, nurturing him with care. In Lu Mingyang's eyes, Qingtian is the most significant figure in his life. Thus, for millennia, the Mingyang sect has steadfastly supported the Yi family, remaining unwavering in their loyalty. In truth, within the Mingyang sect, there exist many voices advocating for a severance from the Yi family. They argue that the Yi family's numerous enemies during their peak would lead to inevitable ruin as the family declines. They contend that the sect should not squander resources on a family fated for extinction, and that aiding the Yi family only serves to create more adversaries, hindering the sect's growth. However, these dissenting voices were ultimately silenced by Lu Mingyang's resolute stance. During a sect assembly, Lu Mingyang boldly declared that as long as he lives, the Mingyang sect and the Yi family shall remain allies in life and death. If the Yi family thrives, so too shall the Mingyang sect. If the Yi family perishes, so shall the Mingyang sect. Any thoughts of severing ties could be entertained only after his demise. After a millennium, Lu Mingyang never anticipated he would have the chance to see his master once more. His heart swelled with emotion as he knelt, bowing deeply in reverence. There is no need for excessive formality. Rise, Qingtian said, stepping forward to gently pat his shoulder. He gazed at Lu Mingyang, and a flood of memories surged through his mind. He recalled Lu Mingyang as a vibrant young man, yet now, he appeared aged, his hair silvered, bearing the weight of impending mortality. Like Yi Changsheng, they both succumbed to the ravages of time. Qingtian had much to express, but in that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Thank you, Master, Lu Mingyang said solemnly. He then stood and continued. I knew that even with the combined might of the 18 supreme beings, they would not be a match for you, Master. Qingtian smiled and shook his head, replying, enough with the flattery. Were they not sealed away for a millennium? Should you wish to wage war against the Supreme Hall, Master, I am willing to be the vanguard. Unflinchingly facing any peril, Lu Mingyang declared earnestly. He understood that his time was limited, and he yearned to serve his master in these final days. The Supreme Hall must indeed be confronted, though the time for such an endeavor is not yet at hand, Qingtian remarked. Currently, the barriers of the 9 realms remain unbroken, signifying that the world is still in a state of restoration and cannot withstand the formidable power of the Supreme. There is no need for you to rush. When the time comes to besiege the Supreme Hall, your place will be assured, Qingtian added. However, Lu Mingyang's expression dimmed. He was acutely aware of the 9 realm state of closure and pondered how much longer it would persist. Having survived for millennia, he had consumed countless longevity elixirs. Yet their efficacy was waning. He feared he might not endure until the future. Qingtian, perceiving Lu Mingyang's inner turmoil, produced a delicate jade vial. Take this elixir. It will grant you many more years of life, Qingtian stated. Lu Mingyang accepted the elixir, offering a bitter smile as he replied, Master, to be honest, I have consumed innumerable longevity pills and rare herbs to prolong my life. Now, these elixirs hold little significance for me. With a light chuckle, Qingtian responded. Who told you this is a longevity pill? Not a longevity pill. Lu Mingyang was taken aback, then opened the jade vial. Instantly, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted forth. What a remarkable elixir. Lu Mingyang's eyes brightened. Just from the aroma, he discerned that this elixir was extraordinary. What kind of elixir is this? Lu Mingyang inquired with curiosity. Qingtian replied nonchalantly. It is the 9 sacred heaven pill. The 9 sacred heaven pill? Lu Mingyang exclaimed, his surprise mirroring that of Yi Changsheng upon hearing the name. He had heard tales of the 9 sacred heaven pill, a rare and precious elixir so sought after that even the Supreme would risk their lives to obtain it. This elixir is far too precious. Using it on me would be a waste. Lu Mingyang vehemently shook his head, intending to return the elixir to Qingtian. Qingtian did not accept it. Instead, he gazed towards a nearby pond and said, I have already given it to you. If you refuse to take it, then toss it into this pond to feed the fish. I am curious to see how the fish will change after consuming the 9 sacred heaven pill. They say fish can leap and transform into dragons. Do you think these fish would become dragons if they ingested the 9 sacred heaven pill? Qingtian expressed his curiosity with an amused demeanor. Realizing that his master's decision was final, Lu Mingyang understood that what was given was indeed his. If you do not want it, then throw it away. No longer hesitating, he promptly consumed the 9 sacred heaven pill. As the elixir entered his mouth, Lu Mingyang felt a peculiar energy surge within him. He could scarcely fathom that he would one day consume such a legendary and precious elixir. His once dwindling vitality surged forth like parched grass revived by spring, rejuvenating his life force significantly. Furthermore, his strength had also greatly improved. Now, he no longer had to worry about his impending demise. "Thank you, Master, for this life-giving grace," Lu Mingyang exclaimed, kneeling in gratitude. "Enough of the sentimentality. Come and fish." Yi Qingtian casually tossed him a branch. The branch had a fishing line tied to it, but no bait. "This is the fishing rod," Yi Qingtian continued. "There are benches inside. Go fetch one yourself." Lu Mingyang took the fishing rod and then walked into the wooden cabin to fetch a small stool. Sitting beside the pond to fish alongside Yi Qingtian. However, without bait, how could one catch fish? He merely sat there idly, yet this too was a form of cultivation. In his youth, Lu Mingyang often accompanied Yi Qingtian in such fishing endeavors. Initially, he was impatient and could not remain still for long. But gradually, he learned to calm his mind. Yet, Yi Qingtian consistently managed to catch fish, only to return them to the pond afterward. Then, the second match commenced. Yi Qingtian suddenly spoke, setting down his fishing rod and waving his hand, conjuring a projection of the floating arena above the pond. At that moment, the second match had already begun on the floating platform. The combatants were Lu Zheng, the young master of Mingyang's sect, and Gu Ning, the saintess of Qingtian Palace. Lu Mingyang lifted his gaze to the projection above the pond, his eyes resting on Lu Zheng, the disobedient lad mentioned by Lu Yan. Lu Zheng clasped his fists toward Gu Ning and announced, "I am Lu Zheng, of iron-like resolve, known as Lu Ironbone." Upon hearing this, Gu Ning furrowed her brow slightly, sensing that the young master of Mingyang's sect appeared rather peculiar. "Saintess Gu Ning, I request your guidance." Gu Ning replied coldly. Chapter 29, The Fateful Battle. "Will ye shall be disabled? Your little one possesses a sacred bone body. Quite impressive," said Yi Qingtian aboard the Yi family's flying vessel. Lu Mingyang and Yi Qingtian could clearly see the scene on the arena through the projection. Hearing his master praise his descendant, Lu Mingyang felt a surge of joy, his face brightening as he remarked, "This lad seems far from achieving greatness, a long way from Yi Shao." Yi Qingtian continued, "This young lady from Qingtian Palace is likely not a match for Lu Zheng." Lu Mingyang appeared confident, seemingly assured that Lu Zheng would triumph over Gu Ning. On the arena, Lu Zheng and Gu Ning engaged in combat, the outcome initially unclear. Clang, clang, clang. Gu Ning quickly grasped the true meaning behind the name Lu Ironbone. Lu Zheng's body was indeed as sturdy as iron. Gu Ning wielded a long sword, an exquisite spiritual weapon, sharp and unyielding. Yet, it could not sever Lu Zheng's bones. Lu Zheng did not employ a spiritual weapon. For him, his own body was akin to a weapon. Born with astonishing bones, he was a rare sacred bone body. The term sacred refers to spiritual weapons of the highest quality, and sacred bone indicates bones comparable to such weapons. Of course, it did not mean that they were initially equal. It merely suggested potential for future growth to that extent. Presently, Lu Zheng's physique had already developed to a level comparable to an exquisite spiritual weapon. In combat with Gu Ning, he could withstand her attacks with his bare hands. Since Lu Zheng's fists and feet served as his weapons, he possessed an innate advantage in close combat, showcasing remarkable fighting prowess. Under Lu Zheng's ferocious onslaught, the delicate Gu Ning soon found herself overwhelmed. Ultimately, Lu Zheng secured victory for Mingyang's sect in this battle. The 7 heroes' assembly proceeded smoothly. Next, the Silver Feather Dynasty clashed with the Ancient Sword Dynasty, while the Sacred Martial Dynasty faced off against the Ascendant sect. In this contest, the Ancient Sword Dynasty and the Sacred Martial Dynasty emerged victorious, while the Silver Feather Dynasty suffered a narrow defeat. As for the Ascendant sect, in a bid to conserve their strength, they deliberately staged a lackluster performance, resulting in their fall from the platform. The 4 victors will advance to the next round of combat, where the winners will vie for the top position. Meanwhile, the 4 defeated participants must engage in 2 rounds of battles to determine their final standings. After a day's respite, the second round of matches commenced. The first battle featured the Mingyang sect against the Ancient Sword Dynasty. Representing the Ancient Sword Dynasty was a prince named Gu Tianyun, a 9th-level master. "You little rascal from your family is destined to lose this match," declared Yi Qingtian, having already reached a conclusion before the duel even commenced. Having observed the 4 matches in the first round, he had garnered a solid understanding of each contender. Gu Tianyun from the Ancient Sword Dynasty excelled in the art of sword control and had attained the 9th level of the Master Realm, presenting a significant advantage over Lu Zheng, who was at the 8th level. Although Lu Zheng possessed a robust physique, his prowess was most effective in close combat. However, the formidable experts from the Ancient Sword Dynasty had already discerned Lu Zheng's fighting style. Gu Tianyun afforded Lu Zheng no opportunity for close quarters engagement. Opting instead for a long-range battle with his sword, leaving Lu Zheng in a state of anxious frustration. Furthermore, the ancient sword dynasty primarily focused on offensive techniques, wielding the formidable breaking sky sword, which possessed astonishing power. It was this very sword that had led to the downfall of the Silver Feather dynasty. Lu Zheng, too, was not spared from its might, succumbing to Gu Tianyun's skill. The subsequent matches drew immense attention, particularly the confrontation between the Yi family and the sacred martial dynasty. Although the Yi family had fallen from grace, they were once regarded as the rulers of the Canglan Realm. Presently, the sacred martial dynasty stood as the new sovereign of Canglan. The clash between the new ruler and the old was fraught with animosity, especially since the sacred martial dynasty had previously launched a formidable assault on Qingtian city, making this encounter one steeped in enmity, a fated battle. Yi Shao, at the 5th level of the Master Realm, faced off against Wu Ji from the sacred martial dynasty, who had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Master Realm, just a step away from attaining the Combat King level. The disparity in their realms was stark, rendering the outcome seemingly inevitable. Yet, due to Yi Zhao's breathtaking performance in the first match, this seemingly predictable duel was now enveloped in suspense. Trust me, Yi Zhao is certainly no match for Wu Ji. Betting on Wu Ji to win is undoubtedly the right choice. That may not be the case. Let us not forget that Yi Zhao shattered the protective star armor of Shangwan Xiaoyu in their duel. The Xingyu Pavilion has consistently ranked last, while the sacred martial dynasty has repeatedly claimed first place. There is no basis for comparison. Indeed, Wu Ji is the strongest prince of the sacred martial dynasty in nearly 1,000 years. He will surely dispatch Yi Zhao with ease. If I recall correctly, during the battle between Yi Zhao and Shangwan Xiaoyu, you all said the same thing. And what was the result? Refund my money. Before the battle commenced, various betting houses opened their boards for wagers. The discussions surrounding this match were fervent, with each side firmly entrenched in their beliefs, unable to sway one another. Not only they, but the formidable figures from the 7 great powers also find themselves unable to accurately predict the outcome of this battle. The disparity between a 5th-level Grandmaster and a peak Grandmaster is indeed vast. Ling Feiyu shook his head slightly, a visage of pessimism adorning his features. In light of such a disparity in realms, even with the enhancement of a sacred-grade spiritual artifact, Ling Feiyu harbored no hope for Yi Zhao as chances of turning the tide. After all, Wu Ji of the sacred martial dynasty is far from being a soft target. Having traversed the battlefield countless times, Wu Ji is no mere ornamental figure. I have already instructed Wu Ji to incapacitate his opponent, to ensure that they experience a fate worse than death. The warriors from the sacred martial dynasty hold unwavering confidence in Wu Ji. They have even devised ways to torment Yi Zhao, intending to deliver a stern warning to the Yi family. Is it not true that your Yi family insists on participating in the 7 Heroes Conference? Then let us render your young master incapable. Master, the sacred martial dynasty employs ruthless tactics, and they are known for their vindictiveness. I believe it may be wiser for Yi Zhao to concede, preserving his own life. Lu Mingyang furrowed his brow, speaking in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian shook his head and replied, in this world, there are no Yi family members who yield. There are only those who perish in battle. My descendants, Yi Qingtians, can die standing, but they shall never live kneeling. Moreover, how can you be so certain that Yi Zhao will inevitably lose? A faint smile graced Yi Qingtian's lips, imbued with profound meaning. Lu Mingyang's eyes brightened at his master's insinuation, his gaze fixated intently on Yi Zhao upon the arena. Could it be that Yi Zhao possesses some astonishing trump card? Yet, what kind of card could possibly bridge such a considerable gap in realms? Upon the arena, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, both Yi Zhao and Wu Ji ascended the stage. Instantly, the entire floating platform erupted with deafening cheers. To his surprise, you actually dared to come up. Wu Ji regarded Yi Zhao with a cold smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain. One cannot help but admit that you are truly fearless. Chapter 30, No Clear Winner. Only life and death decided in Wu Ji's eyes. The disparity in realms between him and Yi Zhao is far too great. This is not merely a matter of underestimating one's opponent. It is evident to all. Despite Yi Zhao having defeated Shangwan Xiaoyu, Wu Ji is not someone who can be compared to Shangwan Xiaoyu. Wu Ji is the most talented individual of the younger generation in the sacred martial dynasty, having received unparalleled nurturing since birth. Across the entire Canglan Realm, among his peers, Wu Ji claims the 2nd position, with none daring to assert themselves as the first. This is the source of his confidence. Yi Zhao maintained a calm demeanor, stating solemnly, it is still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji could not help but laugh, though his laughter was laced with mockery. I truly wonder where you derive your confidence. From Shangwan Xiaoyu? Surely, you do not believe that the waste of Shangwan Xiaoyu could possibly compare to me? His words blatantly revealed his contempt for Canglan Xiaoyu, who found himself unjustly caught in the crossfire. Beneath the arena, Canglan Xiaoyu wore a sullen expression, yet dared not express anything against Wu Ji's arrogance. He was acutely aware that while Wu Ji is indeed conceited, he possesses the qualifications to be so. Relying on the auspices of the sacred martial dynasty and being an unparalleled genius himself, should he be matched against Wu Ji, the latter might only become more audacious. Subsequently, Yi Xiao solemnly declared, "This battle shall not be determined by victory or defeat, but rather by life or death." As he uttered these words, his demeanor was profoundly serious, revealing that he was not speaking lightly. Yi Xiao understood the vast disparity in realms between himself and Wu Ji. Winning against Wu Ji seemed nearly impossible. His sole opportunity for a reversal lay in embracing a life-or-death gamble. Thus, this confrontation was not merely a contest of martial prowess against Wu Ji, but rather a fight for survival. Yet, to the ears of others, this proclamation sounded ludicrous. How could one even speak of life and death when victory was out of reach? "Do you seek death? I can certainly oblige," Wu Ji retorted dismissively. His directive was to incapacitate Yi Xiao, to humiliate him, and to bring disgrace upon the Yi family. Now, hearing Yi Xiao's straightforward desire for a life-or-death duel, it merely transformed his approach from delivering a heavy blow to executing a lethal strike. For Wu Ji, this battle of life and death had become significantly simpler. "I must admit, I admire your audacity. Rest assured, I shall grant you a dignified demise," Wu Ji intoned gravely. As his words fell, he extended his hand, and a long sword materialized within his grasp. The sword radiated a brilliant white light, its quality exceptional as it gleamed with intensity. It was the Aurora sword, a top-tier mystical spirit weapon, the Aurora. The appearance of Wu Ji's spirit weapon elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience on the floating platform. This sword, much like Wu Ji himself, was renowned far and wide. With the Aurora sword in hand, Wu Ji transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Yi Xiao with astonishing speed. Observing this, Yi Xiao tightly gripped the sun-devouring blade. Clang! The Aurora sword clashed with the sun-devouring blade, resulting in a spectacular display of sparks and a sharp sound of metal striking metal that reverberated across the floating platform. Subsequently, a powerful shockwave emanated from the center of the clash, radiating outward in all directions. Fortunately, numerous formations had been established in the audience area, mitigating the impact and preserving the lives of many. The floating platform hosted hundreds of thousands of spectators, most of whom possessed relatively low cultivation levels and were utterly defenseless against the residual forces of a peak master-level battle. Wu Ji did not hold back. His formidable strength sent Yi Xiao hurtling backward, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. The prowess of this opponent was indeed not mere bluster. Yi Xiao felt a surge of alarm within. From their very first exchange, he sensed Wu Ji's immense strength. Wu Ji was no mere figure of renown. He was formidable indeed. "You managed to withstand my strike. Impressive. You are certainly far superior to that wastrel, Canglan Xiaoyu," Wu Ji remarked. Once more, Canglan Xiaoyu found himself unceremoniously dragged into the conversation. To his ears, this comment rang painfully, piercing his heart. "If you wish to fight, then fight. Why must you keep dragging me into this?" Yi Xiao murmured to himself. The disparity in strength between him and Wu Ji was vast. Prolonged engagement would only work to his detriment. Yi Xiao's only glimmer of hope lay in the sun-devouring slash. Yet, he was unaware whether this technique could annihilate Wu Ji as effortlessly as it had with Canglan Xiaoyu. Canglan Xiaoyu is adorned with the life-preserving starlight battle armor, and Wu Ji, as a scion of the holy martial dynasty, undoubtedly possesses even more formidable means of survival. Thus, he is afforded only one opportunity. Should his blade strike true, if Wu Ji survives, then he must perish. In contemplation, Yi Xiao's aura surged, ascending from the 5th to the 7th realm of the mastery stage. This was an esoteric technique allowing for a temporary amplification of strength, drawing upon his physical reserves for a fleeting enhancement in power. Although this method bore significant side effects, the imminent battle, which hinged on life and death, rendered such concerns trivial. "What good is elevating your prowess to the 7th realm of mastery?" Wu Ji scoffed, dismissing the notion. He felt an overwhelming superiority over Yi Xiao, who despite his ascension, remained inferior by 2 realms. In truth, Yi Xiao's elevation would not substantially alter the balance of power. Yet, Yi Xiao's intention was not to bridge the gap with Wu Ji, but rather to augment the potency of the Sun Devourer slash. With but a single opportunity to unleash it, he must maximize its strength. Such a desperate struggle, Wu Ji sneered, before continuing, "What other trump cards do you hold? Did that technique you used against Canglan Xiaoyu not prove effective? By all means, unleash it. You shall find no further chances thereafter. Then let it be as you wish." Yi Xiao responded gravely. As his words faded, his veins surged with life, and his aura erupted as he extracted every ounce of power from his being. With both hands gripping his blade, he charged toward Wu Ji, unleashing a strike. This blow was nothing short of cataclysmic. Upon its release, the entire floating platform trembled slightly. What a terrifying force! How could one at merely the 7th realm of mastery wield such overwhelming power? Wu Ji's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting in shock. At that moment, he grasped the horrific might of the strike and understood why Shangwan Xiaoyu had fallen before Yi Xiao. He also comprehended the resolute determination behind Yi Xiao's declaration of a battle that transcended mere victory or defeat, one that was solely about life and death. However, to slay me shall not be so simple. A formidable battle armor appeared around Wu Ji, a top-tier, mystical spirit artifact, akin to Shangwan Xiaoyu's Starlight battle armor, designed for defense and survival. As the armor manifested, Wu Ji brandished the Aurora sword, shifting from defense to offense, confronting Yi Xiao's Sun Devourer blade without fear. Bang! The Sun Devourer blade clashed with the Aurora sword for the second time. Yet this encounter was not merely a skirmish of spirit artifacts, but a collision of their most potent techniques. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, causing the entire floating platform to tremble violently. Chapter 31. Life and Death Determined. A turn of face? The floating platform quaked violently, inciting terror among the hundreds of thousands of spectators. The powerful figures from various factions, witnessing the turmoil, swiftly intervened to stabilize the formations and shield against the residual shockwaves generated by the clash between Yi Xiao and Wu Ji. What a jest! The energy unleashed here must have reached the realm of a battle king. Are these two madmen? Who will emerge victorious? Will they both fall? The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. The intensity of the battle between Yi Xiao and Wu Ji surpassed all expectations. Undoubtedly, the most astonishing element was Yi Xiao himself. No one anticipated that Yi Xiao could contend with Wu Ji, let alone force him to such an extent. The strike Yi Xiao unleashed was far more potent than during his previous engagement with Shangwan Xiaoyu, even exceeding the limits of his own physical capacity. He sought not merely to triumph in this contest, but to survive, transforming a desperate struggle into a fight for life itself. Ling Feiyu, observing the scene on the arena, couldn't help but express silent admiration. This was troubling. They had underestimated that young man from the Yi family. The blade in his hand was extraordinary. Likely a sacred-grade spiritual weapon. The many formidable figures of the sacred martial dynasty wore grim expressions. This confrontation was not as effortless as they had imagined. Wu Ji had not incapacitated Yi Xiao, but was instead compelled to unleash his full strength. At that moment, Wukong finally realized that the source of Yi Xiao's terrifying techniques lay in the weapon he wielded. They had previously speculated, but sacred-grade spiritual weapons were exceedingly rare, and possessing one in the hands of a master was akin to squandering a divine artifact. Even a dynasty as illustrious as the Sacred Martial did not possess such audacity. They found it hard to believe the Yi family would entrust a sacred-grade weapon to Yi Xiao. However, it now appeared that the blade in Yi Xiao's hand was indeed likely a sacred-grade artifact. Resolute in battle, refusing to retreat, truly, he was worthy of being a descendant of the Yi Supreme. Forcing the strongest among the younger generation, Wu Ji, to this extent, Yi Xiao, though vanquished, retained his honor. Gu Qing, the master of the Qingtian Hall, offered high praise. Unfortunately, he wielded a blade. Had he employed a sword, he could have sought further training in the ancient sword dynasty. The ruler of the ancient sword dynasty was equally moved, extolling Yi Xiao's prowess. This strike was more formidable than the one against Xiaoyu. Had Yi Xiao exhibited such power during their encounter, Xiaoyu might have perished on the spot. The master of the Xingyu Pavilion felt a chill of fear. It dawned on him that Yi Xiao had previously held back. May they both perish. A mutual destruction would be ideal. Cursed Shangwan Xiaoyu, his teeth clenched in frustration, wishing fervently for the downfall of both Yi Xiao and Wu Ji. Aboard the Yi family's airship, Master, this young fellow is truly risking his life. Lu Mingyang's brow furrowed in concern. Yet, Yi Qingtian remained composed, stating, he understands well that with his current strength, victory over Wu Ji is impossible. The only path to triumph lies in desperation. To lose one's life for a mere rank is hardly worthwhile, Lu Mingyang lamented. I fear the one who may lose their life is not Yi Xiao, but rather Wu Ji, Yi Qingtian replied slowly. Lu Mingyang turned his gaze towards the arena. At that moment, the arena was engulfed in swirling dust, reduced to ruins scattered with debris. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld Wu Ji standing tall, gripping the radiant sword, his armor seemingly unscathed. In stark contrast, Yi Xiao knelt on one knee, clutching the sun-devouring blade to the ground, trembling, bloodied from grievous wounds. He had sustained severe injuries. That single strike surpassed the limits of what he could endure, and Wu Ji's counterattack was particularly fierce, resulting in even greater injuries to him. It seemed that the victor had been determined. Ultimately, Wu Ji emerged triumphant. One cannot deny that Yi Xiao displayed remarkable strength. However, Wu Ji's cultivation was simply too advanced. Though Yi Xiao faced defeat, he retained his honor. Observing this stark contrast, the audience unanimously concluded that the battle ended with Yi Xiao's loss, with the victor remaining Wu Ji. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a faint smile crept upon Yi Xiao's lips. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated from the duel platform. The crowd turned their gaze, witnessing Wu Ji's Aurora sword shatter with a resounding crack, splitting into two. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, they beheld Wu Ji's battle armor collapsing in a thunderous crash. Beneath the armor lay a body drenched in blood. Wu Ji's injuries were far graver than Yi Xiao's. With a thud, Wu Ji's body fell rigidly to the ground before the collective gaze of the spectators, eliciting an uproar. The outcome was evidently not as they had envisioned. The formidable warriors of the sacred martial dynasty rushed towards the duel platform, bones shattered and spiritual veins severed. His breath was exceedingly faint. He appeared to be beyond salvation. Wu Kong, sensing Wu Ji's condition, wore an exceedingly grim expression. This battle had been orchestrated with the intention of incapacitating Yi Xiao. Yet the reality was that not only had Wu Ji failed to defeat Yi Xiao, but he had, in fact, been rendered incapable by him. Wu Ji was, after all, the most gifted prodigy of the sacred martial dynasty. The resources expended on him were immeasurable. How could it be that he now faced a fate of either death or ruin? In an instant, fury engulfed Wu Kong. The warriors of the sacred martial dynasty found it unbearable to accept such an outcome. One could not restrain himself and swiftly advanced towards Yi Xiao. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a fierce palm strike aimed directly at Yi Xiao. Already gravely injured, Yi Xiao possessed no ability to resist. If that palm were to connect, his demise would be inevitable. At that moment, a silver feather shot forth from the distance, piercing through the air and firmly embedding itself before Yi Xiao, intercepting the palm strike of the sacred martial dynasty's warrior. Ling Feiyu, I advise you not to meddle. Wu Kong bellowed. My patience has its limits. Ling Feiyu replied. Wu Kong, do not forget, the Seven Heroes Conference does not permit any reprisals against those who fall in battle. The side that perishes during the contest is barred from seeking vengeance during the conference. Otherwise, they will face collective resistance from other factions. This is a rule you established. What? Now that it has come to your own doorstep, you wish to act shamelessly. Yi Changxing's figure also appeared above the floating platform, stating, Is this the true face of the sacred martial dynasty? If you cannot play the game, then do not engage. If you wish to fight, we shall accompany you to the end. Lu Mingyang's voice echoed above the floating platform. The Yi clan, the Silver Feather dynasty, and the Mingyang sect all voiced their support. In an instant, tensions escalated on the floating platform, the atmosphere charged with an intensity that reached a boiling point. The blood of the vermilion bird signifies that life and death are determined by fate, and it is hoped that the sacred martial dynasty will adhere to the established rules. The ancient sword dynasty, represented by Gu Yu, has also expressed its stance. Is it possible that the sacred martial dynasty intends to brazenly violate the very rules it has set? The lord of the Qingtian palace, Gu Qing, spoke up, urging, Elder Wu, please reconsider your actions. The Xingyu Pavilion echoed this sentiment. The six major powers voiced their concerns in succession, placing the sacred martial dynasty in a precarious position. As many have articulated, the rules of the Seven Heroes Conference were established under the leadership of the sacred martial dynasty. Should it openly contravene these rules, it risks not only losing its credibility, but also becoming a target of scorn. Among the seven powers, the sacred martial dynasty has but one steadfast ally, the Yuhua sect. Moreover, the Yuhua sect is reluctant to see the sacred martial dynasty engage in battle here, for this is their stronghold, and any conflict would lead to devastating losses for them. However, retreating would equally compromise their dignity and fail to quell the fury harbored by the formidable warriors of the sacred martial dynasty. For thousands of years, the sacred martial dynasty has never been subjected to such humiliation. They have always been the ones to teach others a lesson, never the recipients of such treatment. Elder Wu, this grudge must be avenged, but there is no rush. Be wary of falling into the Yi family's trap. The leader of the Yuhua sect advised urgently. This statement implicitly conveyed the Yuhua sect's position, desiring to prevent the sacred martial dynasty from engaging in conflict here. None of the six major powers supported the sacred martial dynasty. Wukong's expression was exceedingly grim, as the current predicament was unforeseen. For millennia, the sacred martial dynasty has reigned supreme, never before encountering such an embarrassing situation. All of this turmoil stemmed from the Yi family, a once dominant lineage that, despite its decline over 10 millennia, still wields remarkable influence. He suddenly regretted not having launched a decisive assault on Qingtian City previously to eradicate the Yi family. Only by obliterating this former hegemon of the Canglan Realm could the sacred martial dynasty truly emerge as a new sovereign. Elder Wu, there is still time. Moreover, Wu Ji is not beyond salvation. It is rumored that the Apothecary Valley possesses miraculous elixirs capable of reviving the dead. We could send him there. The leader of the Yuhua sect continued. The Apothecary Valley? Wukong's expression shifted at this mention. In his fervent rage, he had momentarily overlooked this possibility. After the conclusion of the Seven Heroes Conference, we shall have ample opportunity to deal with the Yi family, the Mingyang sect, the Silver Feather Dynasty, and others. The leader of the Yuhua sect coaxed. Wukong glanced at Yi Changsheng and others, took a deep breath, and then softly commanded, "Let us depart. Ancestor, this grudge cannot be extinguished. The fire within me burns fiercely." A royal figure protested, unwilling to retreat. Wukong turned his gaze upon this individual and sternly declared, "I said we leave." The royal, sensing the anger in Wukong's words, dared not speak further and followed the others off the competition stage. Has the sacred martial dynasty truly backed down? Observers watched in disbelief as the formidable warriors of the sacred martial dynasty withdrew from the arena. To them, it seemed impossible that Wu Ji was either dead or severely wounded, and that the sacred martial dynasty, still seething with anger, would not easily retreat. Yet, unexpectedly, the sacred martial dynasty once again chose to concede. To put it bluntly, they had shown signs of cowardice. The multitude is unaware of the ulterior motives of the sacred martial dynasty and the feathered ascension sect. To them, this is nothing short of cowardice. Why mention again? Previously, when the Yi family sought to participate in the Seven Heroes Assembly, the sacred martial dynasty had already exhibited signs of timidity. The so-called foremost youth of the Canglan Realm is, in my view, merely a fabrication of the sacred martial dynasty. It is not that the martial extreme is inadequate, but rather that Yi Shao of the Yi family is exceptionally formidable. For all these years, the sacred martial dynasty has still not surpassed the Yi family. I truly wish to crush these ants. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, the powerful figures of the sacred martial dynasty felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Wukong remarked, "Then simply block your ears." An elder retorted, "Do you hear how harsh these words are? We must not continue to retreat." Wukong shook his head. Such a scene was not unforeseen. However, upon reflection, should a conflict arise, the sacred martial dynasty would not necessarily hold the upper hand. Yi Changsheng and Lu Mingyang are both formidable adversaries, not easily dealt with. Furthermore, the Mingyang sect and the Silver Feather Dynasty have come prepared, bringing numerous strong warriors, clearly indicating their readiness. Although the sacred martial dynasty has many airships, the actual number of strong fighters is not substantial. The abundance of airships merely serves to create an illusion of grandeur. Ultimately, it boils down to being outmatched. At this moment, Wukong had completely regained his composure and spoke with a flat expression, stating that had their strength been sufficient, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Outmatched. In the Canglan Realm's younger generation, no one dares to claim the title of first in the presence of martial extreme. Someone voiced their dissent. Wukong scoffed. Is it truly remarkable to be deemed first among the youth of the Canglan Realm? Is your perspective limited to just the Canglan Realm? Are you aware of the vastness of this world? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Wukong continued, "I advise you all to consider the bigger picture. As for how to deal with the Yi family, I have my own strategies. Should anyone act recklessly, I will not show leniency." On the Yi family's airship, Yi Changsheng brought Yi Shao before Yi Qingtian. Although Yi Shao had triumphed in the contest, he bore grave injuries. He had merely held on due to sheer willpower. If he did not receive timely medical attention, his fate would not be much better than that of martial extreme. "Grandfather, do you possess a means to save this child?" Yi Changsheng asked urgently, turning to Yi Qingtian for assistance. Yi Qingtian examined Yi Zhao's condition and replied, "His body is beyond recovery." Beyond recovery? Yi Changsheng's expression shifted dramatically. Then, filled with regret, he lamented, "It is all my fault. I should not have pressured him to win." Yi Qingtian responded, "This is his opportunity for rebirth." Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng quickly lifted his gaze to Yi Qingtian, who then produced a jade vial containing a drop of liquid as red as fire. "What is this?" Yi Changsheng inquired. Yi Qingtian explained, "A drop of blood. The blood of the vermilion bird." "The blood of the vermilion bird?" Yi Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. The vermilion bird is a rare mythical beast, said to exist only in legends. According to ancient texts, it vanished after an epic battle. This drop of blood can reconstruct his physique. If he can endure it, he will be reborn, Yi Qingtian stated solemnly. The vermilion bird possesses the extraordinary ability of rebirth through flames, rendering it immortal and indestructible. Within this drop of blood lies the inheritance of such fiery resurrection. As the drop fell upon Yi Xiao, it seamlessly merged into his being. In an instant, his body was engulfed in a brilliant crimson glow, and soon thereafter, flames erupted from his surface, consuming him entirely. Chapter 33, Rebirth Through Fire. The final confrontation. The flames of the vermilion bird scorched Yi Xiao's body as he awakened from his unconsciousness, engulfed in excruciating agony. A pained howl escaped his lips, his voice turning hoarse. Yet, he soon fell silent, the pain subsiding, his breath flickering like a fragile thread, faint and ephemeral, as if it could extinguish at any moment. In that moment, it would signify Yi Xiao's demise. What is happening? Has he failed? Yi Changsheng inquired anxiously. Yi Qingtian, however, remained composed, responding softly, "No, he still endures. His willpower is remarkably resilient, stronger than you can imagine." Reassured by Yi Qingtian's words, Yi Changsheng steadied himself, waiting with bated breath. Hours passed, and as time flowed, the brilliance of the vermilion bird's flames noticeably dimmed. Yi Xiao's breath became increasingly tenuous, as if his life were poised to conclude with the extinguishment of the flames. Yi Changsheng's countenance darkened, his agitation palpable. Could it truly be that failure awaited them? At that moment, the vermilion bird's flames suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, and Yi Xiao's breath surged with renewed vigor. He had survived. Witnessing the resurgence of Yi Xiao's spirit, Yi Changsheng's gloom dissipated completely. Yi Qingtian gazed intently at the radiant flames, his expression resolute. This is the essence of rebirth through fire. When contemplating this method, Yi Qingtian had been uncertain whether Yi Xiao could truly assimilate the blood of the vermilion bird and withstand its searing trials. He acknowledged that he had taken a gamble. Yet, fortune favored him. The reborn Yi Xiao was an entity far beyond his former self. As the flames gradually subsided, they revealed Yi Xiao's figure. His garments had been reduced to ashes, yet he had harnessed the flames to manifest a simple yet formidable armor. His hair blazed with a fiery red hue, resembling a living flame. Within the depths of his eyes, flickers of fire danced with each blink. Moreover, his cultivation had soared 3 levels, ascending from the 5th to the 8th tier of the Master Realm. Gratitude for the grace of our esteemed ancestor. Yi Xiao approached Yi Qingtian, kneeling with utmost reverence. Although he had been unconscious, his awareness remained intact. He understood that it was his ancestor who had reshaped his body with the blood of the vermilion bird, restoring his life. "There is no need for thanks," Yi Qingtian replied, his gaze filled with approval. "It is your own indomitable will that has endured the searing trials of the vermilion bird's blood." Yi Qingtian was exceedingly pleased with the reborn Yi Xiao. The previous Yi Xiao, while gifted, had been stagnating in his cultivation path, unable to effect change. In the present day, having undergone a transformative rebirth, the individual emerges entirely renewed, embodying the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy. Yet, in this tale, joy and despair coexist. Meanwhile, the comatose Wu Ji finds himself devoid of such fortune. The sacred martial dynasty is concerned. How could Ji sustain such grievous injuries? Who was responsible for this? An elder, long secluded in meditation, emerges from his retreat, his gaze fixated on the critically wounded Wu Ji, seething with rage. Wu Kong elucidates. It was the young master of the Yi family who, during the 7 Heroes Conference, engaged Wu Ji in combat and inflicted severe wounds upon him. The elder, incredulous, questions the possibility of such an event. To him, Wu Ji is the strongest among the young generation of the Canglan Realm, impervious to harm. As for the Yi family, once illustrious, now fallen, their young master hardly merits consideration. How could he possibly injure Wu Ji? Is the young master of the Yi family superior in realm? Is his strength comparable to Wu Ji's? The elder inquires repeatedly. Wu Kong shakes his head, responding, neither is the case. Perplexed, the elder queries how Wu Ji could have been so grievously harmed. Wu Kong patiently explains, astonishing as it may seem. The truth remains, based on my conjecture, the young master of the Yi family must have wielded a sacred grade spiritual weapon. Only with such an artifact, combined with a lethal technique that exploits the limits of one's physical prowess, could he have delivered such a devastating blow. I suspect that the young man is not in an enviable condition himself. As Wu Kong speaks, a hint of admiration for Yi Xiao seeps into his tone. He recognizes that Yi Xiao was merely holding on by a thread, motivated by the honor of his family. Sacred grade spiritual weapon? Upon hearing those words, the elder's eyes gleam with intrigue. Is the Yi family truly so affluent as to bestow such a weapon upon a junior of the Master's realm? Wu Kong shakes his head, asserting, perhaps they merely sought victory at the 7 Heroes Conference. Yet that is of little consequence now. What truly matters is that Wu Ji's injuries are grave. Without timely and effective aid, we risk losing him. Upon hearing this, The elder's thoughts shift from the sacred-grade weapon back to Wu Ji. His wounds are too severe, and in the Canglan Realm, no one can save him. The elder gazes at Wu Ji, solemnly declaring that the only hope for his salvation lies with the medicine God Valley. Wukong affirms, "Indeed. I awakened the elder for this very purpose. The medicine God Valley resides far in the Azure Realm. And now that the 9 realms are sealed and isolated from one another, seeking aid from the medicine God Valley may require the intervention of that esteemed individual." As the second round of the 7 Heroes Conference unfolds, Yi Xiao and Gu Tianyun emerge victorious. After a 3-day respite, the final showdown arrives. This climactic battle captures the attention of the masses. Prior to the commencement of the decisive match, the people buzz with anticipation. Yi Xiao, the dark horse of this 7 Heroes Conference, was initially met with skepticism, perceived as a source of disgrace for the Yi family. Yet, he first triumphed over the formidable Shangwan Xiaoyu and then defeated Wu Ji, who had been heralded as the foremost among the younger generation of the Canglan Realm. He has effectively slapped the faces of all naysayers. With his actions, he has demonstrated that the Yi family commands respect. Following Yi Xiao's victory over Wu Ji, the majority of spectators have rallied behind him. There is a prevailing belief that in the final confrontation between Yi Xiao and Gu Tianyun, victory will undoubtedly belong to Yi Xiao. Although Gu Tianyun is not weak, he is still quite distant from the level of martial supremacy. Yi Xiao has already defeated a martial supreme, so overcoming Gu Tianyun would surely be a trivial task. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, Yi Xiao and Gu Tianyun ascended to the combat arena. After several days of restoration, the arena, once reduced to ruins, had been restored to its former glory and was even more resilient than before. Yi Xiao, Yi Xiao, Yi Xiao. The name echoed throughout the floating platform, resonating like thunder. "You have garnered quite a reputation," Gu Tianyun remarked with a soft chuckle as he listened to the surrounding voices. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback and asked, "How did you know?" Gu Tianyun surveyed the crowd and replied, "Isn't it quite obvious?" Realizing the misunderstanding, Yi Xiao's confusion dissipated. He had wondered how Gu Tianyun was aware of his newfound fame, but it turned out that was what he meant. "The external noise is rather unremarkable. Let us engage in battle, for I have long yearned for this confrontation," Yi Xiao said, eagerly rubbing his fists together. However, Gu Tianyun made a startling declaration. "I apologize, but I concede." Chapter 34. A resounding victory for the Yi family. "The hunt begins, I concede." Gu Tianyun's words were astonishing, though his voice was not loud. The impact was significant. "What? Did I hear that correctly? Gu Tianyun has surrendered? To concede without a fight? Is he not bringing shame to the Gu Sword dynasty? Impossible. You must have misheard. How could such a combative individual as Gu Tianyun concede so readily?" As Gu Tianyun's concession spread, it quickly reached the audience, cascading from one person to another until it enveloped the entire arena. In an instant, Gu Tianyun became the focal point of attention, with all eyes fixed upon him. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Surrender? Why?" Gu Tianyun offered a bitter smile, explaining, "It is quite simple. I have not yet exhausted my life. Compared to victory or defeat, I value my existence far more. The fates of Shangwan Xiaoyu and Wu Ji serve as cautionary tales, particularly Wu Ji, whose life and death remain uncertain. I do not wish to meet a similar fate." The sheer terror of Yi Xiao's blade haunted Gu Tianyun. Whenever he recalled it, cold sweat would break out. He believed he could not withstand Yi Xiao's full-powered strike. Rather than engage in a desperate fight, it was wiser to concede. In Gu Tianyun's perspective, the difference between first and second place among the 7 heroes merely amounted to a few spots in the Canglan secret realm. Sacrificing one's life for a few positions simply was not worth it. Furthermore, the formidable figures of the Gu Sword dynasty concurred with his reasoning and sought to avoid an unnecessary and fatal clash between Gu Tianyun and Yi Xiao. Having already lost Wu Ji, the Gu Sword dynasty could not afford to lose Gu Tianyun, a talent they had painstakingly nurtured, if conceding was deemed shameful. Losing to Yi Xiao after he had severely injured Wu Ji was hardly disgraceful. "Brother Yi, until we meet again." Gu Tianyun clasped his fists in respect towards Yi Xiao. With that, he descended from the combat arena. Surrender. No one had anticipated that the eagerly awaited final battle of the 7 heroes would conclude in such a manner. Faced with this outcome, Yi Xiao wore an expression that mirrored a blend of amusement and bewilderment. He wished to test the extent of his transformation through Gu Tianyun. Unexpectedly, Gu Tianyun publicly conceded defeat, showing no regard for his own dignity or that of the ancient Sword dynasty. Upon Gu Tianyun's departure, the master of the Feathered Ascension sect declared, "I hereby announce that in this battle, Yi Xiao emerges victorious." Following this, he continued, "Now, I will disclose the rankings of the 7 Heroes Conference and the allocation of the slots for the Canglan Secret Realm. 8th place, Xinyu Pavilion. Awarded 2 slots for the Canglan Secret Realm. 7th place, Qingtian Hall, awarded 3 slots. 6th place, Feathered Ascension Sect, awarded 4 slots. 5th place, Silver Feather Dynasty, awarded 5 slots. 4th place, Holy Martial Dynasty. 3rd place, Minyang Sect. 2nd place, Ancient Sword Dynasty. 1st place, Yi Family, awarded 10 slots for the Canglan Secret Realm. With the inclusion of the Yi Family, the 7 Heroes Conference transformed into the 8 Heroes Conference, prompting alterations to the previously established allocation rules. The 1st place claimed 10 slots, the 2nd received 8, with a decreasing order thereafter, totaling 45 slots. In this 7 Heroes Conference, the Holy Martial Dynasty suffered the most, not only losing face but also prestige, and even their future sovereign, Wu Ji, was in jeopardy. Historically, the Holy Martial Dynasty had easily secured the first position in past conferences, yet this time they ranked merely 4th, with their allocated slots halved. Similarly, the Feathered Ascension Sect, which usually guaranteed a top 4 finish, fell to 6th place, losing significant face as the host of the conference. After the conclusion of the 7 Heroes Conference, various factions departed from Feathered Ascension City aboard their flying vessels. Observing the dispersing vessels, the master of the Feathered Ascension Sect finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the Feathered Ascension Sect, this edition of the 7 Heroes Conference was truly harrowing. Any misstep could have ignited a great war in the Canglan Realm, with the Feathered Ascension Sect bearing the brunt of the losses. Master, the Martial Emperor has been waiting in the hall for quite some time, a guard reported. The master of the Feathered Ascension Sect nodded slightly and vanished in a flash, reappearing within the grand hall of the sect. Wukong had been waiting there for quite a while. Wu Lao, how is Wu Ji faring? The master of the Feathered Ascension Sect inquired with concern. Wukong replied, he has been sent to the Valley of the Medicine God. I believe there should be no major issues. That is good to hear. The master of the Feathered Ascension Sect expressed, visibly relieved. Our Holy Martial Dynasty has never endured such a significant loss at the 7 Heroes Conference. Wukong's expression turned frosty as he spoke in a low voice. The master of the Feathered Ascension Sect asked, what instructions do you have, Wu Lao? Wukong replied, in the upcoming Canglan Secret Realm, I must ensure that the Yi family pays the most painful price. Indeed, they will surely regret entering the Canglan Secret Realm. The master of the Feathered Ascension Sect concurred. However, he expressed his concern, but that Yi Xiao is no match for Wu Ji. He may prove to be quite formidable. You need not worry about that, Wukong reassured. Wukong exuded an air of confidence as he proclaimed, as for Yi Xiao, there will undoubtedly be those who will deal with him. He produced a sheet of paper and laid it before the master of the Yuhua sect. The Yi family has triumphed at the 7 Heroes Conference, and their airships return in triumph. As news of this spread, initial skepticism gave way to belief. As further confirmations of the Yi family's notable achievements at the conference emerged, they had bested their rivals in 3 consecutive contests. In celebration of this victory, Yi Chuan decreed a grand 3-day festival throughout the city. Meanwhile, within the Yi family, the allocation of quotas for the Canglan Secret Realm was underway. Yi Leiming, Yi Qingqing, Yi Xingqian, and Yi Beiwang were among the family members who received the most generous distribution of quotas, ensuring that every chosen descendant of the Yi family would secure a spot. Traditionally, the Canglan Secret Realm would open 7 days after the conclusion of the 7 Heroes Conference. This meant that once the various factions returned and allocated their quotas, they would embark once more towards the location of the Canglan Secret Realm, Canglan Mountain. This mountain, the most ancient and revered in the Canglan Realm, concealed countless secrets within its depths. A barrier existed within the mountain, beyond which lay the Canglan Secret Realm. As the airships of various factions hastened toward Canglan Mountain, Yi Changsheng expressed his concern, Grandfather, the Shengwu dynasty and the Yuhua sect will likely not relent. According to intelligence provided by Ling Feiyu, they have devised a plan for our elimination. Yi Qingtian smiled faintly and replied, who will hunt whom remains to be seen. He gazed into the distance at Canglan Mountain, a slight smile gracing his lips. For him, the true spectacle was only just beginning. At the 7 Heroes Conference, the various factions had exercised restraint, presenting a facade of civility. However, here, they would reveal their most ruthless sides. Chapter 35, The Nameless Inn. The opening of the secret realm at the foot of Canglan Mountain stood an inn, where the various factions converged, awaiting the opening of the Canglan Secret Realm. This inn bore no sign, and was known simply as the Nameless Inn. Enigmatic and with a distinguished background, even the 7 major factions dared not provoke it lightly. Many years prior, a monarch had spoken disrespectfully and met his demise within its walls. The forces behind him vowed retribution, but their threats faded into nothingness. And the Nameless Inn remained steadfast, weathering the storms of time. With some time still remaining before the opening of the Canglan Secret Realm, many patrons gathered at the inn to drink and pass the time. Waiter, bring the wine. The command was issued just as a group entered the inn. Is that Yi Shao? Many within the inn turned to the entrance. This group was indeed from the Yi family, led by Yi Shao, followed closely by Yi Qingqing, Yi Leiming, and others. Yi Qingtian was also among them. They found a spacious table to settle down, and soon, the waiter arrived with several jars of fine wine. "This is our best wine. Please enjoy it at your leisure," the waiter said with a bow and a smile. "Thank you." Yi Shao nodded in acknowledgement. The waiter then turned and departed. Yi Shao cast a deep glance at the innkeeper, his brow slightly furrowed as he murmured, "At least at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, this inn is indeed extraordinary." Having long admired the reputation of the nameless inn, Yi Shao felt utterly astounded upon witnessing it firsthand. What? The pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm? Yi Qingqing displayed an expression of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that an innkeeper could possess such formidable strength. How could such a powerful individual possibly be relegated to serving as an innkeeper? Yi Shao responded, "The nameless inn is not to be underestimated. You shall understand more with further inquiry." Yi Qingqing and the others, who had rarely ventured beyond the confines of Qingtian city, had never dared to dream of entering the Canglan secret realm, thus they were not well acquainted with the nameless inn. "This place has not changed at all," Yi Qingtian remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, unable to contain his nostalgia. He was no stranger to this inn. It had been here a millennium ago when he ventured into the Canglan secret realm for training. Now, it remained in the same location, with the furnishings unchanged, evoking a profound sense of familiarity within him. Noticing Yi Qingtian's words, Yi Shao perceptively opened a jar of wine and filled Yi Qingtian's cup. He lifted the cup and drank heartily, memories of the past flooding back to him, while others were unaware. Yi Qingtian was acutely aware of the nameless inn's background. It belonged to the Nine Realms Chamber of Commerce. This was a colossal inter-realm trading organization, with branches scattered across the 9 realms, boasting wealth that could rival nations. It nurtured numerous formidable warriors, rivaling even the top-tier powers. This was the reason why various factions dared not provoke the nameless inn lightly. To offend the nameless inn was to challenge the formidable 9 Realms Chamber of Commerce. As several cups of strong liquor were consumed, memories of the past vividly resurfaced. In earlier years, Yi Qingtian had significant connections with the 9 Realms Chamber of Commerce. "Who among you is Yi Shao?" Suddenly, a piercing voice broke the atmosphere. The crowd turned to see several figures at the entrance of the inn. Leading them was a young man holding a folding fan, dressed in white, with striking features that set him apart. Behind him stood several young men adorned in the attire of the holy martial dynasty, clearly affiliates of that realm. Upon hearing his name, Yi Shao looked up at the young man in white and replied, "I am Yi Shao. What is it to you?" The young man in white regarded him with a dismissive shake of his head, saying, "You seem rather unimpressive. I truly cannot comprehend how Wu Ji could have been defeated by your hand." The mention of Wu Ji immediately triggered Yi Zhao's realization that these individuals were likely from the holy martial dynasty. "What? Do you intend to seek vengeance for him?" Yi Shao retorted without flinching, merely offering a cold smile. The young man in white replied, "Vengeance? I have no interest. His defeat only proves he is worthless. Were I in his position, I would find a crevice to hide in. What a disgrace." "Who exactly are you?" Yi Shao inquired, his brow furrowing. Wu Ji, as the foremost among the younger generation of the Canglan Realm, was not someone whom anyone in the holy martial dynasty would dare to belittle. Yet, this individual before him exhibited palpable disdain for Wu Ji, indicating he was clearly not a member of the holy martial dynasty. Neither are they individuals from other factions. Such entities would not dare to act so. You merely need to remember that I am the one who intends to take your life, and that is sufficient. The man clad in white nonchalantly seated himself at the vacant spot opposite Yi Shao. "Many wish to kill me. If you desire to do so, you must first stand in line," Yi Shao retorted. The man in white replied, "Your skills may be lacking, yet your bravado is considerable. I hope that once you enter the Canglan secret realm, you can maintain such confidence. Otherwise, I shall be disappointed. The Canglan secret realm is about to open." At that moment, as the tension between the two escalated, a voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily settled their accounts and made their way outside. At the boundary of the Canglan secret realm, radiant light illuminated the area, indicating a loosening of the barrier. Each of the 7 great factions dispatched a formidable individual, preparing to unlock the secret realm. "I have heard that your Yi family has numerous enemies. Once you enter the Canglan secret realm, be sure to safeguard your life." The man in white remarked, "I shall come to kill." After saying this, he exited the inn. Yi Zhao's expression darkened. He was perplexed by the origins of this man in white, who seemed to regard the 7 great factions with utter disdain. Yi Qingtian spoke up. "He is not from the Canglan realm." "Not from the Canglan realm?" Yi Shao furrowed his brow at this revelation. Was it not said that the 9 realms are sealed? How could outsiders reach the Canglan realm? However, there was no time for further inquiry. Outside, The Canglan secret realm was being unveiled. Yi Xiao and the others hurriedly stepped outside. Soon, a grand door manifested at the boundary of the Canglan secret realm. Beyond this door lay the realm itself. The crowd entered sequentially according to the rankings of the Seven Heroes Conference. Yi Xiao and his companions stepped through the grand entrance and into the Canglan secret realm. Within the Canglan secret realm existed a realm entirely distinct from the outside world. What a rich concentration of spiritual energy. Truly a sanctuary for cultivation. The members of the Yi family marveled, taking in the stunning scenery and the dense spiritual energy in the air. This place was imbued with 100-fold the spiritual essence found outside, featuring towering trees and formidable beasts. The Canglan secret realm was vast, stretching endlessly. Each group that entered was randomly teleported, making encounters within the realm rare. However, should a battle erupt, one's aura would be locked onto, making it not difficult to locate those of intent. The Holy Martial Dynasty and the Feathered Ascension sect are likely to make a move against us. Everyone must remain vigilant and avoid acting alone, Yi Xiao cautioned. Chapter 36. The mysterious great tomb, let them come. Who fears them? If they dare to enter, I shall make them regret it, a youth boldly declared as he stepped forward from the crowd. This youth was Yi Ming. He had been cultivating within the time-space tower. And although only a few days had passed in the outside world, he had spent thousands of days within the tower, effectively aging into his teenage years. Young Yi Ming, brimming with defiance and arrogance, was unmatched among the younger generation of the Yi family, with the exception of Yi Qingtian and Yi Chongqing. Nonetheless, he possessed the confidence to back his pride, as no one among the younger generation could rival him, including the illustrious Yi Xiao at the Seven Heroes Conference. Yi Xiao cast a glance at Yi Ming, his expression betraying a hesitance to speak. He wished to caution Yi Ming to exercise caution in unfamiliar territories, lest he encounter misfortune. However, recalling their previous encounter where he had been soundly beaten by Yi Ming, he felt unqualified to dispense advice. Despite the fact that he now possessed the blood of the vermilion bird, which merely rendered him more resilient to blows, he chose to remain silent. He understood that, even if he uttered more words, Yi Ming would likely dismiss them, rendering his efforts futile. It's so dull here, let us seek out the tombs, Yi Ming suggested. The mention of tombs sparked interest among the others, their curiosity piqued. Within the Canglan secret realm lies a vast necropolis, sprawling enough to rival a city. The main tomb chamber is said to house a remarkable figure, yet the identity of this illustrious individual remains a mystery. The Canglan secret realm has been accessible for over 10,000 years, yet no one has ever reached the main chamber. This necropolis is riddled with countless traps and formations, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death, with even the remains difficult to find. Nevertheless, danger often accompanies opportunity. Although the necropolis is fraught with peril, it also brims with potential treasures. While entry to the main chamber is barred, many of the accompanying burial chambers contain numerous valuable artifacts. Yi Xiao did not reject Yi Ming's proposition. During their stay at the Wuming Inn, he had overheard someone remark that entering the Canglan secret realm without seeking out the necropolis would be akin to a fruitless endeavor. The seven major forces, led by the Holy Martial Dynasty, organized the Seven Heroes Assembly and controlled access to the Canglan secret realm to ensure the necropolis could be explored for several more millennia. Without regulation, if everyone were allowed to explore freely, it would not be long before the tombs were stripped bare. In essence, this was a measure for the sustainable excavation of the necropolis. After traversing mountains and valleys, Yi Xiao and his companions finally located the entrance to the necropolis. At the entrance, a grim pile of bones lay scattered. Judging by the skeletal features, some belonged to humans, while others were the remains of ferocious beasts. These bones seemed to serve as a warning to Yi Xiao and his companions that this place was perilous, not meant for the faint-hearted. Yet, rather than deterring them, the sight of the accumulated bones only intensified their intrigue towards the grand tomb. Once we enter, you must stay close to me. No one is permitted to act alone, Yi Xiao reiterated. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Xiao took the lead and ventured into the necropolis. Meanwhile, aboard the Yi family's flying vessel, Yi Qingtian observed the unfolding scene through a void projection, clearly seeing the younger members of the Yi family enter the necropolis. Grandfather, there is something I do not understand, Yi Chongsheng inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yi Qingtian replied, are you wondering who it is that lies buried within this grand tomb of the Canglan secret realm? Yi Chongsheng nodded eagerly, saying, you are wise, grandfather. In truth, I am not entirely certain myself. Yi Qingtian remarked, I have only entered during the Battle King realm, yet with such prowess, one cannot access the core area of the grand tomb. Entry into the Canglan secret realm is contingent upon one's strength, with the upper limit being that of the Battle King. Those surpassing this threshold will be repelled by the Canglan secret realm. However, It is my conjecture that the master of this grand tomb is a formidable sovereign, perhaps even transcending the sovereign level. Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Above the sovereign realm? He inquired. Yi Qingtian replied, it is merely a conjecture. It is the people of the sacred martial dynasty. Yi Chongqing suddenly shifted the topic, his brow furrowed. In the ethereal projection, he discerned that the individuals from the sacred martial dynasty were closely pursuing them, having also entered the grand tomb. They are in peril, Yi Chongqing expressed with concern. Yi Qingtian chuckled lightly. Indeed, they are in peril. The they referred to by the two was evidently not the same group. Yi Chongqing spoke of Yi Xiao and his companions, while Yi Qingtian referred to the denizens of the sacred martial dynasty. The sacred martial dynasty ranked fourth in the 7 heroes assembly, securing but 6 slots. The leader was the white-clad man they had encountered earlier at the Nameless Tavern. The princes of the sacred martial dynasty treated the white-clad man with utmost deference, holding him in high regard. The white-clad man sniffed the air and remarked, the scent of those members of the Yi family lingers. They have also entered. What a narrow path for foes to cross. A prince interjected, just in time. We can corner them inside and avenge Wu Ji. With a sinister smile, the white-clad man said, let us proceed inside as well. Following this, he trailed behind Yi Xiao and the others into the burial grounds. Yi Xiao and his companions navigated numerous mechanisms, ultimately arriving before a massive stone door. Yi Laming eagerly advanced to push it open. Instantly, a thick fog billowed forth from the stone door. Toxic. Hold your breath. Yi Xiao exclaimed upon witnessing this. After a considerable time, the fog began to dissipate, allowing the group to glimpse the interior structure behind the stone door. The layout was quite simplistic, featuring 4 stone statues as guardians and a coffin slab. Once the fog cleared, Yi Laming could no longer contain his excitement and stepped inside. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, the stone statue guardians sprang to life, launching indiscriminate attacks upon Yi Xiao and the others. The burial chamber was thrown into chaos. The guardians, possessing master-level prowess, proved formidable adversaries. Yi Laming charged forward, landing punches with the ease of dispatching a child. Even the sentinels are at the mastery level. The group, under relentless assault from the statues, could not help but marvel at their might. Some sustained injuries and were compelled to retreat from the fray to tend to their wounds. You seem to be facing quite the dilemma. Do you require my assistance? A voice, vaguely familiar, suddenly resonated in their ears. Yi Xiao turned to see the white-clad man, who had inexplicably appeared behind them. Who are you? Yi Xiao inquired gravely. Chapter 37. The battle commences. Yi Laming strikes. He had previously heard a whisper of this from the ancestor. The man clad in white is not a denizen of the holy martial empire, nor is he from the Canglan Realm. In essence, he hails from a world beyond the Canglan Realm. Remarkably, he possesses the means to enter the Canglan secret realm using the name of the holy martial empire. And he has audaciously claimed that he intends to kill me. The connections in this scenario are indeed intriguing. I am the one sent to kill you, the man in white declared, waving his hand dismissively. As for my identity, you need not know, nor are you worthy of knowing. Several princes of the holy martial empire stepped forward, effectively blocking the retreat of the Yi family. 10 of you, just enough. Let us settle this here, he remarked. Oh, is that a child among them? The man's gaze swept over the Yi family, counting heads before casually mentioning Yi Laming. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's expression hardened. He had anticipated that the holy martial empire would seek retribution against the Yi family within the secret realm, but he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Clang. He drew the sun-devouring blade, planting it firmly into the ground, and fixed his gaze on the princes of the holy martial empire, stating in a low voice, you seek your own demise. Yi Xiao was not intimidated by the potential retaliation from the holy martial empire. Even Wu Ji was no match for him, let alone the other princes. Moreover, he had significantly enhanced his strength since the time of the 7 Heroes Conference, making it effortless to deal with these princes of the holy martial empire. Kill, commanded the man in white. At his words, the princes of the holy martial empire surged forward to attack Yi Xiao. They were aware that this individual had severely injured Wu Ji and was not to be underestimated. Thus, even in their numbers, they approached with caution, unleashing their most lethal techniques. The air was thick with an almost tangible aura of murderous intent. Yi Xiao took a step forward and muttered, overestimating yourselves. With both hands gripping the sun-devouring blade, he prepared to meet them head-on. Clang. A sharp sound resonated as the foremost prince clashed his weapon against the sun-devouring blade, only for it to shatter upon impact. My profound-grade spiritual weapon. The prince gazed in horror at the remnants of his weapon, but before grief could settle in, he was swiftly cleaved apart by the overwhelming blade intent. His protective artifacts crumbled beneath the might of the sun-devouring blade, and he fell lifelessly to the ground, vitality rapidly dissipating. The other princes halted in their tracks, paralyzed by fear. Laolu, one of them cried in anguish. The fallen prince was the sixth among them, witnessing the brutal demise of their sixth brother. The remaining princes were struck with terror. What are you all hesitating for? Charge! The man in white scolded, his tone laced with disdain. Though the princes felt the sting of his words, their hearts simmered with indignation. Why should we be mere fodder? Yet, they dared not show their emotions. One prince finally spoke, Young Master Wang, we are no match for him. If we charge recklessly, we shall only meet our end. Our orders were to wait for an opportune moment, not to throw our lives away foolishly. The man known as Young Master Wang shook his head at the prince's words. Enough, a bunch of useless fools. I never expected anything from you. As he spoke, he advanced forward. I shall handle this myself. Young Master Wang retracted the folding fan from his hand, substituting it with a long sword. The blade in your grasp could effortlessly shatter a Xian-grade spiritual artifact. If I am not mistaken, it must be a sacred-grade spiritual artifact, he remarked, astonished. Such a precious sacred-grade artifact in your possession is a sheer waste of its potential. Young Master Wang continued, then suspended the long sword in midair. Instantly, the sword transformed into countless shimmering sword shadows, dazzling and extraordinarily sharp. Under Young Master Wang's command, innumerable sword shadows surged towards Yi Xiao. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Xiao gripped the Sun-Eater blade, straining to defend himself. The prowess of Young Master Wang evidently surpassed that of the princes from the sacred martial dynasty and even eclipsed that of the previous Wu Ji. He was a formidable warrior at the War King level. Realizing this, Yi Xiao's expression darkened. Within the Master Realm, he feared no adversary, yet, against a War King, he felt utterly powerless. The chasm between such vast realms was insurmountable. However, the blood of the vermilion bird endowed him with extraordinary self-healing abilities. Despite being battered, his wounds swiftly mended. In the face of Young Master Wang, he could only endure, incapable of retaliating. Over time, his internal spiritual energy would inevitably be depleted. Young Master Wang, with a mocking gaze, looked upon Yi Xiao and disdainfully declared, the genius of the Canglan Realm is nothing remarkable. He then gripped the long sword, poised to deliver a fatal strike. The myriad sword shadows coalesced into a singular entity, brimming with a formidable energy that instilled fear. This sword light possessed immense penetrating power. Despite Yi Xiao's vigorous defense, he was still injured by the blade's brilliance. It's over. Young Master Wang swung the long sword once more, this time targeting Yi Xiao's heart. He discerned that Yi Xiao possessed formidable self-healing capabilities. To truly slay him, he needed to pierce his heart. Lei Ming, it is your turn to act. Yi Xiao shouted. Finally, it's my turn. I've awaited your call for far too long. Lei Ming stretched languidly, yawned, and stepped forward. Young Master Wang was momentarily taken aback. What is this? A child has arrived? Is this child truly your combatant? What does this imply? Your opponent is me. Lei Ming beckoned Young Master Wang with a finger. Young Master Wang was left in a state of bewildered amusement. Shaking his head slightly, he remarked, what is this? Are you all queuing up for death? Starting from the youngest? Lei Ming replied, in fact, I am the eldest among them. Young Master Wang turned to the princes of the sacred martial dynasty and said, if you cannot defeat Yi Xiao, surely you can handle this child? The princes glanced at the slender Lei Ming and nodded confidently, declaring, no problem. One prince stepped forward first, asserting, leave it to me. Who cannot crush a soft persimmon? I grant you 30 moves. He looked at Lei Ming, feeling it would be dishonorable to bully someone so small, so he decided to allow Lei Ming 30 moves, stating, you strike, and I promise not to move. How absurd. Lei Ming muttered. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he soared forth like an arrow released from a bow, his fists swinging fiercely as it landed a crushing blow upon the prince. The impact resounded with a thud. The prince, caught off guard, only comprehended the sheer force of the strike when it connected, sending him hurtling backwards to crash against the wall. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood gushing from his mouth. Third brother, are you all right? This scene horrified the other princes, who had initially perceived Yi Leiming as an easily manipulated weakling. However, reality revealed that Yi Leiming was no mere soft fruit, but rather a piece of iron even harder than Yi Xia. Chapter 38. The Thunder Dragon Spear. The third prince struggled in agony for a moment before succumbing to death. Do not blame me. It was he who invited the blow. Yi Leiming murmured, having never encountered such an unreasonable demand. All eyes turned towards him, and this time, the disdain in their gazes was replaced by sheer terror. The youth before them possessed strength surpassing even that of Yi Xia, and his strikes were merciless. A single punch had rendered the third prince incapacitated. The members of the Yi family had long grown accustomed to Yi Leiming's formidable prowess, though young and diminutive in stature. Within that small frame lay an unfathomable reservoir of terrifying strength. Each member had felt the sting of Yi Leiming's hand, and they understood all too well. How could the Yi family harbor such a fearsome young talent? The princes of the holy martial dynasty turned pale, retreating in fear, apprehensive that Yi Laming might turn his attention towards them next. Young Master Wang furrowed his brow. He had witnessed the earlier scene and assumed the third prince could easily reprimand this overconfident youth. To his astonishment, the prince had been vanquished by a single punch. His previous contempt for Yi Laming evaporated, replaced by a dawning realization that this young individual, summoned by Yi Xia, possessed strength far exceeding his own. Who is this person? Why have I not encountered any relevant intelligence? Young Master Wang mused, a frown deepening upon his face, clearly displeased. Prior to entering the secret realm, the holy martial dynasty had provided him with extensive intelligence, granting him a general understanding of the younger generation of the Yi family. Yet, in all the information he had reviewed, he found no mention of Yi Laming. Young Master Wang, we too are unaware of who this person is. He is likely a genius cultivated in secrecy by the Yi family, several princes explained. When young Master Wang inquired whom they could ask, they were at a loss. Since birth, Yi Laming had been taken to the Qingtian Hall by Yi Qingtian, where he had remained in the time-space tower for training. Not only the princes of the holy martial dynasty, but many elders of the Yi family were also oblivious to Yi Laming's existence. A genius secretly cultivated? Young Master Wang silently contemplated. At that moment, Yi Laming spoke again. Hey, let us have a match. Those other fellows are too weak. I think you might be worth my time. Upon hearing this, young Master Wang's expression darkened. What I relish most is the annihilation of talent. Young Master Wang spoke in a deep voice. The Yi family secretly cultivates you, indicating their lofty expectations. Keeping you here must infuriate them. Although young Master Wang felt somewhat taken aback, he was not intimidated by Yi Laming, for he was a genuine warrior at the King of War realm, far surpassing the worthless princes of the sacred martial dynasty. Your aspirations are commendable, yet regrettably, your current strength falls short, Yi Laming replied bluntly. Subsequently, he propelled himself forward, launching a punch at young Master Wang with the same ferocity as before. Young Master Wang met the punch head-on. Bang! The collision of their fists unleashed a tremendous shockwave, causing Yi Laming to stagger back a few steps. Young Master Wang remained steadfast, yet his expression grew increasingly grave. Though he had withstood the blow, he now grasped the extent of Yi Laming's power, formidable, even stronger than he had anticipated. This young man was, like him, a warrior of the King of War realm. Should the fight continue, his life would be in peril. However, retreating at this juncture would lead to a loss of face. At that moment, he cursed the sacred martial dynasty for failing to gather intelligence on the Yi family, landing him in such a dire predicament. As he contemplated escape, it was already too late. Yi Laming withdrew his fist, his arm sweeping to reveal a purple long spear that materialized in his grasp, crackling with arcs of lightning. This spear, known as the Thunder Dragon Spear, was a spiritual weapon bestowed upon Yi Laming by Yi Qingtian. Though it was not of sacred grade, its attributes harmonized perfectly with Yi Laming, enabling it to unleash terrifying power. Moreover, the Thunder Dragon Spear could be enhanced to sacred grade in the future, making it an invaluable weapon, rivaling the sun-devouring blade in rarity. With a mighty leap, Yi Laming launched the Thunder Dragon Spear towards young Master Wang, summoning a dragon of lightning that roared past before converging at the spear's tip. Young Master Wang's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly brandished his longsword in defense. 10,000 sword slash. Illusory sword lights materialized before him, ultimately coalescing into his longsword. Clang! The Thunder Dragon Spear clashed with the sword, sending sparks flying in all directions. Boom! An explosion of energy erupted, causing the entire tomb to tremble and collapse beneath the immense force. Spectators transformed into ethereal forms, soaring into the air. Though young Master Wang and Yi Laming lacked the manifestation of wings behind them, they stood firm in the air, for at the King of War realm, one could traverse the skies without the need for wings. If feathered flight marked the realm of the feather transformation, then flight without wings was the hallmark of the King of War. The tremendous commotion of their battle attracted many from various factions, including individuals from the sacred martial dynasty and the Yi family. However, who were the man in white and the youth? They had never been heard of before. Yet they too could soar without wings, indicating their status as warriors of the King of War. Onlookers gazed in awe at the two figures confronting one another in midair, unable to suppress their astonishment. No one expected that, during this expedition into the secret realm, there would be a formidable warrior among them. Moreover, these two individuals were strangers to one another and had not obtained any relevant intelligence. Yet, they could ascertain that the opposing parties hailed from the Yi family and the holy martial dynasty, although they were unfamiliar with young Master Wang and Yi Laming. The other members of these two powerful factions were quite recognizable. Well, young man, Your strength is commendable, young Master Wang remarked. With your talents, remaining in this Canglan Realm is beneath you. Why not accompany me and leave this place? I assure you, you will grow even stronger. Upon hearing this, Yi Shao immediately became anxious and interjected, Laming, do not heed his nonsense. Is it true that you would seek to recruit someone simply because you cannot defeat them? That is hardly a reasonable approach. Naturally, Yi Laming was unimpressed by young Master Wang's words, having been raised under the guidance of Yi Qingtian. He found it difficult to regard most individuals with any seriousness. Accompany you and become a waste like yourself? Yi Laming retorted. Hearing Yi Laming's response, Yi Shao let out a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that Yi Laming might acquiesce to the other's proposal, resulting in a loss far greater than anticipated. After all, what would their ancestors say upon his return? Become a waste like me? Young Master Wang's countenance darkened, fury surging within him. Young man, do you realize you are courting disaster? Young Master Wang seethed. To be labeled a waste by a mere youth was utterly intolerable. Yi Laming replied, from my observations, it appears you do not possess such strength. Rather, it seems you will find it quite difficult to leave this place alive. His words dripped with disdain. For now it was Yi Laming who looked down upon young Master Wang. The commotion from their earlier confrontation had drawn an increasingly large audience. To be humiliated by a young man in front of so many witnesses was a tremendous disgrace for young Master Wang. Sharp-tongued, young Master Wang exclaimed in anger, today, no one can save you. Suddenly, his aura surged, and before him, a colossal sword formation materialized. Radiant light shimmered as numerous white swords shot forth from the array. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A flurry of white swords sped toward Yi Laming. Not to be outdone, Yi Laming raised his purple lightning dragon spear toward the sky. Come forth! Thunder! He bellowed. Almost immediately, a tempest brewed overhead, dark clouds converging ominously. Within the pitch-black expanse, bolts of lightning flickered, followed by the resounding roar of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The Canglan secret realm was a miniature world, rich with various elements. Yi Laming could harness the power of thunder to augment his strength. Boom, boom, boom. Over Yi Laming, bolts of electricity crackled, as though tearing through the sky. The purple lightning surged towards the purple lightning dragon spear, and immense energy coalesced around it. The scene before the onlookers left them utterly astonished. Their power is astounding. Some gasped. But why have we never heard of them before? Ladies and gentlemen, have you heard of the sacred martial dynasty and the Yi family? Some gasped in astonishment, confusion etched on their faces. Perhaps they are prodigies nurtured in secrecy. Having attained the realm of the war king at such a tender age, evoking envy in us all. Others speculated, their admiration palpable. No, the man in white is likely not from the sacred martial dynasty. The technique he displayed, if I am not mistaken, is the 10,000 swords heart extermination formation. One individual spoke gravely, offering an explanation. The 10,000 swords heart extermination formation? Is that not recorded in ancient texts? It is the esoteric spiritual technique of the 10,000 swords sect from the Azure Realm. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. The man in white was not from the Canglan Realm, but hailing from the 10,000 swords sect of the Azure Realm. No wonder they did not recognize him. The 10,000 swords heart extermination formation is indeed a legendary technique, well documented in ancient scriptures. The 10,000 swords sect is a formidable force within the Azure Realm. The fact that the man in white could wield such a technique clearly indicates his origins. Yet, who is the youth from the Yi family? At such a young age, he possesses the strength of a war king. After uncovering the background of the man in white, the crowd turned their gaze towards Yi Laming. Unfortunately, no one recognized him. Meanwhile, the battle between the two in midair intensified. The man from the 10,000 swords sect found himself at a disadvantage, succumbing to defeat. Even the 10,000 swords heart extermination formation was shattered by Yi Laming with a single thrust of his spear. The tide of battle turned decidedly against him. As Yi Laming charged towards him, the man in white, disregarding his dignity, fled in utter disarray before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yet, Yi Laming afforded him no opportunity to escape. He hurled his spear, the purple lightning thunder dragon, with ferocity. A streak of violet light cleaved through the sky. The crowd witnessed a shadow in the distance pierce through, plummeting rapidly to the ground. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated in their ears. The onlookers hurriedly turned to see the man in white crash heavily to the earth. Though a war king, his body remained resilient, suffering only minor injuries from the fall. The ground, however, lay in ruins beneath him. In a flash, Yi Laming appeared before the man in white. Thinking of escaping? He taunted with a smirk. The man in white replied, I advise you. I am from the 10,000 swords sect. If you truly kill me, I assure you, the Yi family will experience a fate worse than death. You dare to threaten me? Yi Laming's gaze turned icy in an instant. You may consider it so. The man in white retorted with a cold chuckle, seemingly confident in the name of his sect. He was convinced that his opponent would not dare to truly kill him. After all, even in the vast Azure Realm, few would dare provoke the 10,000 Sword sect, let alone a decrepit family from the Canglan Realm. I'm sorry, but I do not accept your threat. Yi Laming shook his head, withdrawing the spear that was embedded in the man and plunging it back in. Young Master Wang cried out in excruciating pain, his wails echoing. Yi, you are finished. I swear. The 10,000 Sword sect will annihilate the Yi family and exact vengeance upon you. In this moment, a war king was reduced to a pitiful state of agony. He yearned to flee, yet escape was utterly beyond his grasp. The remaining princes of the sacred martial dynasty exhibited remarkable cunning. Seizing the opportunity while young Master Wang engaged in combat with Yi Laming, they retreated to a distance, wary of being caught in Yi Laming's indiscriminate attacks. However, their escape was fraught with difficulty, given the overwhelming numbers of the Yi family. Yi Shao and his companions finally found their purpose, stepping forward to ensnare the sacred martial princes. Yi Shao, allow me to caution you. That individual is one you must not slay. One prince intoned gravely. The strength of the 10,000 Sword sect is formidable, far beyond your capacity to provoke. Should you take his life, retribution from the sect will undoubtedly befall the Yi family. At that point, no one will be able to save you. In response, Yi Shao shook his head and scoffed. That fellow has been clamoring to kill us from the outset. Must we refrain from retaliating? As for the 10,000 Sword sect, should they dare to venture into the Canglan Realm, they will meet the same fate. Yi Shao suppressed a laugh, maintaining his composure. The current Yi family, under the protection of their ancestors, possessed strength unparalleled compared to the past. What was the 10,000 Sword sect in the grand scheme of things? Spare me. If you grant me my life, I assure you there will be no vengeance from the 10,000 Sword sect. I can act on their behalf. Young Master Wang, overwhelmed by pain, finally knelt in supplication. It was hard to fathom that a formidable warrior from the 10,000 Sword sect could be brought to such a state by a mere youth. Yet, Yi Laming paid him no heed and ultimately ended his life with a single strike. Next, it was the turn of the sacred martial princes. Outside, within the sacred martial dynasty, a sudden crash resonated as an identity jade tablet shattered. Is that young Master Wang's identity tablet? This one belongs to the second prince. And that one is for the fourth prince. What on earth has transpired? An elder opened his eyes, witnessing the successive shattering of jade tablets. His expression one of profound shock. Chapter 40. The response of the sacred martial dynasty. The oncoming storm of war key figures from various factions, while executing missions, would leave behind their life jade tablets. These tablets, imbued with a fragment of the individual's life force, served as a lifeline. For instance, prior to entering the Canglan secret realm, young Master Wang infused his life essence into a specially crafted tablet. Should calamity befall him within the secret realm, resulting in his demise, his life jade tablet would shatter accordingly. As the life jade tablets shattered one after another, the overseeing elder was filled with dread. He could scarcely believe that several princes who entered the Canglan secret realm, along with young Master Wang from the 10,000 Sword sect, had perished in such quick succession. Given young Master Wang's prowess, he was unmatched by any of the younger generation throughout the Canglan realm. What calamity had unfolded within the secret realm? Or had there been an issue with the tablets themselves, leading to their destruction without actual fatalities? This matter was of grave significance. The elder responsible for oversight dared not speculate recklessly and hurried to the sacred martial hall. At that moment, a court meeting was underway, with officials presenting their counsel. The elder, however, disregarded decorum and rushed inside. Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. The sovereign turned to him, his expression one of displeasure. In the eyes of the sovereign, no matter the magnitude of the affair, one must never intrude upon the court unannounced. At present, the court assembly was in session, with civil and military officials present. To burst in without so much as a word would undermine his authority. However, the elder was also a member of the royal family and his senior, thus he hesitated to impose any reprimand. He inquired, "What brings such urgency?" Upon hearing this, the elder glanced around and signaled for the sovereign to dismiss the civil and military officials. The shattering of the life tokens of the princes was an immense matter for the Shungwu dynasty. Should outsiders learn of it, the consequences would be dire. After all, those eligible to enter the Canglan secret realm were the most distinguished princes of the Shungwu dynasty, the very future of the realm itself. The sovereign, sensing the gravity of the situation, narrowed his gaze and adopted a serious demeanor. What exactly has transpired? He waved his hand, signaling the ministers to withdraw. The ministers, perceiving the gravity of the moment, dared not inquire further and promptly exited. Once outside the grand hall, they began to discuss amongst themselves. What do you suppose has occurred? Even we are not permitted to know, one minister remarked. If I am not mistaken, that individual is an elder of the royal family. A centenarian general responsible for guarding the Hall of Life tokens, another minister interjected. Despite his age, within the realm of cultivators, a century is still considered youth. And he remained valiant on the battlefield. The position of guarding the Hall of Life tokens is typically a nominal one. He seldom attends court unless what? Unless a life token of an important figure has shattered. The ministers buzzed with speculation. They quickly deduced that the Canglan secret realm was involved. After all, recently, only two significant matters concerning the fate of the nation had arisen. The Seven Heroes' Assembly had concluded, leaving only the Canglan secret realm. Upon mentioning the Canglan secret realm, the ministers fell silent, fully aware that this issue could lead to their annihilation and thus deemed it unwise to discuss further. Meanwhile, within the hall, the elder spoke. Your Majesty, the life tokens of all the princes who entered the Canglan secret realm have shattered. Oh, which prince's life token has broken? The sovereign inquired further. He either did not hear correctly or had never imagined such a calamity. It is not uncommon for a prince's life token to shatter. But for them all to be destroyed is unprecedented. They have all shattered, the elder reiterated. Upon hearing this, the sovereign's expression darkened, disbelief etched across his features. What do you mean? All of them? Yes, all have shattered, though it is also possible that the tokens themselves were flawed, the elder replied. What of Wang Hui? Has his life token also shattered? The sovereign pressed on. The elder bowed slightly and confirmed, it is shattered as well. The sovereign's complexion turned ashen. The loss of the princes, though tragic, could still allow for the continuation of the royal bloodline, as there were many heirs and resources to nurture them. However, the death of Wang Hui signified a grave predicament. How could this be possible? The Canglan secret realm is not a place of great peril. How could they all perish there? In the entire Canglan realm, no one could match Wang Hui, the sovereign pondered, enveloped in confusion. He wrestled with this incomprehensible reality for what felt like an eternity, unable to accept the truth. The demise of the princes within the Canglan secret realm could only point to two possible scenarios. One peril lies within the depths of the Canglan secret realm, while another emanates from the potential retaliation of rival factions, such as the Yi family. Although the Canglan secret realm harbors certain dangers, they remain manageable, typically. Only one or two unfortunate souls meet their demise within its confines. A complete annihilation has never occurred. Conversely, the threat posed by rival factions is even less plausible. Among the seven heroes, the most formidable figure is undoubtedly Yi Xiao of the Yi family. Yet, Yi Xiao is merely a master. While Wang Hui stands as a battle king, and not just any battle king, he hails from the 10,000 Sword sect and possesses its profound legacy. Distinguishing himself even among his peers, Yi Xiao could never match his prowess. First, let us investigate the matter of the life jade tokens. The sovereign pondered for a long while before speaking. Moreover, this matter must remain confidential. The elder replied, as you command. Once the elder departed, the sovereign proceeded to escalate the issue. Although he is the emperor of the sacred martial dynasty, revered and worshipped by millions, this particular matter pertains to the 10,000 Sword sect, beyond his capacity to resolve. Above him, numerous royal ancestors wield authority. These venerable beings are the true decision-makers of the sacred martial dynasty. Upon learning of the situation, the royal ancestors convened and decreed a news blackout. They lacked knowledge of the events transpiring within the Canglan secret realm and could only await the return of others to render a judgment. Canglan Mountain. Aboard the flying vessel of the sacred martial dynasty, Wukong was also informed of the developments. Since the failed assault on Qingtian city, the dynasty's situation had drastically deteriorated. The Seven Heroes Conference ended in utter defeat, and the Canglan secret realm faced total collapse. Wang Hui of the 10,000 Sword sect had perished. How could they justify this to the sect? Wukong stood on the deck of the vessel, gazing somberly down at Canglan Mountain, his expression grave. Recalling recent events weighed heavily on his heart. He suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to them, the prestige the sacred martial dynasty had cultivated over millennia was swiftly eroding, all instigated by the Silver Feather dynasty. Wukong muttered, were it not for the Silver Feather dynasty's interference, Qingtian city would have long been within the grasp of the sacred martial dynasty. Moreover, it was the Silver Feather dynasty that disrupted the Seven Heroes Conference, forcing the sacred martial dynasty into a passive position. Their support for the Yi family even surpasses that of the Mingyang sect. Once the secret realm concludes, these accounts must be meticulously settled. Ling Feiyu, since you so relish the limelight, let us begin with you. A glint of cold light flashed in Wukong's eyes, revealing a palpable intent to kill. Chapter 41. Does the Yi family face catastrophe? Within the Canglan secret realm, young Master Wang and several princes of the sacred martial dynasty met their untimely demise. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence, swiftly followed by an overwhelming chill. Particularly, the 5 disciples of the Feathered Transformation sect, who had initially intended to bolster the sacred martial dynasty's morale and endear themselves to the princes and the enigmatic young Master Wang, now trembled with fear. In this moment, they yearned only to discreetly find a crack in the ground to hide within, terrified of being ensnared in the aftermath. Had all the princes of the sacred martial dynasty truly perished? Shangwan Xiaoyu witnessed this scene with disbelief. Yet, the truth lay before him, evident to all, compelling him to accept what he could hardly fathom. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune for having survived the 7 Heroes Conference. Previously harboring animosity towards the Yi family due to his defeat by Yi Xiao, he now found his heart consumed by fear and relief. He had indeed killed a disciple of the Wanjian sect, an act that might invite catastrophic repercussions for the Yi family. Gu Tianyun, from the ancient Gujian dynasty, furrowed his brow in concern. The Gujian dynasty, steeped in history and profound heritage, possessed knowledge far surpassing that of newer factions. The Supreme War a millennium ago had damaged the world's essence, creating barriers between the once interconnected 9 realms, leaving the emerging forces of this era largely ignorant of them. Unlike these new factions, Gu Tianyun was well acquainted with the Wanjian sect, as it was documented in the ancient texts of his dynasty. The Wanjian sect was an immensely powerful force within the Qing realm, boasting numerous monarchs and even a supreme powerhouse. Provoking the Wanjian sect could spell dire trouble for the Yi family. Although the 9 realms were presently sealed off from one another, it was not entirely impossible to traverse them. The fact that a disciple of the Wanjian sect could reach the Canglan Realm, and that the Shengwu dynasty could transport Wu Ji to the Qing realm's Yaoshan Valley for healing, indicated that inter-realm travel was achievable through certain special means. They remained oblivious to the formidable adversaries they had drawn upon themselves. A man beside Gu Tianyun spoke, his gaze resting on Yi Leiming, who wore a triumphant expression. To the Gujian dynasty, Yi Leiming seemed utterly unaware of the formidable enemy he had provoked, which only added to their astonishment. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall proceed according to our own plans, Gu Tianyun declared. With that, the members of the Gujian dynasty turned and departed. What is the origin of this youth? If I am not mistaken, that Wanjian sect individual must have been a war king, slain by a single thrust of his spear. Lu Zheng of the Mingyang sect marveled, exhaling a sigh of relief. Before entering the Canglan secret realm, their ancestor, Lu Mingyang, had explicitly instructed them to offer assistance should any member of the Yi family encounter peril. Lu Zheng understood that this so-called peril referred to the Shengwu dynasty and the Yuhua sect. He had just intended to aid Yi Xiao. However, it now seemed unnecessary. As their adversaries had been vanquished, let us depart. We have lingered long enough. We must seek the tomb and hasten our own ascension in power. Lu Zheng waved his hand, leading the disciples of the Mingyang sect away. Following the battle, various factions could not suppress their reflections, and after expressing their sentiments, they began to leave in succession. The Yi family, meanwhile, commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. These individuals are exceedingly wealthy, truly deserving of their status as princes of the Shengwu dynasty. Alas, they are unlikely to ever utilize their riches. It seems unnecessary for us to risk our safety by raiding tombs. The members of the Yi family have returned with bountiful rewards, their faces adorned with joy. In stark contrast, the princes of the Shengwu dynasty appear impoverished. Prior to Yi Qingtian's return, they would struggle to acquire sufficient resources for cultivation. Even the weakest among them possesses more resources than Yi Xiao, the heir of the Yi family. Of course, the bestowals from our ancestors are another matter entirely. Yi Xiao held a damaged token in his hand. As he pieced it together, he discerned the name Wang Hui inscribed upon it. Wanjianmen, he murmured, shaking his head with a cold smile. He recognized the formidable nature of this faction. Yet what of it? The Yi family is no longer the vulnerable entity it once was. Even if Wanjianmen dared to launch a massive assault, the Yi family would ensure they remained forever in the Canglan Realm. Young master, I owe my success in this battle to you. Surely, I have made a significant contribution, exclaimed Yi Leiming with pride. Yi Xiao patted him on the shoulder, smiling as he replied, Indeed, you have played a pivotal role in this victory. Be sure to seek recognition from our ancestors upon our return. Yi Leiming added, Rest assured, our ancestors must have witnessed this battle. They will surely reward you handsomely once we emerge. In the external world, aboard the Yi family's flying vessel, Yi Qingtian pondered aloud. What sort of reward should I bestow upon him? He chuckled. Ah, that little rascal Leiming. It appears he has fully mastered the powers of the Battle King. After we return, I shall send him to the Battle King Tower for further training. The Battle King Tower is an ancient structure found throughout the 9 realms, with each realm housing 9 such towers, where Battle Kings hone their skills or undergo evaluation. The titles of 10 victories Battle King or 100 victories Battle King refer to those who achieve 10 or 100 victories within the tower. This is both an honor and a testament to one's strength. Given his current capabilities, he should be able to attain 10 victories. Yi Changxing couldn't help but marvel at the prospect of achieving the title of 10 Victories Battle King at such a young age. Throughout the 9 realms, there are indeed a select few who possess extraordinary talents among the myriad of beings. Yi Qingtian remarked, "Grandfather, why has the Shengwu dynasty not responded to our annihilation of several of their princes in the Canglan secret realm? Their silence is rather unsettling." Yi Changxing queried. Yi Qingtian replied, "The Shengwu dynasty likely does not possess the Void Shadow Stone. Even if they did, their strength would be insufficient to peer across realms. The void projection they witness is facilitated by a rare artifact known as the Void Shadow Stone, which is nearly impossible to obtain. This stone allows one to glimpse the essence of a realm, with the range and distance contingent upon the wielder's power. Typically, a sovereign without any array barriers can observe half a realm's expanse, akin to the founder of the Qingtian Hall, who could witness the floating platform from within. With Yi Qingtian's formidable strength, in the absence of any barrier formations, he is capable of peering into an entire realm, even transcending boundaries to observe another. Chapter 42. It has been a long time since I last had dumplings. The Void Shadow Stone is exceedingly rare, an opportunity that one can only hope to encounter. Within the entirety of the Canglan Realm, there exist only 2 such stones, one in the possession of Yi Qingtian, and the other held by the founder of the Qingtian Palace. The stone in the Qingtian Palace was acquired through a fortuitous circumstance. The Shengwu dynasty previously offered a handsome price for the Qingtian Palace's stone, yet their desires remained unfulfilled. As Yi Qingtian had surmised, the Shengwu dynasty does not possess a Void Shadow Stone. They are only aware of the annihilation of Wang Hui and the princes, oblivious to the events that transpired within the secret realm. While the Shengwu dynasty had speculated that the Yi family might be involved, they doubted that anyone from the younger generation of the Yi family could rival Wang Hui of the Wanjian sect. In the minds of the Shengwu dynasty, the demise of Wang Hui and the princes was most likely due to their unfortunate encounter with some dreadful tombs. Ancestor, Ling Feiyu of the Silver Feather dynasty seeks an audience. At that moment, a voice resounded from outside. Yi Qingtian replied, "Let him enter." As his words fell, Ling Feiyu stepped inside. "Yi Supreme," Ling Feiyu greeted with utmost respect upon seeing Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian nodded slightly and inquired, "There must be a reason for your visit. Speak freely." Ling Feiyu responded. In reply to Yi Supreme, "Not long ago, the Shengwu dynasty stationed 1,000,000 troops at our border, displaying an evident intent to invade." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian chuckled and remarked, "It seems the Shengwu dynasty intends to squeeze you like a soft persimmon." Ling Feiyu could not help but offer a rueful smile. For the Shengwu dynasty, the Yi family, Silver Feather dynasty, and Mingyang sect were the easiest targets to bully, with the Silver Feather dynasty being the most vulnerable. Although the Yi family has declined, the ancestral defensive formations of Qingtian City are not easily breached. As for the Mingyang sect, it is fortified by the presence of the Peak Emperor, Lu Mingyang, and boasts a rich heritage that has endured for millennia, making it no easy feat to swallow them whole. Conversely, while the Silver Feather dynasty is currently on the rise, its foundation remains shallow, lacking the ancestral defensive array of Qingtian City, rendering it the most pliable target. Nevertheless, Ling Feiyu had long anticipated this day. The Silver Feather dynasty's previous reluctance to engage in the disputes of the seasoned powers stemmed from their fragility, which made them susceptible to becoming sacrifices. "It has been a long time since I last had dumplings," Yi Qingtian suddenly remarked. Ling Feiyu and Yi Changxing were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the abrupt shift to dumplings. Yi Changxing said, "I shall have someone prepare them at once." With that, he stepped out to notify the accompanying cooks to make dumplings. Although they had reached a level of cultivation that enabled them to fast without feeling hunger, they still indulged in the delights of worldly cuisine during their leisure. It is a form of enjoyment. Let them first savor some sweetness, Yi Qingtian continued, unfazed by Yi Changxing's departure. "And when they march into the heart of the Silver Feather dynasty, we shall seize them all at once." As he spoke, Yi Qingtian clenched his fist tightly. Upon hearing this, Ling Feiyu's eyes brightened with sudden realization. So this is the meaning behind making dumplings. Yi Zun's wisdom is indeed commendable. Initially, Ling Feiyu acknowledged Yi Qingtian's thoughts, but then, with a look of concern, he remarked, "But isn't the risk to the Silver Feather dynasty too great? Unlike Qingtian City, the Silver Feather dynasty lacks such formidable defensive formations. If there is even a slight misstep, the Silver Feather dynasty could suffer a devastating blow." Yi Qingtian shot him a glance and replied, "What? Do you doubt me?" Ling Feiyu quickly shook his head in denial, saying, "That is not my intention. I merely worry. After all, the Silver Feather dynasty's foundations are still fragile and cannot withstand overwhelming turmoil. My command is all you need to follow. Qingtian spoke in a low voice. Rest assured, all spoils from this battle will belong to the Silver Feather Dynasty, serving as compensation. After hearing this, Ling Feiyu dared not voice further objections and nodded in agreement. Qingtian then relayed a few more instructions. Before long, Ling Feiyu rose to depart. As he left, Yi Changxing entered, carrying a plate of fragrant dumplings. Their eyes met, and there was a moment of silence. Ling Feiyu remarked, "These dumplings smell delicious." Yi Changxing replied, "There are still some left in the kitchen. Would you like to have some?" No. I must attend to some matters arranged by Yi Zun. Farewell." With that, Ling Feiyu vanished in an instant. Yi Changxing then presented the dumplings to Yi Qingtian, saying, "Grandfather, the dumplings you requested are ready." Yi Qingtian gazed deeply at him, then picked up his chopsticks and took a dumpling, placing it into his mouth. The moment he bit into the dumpling, an explosion of aroma filled the air. These were no ordinary dumplings. The filling contained rare celestial ingredients, enhanced with the exquisite meat of spiritual beasts. And even the water used to cook the dumplings was pure and refined essence from the heavens and earth. For an ordinary person, consuming just one of these dumplings would likely transform them into a practitioner. Within the Canglan secret realm, while Yi Qingtian savored the dumplings outside, the members of the Yi family had ventured into a vast tomb. This tomb was dark and quiet, exuding a chilling aura that seeped into the bones. Numerous skeletal remains lay within, indicating that they were not the first to arrive at this tomb, which was fraught with peril. Suddenly, as they progressed, a cold arrow shot toward them. Clang! Yi Laming reacted swiftly, deflecting the arrow. What kind of skill is it to launch a surprise attack from the shadows? Show yourself for a duel. Our leader fears you not. One individual, startled by the sudden arrow, shouted vehemently. Yi Xiao picked up the arrow and examined it closely, stating, "This arrow originates from within the tomb. It is not a human ambush." The arrow bore a complex pattern, one that Yi Xiao had observed in multiple locations throughout the tomb. Thus, he concluded that it was not a human attack, but rather a mechanism within the tomb itself. Moreover, with the annihilation of the sacred martial dynasty's entourage, who would dare to covertly attack them? Individuals like those from the Ascendant sect could hardly escape, let alone muster the courage to follow behind. This arrow seems to serve as a warning to us. Should we venture further? Someone inquired. Yi Laming replied, "Certainly, we must proceed. What is there to fear?" However, Yi Xia shook his head and remarked, "Based on the speed and might of that arrow, this is at least a royal tomb. If we are to enter, it should only be the two of us, Laming and I. The others should not accompany us." Chapter 43, The Tomb of the Sovereign. Young friend, please wait. A royal tomb signifies that the individual interred within was at least a formidable warrior of the Battle King realm during their lifetime. Within the vast expanse of the Canglan secret realm, tombs are categorized into master tombs, royal tombs, sovereign tombs, and supreme tombs, based on their scale and the strength of their guardians. Generally, members of the major factions would act within their means, consuming only what they are capable of digesting, refraining from venturing beyond their limits. After all, they prioritize their own lives over treasures. Yi Xia had initially hesitated to take the risk, for although he was virtually invincible among the master realm, he was still merely a master, possessing little resistance against a battle king. Yet, with Yi Laming clamoring to enter, he steeled his resolve and joined him. Yi Xia was acutely aware that everything transpiring within the secret realm could be observed by their ancestors through the Void Shadow Stone. Should he display excessive timidity, his standing with the ancestors would surely diminish. As Yi Xia and Yi Laming delved deeper into the tomb, the rest awaited outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon their entry, they triggered mechanisms within, and dark arrows began to shoot forth from both sides. However, these posed no threat to the duo. One wielded the sun-devouring blade, while the other brandished the purple lightning dragon spear. Those arrows could not harm them in the slightest, clearing obstacles along their path. They finally reached the innermost sanctum of the tomb. It was a vast hall, at the center of which floated a colossal coffin. Surrounding it were 8 formidable guardians, their bodies forged of steel, glimmering with silver, and wielding standardized weapons. At the far end of the hall, a throne awaited. The entire chamber was arranged akin to a court of an imperial dynasty. As Yi Xia beheld the scene before him, an ominous premonition washed over him. This tomb did not appear to be a royal tomb. Rather, it seemed to be a sovereign tomb. Within that coffin lay a departed emperor. Upon this realization, Yi Xia's heart raced, and he intended to pull Yi Laming away, only to find that Yi Laming had already charged into the hall, spear in hand. "It doesn't seem so daunting," Yi Laming murmured as he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing upon the coffin. Could the treasures be within? He began to approach the coffin. However, at that moment, the Iron Guardian stationed on either side sprang into action, blocking Yi Laming's path. Simultaneously, A commanding voice resonated throughout the hall. The resting place of the Thunder Emperor is forbidden to outsiders. Advance one step further, and you shall face death without mercy. Upon hearing those words, Yi Zhao's countenance darkened. Just as he had surmised, within the coffin lay a sovereign. However, what piqued Yi Zhao's curiosity was the source of that voice. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. This was a royal tomb. And he and Yi Laming could perish within its confines at any moment. Laming, this is a royal tomb, a place we cannot recklessly invade. We must depart at once. Just as he was about to call Yi Laming away, a resounding clang echoed through the hall. Following the sound, he beheld Yi Laming gripping the purple lightning dragon spear, fiercely thrusting it toward the Iron Guardian that stood before him. The clash of metal reverberated through the grand hall. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's heart sank. Yi Laming's strike had failed to inflict any substantial damage upon the Iron Guardian, leaving merely a scratch on its formidable exterior. This indicated that the Guardian's strength was at least that of a battle king. Offending the Thunder Monarch warrants no mercy. The authoritative voice resonated once more. And the Iron Guardian retaliated. Laming, we must leave this place immediately, Yi Zhao shouted. However, Yi Laming paid no heed to Yi Zhao's warning, displaying an eager demeanor as he welcomed the Iron Guardian's assault. Outside, aboard the Yi family's flying vessel, they had intruded upon a royal-level sepulchre. Witnessing the scene before them, Yi Changsheng expressed deep concern. Laming is far too reckless. This boy has never tasted defeat since his birth. Perhaps it would be beneficial for him to learn some humility. Yi Qingtian remarked, seemingly unfazed by Yi Laming's peril. Observing his grandfather's calmness, Yi Changsheng felt a measure of relief. To think even a sovereign could only accompany the dead. What caliber of existence must be interred within the main tomb? Yi Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Qingtian replied, it is highly probable that this is a superlative dynasty from ancient times, and the one entombed in the main sepulchre might even surpass the sovereign level. In truth, even those of sovereign might were deeply intrigued by the secrets concealed within the Canglan secret realm. Yet, due to the restrictions imposed within the realm, even the sovereigns could not enter. In the past, many sovereigns dispatched their formidable subordinates to explore, but ultimately, they all perished within, yielding no significant discoveries. They even attempted to breach the barriers to force their way in, only to meet with failure. The sovereigns speculated that the architect of the Canglan secret realm was likely above the sovereign level, though the reasons for their demise remained a mystery, leading to the burial of an entire superlative dynasty. Naturally, these notions were merely conjectures, unverified. Above the sovereign level? Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng's pupils constricted slightly, murmuring, what realm lies beyond the sovereign? Within the secret realm, the clash between Yi Laming and the Iron Guardian raged on, yet Yi Laming was clearly at a disadvantage, his spiritual energy waning and his body battered. In stark contrast, the Iron Guardian, ensconced within the Grand Tomb's formation, possessed boundless strength as long as the formation remained intact. Moreover, they felt no pain, functioning as perfect humanoid combat machines. Without overwhelming power to crush them, they would inevitably prevail in prolonged combat. Such entities were nothing short of monstrous. Yi Laming's career has met its first defeat, falling to the Iron Guardian. Yi Xiaodao remarked, these beings are not human. They are weapons of war, possessing boundless strength and an indifference to pain. Engaging them offers no advantage. Fortunately, there were 8 Iron Guardians in the hall. Yet only one had attacked Yi Laming. Had all 8 assailed him, Yi Xiaodao feared he would have to gather Yi Laming's remains. Let us depart, Yi Xiaodao said, assisting Yi Laming as they made their way out. Young friend, please wait. A sudden, aged voice resonated within the hall just as they were about to leave. This voice was markedly different from the previous cold warnings. Yi Xiaodao shuddered at its sound. He and Yi Laming turned back to see. At the far end of the hall upon a throne, the unexpected presence of an individual. No, it was not a person, more accurately, it was a spectral figure. Surrounded by crackling lightning, seated upon the throne, it exuded an imposing aura that sent chills down their spines. The abruptness of this scene left Yi Xiaodao momentarily speechless. Even outside, Yi Qingtian and Yi Changsheng found themselves equally taken aback. Chapter 44, Inheritance? My ancestor is supreme. In this situation, they were witnessing something unprecedented. Grandfather, Yi Changsheng said, his face etched with worry, unsure of what to inquire. Yi Qingtian responded, this should be a remnant soul. A remnant soul of a sovereign. Does that not place Yi Laming in grave danger? Yi Changsheng's expression grew somber as he spoke. He should harbor no ill intent. Yi Qingtian gently shook his head, adding, if there were hostility, Laming would have perished long ago. If my instincts serve me, this is Laming's fortune, and a great one at that. Laming's fortune? Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Yi Qingtian continued, do you recall the phrase that echoed within the hall upon Laming's entrance? What phrase? Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow, attempting to recollect. When Yi Laming stormed into the palace, what words were uttered? The tomb of the Thunder Emperor, outsiders must not enter. Dare to step forward, and you shall be slain without mercy. Yi Changsheng recalled the words spoken when Yi Laming invaded. But what mystery lay within them? The Thunder Emperor? Indeed, the master of the tomb is known as the Thunder Emperor, and Yi Laming practices the arts of thunder. This is their shared connection. Yi Changsheng's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "You mean to say that this Thunder Emperor wishes to take Laming as his disciple? More precisely, he desires to pass on his legacy to Laming." Yi Qingtian clarified. However, Yi Changsheng shook his head with a dismissive smile, expressing disdain. A sovereign's legacy may be a great fortune for an ordinary person, but for Laming, it hardly holds significance, does it? Yi Changsheng's perspective was understandable. After all, the Yi family boasted several sovereigns, rendering such legacies less remarkable. Furthermore, Yi Qingtian, the pinnacle of supremacy, had always been the one to guide Yi Laming's cultivation. What significance did a mere Thunder Emperor hold? An ordinary monarch, of course, holds little significance. However, the monarchs within the Canglan secret realm cannot be measured by conventional standards. At the very least, they can assist me in comprehending the intricacies of the Canglan secret realm. Yi Qingtian's perspective starkly contrasts with that of Yi Changsheng. In Yi Qingtian's view, the Canglan secret realm must harbor extraordinary secrets. Such a powerful super dynasty, capable of entombing its sovereigns within, should not be evaluated by mere logic. Ordinary monarchs cannot sustain their residual souls for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the notion of inheritance is underpinned by formidable foundations. Among the multitude of monarchs in the world, how many possess the capability of enduring legacy? Furthermore, even if this monarch is not as formidable as he imagines, after Yi Laming embraces the inheritance, his understanding of the Canglan secret realm will undoubtedly deepen. What captivates Yi Qingtian the most, however, are the profound secrets of the Canglan secret realm. Within the secret realm, Yi Xiao and Yi Laming find their departure thwarted, as 8 iron sentinels have blocked their path. Yet, they have not resorted to violence, merely obstructing their exit. Who are you? Yi Xiao musters the courage to inquire. You have trespassed upon my burial ground. That question should be posed by me, the phantom upon the throne responds. Yi Laming declares, listen well, I am Yi Laming. My name remains unchanged. Yi Laming? The Thunder Sovereign murmurs. Before introducing himself, you may call me the Thunder Sovereign. Thunder Sovereign, Yi Xiao exclaims instinctively. Let me inform you, my ancestor is a supreme. You would do well to release us promptly, or else my ancestor could level this grand tomb with a mere gesture. And you would come to understand the wrath of a supreme. In contrast to Yi Xiao's reticence, Yi Laming exhibits a fearless demeanor, showing no trepidation before the Thunder Sovereign. A supreme? Supremes cannot enter here, the Thunder Sovereign replies with a calm smile. Even if they could not pacify this place. Do you know how many supremes lie entombed within this grand sepulchre? As he speaks, the Thunder Sovereign raises his arm, opening his palm. 5. Yi Xiao gasps, his pupils constricting. You know, I too nearly became a supreme in my time. What a pity, the Thunder Sovereign continues. Outside, aboard the Yi family's flying vessel, 5 supremes? Yi Changsheng exclaims in astonishment. Beside him, Yi Qingtian is equally moved. In Yi Qingtian's recollection, the total number of supremes across the 9 realms amounts to merely 20. With any single faction permitted a maximum of 2 supremes. The revelation that 5 supremes are interred within the grand tomb of the Canglan secret realm raises profound questions about the nature of such a faction and the reasons for its burial within the realm. Yi Qingtian's intrigue towards the Canglan secret realm intensifies. Within the secret realm, the 2 parties continue their cordial dialogue. A hero does not reminisce about past glories. You are, after all, dead and entombed here, Yi Laming remarks. His words are audacious, yet the Thunder Sovereign remains unperturbed, showing an increased interest in Yi Laming. My fragment of a soul cannot endure for long. Let us be succinct, the Thunder Sovereign states, shifting to the crux of the matter. Yi Laming, do you wish to accept my inheritance? To be candid, my ancestor is a supreme being. Do you believe I require your legacy? Yi Laming expressed a lack of interest in the inheritance from the Thunder Emperor. Although your ancestor is indeed a supreme entity, the art of cultivation hinges upon compatibility and specialization. The Thunder Emperor spoke slowly. I surmise that your ancestor does not excel in the ways of thunder, does he? It seems not, Yi Laming muttered. The Thunder Emperor continued. Thus, he can impart only rudimentary knowledge to you, lacking expertise in the path of thunder. As you ascend in your realm, you will inevitably have to rely on your own insight to navigate your journey. However, this will squander a considerable amount of time and energy, and you will encounter formidable bottlenecks. The thunder technique I wish to bestow upon you is a broad avenue. Traversing this path With your innate talent and perception, it is no exaggeration to say you could effortlessly ascend to supremacy. The Thunder Emperor articulated with conviction. Effortlessly ascend to supremacy? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes brimmed with envy. That is indeed a supreme being. Yi Laming remarked, though I possess no evidence. I cannot shake the feeling that you are deceiving me. Do not presume that my youth renders me gullible. The Thunder Emperor chuckled softly, then gently admonished, Little one. You must comprehend that here, taking your life would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. I need not lay a hand on you. Those humanoid puppets could easily end your existence. The reason I have spared you is my desire for you to carry on my legacy. This is my lifelong obsession. If you can perpetuate my teachings, I can depart this world with peace. I have no need to deceive you. Yi Laming pondered this, and it did seem to hold some truth. The Thunder Emperor could indeed take his life with ease. Perhaps all this discourse was merely to ensure the continuation of his legacy. Very well, I accept, Yi Laming acquiesced. He understood that refusal would not grant him freedom from the Thunder Emperor. Excellent. The Thunder Emperor's eyes sparkled with delight at his response. Chapter 45. The Legacy to Become Supreme, Wrath of the Holy Martial Dynasty. Next, I shall impart the legacy into your mind, and you must not resist. The Thunder Emperor intoned solemnly. Oh, Yi Laming replied, lowering his guard. The volume of information is substantial. You may experience some discomfort, but endure it, the Thunder Emperor added. Remember, do not resist in any manner, or your soul shall suffer. Yi Laming, growing impatient, retorted, Stop being so verbose. I am prepared, just proceed with the transfer. The Thunder Emperor, upon hearing this, ceased his chatter. Then, his ethereal form transformed into a purple bolt of lightning, surging into Yi Laming's mind. Pain flickered across Yi Laming's face, but recalling the Thunder Emperor's repeated warnings, he refrained from resisting, allowing the force to embed itself in his consciousness. He envisioned a vast thunder pool, his mind resonating with a thunderous roar. A tremendous influx of information detonated within Yi Laming's mind, causing him to lose consciousness. Observing this, Yi Xiao rushed forward but hesitated to interrupt the process. Noticing that Yi Laming's breath remained steady and strong, he settled down to wait patiently. Days passed in this manner. After several days, Yi Laming awakened, slowly opening his eyes. As he blinked, it seemed as though lightning flickered within his gaze. Laming, are you all right? Yi Xiao inquired anxiously as he noticed Yi Laming opening his eyes. Yi Laming smiled faintly at Yi Xiao and replied, Young master, I am fine. You need not worry about me. How do you feel now? Yi Xiao asked. This sensation is delightful, Yi Laming said, stretching his arms wide. Inhaling deeply with a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Yi Xiao observed Yi Laming, sensing something peculiar about him, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. It's a relief to hear that. Your comatose state these past days frightened me terribly, Yi Xiao sighed in relief. Yi Laming inquired. Have I been unconscious for a long time? Yi Xiao held up 3 fingers and stated, at least 7 days. Inside the tomb, Yi Xiao was unsure of the exact duration, but he estimated it to be no less than 7 days. Has it truly been that long? Yi Laming murmured. Yi Xiao urged, since you are well now, we should hasten our departure. The secret realm will soon close. Wait a moment, Yi Laming interjected. He proceeded to the throne once occupied by the Thunder Emperor, retrieving a ring from it. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the 8 iron guardians within the Grand Hall into the ring. These humanoid puppets each possessed the strength of a war king. It would be wasteful to leave them here, Yi Laming remarked. Yi Xiao's expression turned to one of astonishment, and he queried, how can you control these beings? Initially taken aback, Yi Laming explained, I have inherited the legacy and partial memories of the Thunder Emperor, thus I can naturally command these humanoid puppets. I see. Yi Xiao nodded, somewhat understanding. The two then exited the Grand Hall. Outside, the Yi family had been waiting for quite some time. In addition to the 8 members of the Yi family, disciples from the Mingyang sect and the Silver Feather Empire were also present. Young master has emerged, Yi Qingtian suddenly exclaimed. The crowd quickly turned to see Yi Xiao leading Yi Laming out. Upon seeing the two, a collective sigh of relief washed over the onlookers, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their hearts. Lu Zheng, Ling Ran, why are you here? Did Qingtian and the others encounter danger? Yi Xiao asked. Concern etched on his face as he surveyed the multitude gathered outside. Yi Qingtian retorted, how can you still ask? It was your delay in coming out that compelled me to seek out young Master Lu and Prince Ling. If you had taken any longer, we would have had to rush in to rescue you. Ling Ran, the prince of the Silver Feather Empire and a future sovereign, was highly regarded among the rulers of his realm. He had also participated in the previous 7 Heroes Conference. Yi Xiao, upon hearing this, quickly understood the situation and waved his hands in relief, saying, thank goodness you didn't go in. What do you mean by that? Lu Zheng asked with a smile. Could it be that there are treasures within this royal tomb that you wish to keep to yourself? Yi Xiao shook his head and clarified, this is a royal tomb. Lei Ming and I nearly perished inside. A royal tomb? Both Lu Zheng and Ling Ran's expressions turned solemn upon hearing this. They had understood from Yi Qingtian that it was merely a king-level tomb. Yet Yi Xiao claimed it to be a royal tomb. The perils associated with a royal tomb vastly surpassed those of a king-level tomb. Given their strength, even if they entered a king-level tomb without securing any treasures, they would still be able to retreat unscathed. The tomb of the sovereign likely offered no opportunity for escape. How did you manage to flee? Lu Zheng inquired repeatedly. Yi Xiao replied, this tale is rather lengthy. Lei Ming and I traversed several intricate mechanisms before finally arriving here. When Lu Zheng and the others pressed for details, Yi Xiao recounted their experiences within. In the end, it was only after Lei Ming inherited the legacy of the Thunder Emperor that we were able to emerge. Yi Xiao said slowly. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the group began to grasp the trials that Yi Xiao and Lei Ming had faced within. To inherit the legacy of a supreme sovereign? Lei Ming, you are truly fortunate. Indeed, to be invincible and then receive the legacy of a sovereign. How shall we ever compete? Heaven, this is so unjust. Can't a fraction of such fortune be bestowed upon us? Perhaps this is what it means to be a child of destiny. The crowd cast envious glances toward Lei Ming, engaging in spirited discussions. Lei Ming waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's merely luck. Each of you will encounter your own opportunities in due time. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that Lei Ming had changed in an odd way after receiving the legacy. What was amiss? The current Lei Ming was overly polite to everyone. Indeed, it was excessively courteous. What kind of temperament did Lei Ming possess? Raised under the tutelage of the ancestors, he had developed a haughty and arrogant disposition. Who among the Yi family had not been belittled by him, including this young master? Why was Lei Ming exhibiting such politeness? This was highly unusual. Given Lei Ming's character, he would typically be even more disdainful and arrogant. However, Yi Xiao refrained from voicing his concerns, considering that perhaps the legacy of the Thunder Emperor had influenced Lei Ming's demeanor, and he would adapt in time. Lu Zheng and Ling Ran were encountering Lei Ming for the first time and were unaware of his true nature, thus finding nothing odd about him. Suddenly, Yi Xiao felt a force pulling at him and spoke. The secret realm is about to close. Once the Canglan secret realm shuts, all will be expelled. Of course, this applies only to those who are still alive. As soon as Yi Xiao's words fell, the figures of the crowd vanished in unison. In the outside world, the secret realm was closing. The powerful figures of various factions sensed the stirring of the secret realm. Soon after, disciples from the major forces appeared simultaneously at the entrance of the secret realm. However, it perplexed the various factions that among the crowd. The princes of the Holy Martial Dynasty and that mysterious man in white were conspicuously absent. In an instant, speculation ran rampant among the factions. At the Holy Martial Dynasty, on the flying vessel, gazing at the throng expelled from the Canglan secret realm, Wukong's expression turned exceedingly grim. He did not see the princes of the Holy Martial Dynasty, nor did he spot Wang Hui from the 10,000 Sword sect. This signified that the princes of the Holy Martial Dynasty, as well as Wang Hui, had indeed perished within the Canglan secret realm. It was not a malfunction of the life jade tokens. The last flicker of hope he had harbored was extinguished with the closure of the Canglan secret realm. Wukong's complexion turned ashen, and in that moment, he seemed to age considerably. The demise of the imperial princes was something he could reluctantly accept. After all, the Holy Martial Dynasty boasted numerous offspring, and the royal family could produce more heirs. However, the death of Wang Hui from the 10,000 Sword sect bore consequences that the Holy Martial Dynasty could scarcely endure. Ancestor, what shall we do? Inquired a sovereign. Investigate. Wukong replied sternly. The immediate priority was to ascertain the causes behind the deaths of the princes and Wang Hui. Wukong's figure flickered, and he arrived aboard the flying vessel of the Feathered Ascension sect. Meanwhile, various factions were inquiring about the affairs concerning the princes of the Holy Martial Dynasty. In the ancient Sword Dynasty, the ancestor, upon hearing Gu Tianyun's account, expressed disbelief. What did you say? The princes of the Holy Martial Dynasty, along with a disciple of the 10,000 Sword sect, were all slain by an unknown junior from the Yi family? Gu Tianyun affirmed. This matter is indeed hard to believe, yet it is the truth. Many witnessed the scene. With Gu Tianyun's declaration, the ancestor of the ancient Sword Dynasty had no choice but to believe. I never anticipated that the Yi family concealed such a prodigy. The ancestor marveled. I had thought that Yi Xiao was already the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation in the Yi family. As the conversation unfolded, the ancestor suddenly sensed something amiss. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Gu Tianyun and asked, Did you just mention the 10,000 Sword sect? Gu Tianyun confirmed, Indeed, it is the 10,000 Sword sect. The genius from the Yi family even killed a disciple of the 10,000 Sword sect? The ancestor reiterated. Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes, Qingtian nodded. The ancestor sighed deeply, remarking, the Yi family has landed in significant trouble. I share the same sentiment, Qingtian concurred. Given that the Yi family possesses such a talented disciple, they ought to bide their time and allow him to mature. Once he ascends to the throne, revealing his prowess would be far more prudent, the ancestor mused. In the Star Universe Pavilion, the sentiment was clear. They must never provoke the Yi family. By the way, is Shaoling of marrying age? I believe we could approach the Yi family for a marriage proposal to forge a connection. However, another voice interjected, that would be unwise. It is better to wait until the Yi family and the Holy Martial Dynasty determine their victor. Upon learning of the events, the Star Universe Pavilion promptly ordered that no one should engage with the Yi family. What if a conflict arises with the offspring of the Yi family? We must concede. Admit our faults. Additionally, they contemplated forming a bond through marriage with the Yi family. Yet, after some deliberation, they deemed it wiser to wait until the inevitable clash between the Yi family and the Holy Martial Dynasty concluded before seeking an alliance. If they allied with the Yi family and the latter were to be defeated, it would inevitably implicate the Star Universe Pavilion. It can only be said that the aspirations of the Star Universe Pavilion were rather idealistic. However, once the Yi family vanquished the Holy Martial Dynasty, would the opportunity to forge an alliance still be available to the Star Universe Pavilion? Upon learning of these developments, Lu Mingyang and Ling Feiyu remained notably calm, unfazed by the revelations. Particularly, Ling Feiyu, who was well acquainted with Yi Laming, had witnessed his growth firsthand. Throughout Yi Laming's development, he had occasionally gifted him small tokens of affection. He understood precisely what Yi Laming was capable of. Killing a few princes of the Holy Martial Dynasty was, in his view, merely a trifling task. Regarding the disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect, in the past, Ling Feiyu held them in considerable awe. However, now, they are backed by the esteemed Yi. What is there to fear? Should the disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect dare to enter the Canglan Realm, they must also be prepared to remain here, ensuring they return from whence they came. At the Yuhua sect, the sect leader had yet to inquire when Wukong's figure appeared before him. Elder Wu, the sect leader exclaimed hurriedly. Wukong waved his hand dismissively and said, let us dispense with pleasantries. You are aware of my purpose. Summon them to meet me. Please wait, Elder Wu. I have already dispatched someone to inform them. And they shall arrive shortly, the sect leader replied. The them referred to by the two was the group of disciples who had ventured into the Canglan secret realm. Soon, the three disciples who had entered the realm stood before Wukong. The Yuhua sect had 4 slots for disciples entered, one of whom tragically met his demise. Greetings, Elder Wu. The 3 of them trembled as they knelt before Wukong. Wukong stated, I shall pose the questions, and you shall provide the answers. The Yuhua sect leader interjected, heed Elder Wu's words. Answer truthfully to every inquiry. The 3 nodded in agreement. Wukong then cut to the chase, asking, do you know the cause of the death of the royal princes? The 3 exchanged glances before collectively nodding. Wukong's eyes brightened at their response, and he pressed. How did they perish? In response to Elder Wu, they were slain by a disciple of the Yi family, the eldest among them replied. What? Wukong's brow furrowed in confusion. Was it Yi Xiao? He had previously entertained such speculation but doubted Yi Xiao's ability to single-handedly eliminate them all. Yi Xiao's lethal techniques inflicted harm upon both his foes and himself. Moreover, Wang Hui was a warrior of the Battle King realm. Yi Xiao's strength was insufficient. It was not Yi Xiao, but rather a youth we have never seen or heard of before, the disciple clarified. Upon hearing this, Wukong's brows knitted tightly in perplexity. A youth you have never encountered or heard of? When did the Yi family produce such a prodigy? And how could the outside world remain entirely unaware of this? It seems exceedingly improbable. Could it be that the Yi family sought external assistance? Wukong could only ponder this. He found it hard to believe that the Yi family could secretly nurture such an astonishing talent amidst a scarcity of resources. What of Wang Hui's demise? Wukong inquired again, having initially asked about the death of the royal princes without mentioning Wang Hui. Are you referring to the disciple of the 10,000 Sword sect? The Yuhua sect disciple countered. Wukong nodded, affirming, indeed, it is him. He, too, was slain by that mysterious youth from the Yi family, the Yuhua sect disciple whispered. What did you say? Wukong exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Wang Hui is a battle king. Is that enigmatic youth from the Yi family also a battle king? How can this be possible? Wukong found it impossible to accept this reality. After a long silence, he let out a bitter laugh. He initially believed himself to be the hunter, with the Yi family as his prey. To this end, he even invited Wang Hui from the 10,000 Sword sect into the secret realm. In his view, Wang Hui's strength was sufficient to sweep away all opposition. And the most formidable member of the Yi family, Yi Xiao, would pose no challenge to him whatsoever. Prior to entering the secret realm, Wang Hui even mocked Yi Xiao. Little did he know, the Yi family had secretly cultivated a genius of the War King realm in the shadows. Moreover, this prodigy had not shown themselves during the Seven Heroes Conference, but chose to make an appearance in the Canglan secret realm. The intention was unmistakable. This was the Yi family's retaliation against the Saint Martial dynasty's assassination plan, transforming from prey into predator. Ultimately, the result was a resounding defeat for the Saint Martial dynasty. The younger generation of the Saint Martial dynasty was annihilated, and Wang Hui of the 10,000 Swords sect perished in an alternate realm. What a formidable Yi family! Wukong gritted his teeth, an intense aura of murderous intent emanating inadvertently. The 3 disciples of the Feathered Ascension sect before him trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground. Old Master, it seems that retaliating against the Yi family has become a daunting task, the sect master of the Feathered Ascension sect said solemnly. It's all the fault of the Silver Feather dynasty. Had it not been for them, we would have long since laid waste to Qingtian city, and none of this would have transpired. You speak the truth. The Silver Feather dynasty is unforgivable. If we cannot eliminate the Yi family, how can we hope to extinguish the Silver Feather dynasty? Wukong responded, his words laced with malice. Chapter 46. Willing to serve the Supreme as Ancestor. The battle commences. The heirship of the Saint Martial dynasty departed quietly. Although Wukong did not seek out the Yi family to demand accountability, everyone understood that a far greater storm was brewing. The stability of the Canglan Realm, which had persisted for thousands of years, was now ripe for upheaval. After the Canglan secret realm closed, the airships of various factions began to leave in succession. The Yi family's airship also set out on its return journey. Yi Xiao and Yi Laming came to pay their respects to Yi Qingtian. Upon seeing Yi Qingtian, the two immediately knelt and respectfully proclaimed, "We pay homage to our ancestor." Yi Qingtian sat upon a throne of purple gold dragons, emanating an air of authority. His gaze fell upon Yi Laming, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Yet it was coupled with a hint of merciless disdain. In terms of age, you are likely far my senior. I cannot accept the title of ancestor. Yi Qingtian coldly stated. Upon hearing this, both Yi Changxing and the kneeling Yi Xiao exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the ancestor's words. However, a trace of astonishment flickered in Yi Laming's eyes. "Isn't that right, Thunder Emperor?" Yi Qingtian continued. "What? Thunder Emperor?" Yi Changxing and Yi Xiao were taken aback. It was Yi Xiao who reacted first, casting a bewildered look at Yi Laming. He had sensed something peculiar about Yi Laming since he received the inheritance, but he had refrained from making assumptions, attributing it merely to the influence of the legacy. Now, hearing the ancestor's words, he suddenly understood. The reason he found Yi Laming strange was that the Yi Laming who had accepted the Thunder Emperor's inheritance was no longer simply Yi Laming. He had become the Thunder Emperor. The inheritance of the Thunder Emperor, indeed, was not a simple matter. Just as Yi Xiao was about to unleash a tirade against the Thunder Emperor, as soon as he opened his mouth, the Thunder Emperor, who had taken control of Yi Laming's body, abruptly rose, subsequently seizing Yi Xiao, pressing a sharp blade against his throat, causing a trickle of blood to escape. "Don't move," the Thunder Emperor commanded in a low voice. "This is the young master of the Yi family. I believe you do not wish for his demise, do you?" Yi Changxing urged. "I advise you against any rash actions." However, Yi Qingtian merely shook his head with a cold sneer, saying, "Are you threatening me?" The Thunder Emperor replied, "Yi Supreme, I bear no malice. Your descendant is not dead. I merely require his body for a brief moment." "What a pretext," Yi Qingtian retorted, pointing to his own eyes with a chilling tone. "If it were not for my all-seeing vision, I would have been unable to discern your ploy." As he spoke, a flicker of fire danced within his eyes. Yi Qingtian could distinctly perceive Yi Laming's soul struggling within, yet it remained firmly suppressed by the Thunder Emperor. "Indeed, Yi Supreme, I underestimated you," the Thunder Emperor murmured solemnly. In truth, he was astonished. Before occupying Yi Laming's body, he was aware that Yi Laming's ancestor was a supreme powerhouse. Yet he did not believe the Yi family's forebear could see through him. He had never anticipated that Yi Qingtian would discern his scheme with a single glance, and even call it out publicly. Yi Qingtian questioned, "Will you exit voluntarily? Or shall I expel you?" The Thunder Emperor responded, "I merely wish to preserve my life. I can sincerely pledge my allegiance to you as my ancestor. Your desire to live is your own concern, but you should not use the life of my descendant as the price for your survival." Yi Qingtian replied impatiently, "I have no wish to repeat myself. Vacate Yi Laming's body at once. Allow me to live, and all shall be well. I can serve you and the Yi family." The Thunder Emperor threatened, adopting a desperate demeanor. For the Thunder Emperor, this was a rare opportunity, as his residual soul was on the verge of extinction. He encountered Yi Laming, Yi Laming's constitution and cultivation path aligned perfectly with his intentions, prompting him to seize control of Yi Laming's body. The process was remarkably smooth, and he became quite fond of this body. Given some time, he was certain he could attain supremacy. Now, with Yi Qingtian demanding he relinquish Yi Laming's body, how could he possibly acquiesce? Who grants you the audacity to threaten me? Yi Qingtian fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes narrowing. In that instant, the Thunder Emperor felt as if his body had turned to stone, rigid and utterly unresponsive. Yi Shao seized the opportunity to break free from his grasp. Immediately thereafter, the Thunder Emperor felt his soul being violently torn from Yi Laming. A sensation of immense agony overwhelming him. No, please. The Thunder Emperor cried out in torment. Soon, his soul was forcefully extracted from Yi Laming's body by Yi Qingtian. To be precise, it was but a fragment of his essence. Yi Qingtian remarked, "Old fool, you should understand why I have spared your life." "You seek knowledge of the secrets of the Canglan secret realm," the Thunder Emperor replied. "Indeed, reveal to me the secrets of the Canglan secret realm, and I shall spare your life, even assisting you in crafting a suitable vessel," Yi Qingtian stated slowly. The Thunder Emperor, however, responded, "You may kill me." He chose death rather than reveal the secrets of the Canglan secret realm. Yi Qingtian shook his head and said, "If you do not wish to speak, so be it. But wishing for death is not so simple." With that, he produced a gourd and imprisoned the remnants of the Thunder Emperor's soul within it. Inside the gourd, a unique space formed, half of which was ice and the other half fire, tormenting the Thunder Emperor's remnants, causing immense suffering. "Take your time to ponder. I have all the time in the world," Yi Qingtian remarked as he shook the gourd. The Thunder Emperor within it endured even greater agony. Once the remnants of the Thunder Emperor's soul were extracted, Yi Laming regained control of his body and gradually awakened. "Where am I?" Yi Laming opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat disoriented. In his memory, he should still be within the Canglan secret realm. "Ancestor." Upon seeing Yi Qingtian, he shouted in excitement. "Laming, do you realize that your body was usurped by that Thunder Emperor?" Yi Shaodao remarked. Yi Laming responded indignantly, "I knew it. That old wretch had no good intentions. Where is he? Just wait until I get my hands on him." Yi Qingtian interjected, "Enough. He has already been captured by me. And now he suffers more than death. You two should return and rest well, awaiting my orders. Soon, there will be a significant task for you." "Yes, Ancestor." Upon hearing Yi Qingtian's words, Yi Laming exited without hesitation, followed closely by Yi Shao. In the sacred martial dynasty, the Yi clan has been excessively domineering. I propose we gather our elite forces and flatten Qingtian City. The Six Heroes Alliance, along with the Canglan secret realm, will not allow the Yi clan's arrogance to continue unchecked. After Wukong revealed the causes of the deaths of the princes and Wang Hui, the royal family of the sacred martial dynasty was instantly enraged, eager to dispatch troops to obliterate Qingtian City. However, Wukong remarked, "Currently, the Yi clan, Mingyang sect, and Silver Feather dynasty have formed an alliance. To deal with the Yi clan, we must first target the Silver Feather dynasty. Destroying the Silver Feather dynasty would be akin to severing an arm of the Yi clan." "The Silver Feather dynasty? Indeed. Let us eradicate the Silver Feather dynasty. If it weren't for their meddling, Qingtian City would have already been ours." Wukong's proposal garnered the support of the majority within the royal family. Although they vocally advocated for the destruction of the Yi clan, everyone understood that the Yi clan was the most formidable adversary. Even their ancestral defensive formation had caused them considerable headaches. In contrast, the Silver Feather dynasty appeared far more vulnerable. Additionally, send someone to the 10,000 Sword sect to inform them of Wang Hui's demise. At that time, the Yi clan will have to face the repercussions from the 10,000 Sword sect, Wukong added. "Indeed, that is a splendid strategy. Although Wang Hui's death complicates our accountability to the 10,000 Sword sect, ultimately, it was the Yi clan that was responsible for his death. This debt will eventually need to be settled with the Yi clan." The royal members all expressed their approval. Thus, the sacred martial dynasty split its forces. One contingent marched to subjugate the Silver Feather dynasty, while another dispatched messengers to inform the Qing realm of Wang Hui's passing and relay the news to the 10,000 Sword sect. The combined forces of the sacred martial dynasty and the Feather Transformation sect numbered in the millions, supported by aerial vessels, and within half a day's time, they had seized over half of the Silver Feather dynasty's territory with overwhelming force. Wherever the great army passed, corpses lay strewn across the land, and rivers of blood flowed. The Holy Martial Dynasty unleashed the fury that simmered within its breast with reckless abandon. Victories were achieved one after another. Seizing another city would bring them directly to the heart of the Silver Feather dynasty. It could be said that the countdown to the demise of the Silver Feather dynasty had already begun. The Silver Feather dynasty was truly fragile and vulnerable. Had it been known that they could be so easily vanquished, they should have been obliterated long ago. Had they been extinguished sooner, the subsequent calamities could have been avoided. The remarkably smooth progression of the battles inadvertently bolstered the morale and confidence of the Holy Martial Dynasty. They had not initially intended to launch an offensive so soon. But the rapid collapse of the Silver Feather dynasty's forces compelled them to pursue victory relentlessly, aiming straight for the imperial capital of the Silver Feather dynasty. To fulfill Yi Qingtian's dumpling-making plan, Ling Feiyu bore an immense burden. At this moment, the royal family of the Silver Feather dynasty was in utter disarray amidst a catastrophic defeat. Urgent reports arrived from the front lines. Ziyiqing has fallen. Urgent report. Yan Yingqing has succumbed. Li Kangqing has been breached. The court was inundated with incessant reports of cities falling. A chorus of lamentation echoed throughout the dynasty, and everyone sensed that the destruction of the Silver Feather dynasty was imminent. Feiyu, you have staked the fate of the Silver Feather dynasty on this endeavor, declared an elderly man with hair as white as snow. This elder, named Ling Aoyun, was a senior relative of Ling Feiyu and the only sovereign of the Silver Feather dynasty, holding the highest position within the realm. Ling Feiyu replied, "Great-grandfather, please rest assured. I assure you, this battle will mark the resurgence of the Silver Feather dynasty." "Let us hope so," Ling Aoyun said, resigned to trust in Ling Feiyu at this critical juncture. "They are coming." Ling Feiyu's expression shifted slightly. He raised his gaze towards the horizon, where dozens of black dots were approaching the imperial capital of the Silver Feather dynasty. Those dots were the flying vessels of the Holy Martial Dynasty and the Feather Transformation sect. Meanwhile, on land, the mighty army of the Holy Martial Dynasty advanced relentlessly, poised to besiege the city. "Open the gates! Open the gates! Those who do not die shall kneel." The forces of the Holy Martial Dynasty roared with fervor. After a series of victories, they believed themselves to be invincible. The entire Silver Feather dynasty found itself encircled, both above and below. In the sky, the flying vessels drew nearer. Wukong stood on the deck, gazing at the majestic palace of the Silver Feather dynasty, a cold smile playing on his lips. Soon, this place would be reduced to ruins, adorned with the banner of the Holy Martial Dynasty, while the Silver Feather dynasty would cease to exist. "Ling Feiyu," Wukong called out across the distance. Ling Feiyu soared into the air, engaging Wukong in conversation from afar. Only then did the people of the Silver Feather dynasty remember that their capital was guarded by numerous sovereigns. These sovereigns could still offer protection to the Silver Feather dynasty. Yet, before they could feel relief, they soon beheld the approaching vessels of the Holy Martial Dynasty. The sovereigns of the Holy Martial Dynasty and the Feather Transformation sect outnumbered and outmatched those of the Silver Feather dynasty. "Ling Feiyu, look at the current state of the Silver Feather dynasty. Is this truly your choice?" Wukong mocked. "Where are your allies?" He had previously advised Ling Feiyu to reconsider before the assault on Qingtian city. However, Ling Feiyu remained obstinate, leading the Silver Feather dynasty to its current plight. Wukong had always believed that the Silver Feather dynasty and the Yi family were merely superficial allies. When faced with matters of life and death, they would abandon each other in times of crisis. Ling Feiyu remarked, "To think 6 sovereigns have come, you truly hold me in high regard." Their voices resonated loudly, ensuring that all within the city could hear them. 6 sovereigns. It's over. We only have 4 sovereigns. What can we do to confront the sacred martial dynasty? This battle is destined to be lost, with no glimmer of hope. It is all Ling Feiyu's fault for forming an alliance with the Yi family. Now that the sacred martial dynasty has come knocking, where's the Yi family's reinforcements? The citizens of the city, aware of their impending doom, spoke freely without care. Previously, no one dared to call Ling Feiyu by his name, always addressing him as the Feather Sovereign, but now, he was seen as the architect of the Silver Feather dynasty's downfall. Had it not been for Ling Feiyu's alliance with the Yi family, provoking the sacred martial dynasty, the Silver Feather dynasty would not have been reduced to its current state. "Ling Feiyu, I can offer you a chance. As long as you submit to my sacred martial dynasty, I promise not to annihilate the Silver Feather dynasty," Wukong declared. Ling Feiyu replied with a smile. "Your words remain as verbose as ever. Sometimes, excessive talk is not advantageous. Submit to the sacred martial dynasty? Is there a supreme among the sacred martial dynasty? Very well. Since you are so intent on seeking death, I shall oblige you." Upon hearing this, Wukong grew weary of further discourse and swiftly took action. Boom. As Ling Feiyu and Wukong clashed, an earth-shattering sound erupted in the sky, deafening those nearby. The battle between sovereigns produced shockwaves that extended hundreds of miles, even from the heights of their confrontation. As the battle commenced, the other sovereigns from both factions engaged in combat. Outside the city, a 1,000,000-strong army began their siege. The great battle had erupted fully. The sacred martial dynasty enjoyed an overwhelming numerical advantage, quickly establishing dominance over the Silver Feather dynasty. Ling Feiyu, merely a mid-tier sovereign, was no match for Wukong and found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Just as victory and defeat seemed imminent, a long sword descended from the heavens. Clang! The sword struck with precision, piercing one of the sovereigns from the sacred martial dynasty and pinning him to the ground. As the crowd looked upward, they beheld a brilliant red sun appearing in the sky, radiating with blinding light. Chapter 47. The Bright Sovereign, Lu Mingyang. The performance begins. In the capital of the Silver Feather dynasty. What is that? Really foolish. Does it need to be questioned? Is that not the sun? The sun? How can there be two suns in the sky? The citizens of the city gazed up in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the sun above them. Their faces filled with disbelief. It was dusk, the sun setting in the west, almost as if heralding the end of the Silver Feather dynasty. In this atmosphere, the citizens grew increasingly pessimistic and despondent. Yet, at that moment, another resplendent sun appeared above them, igniting a flicker of hope amidst their astonishment. Could it be that the Silver Feather dynasty was not meant to perish? This is not the sun. Amidst the throng, a venerable voice suddenly resonated. The crowd turned to behold an elderly man with white hair and beard stepping forth. Despite his advanced age, the old man exuded vitality and an extraordinary demeanor. Prince Un, someone exclaimed, recognizing his identity. Prince Un, a noble of the Silver Feather dynasty, belonged to the royal lineage. However, despite his noble title, he wielded no real power. His status merely a hollow designation, for he lacked the aptitude for cultivation and was overlooked by the royal family. Nevertheless, he remained a member of the royalty, possessing insights far beyond the ordinary. Your Highness, this is clearly the sun. How can you claim it is not? Questioned a voice from the crowd. Indeed. If this is not the sun, what else could it be? Another echoed. Prince Un gazed skyward, stroking his beard, and solemnly declared, it is a person. A person? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who? Someone pressed for clarification. It is the Ming Emperor, Lu Mingyang. Prince Un replied. Lu Mingyang? Wukong's complexion soured as he looked up, instantly recognizing that this so-called son was none other than the esteemed ancestor of the Mingyang sect, Lu Mingyang. His cultivation, the sunlight heavenly yang, could manifest as the sun, radiating brilliance in all directions. As a disciple of Qingtian, Lu Mingyang had once held considerable renown. Being referred to as the Ming Emperor a millennium ago, Wukong was utterly perplexed. Why had Lu Mingyang appeared here? If he were to intervene in the assault on Qingtian city, it would be somewhat understandable, given the long-standing ties between the Mingyang sect and the Yi family. However, what relevance did Lu Mingyang have in the conflict between the sacred martial dynasty and the Silver Feather dynasty? Moreover, out of caution, Wukong had dispatched individuals to monitor the movements of the Mingyang sect, which showed no signs of unusual activity or intent to assist. As the Silver Feather dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse, Lu Mingyang's sudden appearance raised doubts within Wukong's heart. Feeling the oppressive heat wave enveloping him, Ling Feiyu exhaled a sigh of relief. This battle was a gamble for the fate of the Silver Feather dynasty. Any misstep would render him a traitor to his homeland. Gazing at the blazing orb in the sky, the weight that had hung heavily on Ling Feiyu's heart finally lifted. The aura emanating from Lu Mingyang truly embodied the essence of the Ming Emperor, and Ling Aoyan couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. Though both he and Lu Mingyang were exalted sovereigns, there existed a hierarchy among them. Figures such as Lu Mingyang, Yi Chongqing, and Wukong stood as paragons among the upper echelons, endowed with profound heritage, esteemed artifacts, and formidable prowess that commanded envy from others. Great-grandfather. The spectacle is about to commence, Ling Feiyu whispered. Ling Aoyan narrowed his eyes and nodded subtly. The time was nigh for the inversion of fate and the turning of tides. Lu Mingyang. This is a private grudge between the sacred martial dynasty and the Silver Feather dynasty. It has no bearing on your Mingyang sect, Wukong asserted with gravity. Above, Lu Mingyang, now gradually emerging from the flames, responded. And what of it? Lu Mingyang spoke, his voice resonating through the skies. This is the Silver Feather Empire, not your sacred martial empire. Should I announce my arrival here as well? With this statement, Lu Mingyang effectively silenced Wukong. Indeed, this was the Silver Feather Empire. Did others not come and go as they pleased? The sacred martial empire had always held the Mingyang sect in high regard, wishing to avoid conflict. And thus Wukong was compelled to adopt a more humble demeanor, almost pleadingly conversing with Lu Mingyang. To say you wish to avoid enmity with the Mingyang sect? Lu Mingyang scoffed upon hearing this. Was it not the people of the sacred martial empire who ambushed the Mingyang sect months ago? During the previous assault on Qingtian city, the Mingyang sect had been attacked, and subsequent investigations revealed that the sacred martial empire had been the puppeteer behind the scenes. Wukong's tone shifted as he spoke softly. Then it seems the Mingyang sect is intent on involving themselves in this matter. And if we are? Lu Mingyang retorted. Very well, if that is the case. Then let us resolve this together. Wukong's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. He had learned from the previous attack on Qingtian City. Their retreat had been precipitated by the interference of the Silver Feather Empire, causing them to miss a golden opportunity, resulting in the Sacred Martial Empire's defeat at the Seven Heroes Conference and their complete annihilation in the Canglan Secret Realm. Now, they had advanced to the capital of the Silver Feather Empire, poised to bring about its downfall. Such a rare opportunity could not be squandered due to Lu Mingyang's meddling. Failing to act decisively now would complicate any future attempts to eradicate the Silver Feather Empire, leading to endless repercussions. The Sacred Martial Empire could ill afford to repeat the same mistake. The Silver Feather Empire boasted 4 sovereigns, 2 of whom were lower tier, 1 mid-tier, and 1 upper tier. In previous battles, the 2 lower-tier sovereigns had sustained severe injuries, rendering them nearly incapable of combat. The only fighters left were Ling Feiyu, Ling Aoyun, and Lu Mingyang. In contrast, the Sacred Martial Empire and the Feather Transformation Sect had sent 6 sovereigns, 3 upper-tier and 3 mid-tier, with 1 mid-tier severely wounded by Lu Mingyang. From a perspective of strength, the Sacred Martial Empire still held the advantage. If the battle were to drag on, the Mingyang sect would surely dispatch sovereigns for reinforcements. And even the Yi family might intervene. Wukong murmured to himself, this battle must be swift. We must conclude the fight in the shortest time possible. I will deal with Lu Mingyang. You shall eliminate Ling Aoyun and Ling Feiyu. With Wukong's command, the other 5 sovereigns of the Sacred Martial Empire sprang into action. 2 upper-tier sovereigns engaged Ling Aoyun, while 3 mid-tier sovereigns surrounded Ling Feiyu. Lu Mingyang, allow me to experience your strength. Wukong shouted in anger, his figure flashing as he appeared before Lu Mingyang in an instant. Brandishing a battle knife, he struck down with great force. Clang! Lu Mingyang held a long sword enveloped in flames to block the attack, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Wukong, do you believe you can win merely by numbers? How naive. Chapter 48. The fear of Wukong. Upon hearing this, Wukong's expression darkened immediately. Immediately, a wave of terror surged within. Elder Wu, save me. A voice cried out, one that Wukong recognized all too well, belonging to the leader of the Yuhua sect. Turning his gaze, Wukong beheld a spear piercing through the body of the Yuhua sect's master, blood gushing forth. He instantly recognized it as the Qingtian spear, an ancestral weapon of the Yi family, its tip sharp enough to penetrate all things. It is, Yi Changsheng, the Yuhua sect's leader, said weakly. Without his words, Wukong had already comprehended the situation. In the distance, a streak of light rushed forth. It was Yi Changsheng. Accompanying him were several figures. All monarchs from the Mingyang sect and the Yi family. Including Yi Changsheng, there were 6 in total. Wukong's complexion turned pale. In that moment, he realized that the Shengwu dynasty had fallen into a trap. The appearance of Lu Mingyang here was no coincidence, nor was it happenstance that Yi Changsheng was present. The simultaneous emergence of the monarchs from the Yi family and the Mingyang sect was certainly not coincidental. It was an elaborate snare, a trap meticulously laid out, awaiting the Shengwu dynasty to leap into it. Ironically, the Shengwu dynasty was lost in the euphoria of consecutive victories, utterly oblivious to the lurking peril. Wukong finally understood why the Yinyu dynasty had been so easily overwhelmed. Why the Shengwu dynasty could conquer the capital of the Yinyu dynasty in less than half a day. This was because the Yinyu dynasty had not resisted at all. They had deliberately conceded to the Shengwu dynasty, thereby inflating its arrogance. They led the Shengwu dynasty to believe that the Yinyu dynasty could be effortlessly subdued, as long as the battle could be resolved swiftly. By the time the monarchs from the Mingyang sect and the Yi family arrived, it would be too late. Little did they know. The monarchs from the Yi family and the Mingyang sect had been waiting here all along. When the Shengwu dynasty initially decided to retaliate against the Yinyu dynasty, Yi Qingtian had already devised a plan, digging a pit for them to fall into. He thought he was defeating them one by one, but in truth, the enemy was ready to ensnare them. At this moment, Wukong felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water, fully awakening to the reality. He realized that he had initially been clouded by the deaths of the various princes and Wang Hui, and that the wrath of the Shengwu dynasty also required an outlet. In their reckless pursuit of the Yinyu dynasty, the Shengwu dynasty had already embarked on an irreversible path. That is the ancestor of the Yi family. So many monarchs, my heavens, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17. 17 monarchs. I have never witnessed so many monarchs in my lifetime. To behold such a spectacle in my lifetime is worth dying for. With the emergence of the monarchs from the Yi family and the Mingyang sect, the situation had been completely reversed. Even an ordinary person, lacking any understanding, could discern the outcomes simply by comparing the numbers. The Shengwu dynasty had only 6 monarchs, while the combined forces of the Yinyu dynasty, the Mingyang sect, and the Yi family boasted as many as 11. The outcome of life and death was apparent at a glance. In the sky, the numerous monarchs hovered majestically, their unseen prowess compelling many to kneel in reverence. The gathering of 17 monarchs created a scene that had been exceedingly rare for millennia. For many, merely witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle rendered their lives fulfilled. Wukong. We meet again, Yi Changsheng remarked. Again? Wukong furrowed his brow upon hearing this. A realization struck him. Reflecting carefully, ever since the sacred martial dynasty had forced Yi Changsheng out of the barrier in the Battle of Qingtian City, Yi had not secluded himself to preserve his life. He had participated in the Seven Heroes Conference and the Canglan Secret Realm, and now, he had arrived at the Silver Feather Dynasty. However, the question lingered. Had he not been nearing the end of his life? He had relied on seclusion for survival. In the Battle of Qingtian City, Yi had expended his life force. How could he now exhibit such vitality? When Yi appeared at the Seven Heroes Conference, Wukong had presumed that the Yi family possessed profound resources, allowing Yi to extend his life. Yet now, it seemed more complex than mere life extension. The fact that Yi Changsheng was still alive must conceal some astonishing secret. I have but one question, Wukong stated, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Changsheng. What is it? Yi inquired. Why are you not dead yet? Wukong asked. To directly ask someone why they are still alive is rather impolite, akin to an insult. Yet Yi understood that Wukong was not rebuking him, but sincerely questioning why he had not perished, for he truly ought to have died. Had he not ingested the 9 sacred heavenly pill, he would have completely fallen after the Battle of Qingtian City. What? My survival disappoints you? Yi Changsheng chuckled. Evading a direct response, Wukong gritted his teeth. Answer my question. After a pause, he added, please allow me to die with my eyes closed. In the current predicament, Wukong and his companions had no means to escape, only death awaited them. Do you truly wish to know? Yi Changsheng queried. At this, Wukong's eyes brightened. I do. He simply yearned for a peaceful end. Very well, Yi Changsheng nodded. Follow me. Then, before the watchful eyes of onlookers, Yi led Wukong into the grand hall of the Silver Feather Dynasty. Upon their entry, Ling Feiyu immediately commanded, no one is to approach the hall. In truth, there was no need for Ling Feiyu's explicit order. With 2 prominent sovereigns present, who would dare intrude? Within the grand hall of the Silver Feather Dynasty, a man sat upon the exalted throne. Wukong gazed at this man, feeling as though he were submerged in an endless abyss, with water flooding his mouth and nose, suffocating him, rendering him powerless to escape despite his struggles. Overwhelmed with agony, Wukong's face turned pale, his body trembling, cold sweat pouring from him. A mere glance at the man evoked such terror. He was a sovereign himself, among the more formidable of his kind. Yet before this man, he felt as insignificant as an ant, as humble as dust, with no room for resistance. This was only in the absence of the man's attack. Should he choose to act, a mere finger could easily extinguish Wukong's life. Supreme. The term flashed in Wukong's mind. Only a supreme being could instill such fear in him. Could it be that the Yi family had birthed a new supreme? In the current celestial environment, it is utterly impossible for new supreme beings to emerge. Yi Changsheng took a few steps forward, knelt upon the ground, and respectfully called out, Grandfather. Grandfather? Wukong paused momentarily, and upon further contemplation, a chilling realization washed over him as he regarded the man before him. Grandfather? Who is Yi Changsheng's grandfather? Yi Qingtian, the Supreme Yi. The one who once instilled fear across the 9 realms, sealed within the forbidden zone by the combined efforts of the 18 Supremes a millennium ago. Chapter 49. The fall of the sovereigns. A frigid sensation enveloped Wukong, penetrating deep into his bones and touching his very soul, rendering him akin to a corpse. In that moment, he comprehended the true nature of the adversary confronting the holy martial dynasty. No wonder Ling Feiyu had dramatically altered his previously neutral stance, aligning himself with the Yi family, charging into battle without fear of death. No wonder Yi Changsheng, at the brink of his demise during the Battle of Qingtian City, had burned his life force, seemingly resurrecting with vibrant vitality. No wonder the Yi family dared to boldly invade the 7 Heroes Assembly. All of this was orchestrated by Yi Qingtian. This revelation signified that the doom of the holy martial dynasty had been predetermined from the very beginning. Yet, Wukong found himself perplexed. Had not Yi Qingtian been sealed by the 18 Supremes within the Forbidden Zone? How had he returned? And when had he done so? His mind was overwhelmed, and there was no time to ponder these questions further. Yi Qingtian, expressionless, gestured for Yi Changsheng to rise, then cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon Wukong. Thud. Meeting Yi Qingtian's gaze, Wukong felt a shudder run through him. His knees buckled, and he found himself kneeling uncontrollably, his voice trembling as he proclaimed, I pay my respects to Supreme Yi. He gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to kneel, determined to uphold his final shred of dignity, even if it meant death. Yet, under the oppressive might of the Supreme, the choice of whether to kneel was taken from him. Though Qingtian merely glanced in his direction, that single look rendered him breathless, instilling a profound fear deep within his being. Ultimately, he succumbed to his knees. At this juncture, Yi Changsheng inquired, "Can one now close their eyes?" Wukong managed a bitter smile. The holy martial dynasty has not met with unjust defeat. With that utterance, a chilling glimmer of a blade flashed. Wukong's head tumbled from his shoulders, blood splattering across the throne room. Outside, several figures plummeted from the sky. The remaining 5 sovereigns of the holy martial dynasty and Yu Hua sect also perished. The fall of the sovereigns. With the demise of these 6 sovereigns, the lamentable defeat of the holy martial dynasty was proclaimed. The citizens within the city erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the occasion. The army of the Silver Feather dynasty sounded the horn for counteroffensive, reclaiming the lost territories. Stripped of their strong protectors, the holy martial dynasty crumbled like a house of cards, swiftly meeting total annihilation. In this battle, the forces dispatched by the holy martial dynasty and Yu Hua sect faced complete obliteration, suffering catastrophic losses. Within the Hall of Life Plates, holy martial dynasty. Bang, bang, bang. The life plates shattered one after another. The elder in charge of guarding the life plates stood aghast, nearly fainting from shock. How could this be possible? Impossible. Absolutely no possibility. He trembled all over, unable to believe it, muttering to himself. Having overseen the Hall of Destiny for many years, he had witnessed countless storms, even witnessing the shattering of the fate tablets of the royal princes recently. Yet this situation was unprecedented, beyond anything he had heard or seen. The life tablets of the 3 sovereigns, led by Wukong, lay in ruins. Moreover, many life tablets of powerful warlords had also shattered. The current situation was far more terrifying than the previous shattering of the royal prince's fate tablets. The sovereigns were the true backbone of the Shengwu dynasty. Their demise signified a catastrophic disaster for the realm. He dared not delay and promptly reported the matter. Within the imperial study, a table cast in gold was laden with military reports from the front lines, all conveying victories against the Silver Feather dynasty. The ruler perused them one by one, his expression brightening with joy. A resounding victory. He had never anticipated that the Silver Feather dynasty would be so easily defeated. He had indeed overestimated them. At this rate, it would not be long before the Silver Feather dynasty vanished from the maps of the Canglan Realm, replaced by an even more formidable Shengwu dynasty. In the ruler's mind, visions of a prosperous future began to take shape. The Shengwu dynasty, basking in its zenith, would occupy a vast majority of the Canglan Realm, evolving into a super dynasty that commanded the submission of all powers. And he, as the sovereign of the Shengwu dynasty, would sit upon the throne, receiving the veneration of the masses. "Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen." Just as the ruler was indulging in visions of the future, a hurried voice suddenly broke through. The ruler focused his gaze to see an elder responsible for guarding the Hall of Destiny. The sight of this elder immediately darkened the ruler's countenance. It was not that he held any prejudice against the elder, but whenever this elder appeared before him, it was never for good news. The last time he had come, it was to announce the demise of the royal princes in the Canglan secret realm. What calamity could this be? What has caused such alarm? The ruler steadied himself and spoke in a somber tone. The elder, without regard for his dignity, knelt with a thud and said in a panic, "Your Majesty, a great calamity has befallen us. The life tablets of Elder Wu and the others have all shattered." Upon hearing this, the ruler felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What did you say?" He could hardly believe his ears. The elder repeated, "The life tablets of Elder Wu and the others have all shattered." "And they? Who do you speak of?" The ruler inquired again. The elder trembled and replied, "All the sovereigns and warlords who set out to confront the Silver Feather dynasty." And no, the ruler felt the world spinning around him in that instant. An annihilation of the entire army? This is impossible. Just moments ago, we were receiving reports of victory. He pointed at the intelligence on the table and exclaimed, "Look at these reports. Just 15 minutes prior, I received news of our triumph. They had captured half of the Silver Feather dynasty's territory and had reached its capital. How could they suddenly be annihilated?" Including the members of Yuhua sect, there were as many as 6 sovereigns. The 6 sovereigns set forth on their expedition. And even when confronted with formidable foes, it was inconceivable that they could all perish within a mere quarter of an hour. The ruler, gazing at the table laden with reports of victories, found it utterly implausible to accept the elder's words. In his view, the 6 sovereigns could not possibly fall in such a brief span of time, especially with so many warlords still standing. Even if they were unable to claim victory, it was unlikely that they would all meet their demise. Perhaps, indeed, the jade tokens bore some flaw, the elder murmured softly. "Yes, it must be the quality of the jade tokens. hasten to investigate their origin and ensure that all responsible are executed. The ruler exclaimed in a fit of rage. Urgent news. However, before they could commence their inquiry, a blood-soaked warrior burst into the chamber in haste. Upon seeing the ruler, the warrior knelt and proclaimed, "Your Majesty." The sight of the bloodied warrior sent a jolt of dread through the ruler's heart. "Speak," the ruler commanded, his voice strained. "Your Majesty," the warrior reported. "We have been defeated." Chapter 50. The Ancestor in the Royal Tomb. The Mad Martial Emperor. "We have been defeated. Defeated. Defeated." These words echoed incessantly in the ruler's ears, like the thunder of 5 lightning strikes, causing his mind to reel and his vision to blur. He steadied himself against the golden table, striving to regain his composure. As the revered sovereign of the Holy Martial Dynasty, he could not falter. Should he collapse, the entire dynasty would surely crumble. "Tell me," the ruler urged, taking a deep breath before inquiring about the circumstances of the catastrophic loss that had befallen the Holy Martial Dynasty and the Yuhua sect in such a brief interval. Only by understanding this enigma could he contemplate a course of action. "It is a trap," the bloodied warrior lamented. "This is a scheme orchestrated by the Silver Feather Dynasty, the Mingyang sect, and the Yi family." Upon reaching the capital of the Silver Feather Dynasty, the ancestor Lu Mingyang of the Mingyang sect suddenly appeared, followed by the ancestor Yi Changsheng of the Yi family, who severely injured the sect master of the Yuhua sect. At that moment, we were surrounded by the 3 forces, with no means of escape. They then slaughtered the sovereigns and launched a fierce counterattack. 6 sovereigns and 13 warlords all perished. 500,000 holy martial troops, 300,000 Yuhua troops, and 300,000 Gale troops, utterly annihilated. As the warrior recounted the harrowing events, his eyes were filled with terror, as if the horrific scenes replayed in his mind. Upon hearing this, the ruler grasped the full extent of the calamity. He looked down at the reports of supposed victories on the table, a bitter smile crossing his lips. He had believed it to be a resounding triumph, convinced that the Silver Feather Dynasty would be incapable of withstanding their assault. Little did he know, it was nothing but a trap. The Silver Feather Dynasty had been a bait set forth by the Yi family, enticing the overzealous Holy Martial Dynasty to charge into the heart of the Silver Feather capital. They had thought they were striking at the core, but in truth, they had fallen into a meticulously laid snare devised by the 3 great forces. It was not the heart, it was a gaping maw of greed, ready to devour them whole. Yi family. The ruler clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. The ludicrous reports of victory on the table were, in that moment, reduced to dust. He was acutely aware that the architect of this trap was most likely the Yi family, the core of the 3 major factions. Subsequently, he made his way to the imperial mausoleum, where an esteemed ancestor of the Shengwu dynasty lay entombed, not buried, but in a state of seclusion. Much like Yi Changsheng before him, this ancestor aimed to conserve vitality and extend life through the practice of seclusion. The Shengwu dynasty boasted 7 sovereigns, but in its conflict with the Yinyu dynasty, 3 sovereigns had perished, inflicting a devastating loss. This was a catastrophic blow for the Shengwu dynasty. Among the remaining 4 sovereigns, 1 was a lower-tier sovereign, the current ruler, 2 were mid-tier sovereigns, and 1 was a high-tier sovereign, the ancestor in the mausoleum who feigned death while in seclusion. Given the drastic upheaval within the Shengwu dynasty, it was imperative to inform the ancestor of the events transpiring outside. The 3 major factions could seize this opportunity to launch an offensive against the Shengwu dynasty at any moment. Unworthy descendants, Wu Jiangshan, respectfully request the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. The ruler knelt before the mausoleum, his voice resonating with reverence. The 2 mid-tier sovereigns beside him mirrored his stance. Yet, the mausoleum remained silent. "Do not rashly speak of the ancestor," one of the mid-tier sovereigns interjected sternly. The other mid-tier sovereign, upon hearing this, fell silent, refraining from further comment. Observing this, the ruler continued, "The dynasty faces imminent peril. Unworthy descendants, Wu Jiangshan, earnestly beseech the ancestor to emerge from seclusion." Suddenly, the mausoleum trembled violently. The 3 sovereigns exchanged glances filled with elation. The movement within the mausoleum signified that the ancestor, who had feigned death in seclusion, still existed. They had previously been concerned that the passage of time might have claimed him. Boom. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, blotted out the sun. Amidst the thick, black clouds, thunder roared and winds howled. A beam of light shot forth from the mausoleum, ascending into the heavens, revealing a stooped figure. As lightning illuminated the scene, his visage emerged, skin as parched as ancient bark, deep-set eyes with a flicker of brilliance within their murky depths. Draped in a black robe, the fabric billowed wildly in the gusts of wind. "Salutations, ancestor." The ruler, Wu Jiangshan, along with the 2 mid-tier sovereigns, bowed in unison with utmost respect upon beholding this figure. This black-robed elder was the most ancient ancestor of the Shengwu dynasty, having survived for 10 millennia. Contemporaneous with Lu Mingyang and Yi Changxing, his longevity was indeed a remarkable feat. His name was Wu Feng, known as the Mad Emperor Wu, renowned for his ruthless combat prowess. In an instant, Wu Feng appeared before the three sovereigns. "Speak, what is the matter?" he inquired directly, cutting through any preamble. The ruler, Wu Jianshan, began to recount. Not long ago, the Shengwu dynasty allied with the Yuhua sect to launch an offensive against the Yinyu dynasty. He detailed the circumstances surrounding the campaign against the Yinyu dynasty. Upon hearing of the complete annihilation of the sacred martial dynasty's expeditionary forces, Wu Feng's expression darkened considerably. "What a band of fools! So arrogantly presumptuous!" Wu Feng exclaimed with ire. He then inquired, "Why engage the Silver Feather dynasty? What profit lies in assaulting them?" In response to this query, Wu Jianshan was compelled to recount the events surrounding the sacred martial dynasty's assault on the Celestial City, along with the subsequent failures at the Seven Heroes Conference and the catastrophic demise within the Canglan Secret Realm. Upon absorbing this information, Wu Feng quickly grasped that the downfall of the sacred martial dynasty stemmed from the meddling of the Silver Feather dynasty, which subsequently triggered a cascade of calamities. "So it is. I implore the ancestor to oversee the situation," Wu Jianshan solemnly declared. "With the prince slain and the monarch fallen, you have laid waste to what little foundation the dynasty had." Wu Feng chastised vehemently. Wu Jianshan bowed his head, too intimidated to retort. One could hardly blame Wu Feng for his fury. The prince had been murdered in the Canglan Secret Realm, the younger generation extinguished, and soon thereafter, many monarchs had perished, leaving the pillars of the sacred martial dynasty shattered. Presently, the sacred martial dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse, a fate that would not bring joy to anyone. From this moment forth, activate the defensive formation. All forces must enter a state of heightened readiness. Monitor the movements of the three major factions closely. Any sign of disturbance must be reported immediately. Furthermore, relying solely on our own strength makes it exceedingly difficult to withstand the counteroffensive of the three factions. Contact the Ascension sect and request their remaining forces to come to Sacred Martial City. Additionally, send envoys to Qingtian to seek aid from the 10,000 Sword sect. Wu Feng gazed into the distance, his eyes sharp as blades, fixated on the direction of the Celestial City. Chapter 51. A Calm Before the Storm. The fear of the sacred martial dynasty Wang Hui of the 10,000 Sword sect met his demise at the hands of Yi Leiming within the Canglan Secret Realm. Given the sect's ethos, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. The remnants of the sacred martial dynasty and the Ascension sect, combined with the might of the 10,000 Sword sect, would be sufficient to contend against the three dominant factions led by the Yi family. Wu Jianshan remarked, "Ancestor, we have already dispatched a messenger to inform the 10,000 Sword sect." Wu Feng nodded slightly in response. "Then we shall wait." He was well acquainted with the operational style of the 10,000 Sword sect. The murder of a core disciple would surely incite a quest for vengeance. Henceforth, their task was to endure, regardless of the circumstances, until the arrival of the strong allies from the 10,000 Sword sect. This represented the sole opportunity for the sacred martial dynasty to turn the tides, a glimmer of hope for resurgence. Meanwhile, in the Silver Feather dynasty, Ling Feiyu and others were busy tallying their spoils. According to the prior agreement between Yi Qingtian and himself, all the spoils from this battle were to belong to the Silver Feather dynasty, as the trifles of the sacred martial dynasty held little allure for Yi Qingtian. In stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere enveloping the sacred martial dynasty, the Silver Feather dynasty was awash with jubilation, celebrating their resounding victory. The sacred martial dynasty had invested heavily in this campaign, deploying 10 flying vessels, 6 monarchs, and 13 war kings, all laden with a plethora of treasures. Particularly noteworthy were Wu Kong and the leader of the Ascension sect, one an ancestral-level monarch of the sacred martial dynasty, the other the sect's master, both of whom possessed storage rings brimming with coveted treasures that would leave the Silver Feather dynasty yearning. In times past, such riches would have been inconceivable. After this battle, the Silver Feather dynasty has truly reaped extraordinary rewards. Who would have imagined that we could so decisively subdue the sacred martial dynasty? Ling Aoyun gazed at the dazzling array of spoils before him, unable to suppress a sigh of astonishment. As an emerging dynasty with a tenuous foundation, the Silver Feather dynasty had always struggled for survival amidst the cracks of power. The various factions within the Canglan Realm dared not provoke or align themselves with anyone. Now, to have the strongest sacred martial dynasty beneath our feet filled Ling Aoyun with a dreamlike sensation, surreal, and almost too good to be true. This is merely the beginning. Ling Feiyu chuckled softly. "Soon we shall count our gains within Sacred Martial City." Ling Aoyun, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly, perceiving it as a jest. To tally the spoils in Sacred Martial City? Wouldn't he that imply the annihilation of the sacred martial dynasty? Ling Aoyan could scarcely entertain such thoughts. Though they had achieved a resounding victory, it was a trap meticulously laid long ago. An assault on the sacred martial dynasty would not have been so effortless. Despite losing 3 sovereigns and 13 battle kings, the dynasty's foundation was robust, and sacred martial city was renowned alongside Qingtian city, having spent millennia fortifying a grand defensive array. While it may not rival the defenses of Qingtian city, breaching it would still be exceedingly challenging. Ling Feiyu, observing his companion's demeanor, offered no further explanation. He had always borne immense pressure in supporting the Yi family, revealing nothing about Yi Qingtian. The future ultimately belongs to the youth. Ling Aoyan mused. Should you truly pursue such a path, your great-grandfather would lend unwavering support. If you could usher in a prosperous era for the Silver Feather dynasty, it would be worth my very life. Gratitude for great-grandfather's support, Ling Feiyu replied. Speaking of which, that old fellow Wukong mentioned he wished to die with his eyes closed. Great-grandfather has yet to decipher what he meant. If he desired to pass away peacefully, why then did he align himself with Yi Changxing in our court? This matter left Ling Aoyan perplexed. Ling Feiyu offered a nonchalant response. Perhaps he did not wish to be executed publicly. After all, he is a notable figure in the Canglan Realm and must possess some pride. Ling Aoyan, upon hearing this, appeared enlightened, nodding in agreement. That makes sense. If I were in his position, I too would avoid dying under the public gaze. News of this battle swiftly spread throughout the Canglan Realm. The ancient sword dynasty, Xiantian Hall, and Xingyu Pavilion were all astounded upon learning of this development. They could hardly believe that the sacred martial dynasty and the feathered sect had suffered such a significant downfall, their entire army annihilated. This loss was akin to a devastating blow for the sacred martial dynasty, one that would take millennia to recover from. Yet, would the Yi family grant them respite? Clearly not. The Yi family would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eradicate the sacred martial dynasty once and for all. The era of the sacred martial dynasty has come to an end. No, the Canglan Realm has never truly belonged to them. Had they been willing to extinguish the Yi family at any cost, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Was it so easy to extinguish the Yi family? For millennia, countless forces have sought the downfall of the Yi family, all of which have ended in failure. The sacred martial dynasty exhibits the folly of overreaching, akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. The powerful factions lament this turn of events. No one could have foreseen that just months ago, the sacred martial dynasty, basking in its glory, would now face imminent destruction. The root of this calamity lies in the Battle of Qingtian City. The sacred martial dynasty, in its folly, should never have provoked the Yi family. The defeat in that grand conflict sealed the dynasty's tragic fate. Of course, in hindsight, the other factions can only offer their opinions. At that time, they widely believed the sacred martial dynasty would successfully seize Qingtian City, establishing itself as the supreme dynasty of the Canglan Realm and ushering in a new era. A storm is brewing. Gu Tianyan stands atop the peak of Sword Mountain, a towering spire that pierces the clouds, the highest point within the domain of the ancient sword dynasty. A gust of wind sweeps through, causing his robes to billow and flutter dramatically. Change is imminent. At Qingtian City, the Yi family prepares meticulously for battle. This confrontation with the sacred martial dynasty is not merely a quest for vengeance. It marks the Yi family's assertion of dominance over the world. The entire Canglan Realm will be watching, and the Yi family must display both grandeur and momentum, mobilizing their finest warriors, readying themselves for the impending clash. In the Qingtian Hall, the family head, Yi Chuan, clad in crimson battle armor, arrives in a flurry, reporting, "Ancestor, the army is fully assembled and ready for deployment. Please issue your command." In stark contrast to Yi Chuan's fervor, Yi Qingtian remains composed. While this battle is of monumental significance to the Yi family, to Yi Qingtian, it is but a trivial matter. On his strategic board, the sacred martial dynasty does not even qualify as a mere pawn. Yi Qingtian calmly states, "There is no rush. I will first take Lei Ming to the Battle King Tower." Taking Yi Lei Ming to the Battle King Tower had been a plan devised long before the opening of the Canglan Secret Realm. The sacred martial dynasty is not worthy of disrupting his designs. Chapter 52, The Battle King Tower, the youngest Tenwen Battle King in millennia. The Battle King Towers are scattered across the 9 realms, with each realm housing 9 towers. These towers are ancient, their origins shrouded in mystery. It is known that every Battle King must challenge the towers, and based on their victories, they can attain the titles of 10-Win Battle King or 100-Win Battle King. These are not mere empty titles. Achieving the status of 10-Win Battle King grants tremendous gifts from the tower, significantly enhancing one's prowess. The same applies to the 100-Win Battle King, though for most, this journey is arduous and protracted. To achieve 10 consecutive victories is no small feat. Many battle kings have spent decades, even centuries, honing their skills before achieving such a record. Outside Qingtian City stands a battle king tower, suspended in midair, consisting of 100 stories and soaring to a height of 1,000 zhang, a magnificent sight from afar. At this moment, the tower is devoid of challengers. Not due to a lack of contenders, but because the Yi family has boldly claimed it for the day. This is also the reason why Yi Qingtian placed the annihilation of the sacred martial dynasty after Yi Laming's challenge at the War King Tower. He had long since devised this plan and proclaimed that the Yi family would utilize the War King Tower on this day, prompting the other War Kings to select a day for their challenges. Although no War Kings entered the tower to contest, many powerful figures awaited outside, including both War Kings and Grandmasters. They could surmise that the Yi family's elaborate preparations were undoubtedly for the enigmatic youth who had eradicated the princes of the sacred martial dynasty in the Canglan Secret Realm. The events in the Canglan Secret Realm had already spread throughout the Canglan Realm, serving as a significant catalyst for the sacred martial dynasty's war against the Silver Feather dynasty, a fact known to many. Yet, they remained unaware of just how formidable the young man, secretly nurtured by the Yi family, truly was. To this day, Yi Laming's existence remains a riddle to the outside world. It is known only that he is a youth of the War King realm, possessing immense strength, with very few having witnessed him firsthand. Yi Laming's astonishing achievements in the Canglan Secret Realm have led to widespread skepticism. Many believe that the rumors have been exaggerated, akin to the saying that 3 can create a tiger. The gathering of these powerful figures at the War King Tower is driven by a desire to behold Yi Laming's true visage and experience his authentic prowess up close. Look, the Yi family's flying vessel has arrived, someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone turned their attention. In the distance, a flying vessel pierced through the air with remarkable speed, displaying the Yi family's banner aloft. Soon, the vessel reached the War King Tower, and then all eyes witnessed a figure leap from the vessel, landing upon the base of the War King Tower. Is this the War King that the rumors spoke of? So youthful? Upon seeing Yi Laming's form, the assembly of War Kings felt a profound shock. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, witnessing such a young War King was still astonishing. Amidst their astonishment, a tinge of bitterness lingered within. Comparisons bring disdain. People measure their worth against one another. Among them, the youngest War King was nearly a century old. In the realm of War Kings, 100 years is considered youthful, a prime of life. Yet beside Yi Laming, they could only be regarded as elderly. Yi Laming stepped into the War King Tower under the watchful gazes of many. As he entered, the first level illuminated. Outside the War King Tower, a massive stone tablet bore his name and the level he occupied. It is noteworthy that though the 9 War King Towers are dispersed throughout the Canglan Realm and are not interconnected, the challenge information on the stone tablet is shared across them. In addition to Yi Laming's name, several others appeared on the tablet, indicating that challengers were also engaged in other War King Towers. However, these individuals' levels were generally low, most beneath the 5th tier. Phew. Yi Laming is about to commence his challenge. Outside the War King Tower, the assembly of War Kings took a deep breath. Some fixed their gaze intensely upon the tower, while others focused intently on the fluctuations of the level displayed on the stone tablet. Although it was Yi Laming who was challenging, they felt a greater tension than he did. Not long after, the second level of the Battle King Tower illuminated, and simultaneously, the stone tablet outside displayed the number 2. How little time had passed since he entered. Had he already cleared the first level? It seemed to be merely 15 breaths, right? The assembled Battle Kings were astounded by this feat, however. One of the Battle Kings doused the enthusiasm with cold water, stating, "The first level is the simplest. I could also clear it in 15 breaths. It's not worth boasting about." The speaker was a middle-aged Battle King with considerable prowess. Upon hearing his words, someone immediately countered. "You? If I recall correctly, you have been challenging for a century, and you dare compare yourself to him? The more one challenges, the richer the experience, and thus the time required to surpass levels diminishes greatly. Yet those who fail to conquer cannot succeed regardless." The challenged Battle King, having been publicly called out, turned dark-faced and ceased further conversation. As they bickered, the 3rd level of the Battle King Tower lit up, followed swiftly by the 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th, and then the 10th level. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yi Laming had ascended 9 levels, reaching the 10th with astonishing speed that left everyone in awe. The earlier naysayer, feeling embarrassed, donned a mask and quietly melted into the crowd, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Upon reaching the 10th level, Yi Laming's pace noticeably slowed. All the powerful figures understood that the 10th level represented a significant hurdle. They gazed intently at the Battle King Tower, their eyes brimming with anticipation. If Yi Laming were to clear the 10th level, he would become the youngest 10-victory Battle King in nearly 10,000 years in the Canglan Realm. On the Yi family vessel, Grandfather, Laming has reached the 10th level, reported Yi Changsheng with a smile. Yi Qingtian was fishing with a rod when suddenly it trembled, indicating a catch. He quickly reeled it in, revealing a large golden fish surfacing. Yi Changsheng took the golden fish from him and then tossed it back into the pond. Given his current prowess, reaching the 10th level was a simple task. Yi Qingtian chuckled. Grandfather, what level do you expect from him? Yi Changsheng inquired. Yi Qingtian pondered for a moment before responding, 50 levels. That requirement isn't too high, is it? Upon hearing 50 levels, Yi Changsheng felt a jolt in his heart. He recalled his own past, having to attempt 3 times to clear the 10th level and 10 times to surpass the 50th. Achieving 50 levels in a single attempt was a feat most Battle Kings would scarcely dare to imagine. At the 10th level of the Battle King Tower, before Yi Laming stood a phantom figure clad in heavy armor, its entire form enveloped, leaving only a pair of eyes visible. Within the tower, energy continuously coalesced around this figure, and soon, it solidified into a near-real entity, standing before Yi Laming. The armored guardian brandished a colossal sword, which struck the ground with a resounding clang. Chapter 53. Is a tree tall amongst the forest destined to be struck by the wind? Yi Laming gazed at the imposing armored guardian, gripping his right hand tightly as thunder crackled, and the purple lightning dragon spear manifested in his grasp. The guardian within the Battle King Tower was neither a living being nor a humanoid weapon, but rather an entity of pure energy. Thus, in the initial emergence of its form, the armored sentinel appeared as an ethereal silhouette. When the energy reached a certain density, it transformed into substance. This energy emanated from the Tower of War Kings, which itself drew upon the elemental forces of heaven and earth, a gift bestowed upon challengers. As long as the universe endures, the Tower of War Kings shall persist. With a spear in hand, Yi Laming propelled himself forward, thrusting fiercely at the armored sentinel. The guardians within the tower do not initiate an attack. It is the challengers who must strike first. Only by vanquishing the sentinel within the span of an hour can one unlock the passage to the next level. Should the contest remain unresolved within that hour, failure is declared, and the challenger is expelled from the Tower of War Kings. Clang! The spear struck the sentinel's body with considerable force. Yet, it inflicted no significant damage, merely leaving a mark upon the sentinel's heavy armor. It seemed evident that this guardian was of a defensive nature, mused Yi Laming. Yi Laming had begun to grasp the intricacies of the Tower of War Kings. Each level housed sentinels of varying types. Some were adept in aggression, excelling in offense. Others were swift as lightning, while some were as steadfast as granite in defense. Among these 3 categories, the defensive sentinels posed the greatest challenge. Merely breaching the outer layer of heavy armor required substantial reserves of spiritual energy. Confronting the sentinel on the 10th level was a test of sheer endurance. The difficulty of the 10th level lay in the fact that many warriors, exhausted and drained of spiritual energy, found themselves unable to penetrate the sentinel's formidable armor, ultimately being mercilessly expelled from the tower. In essence, the 10th level tests a warrior's internal reserves of spiritual energy, the rate of recovery, and mastery over that energy. Typically, warriors expend considerable energy with each strike, leading to rapid depletion. Indeed, many outside the tower harbored doubts about Yi Laming's capacity to surpass the 10th level, attributing it to his youth. Logically, his internal reserves of spiritual energy could not possibly rival those of seasoned warriors who had honed their skills for decades, if not centuries. Their concerns were not unfounded, for the depth of one's spiritual energy is not cultivated overnight. However, they overlooked the swiftness of Yi Laming's energy recovery and his exceptional mastery over it. On the 10th level of the Tower of War Kings, Yi Laming unleashed a tempest of strikes upon the armored sentinel. Although his youthful age rendered his reserves somewhat shallow, as a natural-born king, his rate of energy recovery was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, having been nurtured under the tutelage of Yi Qingtian, his command over spiritual energy had reached an unparalleled level. Each movement was executed with minimal energy expenditure while maximizing impact. After a quarter of an hour of relentless assault, the armored sentinel was battered and bruised, its form becoming increasingly ephemeral and indistinct. It is nearly time to conclude. Seeing this, Yi Laming understood that the sentinel was on the brink of collapse. Subsequently, he unleashed a final, powerful strike, shattering the sentinel's form. As the spear pierced the sentinel's body, it erupted in a resounding disintegration. Boom. Immediately, a surge of formidable energy coursed through Yi Laming's body, revitalizing his previously nearly depleted spiritual power in an instant. Moreover, his aura continued to ascend. This gift from the 10th level of the Battle King Tower was composed of the purest spiritual energy found in the universe, greatly beneficial for enhancing his strength. Ah, what an exhilarating sensation. Yi Laming clenched his fists, feeling the pristine energy flood into his limbs and bones, significantly fortifying his physique. Soon, the passage to the 11th level opened. Yi Laming leaped inside. Outside the Battle King Tower, a voice rang out, "Everyone look! The 11th level is illuminated." A Battle King exclaimed, his tone brimming with disbelief. Simultaneously, the information on the stele shifted, announcing Yi Laming's ascension to the 11th level. Was it merely a quarter of an hour? At such a young age, how could one possibly traverse the 10th level in such a brief span? What face would I have left to live on? Yi Laming must surely be the youngest 10-victory Battle King in the past 10 millennia of the Canglan Realm. With him in the Yi family, their fortune is truly undiminished. Given a little more time, he could effortlessly ascend to the rank of Emperor, or perhaps even achieve the status of Supreme. Supreme? Attaining such a title is far from easy. In over 10,000 years within the Canglan Realm, only one Supreme, Yi Zun, has emerged. Under the current circumstances, becoming a Supreme is akin to scaling the heavens. The gathered Battle Kings were thoroughly impressed by Yi Laming's prowess, extolling his virtues and viewing him as the hope of the Yi family. Some even speculated that he might ascend to the rank of Supreme. However, this notion was not widely accepted, for after the Supreme War a millennium ago, the world's essence was damaged and the 9 realms were sealed. In today's environment, not only is the birth of a Supreme improbable, but many Supremes have also been relegated to Emperor status. Those unwilling to descend have concealed their auras, retreating into seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs. In the Holy Martial Dynasty, the imperial capital, Holy Martial City, looms the Battle King Tower, a stronghold exclusively utilized by the Battle Kings of the Holy Martial Dynasty for their cultivation. As the information on the stele is interconnected, the moment Yi Laming passed the 10th level, the stele outside the Battle King Tower also reflected this change. This event stirred the interest of the national leader, Wu Jianshan. At that moment, Wu Jianshan and Wu Feng were atop the Battle King Tower, intently observing the alterations on the stele. "Is this the fellow who killed the prince and Wang Hui?" Wu Feng's gaze was icy, his voice low and chilling. "Indeed, it is this lad," Wu Jianshan replied gravely. "He is said to be merely in his teens." Wu Feng's eyes narrowed as he remarked, "A Battle King in his teens is truly a prodigy." "No, he has already become a 10-victory Battle King. If I recall correctly, he is only the second individual in nearly 20,000 years since Yi Qingtian to achieve such a feat at this age. Such talent is indeed enviable, alas. He bears the surname Yi." Wu Feng sighed deeply, initially praising Yi Laming's gifts, but his expression shifted thereafter. He coldly remarked, "Yi Changsheng has truly become muddled in his old age. Hastily pushing him forward is nothing short of self-destruction. Just as a tree that stands out in the forest will be struck by the wind, the enemies of the Yi family will never allow another Yi Qingtian to arise." Upon hearing this, Wu Jiangshan's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Do you mean we can employ someone else's hand to strike?" Wu Feng responded, "If we disseminate this news, the enemies of the Yi family will swarm. Unfortunately, with the 9 realms sealed off, transmitting information poses a significant challenge." Contemplating this, Wu Feng furrowed his brow. His ideas were splendid, yet the means to implement them were lacking. He then asked, "Is there any news from the 10,000 Sword sect?" Chapter 54, Wu Feng's poisonous scheme. The Yi family goes to battle. Wu Jianshan replied, "Not yet. The 9 realms are sealed, and information is isolated. Unless we venture personally to the Azure Realm, we remain unaware of the movements of the 10,000 Sword sect. However, traversing across realms amid this closure is no simple task. The Holy Martial Dynasty has lost its means to access the Azure Realm and must now wait patiently." On the stone tablet of the Battle King Tower, the number had changed to 15. After passing the 10th level, Yi Laming continued his ascension, swiftly conquering the 15th level, and he was rapidly climbing higher. Watching Yi Laming's levels refresh continuously, Wu Feng felt a twinge of gloom. If he could relay news of Yi Laming to the various realms, the Yi family would face annihilation, and the crisis of the Holy Martial Dynasty would be resolved. However, he found himself unable to convey this message, forced to watch Yi Laming grow step by step. With a furrowed brow, Wu Feng pondered for a moment before declaring, "The fate of the Holy Martial Dynasty boils down to 2 possibilities. The first is that the 10,000 Sword sect dispatches powerful individuals to retaliate against the Yi family, which would be the most favorable outcome, allowing the Holy Martial Dynasty to survive. The second is that the 10,000 Sword sect refrains from retaliation, in which case the Holy Martial Dynasty will face ruin. Should the latter occur, we must spare no effort to eliminate Yi Laming. Even if the Holy Martial Dynasty perishes, we cannot allow the Yi family to find solace. A genius like Yi Laming, who appears once in a millennium, if he is slain, it would be the greatest revenge against the Yi family." Wu Feng's gaze was fixed fiercely on the 3 characters Yi Laming on the stone tablet. his eyes glinting with a ruthless intensity, the aura of killing intent palpable. The 10,000 sword sect had yet to arrive, and he had to prepare for the worst. In Wu Feng's view, killing Yi Laming would inflict more anguish upon the Yi family than the death of any royal member. At the Battle King Tower, Yi Laming continued his ascent. 20 levels, 30 levels, 40 levels, 50 levels. In just a few hours, he had effortlessly passed the 50th level, which was the anticipated milestone set by Yi Qingtian for Yi Laming. The assembled powerful warriors outside the tower, watching the illumination of the 50th level, were left speechless, their eyes reflecting not only shock, but also envy. After Yi Laming passed the 10th level, they began to predict how far he could ultimately ascend. Some projected 20 levels, others 25, while the most optimistic expected 30 levels. All were in awe of Yi Laming's prowess, yet none believed he could surpass 30 levels in one go. If it were possible, it would be truly astonishing. Subsequently, their faces were bruised by Yi Laming's prowess. In light of Yi Laming's commendable feats, they found themselves at a loss for words, unable to articulate the brilliance of this prodigious youth. Ultimately, their expressions were distilled into two unembellished words: 50 layers. It was about time for him to emerge. The time he took to break through each layer had been growing longer, suggesting he had reached the limits of his capabilities. The 50th layer should represent his current threshold. However, after Yi Laming ascended to the 50th layer, someone confidently asserted that he would exit the Battle King Tower at that point. Yet, Yi Laming once again proved them wrong. Upon reaching the 50th layer, he did not stop. He continued to ascend. Despite their assertions that he had nearly reached his limit, Yi Laming persevered with unwavering determination. 51 layers, 52 layers, 55 layers. While attempting the 56th layer, he exceeded the challenge's time limit and was subsequently expelled from the Battle King Tower. Ultimately, Yi Laming's inaugural attempt at the tower culminated at the 55th layer. Expelled from the tower, Yi Laming found himself utterly exhausted, his spiritual energy depleted, and he could hardly move, plummeting from the heights. A figure leapt from the Yi family's airship, catching Yi Laming and returning him to Qingtian City. The assembled battle kings gazed at the departing Yi family vessel, their hearts stirred and unable to find tranquility. 55 layers. This scene would be etched in their memories forever. Perhaps we have witnessed the rise of a supreme being, one battle king remarked solemnly. This time, no one dared to dispute him. Speaking of which, is the Yi family preparing to confront the sacred martial dynasty? Suddenly, someone recognized another significant matter. Upon hearing this, the other battle kings were visibly moved, as if they could already envision the grand Yi army advancing into the sacred martial dynasty. On the Yi family airship, administer this elixir to him, Yi Qingtian instructed, producing a restorative pill and handing it to Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng placed the pill into Yi Laming's mouth, and instantly, a surge of immense and pure spiritual energy erupted within Yi Laming, revitalizing his body. Yi Laming sprang to his feet, fully rejuvenated, brimming with energy and fighting spirit. Laming pays respects to the ancestor. Yi Laming knelt respectfully. He might dare to act recklessly before anyone else, but in the presence of Yi Qingtian, he was as docile as a little rabbit, compliant and reverent. Rise, Yi Qingtian gestured, a gentle force lifting Yi Laming to his feet. Ancestor, how did I perform in the Battle King Tower challenge? Yi Laming inquired, pride evident in his expression. Prior to entering the tower, he had inquired with the clan's battle kings, aware of the typical levels achieved by them. He gritted his teeth and reached the 55th layer, feeling exceedingly satisfied. Yi Qingtian, with an impassive countenance, responded dismissively, "It was passable, I suppose. Back in my day, I reached the 100th layer on my first attempt. Your 55 layers are but a modest achievement." Upon hearing Yi Qingtian's words, Yi Laming was initially taken aback, followed by a shadow of disappointment casting over his expression. Observing this, Yi Changsheng smiled and encouraged him, saying, "Do not heed the words of our ancestor too seriously. He expected you to reach the 50th level. Yet you have surpassed it, achieving the 55th level, which is commendable." Yi Laming's countenance shifted upon hearing this, and he eagerly inquired, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, it is," Yi Changsheng replied with a grin. He felt a deep sense of gratification to have a descendant like Yi Laming in the Yi family. "Ancestor, are we to launch an assault on the Shengwu dynasty next?" Yi Laming suddenly posed the question. "Yes," Yi Qingtian responded, casting a discerning glance at him, as if seeing through his thoughts. "You may partake in this battle. Having faced the Zhanwang Tower, your prowess has significantly advanced, and it is time for you to witness grand spectacles." "Thank you, ancestor," Yi Laming exclaimed joyfully. He had long desired to engage in combat against the Shengwu dynasty since their last encounter, but Yi Qingtian had previously withheld his consent. Now at last, the opportunity had arrived. The flying vessels soared swiftly, soon returning to Qingtian City. At that moment, Above the Yi family estate, dozens of flying vessels hovered in the air, their banners fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of formidable power. Chapter 55, Sword pointing towards the Shungwu dynasty, troops approaching the city within Qingtian city. The citizens looked up at the sky, their hearts racing with exhilaration as they beheld the fleet of flying vessels poised for action. The last time they witnessed such a spectacle was when Qingtian city was besieged by a coalition of the Shungwu dynasty and the Yuhua sect. They had cowered within the city, trembling in fear, praying for divine intervention to safeguard their home. Should Qingtian city fall, their fates would be sealed. However, this time, it was the Yi family launching a powerful counteroffensive against the Shungwu dynasty. Though this battle did not directly involve them, the residents of Qingtian city, having lived there for generations, felt a profound sense of belonging. This conflict was not merely a chance for the Yi family to avenge past grievances. It was also a way for the citizens to reclaim their dignity. They lamented their inability to witness the downfall of the Shungwu dynasty with their own eyes. In the skies above, the flying vessel carrying Yi Qingtian approached Qingtian city. The ancestor has returned, Yi Chuan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly appeared aboard Yi Qingtian's vessel. I pay my respects to the ancestor, he declared with reverence. Yi Qingtian regarded him for a moment, comprehending his intent, and with a slight parting of his lips, uttered 2 words, launch the campaign. Understood, Yi Chuan replied solemnly. He then returned to his own vessel, drawing his sword and pointing it towards the direction of the Shungwu dynasty, proclaiming with fervor, to battle. At his command, the fleet of flying vessels surged forth, majestically heading towards the Shungwu dynasty, their presence commanding awe. Wherever the vessels traversed, they instilled a sense of trepidation among the populace. The flying vessels were not mere transport vehicles, they served as formidable weapons of war. Whenever the fleet traversed the skies, it signified the impending eruption of conflict. Each vessel was armed with powerful cannons, relying on formations and an ample supply of spirit stones as ammunition, making them formidable assets for siege warfare. Simultaneously, a fleet of flying vessels from the Mingyang sect also took to the skies. The Silver Feather dynasty, alongside its fleet of flying vessels, has amassed a 1,000,000-strong army, advancing relentlessly towards the sacred martial dynasty. In no time, the 3 formidable forces converged. Over 30 flying vessels soared through the sky at breathtaking speed. Wherever they passed, onlookers trembled in fear, some even prostrating themselves on the ground. Particularly the smaller factions and nations found themselves utterly powerless to withstand the onslaught of these flying vessels. A single round of attack would reduce them to mere ashes, nay, perhaps even obliterate all remnants. In the Black Hawk dynasty, apart from the 3 grand dynasties, numerous other kingdoms exist, classified as secondary forces. Among them, the mightiest is the War King, a formidable figure. At this moment, the ruler of the Black Hawk dynasty quaked in terror, while the civil and military officials in the court were nearly breathless. The flying vessels of the 3 great forces passed ominously overhead. Over 30 vessels, such tremendous power. Many had never witnessed such a sight in their lifetimes. Although the vessels did not unleash their firepower upon the Black Hawk dynasty, the mere sight was enough to instill a profound dread. What if they accidentally opened fire? Fortunately, the vessels moved with incredible swiftness, quickly traversing the entirety of the Black Hawk dynasty. Only then did the ruler of the Black Hawk dynasty manage to breathe a sigh of relief. If I am not mistaken, those should be the flying vessels of the Yi family. It appears the Yi family is preparing for a full-scale war. It has scarcely been long since the sacred martial dynasty launched its assault on the sky-soaring city, and already the tide has turned dramatically. This battle spells dire consequences for the sacred martial dynasty. Once the flying vessels passed overhead, the officials in the court dared to speak on the matter. Observing this, the ruler immediately commanded, "Let this matter remain undisclosed to prevent bringing calamity upon our dynasty." These secondary forces exist precariously within the interstices of power, with 7 formidable factions. They cannot afford to offend any of them. To provoke any one of them would be a calamity of immense proportions. Upon hearing the ruler's words, the officials fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Meanwhile, in the sacred martial dynasty, a court meeting was underway. "My lord, terrible news. The Yi family, the Mingyang sect, and the Silver Feather dynasty's army have mobilized," a guard exclaimed as he rushed in, breathless with urgency. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiangshan's countenance darkened. Taking a deep breath, he felt the immense weight that had been pressing upon his heart lift slightly. For some time, he had been anticipating the Yi family's military action. The defensive array of sacred martial city had long been activated, consuming vast amounts of energy every moment. Yet, the Yi family had not made an appearance. Hanging like a sword over his neck, his constant worry had robbed him of sleep. Now that the Yi family's forces had finally moved, the sword had dropped upon his neck, bringing an unexpected calm to his heart. Life or death would be determined in the imminent battle. Dispatch the orders. Activate all defensive arrays. The defenders of Sacred Martial City must hold steadfast. Wu Jianshan commanded. Your orders are received. The guard replied promptly before retreating. Just as he departed, another approached. Report. Luoxiao City has fallen. The newcomer said solemnly. The city of Luoxiao serves as a border stronghold of the Shengwu dynasty. Upon hearing this news, the ministers were all struck with a sense of foreboding. How could the Yi family's forces arrive so swiftly? Yet, this was merely the beginning. Shortly thereafter, reports came in. Qingfeng City has fallen. Minghu City has succumbed. One after another, cities fell in rapid succession. The Yi family's assault was relentless. Akin to a force of nature, sweeping through the territory without hesitation, swiftly capturing over half of the cities of the Shengwu dynasty. The distance to the imperial capital of Shengwu City was rapidly diminishing. The ministers in the court now wore expressions of ashen dread, their hearts gripped with terror. They have arrived. Wu Jianshan's gaze sharpened. He suddenly rose, his form enveloped in glimmering battle armor. As one of the last four sovereigns of the Shengwu dynasty, he understood that he must personally engage in this conflict. In the outside world, more than 30 flying vessels hovered above the imperial capital of Shengwu City. Above the city, a yellowish protective barrier materialized, a formidable defense constructed over millennia by the Shengwu dynasty. This grand formation could withstand attacks from sovereigns, showcasing exceptional resilience. The colossal cannons aboard the flying vessels found their efforts rendered futile against the defensive array of Shengwu City. Though the full might of these cannons could rival that of a warlord, their strikes upon the yellow barrier inflicted no damage whatsoever. Indeed, the defensive array of the Shengwu dynasty was no trifling matter, as Ling Feiyu remarked with admiration. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. Yet, how many assaults can the sovereign's attacks endure? Ling Feiyu directed his assault towards the protective barrier above Shengwu City, unleashing a torrent of silver feathers that cascaded downward. Boom, boom, boom. Countless silver feathers detonated against the barrier, producing thunderous roars. Lu Mingyang, Yi Changsheng, and other sovereigns unleashed their formidable techniques upon the protective shield. Within Shengwu City, the deafening cacophony instilled fear and unease in the hearts of many. For the people of the Shengwu dynasty, the scene before them resembled the harbinger of doom. Terrifying beyond measure. Such a scenario was one they had never envisioned. In the Canglan Realm, the denizens of the Shengwu dynasty had always held an air of arrogance. Particularly the royal family, who wielded the might of their nation to impose their will upon others without restraint. Fortune, however, shifts like the tides. Now, it was their turn to experience the taste of despair. With the three major factions completely encircling Shengwu City, 30 flying vessels loomed above, while the Silver Feather Dynasty's million-strong army gathered below. Even if they wished to flee, it was now too late. There was no escape. A dead end awaited them. In the royal mausoleum, Wu Feng emerged once more from the grave. Is there news from the Wanjian sect? His first inquiry concerned the Wanjian sect, the potential lifeline for the Shengwu dynasty. Wu Jianshan shook his head, replying in a somber tone, no. Wu Feng, upon hearing this, was not entirely taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, has Yi Laming arrived? Wu Feng had devised two plans. Should the Wanjian sect make an appearance, it would be a cause for great rejoicing. If the 10,000 sword sect does not arrive soon, we shall stop at nothing to eliminate Yi Laming. Wu Jianshan nodded and remarked, they are coming. Yi Laming has been exceedingly ostentatious. It is nearly impossible for him to go unnoticed. When the battle commences, avoid entangling with their monarch and seize the opportunity to slay Yi Laming. Wu Feng spoke in a low voice. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the heavens. The earthy-hued barrier above Shengwu City crumbled under the relentless assaults from Yi Changsheng and his companions. Let the battle commence, Wu Feng declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure vanished. In the next instant, he appeared in the skies above Shengwu City, confronting Yi Changsheng and the others from afar. Yi Changsheng, Wu Feng gazed at him. Do you truly wish to annihilate the Shengwu dynasty? Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng could not help but scoff. It seems it is your Shengwu dynasty that seeks total extermination. I was unaware of previous events. It was solely Wukong's doing. And he has since met his demise, paying the price. Perhaps it would be best for our two families to reconcile. The Shengwu dynasty is willing to become an ally of the Yi family, honoring you as our superior. Wu Feng spoke gravely. Despite his words, Wu Feng's intent was merely a stalling tactic, aiming to buy time. It was evident that the Yi family would not let the Shengwu dynasty off the hook. He still pinned the last glimmer of hope for the Shengwu dynasty on the 10,000 sword sect. Become allies with the Yi family? Yi Changsheng replied. The Shengwu dynasty lacks such qualifications. The current Yi family cannot simply ally with anyone of dubious merit. Wu Feng was not surprised by this response. If that is the case, There is nothing more to discuss, he said in a somber tone. Subsequently, his aura began to ascend rapidly. His once hunched and crooked form gradually straightened, emanating a formidable presence. Wu Feng understood that this could very well be his final battle. There was no need to hold back any longer. In that moment, he resembled Yi Changsheng of yore, igniting his life force to elevate his power to its zenith within a short span. However, unlike Yi Changsheng, Wu Feng lacked fortune. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, death was inescapable for him. Yi Changsheng, if you are a man, come and face me in single combat. Wu Feng, wielding a battle knife, provocatively challenged Yi Changsheng. At that moment, he appeared somewhat deranged, reminiscent of the mad Emperor Wu from millennia ago. Ling Feiyu cautioned, do not engage. Be wary of deception. Lu Mingyang added, there is no need to partake in such games. Together, we can easily slay him. Yet Yi Changsheng replied, rest assured, the Shenwu dynasty can no longer stir up any storms. This implied his acceptance of Wu Feng's challenge. The two soared into the skies, ascending to great heights. The clash between two upper-tier monarchs generated a momentum that shook the earth and sky. Even at such lofty altitudes, the aftermath of their battle reached Shengwu City. Although Lu Mingyang and Ling Feiyu did not partake in the fight, they closely monitored the situation, ready to intervene should anything go awry. Fortunately, Yi Changsheng maintained a decisive advantage. Wu Feng, though frenzied, was hindered by his frail body, which had reached its limits and could bear no more power. In stark contrast, Yi Changsheng, after consuming the 9 sacred heavenly pill, had returned to his prime state, his powers significantly enhanced. How could Wu Feng possibly contend against him? The vitality of Yi Changsheng was astonishingly formidable, and Wu Feng's mind was in turmoil. He found it utterly perplexing. Both he and Yi Changsheng were old souls, teetering on the brink of the grave, and logically, their conditions should have been quite similar. Yet, upon engaging in combat, he sensed an undeniable disparity. Yi Changsheng's life force far surpassed his own, showing no signs of impending demise. I cannot hold on much longer. I must swiftly find an opportunity to eliminate Yi Laming. Wu Feng conveyed telepathically to Wu Jiangshan. At that moment, Yi Laming was embroiled in combat with several war kings of the Holy Martial Dynasty, fearlessly challenging 5 opponents at once. Even some of the renowned victory war kings found themselves unable to match Yi Laming's prowess. Wu Jiangshan's gaze was firmly fixed on Yi Laming. Currently, the attention of all sovereigns was captivated by the battle between Yi Changsheng and Wu Feng, leaving Yi Laming unobserved, an opportune moment for action. Like a venomous serpent, Wu Jiangshan struck with ferocity. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly appearing before Yi Laming. At that moment, Lu Mingyang and Ling Feiyu finally noticed Wu Jiangshan's intentions. Laming, be cautious. Ling Feiyu shouted, but it was too late. Wu Jiangshan, wielding an exceptionally sharp longsword, was poised to strike down Yi Laming when he suddenly altered his course of action. He pressed the blade against Yi Laming's throat and bellowed, everyone, cease this at once. He aimed to gamble on a grand scale, using Yi Laming's life as leverage to secure a chance for the Holy Martial Dynasty's survival. Merely killing Yi Laming would serve only as an outlet for his rage. It was far more advantageous to use him as a pawn against the Yi family. Given Yi Laming's astonishing talent, the Yi family would undoubtedly capitulate, unwilling to witness the demise of their prodigy. Wu Jiangshan, what are you doing? Kill him. Wu Feng bellowed in frustration as he saw Wu Jiangshan abandon his initial plan. Yet, Wu Jiangshan paid no heed to Wu Feng. He turned his attention to Yi Changsheng, declaring, I will trade his life for the survival of the Holy Martial Dynasty. Ling Feiyu furiously retorted, Wu Jiangshan, you despicable wretch, sneaking up on a junior. What kind of man are you? How shameful for a ruler. Wu Jiangshan ignored Ling Feiyu, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Changsheng, anticipating a response. In his mind, he believed Yi Changsheng would surely spare Yi Laming's life. If the Holy Martial Dynasty had birthed such a genius, he too would concede and negotiate. Yi Changsheng shook his head and replied, to use him to threaten the Yi family is tantamount to seeking death. Whoosh! Before Yi Changsheng could finish his words, a streak of light shot forth, striking Wu Jiangshan squarely in the forehead. Chapter 57. Despairing Wu Feng. Are they here? It was a golden arrow that pierced through Wu Jiangshan's skull. The arrow flew with astonishing speed, leaving Wu Jiangshan no time to react or evade. He was struck before he could comprehend. He widened his eyes, disbelief etched across his features. He swung his longsword, intent on slaying Yi Laming. But his body seemed to lose control. His arm fell limply, the sword slipping from his grasp and plummeting to the ground. Clang! The long sword fell upon the walls of the Holy Martial City, impaled upon its surface. The guards atop the walls gazed upon this blade with palpable terror. Known as the Sacred Martial Sword, it was a treasured artifact passed down through the Sacred Martial Dynasty, a divine instrument symbolizing the power and status of the dynasty, wielded by successive sovereigns. Yet now, this sword had slipped from the hands of the ruler, plummeting downwards, as if heralding the imminent downfall of the sacred martial dynasty. Alas! The walls are collapsing, someone suddenly exclaimed. Flee, flee! In an instant, the guards atop the walls were thrown into a frantic retreat, where the sacred martial sword had landed. Cracks began to emerge, spreading outward in all directions until they enveloped the entire wall. With a thunderous roar, the ancient walls, standing for millennia, crumbled with a deafening crash, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Meanwhile, above in the sky, Wu Jiangshan felt an increasing loss of control over his body. The scene before him grew ever more blurred. It was then that he realized the vitality within him was swiftly waning. Darkness enveloped him, and he plummeted rapidly downwards. With a resounding thud, Wu Jiangshan's body fell from the heights, creating a massive crater within the confines of Holy Martial City. The populace witnessed the fall of Wu Jiangshan with hearts heavy with despair. The sovereign is dead. With the death of the sovereign, the sacred martial dynasty has perished. Next, it shall surely be our turn. I surrender, I surrender. The citizens lamented, not out of sorrow for their ruler's demise, but with the grim understanding that his downfall signified the end of the dynasty and impending disaster for themselves. Some fell to their knees, bowing in fervent pleas for mercy to preserve their lives. In the Yi family's flying vessel, Yi Qingtian set down his long bow, muttering to himself, how dare they covet Yi Laming? Truly, they are courting death. The long bow in his hand, a high-tier divine artifact known as the Nine Heavens Sun-Shooting Bow, possessed formidable power. Paired with its exclusive arrows, a single shot could effortlessly slay a sovereign. Yi Qingtian made his move, albeit not with full force. The intent was to utilize the bow's might rather than his own supreme power to eliminate Wu Jiangshan. Wu Feng's face turned ashen. The unfolding scene was beyond his wildest imagination. Wu Jiangshan had defied his orders, failing to kill Yi Laming, instead using him to threaten the Yi family. Although this incited Wu Feng's anger, he clung to a glimmer of hope. Should the threat succeed, the sacred martial dynasty might yet salvage its existence. Even if it failed, Wu Jiangshan could easily eliminate Yi Laming. However, what transpired next far surpassed his expectations. Wu Jiangshan had been slain by a single arrow. It must be noted that Wu Jiangshan was a sovereign, albeit a lower tier one, yet wielding the sacred martial sword and armed with numerous trump cards. His actual combat prowess was not inferior to that of a mid-tier sovereign. Even upper-tier sovereigns would find it no easy task to eliminate Wu Jiangshan. Yet, he had been struck down by one arrow, without a chance to struggle or evade. What formidable power does that arrow possess? Even if the sovereigns could vanquish Wu Jiangshan, the issue lies in the fact that the sovereigns from the three great powers have yet to intervene. Yi Changxing, Lu Mingyang, and Ling Aoyun have all refrained from action. Who, then, launched that arrow? The only conceivable answer points to the Yi family, alongside a hidden sovereign lurking in the shadows. Moreover, this sovereign's prowess is remarkably formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of Yi Changxing and Lu Mingyang. Wu Feng could only ponder this. The arrow's suddenness was overwhelming. Not only did Wu Jiangshan fail to react, but even he had not anticipated it. It was not merely him. All the sovereigns shared in this astonishment. The recent scene was utterly shocking. The ruler of the Holy Martial Dynasty, the Chosen One, wielding the Holy Martial Sword, adorned in the Holy Martial Armor, both sacred artifacts, was felled by a single arrow. Witnessing this spectacle left him profoundly shaken. Never did he imagine that the esteemed ruler of the Holy Martial Dynasty would resort to ambushing a child. Wu madman, your Holy Martial Dynasty truly has no sense of shame, Yi Changsheng exclaimed vehemently. Wu Feng did not conceal his thoughts and murmured, a child? Who is unaware of this child's extraordinary talent? Should he be slain, the Yi family would surely grieve, would they not? Yi Changsheng replied, you speak the truth, but alas, you have failed, and Wu Jiangshan has paid the price for it. After a brief pause, he continued, I understand your earlier words were merely a ruse to stall for time. You are awaiting someone, perhaps the 10,000 Sword sect? I perceive your intentions. The reason I engage in this verbal spar is that even if the 10,000 Sword sect were to arrive, we would not falter. However, your desire to eliminate Yi Laming truly surprises me. Should you pursue this path, rest assured your scheme will inevitably fail. Yi Changxing's eyes brimmed with disdain as he chuckled coldly. Yi Laming was nurtured by Yi Qingtian himself. To ambush Yi Laming is tantamount to courting death. As Wu Feng absorbed Yi Changxing's words, the sensation of having all his secrets laid bare ignited a profound sense of humiliation within him. Very well. It seems the 10,000 Swords sect will not come to the aid of your Holy Martial Dynasty. Thus, let this game come to an end, Yi Changxing declared. Ha ha. Wu Feng laughed maniacally. You wish to kill me? Do not expect to escape unscathed. His demeanor became wildly frenzied, his aura turbulent and potent. Flesh tearing as he summoned every last ounce of strength to seek a mutual demise with Yi Changsheng. Observing this, Lu Mingyang rushed to offer assistance. Together, Yi Changsheng and Lu Mingyang forcefully subdued the rampaging Wu Feng, and within mere moments, he found himself on the brink of death. Just as Yi Changsheng was about to end Wu Feng's life, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated from the distant skies. The crowd turned to behold a scene of ominous clouds, dense and dark, where lightning flickered and thunder roared, resembling an apocalyptic landscape. Ha! Wu Feng, witnessing this cataclysmic sight, suddenly brightened, as if illuminated by a returning light, and laughed maniacally. They have arrived, they have finally come. Yi Changsheng and Lu Mingyang fixed their gazes upon the tempestuous thundercloud, their expressions tightening. The 10,000 Sword Sect. Chapter 58. The Super Airship. The savior always makes a grand entrance. A colossal airship emerged slowly from the thunderous clouds. As it ascended, it revealed its magnificent form. The airship was immense, 10 times the size of ordinary vessels, resembling an aerial fortress. From a distance, it exuded an overwhelming pressure, leaving onlookers breathless. A flag flew high above the ship, one side emblazoned with 9 long swords, the other displaying the character for 10,000. The airship belonged to the 10,000 Sword Sect, having crossed over from the Azure Realm. Simultaneously, the entire Canglan Realm trembled. In the ancient Sword Dynasty, an elder awakened from his slumber and ascended to the highest peak of the heavenly Sword Mountain. He gazed towards the direction of the Holy Martial Dynasty. Although he could not see the airship from here, he felt the energy storm unleashed by the tearing of the boundary between realms. The 10,000 Sword Sect had indeed arrived. Truly, the grandeur of the 10,000 Sword Sect was remarkable. Had they arrived a moment later, the Holy Martial Dynasty would have faced annihilation. Their timing was impeccable. What followed was inevitable. The 3 major powers would unilaterally overpower the Holy Martial Dynasty, leaving little room for doubt. The emperors of the ancient Sword Dynasty gathered atop Heavenly Sword Mountain, discussing the implications of this event. The arrival of the 10,000 Sword Sect was, in fact, beneficial for the ancient Sword Dynasty. Though they harbored no desire for hegemony, they could not idly watch as the 3 major powers, led by the Yi family, grew stronger. Once the Holy Martial Dynasty and the Feather Transformation Sect fell, the 3 powers led by the Yi family would become the dominant force in the Canglan Realm. Moreover, their strength would far surpass that of the alliance between the Holy Martial Dynasty and the Feather Transformation Sect. At that point, other factions would have to regard the Yi family with deference. The formidable approach of the 10,000 Sword Sect could weaken the 3 major powers, curbing their momentum. This was advantageous for the equilibrium among the various forces in the Canglan Realm. At the Star Universe Pavilion, sensing the terrifying energy storm emanating from the Holy Martial Dynasty, an emergency meeting was convened hastily. What a horrifying surge of energy. The source is the Holy Martial Dynasty. Could it be the arrival of the 10,000 Sword Sect? With the 10,000 Sword Sect's involvement, the tide of this great battle could shift dramatically. This is a prime opportunity for us to strengthen our ties with the Yi family. I propose we dispatch forces immediately to support them. Support the Yi family? Have you lost your mind? With the 10,000 Sword Sect joining the fray, the Yi family will be severely crippled, if not annihilated. Is the 10,000 Sword Sect truly that formidable? They boast a surviving supreme being. Do you question their strength? Then shall we assist the Holy Martial Dynasty? With most of their emperors dead or injured, what are you thinking by aiding the Holy Martial Dynasty? During the meeting, the powerful figures exchanged their opinions fervently. Some suggested seizing the opportunity to support the Yi family and forge an alliance. Yet this proposal was swiftly dismissed. Compared to the Yi family, the assembly held a stronger belief in the 10,000 Sword Sect. The reasoning was simple. The 10,000 Sword Sect had a living supreme being. Although the supreme could not partake in battle, their presence guaranteed the sect's terrifying growth. This principle was quite straightforward. Had Yi Qingtian not been besieged and ultimately slain by the 18 sovereigns, and had the Yi family not fallen into decline, it would now be an incomprehensibly formidable force, rendering the Shengwu dynasty insignificant. There were suggestions to assist the Shengwu dynasty, yet these were swiftly dismissed. The Wanjian sect's intentions were purely vengeful towards the Yi family. After dealing with the Yi family, the Wanjian sect would depart, leaving the Shengwu dynasty in a state potentially worse than that of the Xingyu Pavilion. The decline of the Shengwu dynasty is an inescapable reality. Thus, the Xingyu Pavilion ultimately resolved to observe the situation without intervening, opting to remain neutral. At the Qingtian Hall, the desire to support the Yi family was palpable. However, in comparison to the gargantuan Wanjian sect, the power of the Qingtian Hall appeared negligible. After intense debate, They too chose to conserve their strength and await developments. In Shengwu City, the colossal flying vessel of the Wanjian sect drew ever closer, resembling a looming storm cloud that cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Is this truly the Wanjian sect? It is indeed extraordinary, far surpassing the capabilities of the Shengwu dynasty. Ling Feiyu gazed at the approaching vessel, his expression grave, murmuring to himself. The Wanjian sect is stronger now than it was a millennium ago. Lu Mingyang and Yi Changxing mirrored his somber demeanor, appearing as if they were about to confront a formidable adversary. Yet, beneath their outward astonishment at the Wanjian sect's might, an unwavering fearlessness resided within. The Wanjian sect is powerful, with supreme beings among them, having undergone significant growth over 10,000 years. However, they also have Yizun behind them. Yet, worrying about the supreme being is unnecessary. Even if the supreme were to arrive, it is unlikely they would engage directly in battle unless they wished for their own demise. Yi Changsheng, your countenance seems rather pale. Whatever happened to that confidence of yours? Wu Feng remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneering at Yi Changsheng. At this, Yi Changsheng shook his head and replied, it seems you hold high hopes for the Wanjian sect? Wu Feng asserted, the Wanjian sect is not so easily dealt with as the Shengwu dynasty. Yi Changxing nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the Shengwu dynasty is far too simple to confront. He then added, if that is the case, I shall spare your life for now, allowing you to witness how the Wanjian sect meets its demise, a sensation that should be quite despairing, wouldn't you agree? With that, Yi Changxing swung his sword towards Wu Feng, not to kill him, but merely to sever his spiritual veins, rendering him a cripple. He intended for Wu Feng to witness the downfall of the Wanjian sect firsthand. In the meantime, the Wanjian sect's grand flying vessel had already arrived above Shengwu City, soaring high as if to proclaim its transcendent status over all other forces. A gray-clad elder stood on the deck of the vessel, gazing down at the crowd. It is not over yet. It seems I have arrived just in time. The savior always makes a dramatic entrance, the elder declared. He then surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally settling on Yi Changxing. Oh, Yi Changsheng, Lu Mingyang, you two old fellows are still alive? The elder in gray expressed his surprise, noting the remarkable strength displayed despite such a decline. It is indeed no small feat to extinguish the sacred martial dynasty. This elder, a venerable member of the 10,000 Sword sect, held a position of great esteem and unparalleled power, akin to Yi Changxing and Lu Mingyang. Having survived for a millennium as a sovereign, have you not also evaded death? Yi Changsheng retorted, meeting his gaze with equal intensity. The Azure Realm surpasses the Canglan Realm, and with the existence of the Apothecary Valley, I find it exceedingly difficult to meet my end. The elder in gray chuckled softly, a smile laced with palpable superiority. However, he was indeed justified in his confidence. The realms were not of equal standing. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was finite. In times of inter-realm communication, a battle for spiritual energy, known as the War of the Nine Realms, would periodically ensue. Notably, this conflict was dictated by the laws of the world rather than human orchestration, serving to rank the realms into the upper, middle, and lower tiers. The upper three realms boasted the most abundant spiritual energy, followed by the middle three, while the lower three were notably deficient. Historically, the Canglan Realm had always been a member of the lower three. During the rise of Yi Qingtian, it had forcefully ascended to the upper tiers. Regrettably, upon Yi Qingtian's sealing, the Canglan Realm fell into obscurity, suffering a dismal defeat in the last spiritual energy contest, and thus regressed to the lower realms. In such an environment, the emergence of powerful beings became increasingly rare, and the lifespans of the strong paled in comparison to those in the middle and upper realms. The Azure Realm, however, resided within the middle three and was graced with the Apothecary Valley, abundant with miraculous herbs that could extend life. Given these multifaceted influences, the elder of the 10,000 Swords sect was not jesting when he suggested that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would find it exceedingly difficult to meet his demise. Desiring death is not challenging. Once you arrive, you shall not depart, Yi Changxing declared. Haha, the elder in gray responded, shaking his head with a cold laugh. Yi Changxing, what audacity! Who has granted you such courage? Do you believe we are still in the era of a millennium past? Come to terms with reality. This is no longer that time. In the days of the Yi family's prominence, even if we had 100 times the audacity, we would not dare provoke you. But now, as he continued, the elder scoffed, eradicating the Yi family is as effortless as flipping a hand. Yi Changxing replied, your tone suggests that the supreme power of the 10,000 Swords sect is present. The elder retorted, to deal with a mere Yi family, do we require the supreme? You overestimate your significance. He regarded everyone with a gaze of utter disdain. Not just the Yi family, but the entire Canglan Realm. we of the 10,000 Sword sect could sweep aside effortlessly, the elder proclaimed with arrogance. Conceited, Lu Mingyang interjected coldly. Wang Xiong, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you recall how, a millennium ago, you cowered like a child? Wang Xiong was the name of the elder in gray. Upon hearing these words, his expression turned icy. Without Yi Qingtian, what do you amount to, Lu Mingyang? Wang Xiong responded in a low voice. The era of a millennium ago and the present are entirely different times. Since you seek death, let me grant you that wish. With a wave of his hand, Wang Xiong summoned 5 formidable figures who soared into the air. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feiyu's expression darkened. These 5 individuals were all emperors, and moreover, they were all upper-tier emperors. The gray-clad elder Wang Xiong was also an upper-tier emperor. In this battle, the 10,000 Sword sect had mobilized an astonishing 6 upper-tier emperors. Ha ha ha, Yi Changxing, let us see if you still possess the confidence you had earlier. The disabled Wu Feng laughed heartily. He had never doubted the strength of the 10,000 Sword sect. As long as they arrived, they could surely turn the tide, and the Holy Martial Dynasty would reclaim its glory. Unfortunately, the Holy Martial Dynasty had now reached a dead end. Even if the 10,000 Sword sect were to deal a heavy blow or even annihilate the Yi family, it would not alter the impending collapse of the Holy Martial Dynasty. With this thought, Wu Feng's heart filled with hatred. He despised the Yi family, and equally, he resented the 10,000 Sword sect. If only they had arrived sooner, the Holy Martial Dynasty would not have fallen to such depths. Just watch, Yi Changxing replied slowly, his gaze fixating on the 5 emperors of the 10,000 Sword sect. In comparison, although the 3 major factions had many emperors, they collectively possessed only 4 upper-tier emperors, 1 from the Yi family, 2 from the Mingyang sect, and 1 from the Silver Feather dynasty. The rest were all middle-tier and lower-tier emperors, of little use in this confrontation, unlikely to sway the outcome. Furthermore, the 10,000 Sword sect had dispatched 5 upper-tier emperors, and it was certain that many middle-tier and lower-tier emperors had also joined their ranks. In fact, the 10,000 Sword sect had placed immense importance on this operation, mobilizing more than half of their powerful members. Their objective was not merely to retaliate against the Yi family. The death of one Wang Hui did not warrant such extensive efforts. The true ambition of the 10,000 Sword sect was to dominate the entire Canglan Realm, to become its new sovereign, and to seize the Canglan secret realm. Their aspirations were colossal. Wang Xiong commanded, do not waste time dealing with these 2 old fools. Resolve this swiftly. As the 5 emperors prepared to act, a streak of light suddenly rushed from the distance and soon arrived above the Holy Martial City. This was a white-haired woman, stunningly beautiful, exuding an ethereal grace. How exquisite! Such an aura could not belong to an ordinary person. Of course, could a mere mortal soar through the skies? Who exactly is this woman? The appearance of the white-haired lady captivated many gazes. Most were unfamiliar with her, merely astonished by her beauty and presence. They remained unaware that although she appeared youthful and radiant, her true age exceeded 10,000 years. Ling Feiyu gazed at the white-haired woman and inquired, Gu Qingya, what brings you here? Gu Qingya replied, Yi Zun has shown me kindness. This battle pertains to the survival of the Yi family, and I cannot remain indifferent. Gu Qingya, the founder of the Qingtian Hall. It was her will that enabled the Yi family to participate smoothly in the 7 Heroes Conference when they forcefully breached it. While the Qingtian Hall wished to distance itself from this matter, Gu Qingya could not escape her inner turmoil. After much inner conflict, she resolved to lend her support, choosing to act alone to protect the safety of the Qingtian Hall, wishing to keep it uninvolved in the fray. Gu Qinglei appeared youthful, yet in truth, her lifespan was limited. After much internal struggle, she resolved to choose a spectacular demise. You have a kind heart, Yi Changxing remarked, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Gu Qinglei's arrival was, for Yi Changxing, an unexpected boon in strength. Moreover, as a high-ranking sovereign herself, her prowess was commendable. Thus, the 3 major factions were now bolstered by 5 high-ranking sovereigns, perfectly matched against the 5 high-ranking sovereigns of the 10,000 Sword sect. Though heaven has a path, you refuse to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you come knocking. Wang Xiong observed, furrowing his brow as he spoke softly. Rising from his seat, he prepared to engage in battle personally. Even with support for the Yi family, the 10,000 Sword sect still maintained a significant advantage. Kill, Wang Xiong commanded. The sovereigns united in their assault, and in an instant, the sky erupted with thunderous roars. Over 20 sovereigns clashed, and the conflict was exceedingly fierce. Chapter 60, The Tides of Defeat. Seeking escape? Inside the Yi family's flying vessel, Gu Qinglei, Yi Qingtian silently pondered, countless fragments of memory flooding his mind. Yet, despite his contemplation, he could not recall who Gu Qinglei was. Throughout his life, he had saved countless souls. In his youth, he had harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil. And after becoming a supreme being, he had fought valiantly against the Azura realm, drenched in blood. The lives he had inadvertently saved were in the billions. Qingtian chose to set aside these thoughts and focused on the chaotic battle among the sovereigns. Although numerous sovereigns participated in the fray, the true determinant of victory lay in the clash of the high-ranking sovereigns. Qingtian maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the impending conflict. Despite the 10,000 sword sect boasting 6 high-ranking sovereigns, he regarded such numerical superiority as trivial. Within the same realm, there existed considerable disparities in power. In his own time as a high-ranking sovereign, he had single-handedly contended with 5 of his peers. Of course, Qingtian and Lu Mingyang did not match his former strength. Yet they commanded a formidable reputation among the high-ranking sovereigns. Together, they were entirely capable of facing 2 adversaries at once. In contrast, while the 10,000 sword sect appeared to have an abundance of high-ranking sovereigns, only Wang Xiong and Yi Changsheng, Lu Mingyang stood at the same tier. The other 5 sovereigns were significantly weaker. Had Yi Changsheng and Lu Mingyang not consumed the 9 sacred heavenly pill, this battle would have been exceedingly arduous. However, having ingested it, they not only restored their peak condition but also enhanced their strength considerably, a development the 10,000 sword sect had utterly failed to anticipate. In the sky, the battle raged with unprecedented intensity. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, the conflict did not unfold in a one-sided manner. The 10,000 sword sect found themselves embroiled in a bitter struggle, facing immense challenges. In their calculations, Yi Changsheng and Lu Mingyang were deemed the most formidable. Yet they were nearing their limits, unable to withstand the prolonged combat, and would soon succumb to defeat. In reality, both Yi Changsheng and Lu Mingyang were at the zenith of their powers, brimming with combat fervor. The upper-tier monarchs who engaged them did not gain the slightest advantage. Instead, they were repeatedly thwarted, rendered utterly defenseless. Wang Xiong remarked, "They are already at their wits' end. They cannot hold out much longer." However, scarcely had Wang Xiong's words left his lips when one of the upper-tier monarchs from the 10,000 sword sect was swiftly slain by Yi Changsheng, plummeting from the heavens. It was not Yi Changsheng who faltered first, but rather the formidable warriors of the 10,000 sword sect. Shortly thereafter, the upper-tier monarch battling Lu Mingyang met a similar fate, reduced to ashes by Lu Mingyang's fiery blade. With the defeat of their foes, the numerical superiority of the 10,000 sword sect was instantly obliterated. Observing this, Wang Xiong was thrown into a panic. He ceased his entanglement with Ling Aoyun and immediately commanded, "Retreat to the flying vessel at once." The warriors of the 10,000 sword sect fled in disarray. Scrambling back to their ship, Wang Xiong gazed at Yi Changsheng and Lu Mingyang with incredulity, his face a mask of alarm and confusion. How could they, on the brink of demise, exhibit such formidable strength? Lu Mingyang, witnessing Wang Xiong's retreat to the flying vessel, mocked, "Wang Xiong, you are no different from a millennium ago. Still so cowardly." At these words, Wang Xiong's expression darkened, his heart ablaze with fury. Ignoring Lu Mingyang, he spoke with gravitas, "The intelligence is flawed. We cannot engage in a direct confrontation. Turn the ship around and return to the Azure Realm." Without hesitation, Wang Xiong resolved to abandon the fray with Yi Changsheng and his companions and commanded a return to the Azure Realm. "Elder, the energy of the vessel has not yet recovered. It may be impossible to traverse the spatial rift in the short term," said the disciple responsible for piloting the ship. His face contorted with difficulty. The risks of crossing realms were immense. One could not simply arrive or depart at will. To traverse a realm, one must first tear open a spatial rift and then maneuver a specially designed vessel through it to reach the other side. The most daunting aspect of this endeavor lay in breaching the spatial rift, for the forced rupture of the spatial barrier unleashed terrifying energy storms within. A moment's inattention could lead to certain death. Thus, it was imperative to navigate using a specialized flying vessel for safe passage. The 10,000 sword sect's super flying vessel was specifically crafted for inter-realm traversal. This vessel boasted formidable defenses and, when fully powered, achieved remarkable speed, capable of safely traversing spatial rifts. However, the energy required to operate such a colossal vessel was immense and could not be accumulated in a short period. Wang Xiong had not anticipated that upon entering the Canglan Realm, the situation would differ drastically from his expectations. They had not gained the slightest advantage. Rather, they were caught off guard by Yi Changsheng and Lu Mingyang. "Then we shall defend the vessel steadfastly until we accumulate enough energy to return to the Azure Realm," Wang Xiong declared solemnly. As his words resonated, a protective barrier enveloped the flying vessel. Wu Feng stared in astonishment at the retreating warriors of the 10,000 sword sect, his eyes wide with disbelief. None of the scenarios he had envisioned materialized. How could it be that, with 6 upper-tier monarchs at their disposal, The 10,000 Sword sect could not secure any advantage against the Yi family and ultimately chose to flee back to the Azure Realm? How could this be? At this moment, Wu Feng suddenly realized that Yi Changxing had not exerted his full strength during their previous confrontation, instead concealing his true capabilities. The words spoken by Yi Changxing were not mere boasts. They indeed possessed such prowess. No, that cannot be. Behind this matter, there exists another force, the true essence of the Yi family. A glimmer of insight flashed in Wu Feng's eyes. He abruptly comprehended that the Holy Martial Dynasty's dismal defeat against the Silver Feather Dynasty was likely not simply a result of the ambush by the three major factions. The emperors and warlords who had perished in battle had returned only to relay the news through insignificant soldiers who were unaware of the true intricacies of the event. Then there was the arrow that had previously struck down Wu Jianshan. The Yi family harbored an unseen powerhouse in the shadows, quite possibly that very hand. The condition of Yi Changxing and Lu Mingyang was undoubtedly intertwined with this hidden force. Who could it be? Wu Feng was filled with astonishment. In this world, who possesses such immense power? Not only had they orchestrated the downfall of the Holy Martial Dynasty, but even the Myriad Sword sect had been ensnared in this plot. Yi Changxing gazed at the Myriad Sword sect's flying vessel as it activated its defensive shield and commanded, "Come as you please. Leave as you wish. Do you consider the Canglan Realm to be the Myriad Sword sect's private garden? Since you have arrived, do not think to depart." He ordered all flying vessels to target the Myriad Sword sect's craft and unleash their full might. With a single command, over 30 vessels from the three major factions turned their bows, their colossal cannons aimed at the Myriad Sword sect's flying ship. Massive energy coalesced at the cannon's mouth, brimming with potential. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 61. Mutual Destruction? Supreme Dharma formed the terrifying energy, concentrated from spiritual power, erupted from the pitch-black cannon, crashing against the Myriad Sword sect's super-flying vessel. The sky resonated with a series of thunderous explosions. The super-flying vessel of the Myriad Swords sect boasted formidable defenses, making it difficult to breach in a short span. However, Yi Changxing's order to attack was not aimed at dismantling the super-vessel's shield, but rather to deplete its energy and hinder its recovery. Elder, at this rate, it will be challenging for the flying vessel to regain enough energy. A disciple operating the vessel remarked gravely. Wang Xiong's expression darkened. He could hardly believe that he had fallen to such a dire predicament. He had volunteered for this battle, initially seeking to achieve great merit. In his view, victory was inevitable, and the Myriad Sword sect could easily sweep through the Canglan Realm. Yet now, he felt like a mere jester. Not only would he struggle to return to the Qing realm in a timely manner, but even if he managed to do so, he would be utterly humiliated, unable to face anyone. Then I shall not return. Wang Xiong gritted his teeth and spoke solemnly, his eyes filled with intense malice, fixated on Yi Changxing and Lu Mingyang, who relentlessly assaulted the vessel. If he were to detonate the ship, the surrounding area would be reduced to ashes. Detonate the vessel, Wang Xiong resolved, making an astonishing decision, one that would mark the most ruthless choice of his life. Mutual destruction. Within this super-flying vessel lies an unfathomable energy of terrifying magnitude. Should it be detonated, a cataclysmic wave would emanate from the vessel, obliterating everything within a radius of thousands of miles. While the energy unleashed would not be sufficient to annihilate a sovereign-level powerhouse, those beneath that rank would stand no chance. Upon hearing this, the disciple controlling the vessel was immediately struck with horror. Detonate the vessel? Wang Xiong stated, if we continue to linger, we face certain death, killed by the enemy or perishing together with them. Which death do you prefer? The disciple, grasping the gravity of the situation, solemnly replied, I shall obey. Thus, the super-flying vessel of the 10,000 Sword sect initiated its detonation sequence. The protective shield surrounding the vessel was deactivated. The formidable forces from the three factions mistakenly believed they had breached the vessel's defenses and surged forward. Observing this, Yi Changxing furrowed his brow. An inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped him, though he could not pinpoint its origin. The battlefield shifted from the skies to the super-flying vessel of the 10,000 Sword sect. Wang Xiong, did you ever envision this scenario? Yi Changxing confronted Wang Xiong atop the vessel, sword pointed at him. Wang Xiong sighed, shaking his head, I truly did not foresee this. In this battle, I have faltered. The 10,000 Sword sect has faltered. However, a cold smile crept upon his lips. I admit my defeat, but do you believe you have triumphed? Aren't you curious as to why I deactivated the shield? Yi Changxing's gaze sharpened, and he whispered, what do you mean? Wang Xiong responded, can you fathom the extent of devastation should this super-flying vessel detonate voluntarily? Yi Changxing's eyes widened in realization. You intend to detonate the vessel? You are mad. I understand now. Having suffered such a complete defeat, returning home would bring me nothing but disgrace. It is better to perish together. I see your elite from the Yi family are gathered here, are they not? Wang Xiong sneered coldly. You are truly insane. Yi Changsheng exclaimed, then called out loudly, everyone. Cease your actions and evacuate this place immediately. Wang Xiong interrupted, declaring, it is too late. The vessel will explode imminently. None beneath the sovereign rank within 1,000 miles will escape. With that, Wang Xiong's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent palpable. Behind him, countless swords materialized, forming the 10,000 sword slaughter array. At this critical juncture, he held nothing back, intent on fighting Yi Changsheng to the bitter end, unleashing all his lethal moves. Moments later, the vessel's energy reached its zenith, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air. The entire vessel shuddered violently. A terrifying energy storm sweeping across much of it, blinding white light, consuming all. Yet at that moment, a colossal hand materialized from the void, obscuring the sky as it reached towards the super-flying vessel of the 10,000 Swords sect. What is that thing? The mighty warriors of the 10,000 Swords sect stared in astonishment at the enormous hand. Wang Xiong gazed in horror at the monstrous entity looming above, his heart tumultuous with dread. He was well-versed in the world and instantly recognized the nature of the colossal hand before him. Wu Feng, equally discerning, gazed up at the sky, where the hand obscured the sun, his eyes filled with apprehension and despair. This is the supreme Dharma manifestation. Wu Feng's heart cried out. At that moment, he finally comprehended the truth. Behind the Yi family, there was not merely a concealed upper monarch, but a supreme being. When had the Yi family given rise to a new supreme? This revelation was entirely unforeseen by him. Wu Feng recalled Yi Changsheng's earlier confidence and suddenly understood that it stemmed not from his own prowess, but from the formidable supreme behind him. The supreme Dharma manifestation. The supreme. How could there be a supreme in the Canglan Realm? Wang Xiong exclaimed in disbelief. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. There was only one supreme in the Canglan Realm, and that was Yi Qingtian. Yet, Yi Qingtian had long been sealed by the 18 supremes in the 9 realms forbidden zone. Who, then, was this supreme before him? A new supreme? Impossible. Since the great battle of the supremes, no new supreme had emerged in the 9 realms. Even the old supremes had been reduced to monarchs. Where could a new supreme possibly come from? Thus, only one answer remained, albeit one that left Wang Xiong utterly bewildered. This supreme was Yi Qingtian. While he pondered, the immense hand had already seized the super-flying ship of the Wanjian sect tightly. The energy of the ship was firmly restrained by that colossal hand, unable to be released in the slightest. Once the energy had completely dissipated, the gigantic hand also vanished with a thunderous sound. On the ship, all disciples of the Wanjian sect below the realm of monarchs perished. As the white light faded, only a severely damaged vessel remained, plummeting from the sky, stripped of energy and the support of its formations. Although Wang Xiong and the other 3 monarchs survived, they bore grave injuries. In that moment, Wang Xiong resembled a lost dog, stripped of his former arrogance, replaced instead by sheer terror. He turned to Yi Changsheng and asked, is that hand the supreme Yi? What do you think? Yi Changsheng replied with a light chuckle. Chapter 62. Wait for me to go to the Qing realm and personally slay him. Yi Changsheng neither affirmed nor denied the question. Yet it was evident, as Wang Xiong had surmised, that the colossal hand was indeed the supreme Dharma manifestation of Yi Qingtian. A wave of powerlessness surged within Wang Xiong. Akin to a deflated balloon, he slumped, devoid of any will to fight. This was no jest. He faced a being so formidable that even the Supreme Hall held it in utmost dread. A millennium ago, in a bid to stifle Yi Qingtian's growth, the 18 Supremes had joined forces to confine him within the 9 realms forbidden zone. The magnitude of Yi Qingtian's strength was unimaginable. As a mere upper monarch, Wang Xiong was but an ant before him, utterly powerless to resist. Should news of Yi Qingtian's breakthrough from the forbidden zone reach the 9 realms, it would undoubtedly stir an immense upheaval. How Yi Qingtian had managed to break the seal was now of little consequence. May I meet the Supreme Yi? Wang Xiong raised his head, gazing at Yi Changsheng, and spoke. The super-flying vessel of the 10,000 Swords sect was utterly destroyed. His plan for mutual destruction was thwarted by Yi Qingtian. Now, what awaited him was nothing but a dead end. Before his demise, his greatest wish was to see Yi Qingtian. To perish at the hands of the Supreme would indeed be an honor for him. His defeat this time was not a disgrace. Yi Changsheng, upon hearing this, fell into a brief silence before nodding and replying, of course, it can be arranged. Subsequently, Wang Xiong followed Yi Changsheng aboard the vessel where Yi Qingtian resided. Deep within, Wang Xiong felt a tumult of emotions, excitement, trembling, and profound terror as he stepped into the grand hall established atop the vessel. Upon entering, he beheld the true form of Yi Qingtian. Wang Xiong had seen Yi Qingtian before, His visage remained unchanged from a millennium ago, imbued with the same majesty that sent chills through the heart. It was indeed the Supreme. Wang Xiong of the 10,000 Swords sect pays his respects to the Supreme. Wang Xiong exclaimed as he fell to his knees. Yi Qingtian inquired, "How fares the Supreme of the 10,000 Swords sect? Is he still alive?" Wang Xiong replied, "To answer the Supreme, my ancestor has been well of late." "That is good to hear." Yi Qingtian nodded, continuing, "He must not die. I shall personally slay him when I go to the Azure Realm." Wang Xiong, upon hearing these words filled with intense murderous intent, could not help but shudder. The most terrifying aspect at present was that no one knew Yi Qingtian had already broken free from his seal and returned to the 9 realms. If Yi Qingtian truly ventured to the Azure Realm, the 10,000 Swords sect would be caught utterly off guard. Yet, Wang Xiong had no means to relay this information back. He could only pray that the 10,000 Swords sect would detect the impending crisis early and prepare accordingly. However, given the sect's arrogance, they were likely to blame him for the defeat, attributing all misfortune to his leadership. His adversaries would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to suppress his lineage. At times, possessing immense power is not a boon, especially for a hegemonic force, where the absence of external threats breeds internal strife for power and profit. The 10,000 Swords sect, as a dominant force in the Azure Realm, was rife with fierce internal conflict. Wang Xiong had ventured forth seeking to establish merit and strengthen his lineage. Had he triumphed, his faction would have gained greater influence. Yet, to his dismay, he faced utter defeat. The Canglan Realm was not a stage for glory, but a graveyard. "Do you have anything further to say?" Yi Qingtian inquired. Wang Xiong shook his head. He longed to ask how the Supreme had broken the seal, when he had returned, and what his future plans entailed. But he lacked the courage. Even if he did muster the audacity to inquire, Yi Qingtian would certainly not divulge such secrets. Seeing him shake his head, Yi Qingtian gestured to Yi Changsheng, saying, "Take him away." Soon after, the remaining few monarchs from the 10,000 Swords sect were slain, and of course, Wu Feng could not escape his fate. Yi Changsheng had been keeping a close eye on Wu Feng, pulling him from the crowd. In a moment of regret, Wu Feng, resembling a mere shell of his former self, was met with a light chuckle from Yi Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng threw his head back in laughter, declaring that the defeat of the sacred martial dynasty was not unfounded. Contrary to Yi Changsheng's expectations, Wu Feng displayed a remarkable composure rather than hysteria. Observing this, Yi Changsheng realized that Wu Feng had deduced certain truths. "How tedious," Yi Changsheng mused, shaking his head. Wu Feng began to speak, but Yi Changsheng interrupted, asserting, "No, you are undeserving." With that, he swiftly drew his sword, ending Wu Feng's life. Yi Changsheng understood Wu Feng's intentions. He merely wished to see the esteemed Yi Zun. However, unlike Wang Xiong, who was a descendant of the Supreme Sword Master, and thus possessed some value, Wu Feng had nothing of worth to offer. This battle, marked by the explosion of the Supreme Sword sect's colossal airship and the fall of Wang Xiong, had reached its definitive conclusion. The sacred martial dynasty was obliterated, its royal members slaughtered, and the feathered ascendants sect annihilated, with all its elders and core disciples perishing. The Yi family emerged triumphant, rewriting the balance of power among the 7 great factions of the Canglan Realm. The Yi family once again reigned supreme, with the Mingyang sect, Silver Feather Dynasty, Ancient Sword Dynasty, Xiantian Hall, and Xingyu Pavilion as its vassals. In the aftermath of the conflict, the spoils of the sacred martial dynasty and the feathered ascendant sect were divided among the victors. Within the vast treasury of the sacred martial dynasty, Yi Changsheng, Lu Mingyang, and Ling Aoyun were busily cataloging its treasures. Ling Aoyun gazed in awe at the dazzling array of artifacts before him, feeling a sense of vertigo. Previously, Ling Fiyu had mentioned that they would assess the spoils from the sacred martial dynasty, and he had dismissed it as mere banter. Yet here they were, having achieved the improbable. The sacred martial dynasty had amassed treasures over nearly 10 millennia, and even acquiring a mere third of it was a windfall for the Silver Feather Dynasty. Additionally, numerous mines and cultivation sanctuaries were also shared among the 3 factions. As the Yi family and the Mingyang sect had little interest in mundane affairs, most of the sacred martial dynasty's territories were allocated to the Silver Feather Dynasty, allowing it to ascend as the largest dynasty in the Canglan Realm. However, all were aware that the Silver Feather Dynasty was merely a sword in the hands of the Yi family. The true power lay hidden behind the scenes with the Yi family, not within the dynasty itself. Despite the conclusion of the Great War, the Canglan Realm did not settle into true tranquility. Undercurrents of unrest continued to stir, leaving the various factions unsettled. Before long, an invitation arrived in the hands of the major forces. Chapter 63, A Birthday Banquet? A Feast of Treachery? On this day, the inevitable had arrived. A ravenous wolf had fallen, only to be replaced by a fierce tiger. Gu Yu examined the invitation in his hand, his expression grave, with deep concern etched in his eyes. This was an invitation from the Yi family, inviting the ancient sword dynasty to gather in Qingtian City to celebrate Yi Changxing's birthday. Yet, Gu Yu was acutely aware that this journey would not be as simple as it seemed. The current situation mirrored the concerns previously held by the ancient sword dynasty. After vanquishing the sacred martial dynasty, the Yi family stood unrivaled, casting a formidable shadow over the entire Canglan Realm, with no adversaries in sight. Initially, they had pinned their hopes on the 10,000 sword sect, only to discover that it was, in fact, weak and ineffectual, leading to a complete debacle that not only failed to diminish the Yi family's power, but inadvertently bolstered it. This birthday banquet could very well turn out to be a banquet of treachery, to attend or not to attend. If they went, it would be akin to lambs entering the tiger's den. If they abstained, it would be a direct challenge to the Yi family's authority, and they would surely find themselves in the crosshairs of future retribution. Gu Yu felt a throbbing headache, caught in a dilemma. At that moment of internal conflict, Gu Tianyun entered. "What is the situation?" Gu Yu inquired upon seeing him. Gu Tianyun replied, "Both the Xingyu Pavilion and the Qingtian Palace have received invitations from the Yi family. It appears that the Yi family harbors grand ambitions for this gathering." Gu Yu spoke gravely and then questioned, "What do the Xingyu Pavilion and the Qingtian Palace intend? Should we go or not?" Gu Tianyun explained, "The Qingtian Palace has already set out and is likely halfway there. The Xingyu Pavilion is also preparing lavish gifts and will depart shortly." Upon hearing this, Gu Yu shook his head and remarked, "The current momentum of the Yi family is unstoppable. In that case, we should also make preparations to congratulate Yi Changxing on his birthday. Should we bring some powerful allies along?" Gu Tianyun inquired. "Powerful allies?" Gu Yu chuckled and shook his head, saying, "The Yi family has already obliterated the sacred martial dynasty and the Yuhua sect, not to mention the 10,000 sword sect. In recent days, dozens of emperors have been slain. What kind of formidable allies could we possibly bring to contend with the Yi family? Furthermore, it was rumored that during the battle between the Yi family and the 10,000 sword sect, a colossal hand appeared in the sky to prevent the explosion of a flying vessel, with some claiming it to be the manifestation of a supreme being, possibly Yi Zun." As Gu Yu recounted this, his brow furrowed, laden with concern. Gu Tianyun responded, "While that may be true, no one has actually witnessed Yi Zun's true form. And that was merely a gigantic hand. No one can definitively prove that the manifestation was Yi Zun's. It is entirely plausible that it belonged to another supreme being. Regardless of whether it was Yi Zun or not, the rumors surrounding the supreme manifestation were likely credible, suggesting that the Yi family might have a new supreme being in their ranks." Gu Yu solemnly stated, "In the current circumstances, we cannot afford to provoke the Yi family." Indeed, Gu Tianyun nodded in agreement. "Let us prepare lavish gifts. As for bringing powerful allies, it would only lead to our demise. Additionally, we should see if there are any princesses of marrying age in the clan to accompany us." Gu Yu declared, "Since we cannot overcome them, we shall seek to ally with them." Gu Yu, ever the strategist, was already contemplating a marital alliance with the Yi family. Soon, the flying vessel of the ancient sword dynasty ascended into the sky, hurtling toward the direction of Qingtian City. Meanwhile, the vessel of the Qingtian Palace was en route to Qingtian City. The powerful figures of the Qingtian Palace expressed no concerns regarding their journey, feeling fortunate that their ancestral leader had decisively chosen to venture alone to the sacred martial city in support of the Yi family. Although the assistance rendered was minimal, it would nonetheless garner a measure of goodwill, which was a significant boon for the Qingtian Palace. Upon receiving the invitation, a brief meeting was convened, and a lavish gift was prepared for the grand occasion at Qingtian City. The Starry Pavilion's airship ascended rapidly, heading towards the majestic Qingtian City. In a bid to convey their sincerity before the new sovereign of the Canglan Realm, the Starry Pavilion spared no expense, filling an entire airship with gifts. While these offerings may not equal the worth of a sacred spirit artifact, they nonetheless reflect their goodwill. They were acutely aware that this gathering could very well be a trap, yet attendance was indispensable. With the demise of the sacred martial empire and the annihilation of the Thousand Sword sect, the Starry Pavilion did not feel more resilient than these fallen powers. I had previously suggested that we seize the opportunity to support the Yi family while they faced pressure from the Thousand Sword sect. A splendid chance, indeed. Yet, my counsel was disregarded. Now, with Gu Qingye attending, she shall reap all the accolades. Is that not infuriating? During the earlier meeting at the Starry Pavilion, when the Thousand Sword sect was present, a proposal to assist the Yi family was met with ridicule, leaving them no choice but to swallow their indignation. Now, with a chance at hand, they fervently voiced their opinions. Who would have thought the Thousand Sword sect to be so feeble? Their reputation sounded formidable, yet their strength belied their name. Perhaps it is not the thousand-sword sect that is weak, but rather the Yi family that is exceptionally strong. Rumors abound of a new supreme being within the Yi family. The crowd engaged in lively discourse. Just as the debate intensified, a voice of great authority resonated among them. It was an esteemed elder from the Starry Pavilion, whose stature commanded significant influence. Continuing this argument holds no value. What is paramount now is how to cultivate relations with the Yi family. Fortunately, there exists no irreconcilable enmity between us and them, the elder stated calmly. In Qingtian City, vibrant decorations adorned the streets, celebrating the occasion. For the next 3 days, all expenses in the city would be borne by the Yi family. Today, the Yi family is truly affluent, lacking for nothing. With the fall of the sacred martial empire, Qingtian City has emerged as the epicenter of the Canglan Realm. The citizens, filled with pride, expressed their gratitude for being part of Qingtian City while reminiscing about that momentous battle over tea and meals. At the Yi family's Qingtian Hall, Yi Changxing reported, "Grandfather, the invitations have been sent out. They will arrive shortly." As the orchestrator of the birthday celebration, Yi Changxing understood that the occasion was merely a pretext. The true aim was to unify the Canglan Realm through this banquet. "Excellent," replied Yi Qingtian. Yi Changxing continued, "Grandfather, is this approach not overly cumbersome? Why not exert direct pressure? Who would dare oppose us?" In Yi Changxing's view, such measures seemed excessive. For with the current might of the Yi family, they could sweep across the realm without such elaborate planning. Yi Qingtian responded, "They harbor no animosity towards the Yi family. It is more prudent to extend courtesy before wielding force. A combination of benevolence and authority will yield better compliance." Yi Qingtian aspired to create a formidable entity. This was a grand vision, not merely an endeavor to eliminate rivals. "I understand, Grandfather," Yi Changxing nodded in agreement. Just as the grandfather and grandson conversed, airships from various factions began to arrive outside Qingtian City in succession. Chapter 64. Establishing the Qingtian Hall. A grand vision for the future. The first to arrive were naturally the Silver Feather Dynasty and the Mingyang sect, followed by the Qingtian Hall, the Xingyu Pavilion, and the Ancient Sword Dynasty. Each faction brought lavish gifts to celebrate Yi Changxing's birthday. The banquet proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unexpected occurrences, which left the various factions pleasantly surprised. Could it truly be just a simple birthday celebration? As the banquet drew to a close and the guests prepared to depart, Yi Chuan rose and halted everyone. "There is an important matter to discuss. I ask you all to proceed to the conference hall," he stated solemnly. The attendees exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that the moment had finally arrived. They followed Yi Chuan to the conference hall, where Yi Changxing had been waiting for quite some time. As everyone took their seats, their gazes converged upon Yi Changxing. He surveyed the assembly and spoke in a grave tone. "The purpose of inviting you here extends beyond my birthday celebration. There is another significant matter to deliberate." Upon hearing this, the crowd grew attentive, their expressions reflecting keen interest. For the prosperity of the Canglan Realm and its long-term security, the Yi family has decided to establish the Qingtian Hall. Yi Changxing announced. Qingtian Hall. The attendees looked at one another, their faces etched with confusion. They had anticipated that the Yi family had ulterior motives for this gathering. But the establishment of the Qingtian Hall, the Yi family, or rather Qingtian City, was already a formidable power. What did it mean to create another entity? Was it merely a name change for Qingtian City? "Congratulations! Congratulations!" the leader of the Xingyu Pavilion exclaimed, attempting to celebrate. The formidable figures from the Ancient Sword Dynasty and Qingtian Hall turned their gazes towards him, as if to say, "Do you truly grasp the meaning behind the Yi family's intentions?" Of course, the leader of the Xingyu Pavilion was oblivious. He himself did not comprehend the significance of his congratulations. Yet, it sounded like a positive development, so congratulating them seemed appropriate. "Hold on your congratulations," Yi Changxing interjected, dousing the enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. "It appears that few of you truly understand the implications of my statement." With that, he turned his gaze towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan stood and distributed a booklet to each guest. "The significance and responsibilities of the Qingtian Hall are outlined within this document for your review," Yi Changxing explained. As the attendees received the booklets and began to peruse their contents, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. The Qingtian Hall was not merely a singular faction, nor was it a mere renaming of Qingtian City. Instead, it represented a coalition led by the Yi family, with influence that spanned the entirety of the Canglan Realm. Moreover, this was only the preliminary scope. Should the 9 realms become interconnected in the future, the influence of the Qingtian Hall would gradually expand, ultimately aspiring to become a power that governed all 9 realms. The assembly realized that after the Yi family vanquished the Xingyu dynasty, they intended to unify the Canglan Realm, compelling other factions to submit and recognize the Yi family as their sovereign. However, They had not anticipated the Yi family's ambitions to be even greater than they had imagined. What was the Canglan Realm in the grand scheme of things? The Yi family's true objective was the entirety of the 9 realms. Such aspirations were beyond the realm of imagination for the gathered crowd. Additionally, the responsibilities of the Qingtian Hall were clearly delineated. The first was to maintain internal stability within the Canglan Realm. The second was to safeguard the Canglan Realm from external threats. After everyone perused the document, they exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of contemplation and intrigue. The brochure contained an exceptionally detailed account of the Celestial Hall, outlining its comprehensive structure and system, along with its grand aspirations for the future. They were presented with a choice, to join or to abstain. Should they choose to join, they would be required to contribute by sending their most gifted disciples to the Celestial Hall, a commitment that would necessitate ongoing support. Upon joining, their original factions would retain their independence. However, the authority of the Celestial Hall would supersede theirs, demanding compliance during critical moments. Choosing not to join posed no immediate repercussions, as the Yi family assured that there would be no acts of retribution. Nevertheless, the looming presence of the Celestial Hall would still command their obedience. For as long as they resided within the Canglan Realm, the Celestial Hall would wield influence over them. For the various factions, alignment with the Celestial Hall appeared to be the most prudent course of action, leaving them little room for alternative options. The Silver Feather Dynasty and the Mingyang sect were certain to rally behind the Yi family, thus solidifying their membership in the Celestial Hall and granting it substantial power. This approach was far more astute than the methods employed by the Holy Martial Dynasty, which had failed to dominate the Canglan Realm despite centuries of conflict. In stark contrast, the Yi family, without the need for military engagement, was on the verge of unifying the entire Canglan Realm solely through the Celestial Hall. Frankly, this development was a tremendous boon for all involved. Yi Changxing spoke, extending an invitation to join, noting that future opportunities to align would be far more challenging to attain. The Silver Feather Dynasty promptly declared its intention to join the Celestial Hall, pledging unwavering support for its advancement, with Ling Feiyu leading the affirmation without hesitation. The Mingyang sect soon followed suit with their agreement. As anticipated, both the Silver Feather Dynasty and the Mingyang sect were committed to supporting the Yi family and joining the Celestial Hall. The Qingtian Hall also expressed its intent to join. Following Ling Feiyu and Lu Mingyang, the Qingtian Hall made its position clear. The momentum of this development was now undeniable. Joining the Celestial Hall was the only viable path forward. The Xingyu Pavilion declared its allegiance, along with the Gujian Dynasty, which also agreed to join. Ultimately, both the Xingyu Pavilion and the Gujian Dynasty yielded to the prevailing tide, aligning with the Celestial Hall. Faced with such an overwhelming current, their choices had become exceedingly limited. Excellent, Yi Changxing remarked, nodding with satisfaction as he expressed gratitude for their support. The Canglan Realm has languished in weakness for far too long, and the road ahead is fraught with challenges. I hope you will all lend your strength to the development of the Celestial Hall. The attendees readily agreed. Following the conclusion of the meeting, they departed from the Yi family estate. News of the Celestial Hall swiftly spread throughout the Canglan Realm. In the aftermath of the battle at Holy Martial City, it became evident to all that the Yi family would not cease its endeavors, poised to dominate the entire Canglan Realm. However, no one anticipated that the Yi family would achieve such unification through this means, compelling the major factions to contribute to the Celestial Hall. The naming of the Celestial Hall sparked ongoing discourse in the secular world, with many speculating that it might be related to the esteemed Yi Qingtian. Meanwhile, the construction of the Celestial Hall progressed steadily and methodically. The Qingtian Palace is strategically situated at the very heart of the Canglan Realm, albeit amidst a formidable mountain range. Consequently, Yi Changxing resolutely leveled a towering peak, establishing the palace upon the mid-slope of the now flattened mountain. With the unwavering support of various powerful factions, the Qingtian Palace was swiftly completed. This majestic edifice soars into the clouds, aptly reflecting its name. Grandfather, the Qingtian Palace is now fully constructed and will soon commence its operations, Yi Changxing reported. Just as he was delivering his update, a figure hurriedly burst into the room. It was Lu Mingyang. Master, I have uncovered something amidst Wang Xiong's belongings, Lu Mingyang declared gravely. Chapter 65, Betrayal and Attack. The city is on high alert. Lu Mingyang produced an object, a letter. Yi Changxing, upon seeing it, felt puzzled. It is merely a letter. What is so extraordinary about it? Could it possibly harbor astonishing secrets? Bring it forth, commanded Yi Qingtian. Heeding the instruction, Lu Mingyang presented the letter. Yi Qingtian took it and began to read. As he delved into its contents, his expression grew increasingly solemn. Noticing this, Yi Changxing could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Grandfather, what does the letter say? See for yourself, Yi Qingtian replied, passing the letter to Yi Changsheng. As Yi Changsheng scanned the document, his countenance shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "How could the Dark Moon sect possibly collude with the 10,000 Sword sect?" Lu Mingyang spoke with gravity. "This action is unforgivable. The Dark Moon sect is a force within the Qing realm, and its ancestor is a disciple of Yi Qingtian." While examining the treasures of the 10,000 Sword sect, Lu Mingyang discovered this letter within Wang Xiong's storage ring. Upon reading its contents, he was immediately consumed by fury and rushed to inform Yi Qingtian of this grave matter. The letter contained correspondence between the Dark Moon sect and Wang Xiong, dated shortly before Wang Xiong's arrival in the Canglan Realm. In it, the Dark Moon sect expressed its desire to ally with the 10,000 Sword sect, seeking to become its vassal. Furthermore, the exchanges between the Dark Moon sect and Wang Xiong were evidently frequent, suggesting that this was not their first correspondence. In Lu Mingyang's view, the ancestor of the 10,000 Sword sect, known as the Supreme Sword, had participated in an assassination attempt against Yi Qingtian over a millennium ago. The Dark Moon sect's intention to ally with the 10,000 Sword sect was nothing short of an egregious betrayal, intolerable and unforgivable. Yi Qingtian composed himself and replied calmly, "Do not be so agitated. The situation may not be as you perceive. I am acquainted with the temperament of that lad, Bian Guanyue. Bian Guanyue, as mentioned by Yi Qingtian, is the ancestor of the Dark Moon sect." Lu Mingyang expressed his concern. "Master, people can change." Yi Qingtian pondered for a moment before responding. "Regardless, we cannot hastily draw conclusions based solely on a letter. Whether this lad has indeed committed such treachery will be revealed upon our visit to the Qing realm. If it is as stated in this letter, and the Dark Moon sect truly intends to ally with the 10,000 Sword sect, I shall personally rectify this matter." As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Yi Qingtian's eyes, radiating an aura of impending danger. Despite his outward expression of caution against forming hasty conclusions based on a mere letter, he was profoundly concerned about the matter at hand. Coincidentally, following the establishment of the Qingtian Palace, his foundational plans in the Canglan Realm had nearly taken shape, and he was now preparing to select a day to venture into the Qing Realm. Previously, when Wang Xiong detonated the super airship of the Wanjian sect, Yi Qingtian intervened to contain the explosive energy. This action was compelled by necessity and served as a minor test of the world's rules. In the aftermath, Yi Qingtian did not suffer any backlash from the world's regulations, indicating that the world's essence was gradually healing, and the suppression and retaliation against the Supreme were diminishing. It was likely that the world's essence would be fully restored in the not-so-distant future, leading to the dissolution of the barriers between the 9 realms. Of course, Yi Qingtian could not ascertain precisely when this restoration would occur. It could take a few years, several decades, or even hundreds to thousands of years, as the circumstances varied across realms. "My disciple wishes to accompany you," Lu Mingyang implored. Yi Qingtian replied, "There is no need for you to join me on this journey to the Qing realm. Remain in the Canglan Realm and focus on developing the Qingtian Palace. There will be times when I require your assistance." Hearing this, Lu Mingyang reluctantly nodded and responded, "I shall obey your command." At that moment, Yi Changsheng interjected, "Grandfather, crossing a realm necessitates a super airship, but our Yi family's super airship was destroyed millennia ago." Yi Qingtian dismissed his concern, stating, "With me here, is this a matter you need to worry about?" With a casual wave of his hand, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted outside, accompanied by the sound of alarms. "Enemy attack. All units, prepare for defense." Yi Qingtian's gesture had incited a significant commotion. Suddenly, above Qingtian City, a colossal airship emerged. Even grander than the one from the Wanjian sect, imposing like dark clouds looming overhead, instilling an almost suffocating sense of pressure among the inhabitants of Qingtian City. In an instant, the city braced itself for battle, with numerous powerful beings mobilizing, and the great cannons atop the city walls trained on the mysteriously materialized super airship. Yi Chuan, clad in battle armor and wielding the golden light infinite sword, bellowed at the suddenly appearing airship, "Who dares to trespass upon Qingtian City?" However, no response came from the airship. Gathering his courage, Yi Chuan approached the vessel, sensing no presence within. Upon boarding, he found the airship entirely deserted. Curiosity mingled with trepidation and delight surged within him. He feared the reason for the airship's sudden appearance and its emptiness. Yet he was thrilled at the prospect of claiming a vessel without contest. At that moment, Yi Changsheng appeared by Yi Chuan's side. "Ancestor," Yi Chuan exclaimed in excitement. "This airship is void of occupants. We have struck fortune, having gained an airship for free. It may well be destiny's design." Yi Changsheng cast a glance at him and remarked, "A super flying boat, acquired without effort? Are you aware of its exorbitant value? What kind of slumber could inspire such a fanciful dream?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chuan, perplexed, inquired. Does the ancestor know the origins of this vessel? This flying boat is one that our ancestors provided. It belongs to the Yi family. Quickly, summon the others to disperse, Yi Changxing instructed. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuan's expression transformed into one of sudden enlightenment. His face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled awkwardly. Realizing how foolish he must have sounded with his previous remarks about simply acquiring a flying boat without cost, he felt utterly humiliated. Grateful that the ancestor had not overheard his lackluster words. This vessel belongs to our family. Let down our guard and disband, Yi Chuan ordered, leading to the lifting of the alert in Qingtian City. In the hall, the super-flying boat was capable of accommodating a significant number of formidable warriors. Shall we set forth to the Qing realm in this vessel? Lu Mingyang inquired solemnly. However, Yi Qingtian shook his head, stating, this is reserved for Mingyang. We shall use this one. With a wave of his hand, an unassuming little wooden boat appeared before the trio. This small craft seemed only capable of holding a maximum of 10 individuals, rendering it trivial when compared to the majestic super-flying boat. Yet, the moment Lu Mingyang and Yi Changxing beheld this humble vessel, their pupils dilated in shock. The astonishment they felt rivaling that which they experienced upon first encountering the super-flying boat. Chapter 66. The remarkable little boat, the Qing realm quota to an ordinary person. This modest wooden boat might elicit scoffs of derision, dismissed as an inconsequential craft unworthy of comparison to the luxurious super-flying boat. However, in the eyes of Yi Changxing and Lu Mingyang, this seemingly insignificant vessel was a priceless treasure. The super-flying boat paled in significance. While the super-flying boat was indeed rare and precious, given the strength and resources of the Yi family and the Mingyang sect, they could eventually construct one with sufficient time and effort. The small wooden boat, however, was an entirely different matter. Regardless of their wealth and might, it could never be replicated. The endless boat. Both Lu Mingyang and Yi Changxing involuntarily uttered these 4 words. This seemingly unremarkable, even shabby little vessel was known as the endless boat. Beyond the 9 realms lies a perilous domain called the endless sea, at the heart of which rests an island harboring treasures coveted even by the supreme beings. Yet, traversing the endless sea is as daunting as scaling the heavens. The endless sea is situated in a zone of spatial frailty, where spatial storms are frequent, monstrous waves and cataclysmic thunderbolts abound, alongside infernal fires. While within the depths lurk fearsome beasts, even the supreme beings regard the creatures of the endless sea with trepidation. Once, some supreme beings, emboldened by their power, attempted to brave the endless sea, but none returned. Perhaps they did reach the endless island, but it is far more likely that they perished within the depths of the endless sea. The perils of this vast ocean instill fear even in the mightiest. Yet, the little boat before the trio can navigate the treacherous waters of the endless sea with ease, earning it the title of the endless boat. In the understanding of Lu Mingyang and Yi Changxing, the number of endless boats is exceedingly rare, a mere handful in existence. In contrast, what significance does that super spacecraft hold? The two are simply incomparable. Yi Qingtian had just stated that the super spacecraft was reserved for Lu Mingyang, who felt an overwhelming excitement upon hearing it. However, upon witnessing the endless vessel, his enthusiasm swiftly dissipated. Truly, one must compare goods to discern their value. Master, this ship is too small. It can hardly accommodate a few people. The super spacecraft is far more practical. Why not trade it for this little boat? You could take the others on the super spacecraft. How impressive that would be. Lu Mingyang said earnestly. His words bore a semblance of reason. The endless vessel, despite its merits, was indeed spatially limited and could not hold many. The super spacecraft, however, could transport ordinary individuals, accommodating hundreds of thousands. Enough. Yi Qingtian shot him a glance and replied, this time, I do not intend to take many people. This small vessel is just right. Lu Mingyang inquired, Master, who do you plan to bring along? Yi Qingtian took out paper and pen, writing down, Yi Changxing, Yi Leiming, Qin Yun, Yi Qingqing, Yi Li, Yi Dongyu, Jiang Chun. The individuals inscribed on the paper were all seeds of the supreme plan. They had cultivated in the time-space tower for a considerable duration, achieving significant leaps in strength. And it was time for them to venture into the world. The Canglan Realm is now firmly under the control of the Yi family, devoid of any dangers or threats. Keeping them in the Canglan Realm would be akin to nurturing flowers in a greenhouse, stunting their growth. It is noteworthy that there were originally 11 chosen ones. But due to an elimination mechanism, although little time has passed externally, a great deal has transpired within the time-space tower. Many disciples have been ruthlessly filtered out. However, being eliminated does not equate to being abandoned. They continue to receive the family's attention and hold important positions, albeit their paths to supremacy are now closed. The eliminated disciples are not disheartened. For them, Achieving such substantial progress is already a dream come true. Let us also bring Yi Xiao, Yi Changxing spoke solemnly. As the family's young master, he should also gain experience. Lu Mingyang jested, I see you're just afraid of babysitting. Yi Changxing shot him a glance and retorted, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. The individuals written on the paper, though possessing considerable strength, are essentially naive youths. Once they arrive in the Azure Realm, it will certainly be Yi Changxing who oversees them. His suggestion to bring Yi Xiao was indeed self-serving. Should Yi Xiao accompany them, he could manage these individuals and spare him much trouble. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian added Yi Xiao's name to the paper. Regardless of Yi Changxing's ulterior motives, Yi Xiao, as the young master, indeed ought to venture forth for training. You shall personally handle this matter. Inform them that we depart in one day, Yi Qingtian commanded. Understood, Yi Changxing replied, and then he left the grand hall to convey the news to everyone. Upon learning of this, everyone was filled with immense excitement, eagerly preparing. Unable to contain their anticipation to venture into the Azure Realm. They had lived in the confined era of the 9 realms, never having left the Canglan Realm. Their hearts brimmed with inexplicable expectations for the unknown Azure Realm. This journey is fraught with peril, and the likelihood of encountering fatal dangers in the outside world is exceedingly high. Consequently, many individuals have returned home to bid farewell to their families. Yi Laming, upon arriving home, partook in a reunion dinner and informed his parents of his impending journey, which may result in an extended absence. He urged them to take care of themselves. Yi Laming's parents, once mere peripheral figures within the family, experienced an improvement in their living conditions only after his birth. Now, they hold a significant status within the Yi family. My dear child, you are our pride. Take care on your journey. Yi Dashan spoke solemnly. They understood the customs and recognized Yi Laming's extraordinary position within the family, which often involved matters of great confidentiality, hence they refrained from probing into his affairs. Indeed, Yi Laming affirmed with a firm nod, gazing at his parents. Qin Yun returned to his residence, where his grandfather was practicing punches from a martial arts manual. Though the movements were basic, it was evident that his grandfather's health had remarkably improved compared to his previous ailing state. With a heavy heart, Qin Yun bid farewell, and the two shared a meal together. At the dining table, his grandfather looked at him with satisfaction and said, Yun'er, the Yi family has bestowed great kindness upon us. You must, in the future, convert the benefits of the Yi family into your own and contribute to their legacy. Qin Yun replied, rest assured, grandfather. The Yi family has saved your life, and my life has long been entrusted to them. His grandfather, with a face full of concern, added, I may not know the specifics of your undertaking, but please exercise utmost caution. Qin Yun smiled and reassured him, do not worry, grandfather, all will be well. The following day, the group convened in the Great Hall. They embarked on a standard flying vessel toward the junction of the Canglan Realm and the Qing Realm. As they passed the Qingtian Hall, Yi Qingtian gazed intently at it. The entire Qingtian Hall had been constructed according to his design, inscribed with numerous formations and built from the finest materials. From a distance, the grand hall rose majestically, piercing the clouds. Chapter 67, Entering the Qing Realm. The flying vessel arrived at the junction between the Canglan Realm and the Qing Realm. Yi Changxing, Lu Mingyang, and Ling Feiyu joined forces to assault a specific point, tearing open a narrow rift between the two realms. This rift was just large enough for the endless vessel to pass through. This expedition comprised only a handful of individuals, unlike the Wanjian sect, which advanced with a massive flying vessel, thus requiring only a small fissure to be created. With a casual wave, Yi Qingtian summoned the endless vessel, and Yi Changxing, Yi Laming, and others boarded the craft. Master, I will take good care of the Qingtian Hall. Please travel safely. Lu Mingyang said earnestly. Yi Zun, I will fulfill the task you entrusted to me, and will not let you down. Ling Feiyu added. Yi Qingtian regarded the two with a slight nod. Subsequently, the endless vessel slowly entered the spatial rift. Ling Feiyu and Lu Mingyang watched as the endless vessel vanished into the rift, which soon sealed itself as before. They reflected on the significant changes that had transpired in the Canglan Realm during this period, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Ling Feiyu, in particular, could hardly fathom that the Silver Feather dynasty had emerged as the most formidable dynasty in the Canglan Realm. Lu Mingyang could scarcely fathom that before his time drew to a close, he would once again encounter his master and even regain his former strength. As if blessed with a new lease on life. The Azure Realm is bound to become lively soon, he remarked, pondering the potential upheavals that might ensue. Ling Feiyu echoed his sentiments with a sigh. Within the rift of space, the endless vessel traversed the void. A colossal energy storm surged forth, seemingly intent on engulfing the vessel. The sight of such a terrifying spectacle sent shivers through the small companions aboard. Indeed, even Yi Changxing wore a grave expression. fearing the tempest might capsize their fragile craft. However, those concerns were swiftly dispelled. The fearsome storm posed no threat to the endless vessel, which glided through the spatial turbulence with remarkable steadiness. Truly, it was a vessel coveted even by the supreme beings. Yi Changsheng could not help but marvel. In the past, Yi Changsheng had journeyed across realms in a super-flying ship, but that experience was fraught with peril as the vessel swayed dangerously under the onslaught of storms. In contrast, the seemingly small and dilapidated endless vessel sailed through with unwavering stability. Before long, the endless vessel emerged from the chaotic currents and arrived in the Azure Realm. In a mountainous region of the Azure Realm, a barely perceptible rift appeared in the sky, and an inconspicuous little ship emerged from it. In the forest, a hunter, poised to ambush a ferocious beast, noticed the disturbance and looked up. What is that? He wondered, straining his eyes to glimpse a fleeting dark shape. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again, only to find the shadow had vanished. A chill suddenly enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, a youth had materialized before him, brandishing a sharp purple spear. Its tip pressed menacingly against his throat. Please spare me, young hero." The hunter stammered, frozen in place, unable to move under the threat of the spear. "What did you see?" the youth inquired. The hunter hurriedly replied, "I saw nothing, nothing at all. Spare me, young hero. I have an elderly parent and young children relying on me for survival." "Lei Ming, do not frighten him," a venerable voice interjected. Emerging from the thicket was a group of individuals, led by an elderly man. The hunter's heart raced at the sight of them. He too was a practitioner and could sense their extraordinary prowess. These individuals were undeniably rare talents. A flurry of speculation filled his mind, wondering which powerful faction they belonged to. The youth wielding the spear was Yi Laming. He sheathed his weapon, his demeanor one of disinterest. The hunter let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had escaped a dire fate. "This is the Half Moon Mountain Range, isn't it?" Yi Changsheng queried. For their intended destination was indeed the Half Moon Mountain Range. The hunter nodded slightly, then with a flattering expression said, "In response to your esteemed presence, this is the Half Moon Mountain Range. I am at your service should you require any assistance." The individuals before him were clearly not of the mundane world. Should he serve them well, a mere token of appreciation would be beyond his imagination. "Why does this seem so different from what I remember?" Yi Changsheng murmured softly. In his recollection, the Half Moon Mountain Range appeared crescent-shaped from the sky. Yet, as he gazed down from above, the mountains did not conform to that shape. Upon hearing Yi Changsheng's words, the hunter explained, "It is said that a great battle occurred here, shattering the entire mountain range." Yi Changsheng, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. This explanation made sense. Who fought in this battle? A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. The hunter turned to see a young man emerge. This youth appeared remarkably ordinary compared to the others, quite unremarkable. The others exuded an air of nobility that made the hunter's heart tremble, while this young man resembled an average individual, distinguished only by his handsome features. The hunter assumed this seemingly inconspicuous youth held the lowest status among them, likely a servant to some young master. Yet, even as a servant, he was not someone the hunter could provoke. He hastily replied, "It is said that the ancestor of the Dark Moon sect clashed with another force's ancestor. This event took place so long ago, perhaps thousands of years, and I cannot vouch for its authenticity. It has merely been passed down by the elders in my village." The young man listened intently, his expression contemplative. Then, he fixed his gaze on the hunter and inquired, "Are you a disciple of the Dark Moon sect?" The hunter shook his head vigorously, responding, "I am not." "Then how do you possess a weapon of the Dark Moon sect? Did you slay one of their disciples?" The young man pressed. "And no, absolutely not." The hunter, terrified, fell to his knees, explaining, "I am merely a humble hunter. How could I dare to kill a disciple of the Dark Moon sect? Even if I had the courage of a bear, I would not be so bold." "What then of the dagger at your waist?" the young man asked. "The dagger? I found it," the hunter replied as he produced the dagger. "Lei Ming," the young man stated. "Understood," Yi Laming responded, then produced a spear. Seeing this, the hunter waved his hands frantically, exclaiming, "I admit, I confess. I did indeed slay an outer disciple of the Dark Moon sect, but you must understand. It was not my fault. They were exceedingly overbearing." Chapter 68. Who is this young upstart daring to meddle in the affairs of the Dark Moon sect? Once, I was merely a hunter from a village at the foot of the mountain, living a humble life by hunting. However, not long ago, an outer disciple of the Dark Moon sect passed through our village. He abused his power, and when one villager failed to yield to his horse in time, he trampled him to death. The villagers, fearing his status, dared not oppose him. My wife, being exceptionally beautiful, drew his attention. Fortunately, he was only an outer disciple of low cultivation. Taking advantage of his moment of inattention, I struck him down. I harbor no desire to take his life. However, I find myself with no alternative. I fear that he may return with others. And at that moment, the entire village could meet a tragic fate. Upon regaining consciousness, he uttered threats of annihilating my family and even dared to humiliate my wife in my presence. Driven to the brink of endurance, the hunter recounted the malevolent deeds of the outer disciples of the Dark Moon sect, his voice trembling with emotion. After hearing his tale, Yi Changxing could not contain his fury. Such nonsense. The Dark Moon sect is a prestigious establishment. How could they allow their disciples to engage in such atrocious behavior? The hunter let out a bitter laugh and replied, "Prestigious? Perhaps that was true in the past. The current Dark Moon sect is no different from a band of robbers and ruffians. Many towns and villages in the vicinity harbor resentment towards the Dark Moon sect. Yet they dare not voice it. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire." Yi Changxing retorted, "You still attempt to deflect your guilt onto the Dark Moon sect?" At that moment, Yi Qingtian intervened, silencing Yi Changxing. He then addressed the hunter, "Take me to your village." The hunter regarded Yi Qingtian with suspicion, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "I am the one who killed him. The villagers are innocent and have no connection to this." He recognized the weapon of the Dark Moon sect and mistakenly assumed that this group consisted of disciples from the sect, likely elite disciples of far higher rank than mere outer disciples. "Rest assured, I am not affiliated with the Dark Moon sect," Yi Qingtian assured him, sensing his trepidation. "Do you not seek justice? I can provide it for you. Why should I place my trust in you?" The hunter expressed his disbelief in Yi Qingtian's words. "Because I am the only one capable of saving you," Yi Qingtian replied softly. "With a missing person from the Dark Moon sect, they will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. Given their methods, can you truly evade their scrutiny?" The hunter's expression shifted to one of horror as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he finally conceded, "Very well, please follow me." Yi Qingtian cautioned him that the Dark Moon sect would not relent, having lost someone in their village. They would surely send representatives to search, and at that point, the entire village might face calamity. With no other choice, the hunter resolved to trust these strangers. Perhaps they were disciples of a rival faction of the Dark Moon sect? In haste, the hunter led the group back to the village. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere, precisely as Yi Qingtian had predicted. While the hunter was away, the Dark Moon sect had already dispatched agents to investigate. A few individuals, deemed uncooperative, were brutally executed on the spot by disciples of the sect. This individual went missing in your village. I advise you to reveal the perpetrator swiftly, otherwise, this will be your fate. A dark-clad disciple of the Dark Moon sect threatened, brandishing a long knife and pointing it at the bloodied corpse. The villagers, witnessing this scene, were filled with terror, fearing that the next moment, the blade might be at their own throats. They were but ordinary folk. Even the weakest outer disciple of the Dark Moon sect rendered them utterly powerless. "My lord," an elderly man, leaning on his cane, spoke up, "there may be some misunderstanding here. We truly do not know the whereabouts of your companion." The elderly man is a respected elder of this village. The disciple of the Dark Moon sect glanced at the old man, his eyes narrowing as he spoke in a low voice. "Are you implying that you are unaware?" There was a palpable threat in his words. Subsequently, he raised his long knife, directing it at the elder, and slowly brought it down. "Stop!" The hunter, witnessing this, rushed forward recklessly, declaring, "It was I who killed your people. They are not involved." As he spoke, he produced the standard dagger of the Dark Moon sect to substantiate his claim. Upon seeing this, the disciple's gaze sharpened, and his expression darkened. "It is indeed your dagger," he remarked. "You dare to kill even the disciples of the Dark Moon sect. You possess great audacity." The hunter retorted, "Your sect has committed countless atrocities. You will eventually face divine retribution." At this moment, he had resigned himself to death, unabashedly cursing the disciple of the Dark Moon sect. "I do not know when I will face retribution, but your demise is imminent." The disciple of the Dark Moon sect chuckled derisively. "Not just you, but everyone in your village shall perish. I shall begin with you." After uttering these words, he swung his knife forward. He advanced slowly, the tip of his blade scraping against the ground as he approached the hunter. He relished the feeling of wielding power over another's life and death. The hunter also drew his knife, gritting his teeth as he charged forward with a roar. Bang! In an instant, he was sent flying, not even touching the disciple's garments. The knife in the hunter's hand shattered into two pieces. The other disciples of the Dark Moon sect erupted in laughter. They reveled in witnessing the futile struggles of an insignificant insect, an ignorant insect, attempting to challenge a stone with an egg. How utterly deluded. The disciple scoffed. He raised his long knife, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. "Is this how your Dark Moon sect conducts itself, striking down the weak?" He looked up to see a young man approaching them, bearing a purple spear. "Where did this brash youth come from? Do you dare to interfere in the matters of the Dark Moon sect?" The disciple scrutinized the young man. Quickly discerning that he was extraordinary, not a native of this village. Particularly notable was the spear he wielded, which, though they could not comprehend its significance, was evidently precious. Most likely, he was a disciple from a prominent family. Young men of this age often aspired to emulate the heroic figures they idolized. He had encountered many such individuals. I shall indeed interfere. What of it? The young man retorted with an air of defiance. Humph, said the disciple of the Dark Moon sect. I do not know which family you hail from, but I have seen many like you, living in a sheltered environment, oblivious to the harshness of the world. It is not so simple to stand out. I shall teach you a lesson today. He waved his hand, signaling his companions to attack the young man. Instantly, 3 to 5 individuals surrounded him. Little brat, your spear is quite impressive. Why not let your elder have a try? Surrender this spear, and I shall spare your life. The group, each adding their taunts, regarded the young man with utter disdain, completely dismissing his presence. Chapter 69. We are headed to the Dark Moon sect. Very well. I shall indeed give it to you. The young man nodded slightly, casually tossing the purple spear to the disciple of the Dark Moon sect. Upon seeing this, the disciple's eyes brightened, believing the youth was intimidated, and stepped forward to catch the spear. However, the moment his hand grasped the weapon, he was met with an overwhelming force that sent him crashing to the ground. The spear felt as heavy as a 1,000-pound stone, crushing the bones within his body and eliciting a pained wail. Boss, help me. The other disciples of the Dark Moon sect, witnessing this, instantly changed their expressions. The leader realized that the young man was likely a formidable opponent, and they had indeed encountered a tough challenge. He quickly said, Little brother, it's all a misunderstanding. We are disciples of the Dark Moon sect. Let us be friends. Should you ever need assistance, we shall not hesitate to help. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, he attempted to soften his stance and forge a friendship with Yi Laming. Yi Laming shook his head, replying, Friends? With you? You think you are worthy? You insolent brat. Do not overstep your bounds. This is the territory of the Dark Moon sect. Provoking us will yield no benefits for you or your family. You cannot bear the consequences. Someone shouted. The Dark Moon sect was a top-tier force in the Qing realm, and such threats typically instilled fear in most, compelling them to compromise. Unfortunately for them, they were not facing a typical individual from the Qing realm. I am quite curious to see what consequences arise from provoking the Dark Moon sect. Yi Laming retorted with a cold laugh. In the blink of an eye, Yi Laming's figure flickered. To the onlookers, it appeared as though they were merely imagining things. The leading disciple of the Dark Moon sect, believing Yi Laming was merely boasting and would not dare to act, was about to unleash a mocking retort when suddenly, thud, thud, the surrounding disciples of the Dark Moon sect collapsed to the ground, unconscious and unaware of their fate, leaving only him standing. The leader's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He then comprehended that the young man's strength far exceeded his expectations. He could very well be a disciple of another significant force. This scene left the villagers, particularly the hunter, utterly dumbfounded. He had suspected that this group was powerful, but never could he have anticipated such overwhelming strength. The disciples of the Dark Moon sect, who usually relied on their might and connections to act with impunity, were rendered utterly powerless before this youth. In the span of a heartbeat, the Dark Moon disciples were nearly annihilated. What astonishing power was this? Who are you? The remaining disciple of the Dark Moon sect stammered, his face pale with terror, trembling and devoid of his earlier bravado. Yi Laming replied, You are not someone to provoke. More accurately, it is the Dark Moon sect that cannot afford to provoke me. After saying this, he muttered, What is there to discuss with a lowly minion like you? Come with me, before you meet your end. I shall introduce you to a formidable figure. Thud. The disciple's legs buckled, and he crumpled to the ground. Observing this, Yi Laming frowned slightly and remarked, What a nuisance. He then approached the fallen man, tugged at his clothing, and pulled him along. At the street corner, there was a tea house. At this moment, Yi Qingtian was seated at a wooden table, sipping tea. Yi Changsheng, Yi Shao, and others stood nearby. Ancestor, the person has been brought, announced Yi Laming as he dragged over a disciple of the Dark Moon sect. Yi Qingtian nodded in approval, saying, Well done. He then turned his attention to the Dark Moon sect disciple. The moment the disciple lifted his gaze to meet Yi Qingtian's, his expression became vacant, soon replaced by one of anguish. Yi Qingtian delved into his memories, seeking information about the Dark Moon sect. The disciple suddenly screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground. There were no visible wounds upon his body, yet he had succumbed, his soul extinguished. It is generally challenging for an ordinary person to endure the soul-searching technique. I see. Yi Qingtian remarked, a look of realization crossing his face. Grandfather, what did you see? Yi Changsheng inquired. Yi Qingtian replied. The Dark Moon sect is currently divided into 2 factions. One seeks to ally with the 10,000 Sword sect, the traitorous faction, while the other wishes to preserve the sect. He glanced at the Dark Moon disciple and added, This group belongs to the traitorous faction. Now it makes sense. No wonder the Dark Moon sect allows their misdeeds. Yi Changsheng comprehended immediately. He then asked, what about Guanyue? With the Dark Moon sect in such disarray, where is its founder, the Ancestor? Why does he not appear to restore order? Has he perished? Yi Qingtian shook his head, saying, do you believe such a lowly figure could access such confidential matters? That is true, Yi Changsheng acknowledged. Where do we go next? Yi Qingtian surveyed the crowd and declared, Yi Xiao, Lei Ming, and Qingqing shall remain. The rest of you may leave. The others looked at one another, puzzled. Leave? What do you mean? Yi Qingtian explained. The Azure Realm is vast. I hope you can explore it freely, and when we meet again, may you all stand strong on your own. Upon hearing Yi Qingtian's words, the crowd finally understood. Rest assured, Ancestor, we shall not disappoint you, they exclaimed in unison. Yi Qingtian produced several jade tokens, infusing them with a touch of spiritual awareness before handing them to the group. Hold these well, they are your lifelines. If you encounter danger, shatter the token, and it will save your life, Yi Qingtian instructed. Thank you, Ancestor. The crowd gratefully accepted the jade tokens and then departed from the small village. Let us depart as well, Yi Qingtian said. As he prepared to leave with Yi Changsheng, Yi Leiming, Yi Xiao, and Yi Qingqing, the villagers surged forward, encircling them. They knelt down, bowing their heads in gratitude for the life-saving assistance. Thank you, young hero, for your salvation. We have no means to repay you. Please accept these eggs from our old hen. The villagers exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Had it not been for this mighty young man, all the villagers would have been slaughtered by the disciples of the Dark Moon sect. Leiming, they are thanking you. Yi Qingtian chuckled. Yi Leiming, having trained in the time-space tower since birth and never having encountered the world, felt an inexplicable sensation in his heart at this novel scene. He gazed at the crowd, waved his hand, and spoke. I merely taught a lesson to some petty minions. It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for such concern. You may keep the egg for yourselves. The hunter pushed forward, his face etched with worry, and said, esteemed sirs, the Dark Moon sect will not let this matter rest. You should leave this place as swiftly as possible. Although Yi Leiming had slain several disciples of the Dark Moon sect, they were merely outer disciples. The true powerhouses of the Dark Moon sect are far more formidable than these outer disciples. We are indeed departing, Yi Qingtian replied. The hunter urged. The north is the territory of the Dark Moon sect. You should head south, the farther the better. We are heading directly to the Dark Moon sect. Chapter 70. The 6 Great Powers of the Azure Realm. A great change in the Dark Moon sect. The Azure Realm is home to 6 supreme powers. Among them, the Sword of 10,000 Swords and the Valley of the God of Medicine are considered supreme entities, guarded by unparalleled masters. With such supremacy, they can rise above many factions. Although the supreme beings remain reclusive in this era, none dare to underestimate their existence. The other 4 powers are the Dark Moon sect, the Madblade sect, the Vermilion Bird dynasty, and the Town-Sea dynasty. As one of the 6 top-tier forces, the Dark Moon sect possesses immense renown in the Azure Realm, particularly around the Half-Moon Mountain range, where it wields absolute dominion. Within the realm governed by the Dark Moon sect, no individual or force dares to oppose it. Yet, this group of travelers boldly claims they intend to venture to the Dark Moon sect. To the villagers, such an act seems nothing short of a death wish. The Dark Moon sect is far more terrifying than you can imagine, the hunter implored. These individuals are merely outer disciples of the Dark Moon sect, the lowest rank. Above them are the inner disciples, elite disciples, and elders. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian chuckled softly. The might of the Dark Moon sect is something you can fathom. Yet my own strength is beyond your imagination. With that, he led the group northward. The hunter watched their departing figures, unable to quell the tumult of emotions within him. Yi Qingtian's words echoed incessantly in his mind. My strength is beyond your imagination. Who are these individuals? The hunter pondered, his face a mask of confusion. Suddenly, he recalled the dark silhouette that had appeared in the sky. Could it be that they are celestial beings descended from the heavens? The Dark Moon sect is situated atop a towering peak that pierces the clouds. The staircase leading to the summit resembles a celestial ladder. Many ascend this staircase. For according to the rules of the Dark Moon sect, those who successfully reach the top may become disciples. Countless individuals attempt this feat daily. However, the number who succeed is exceedingly rare. A sudden scream pierced the air as a figure tumbled down from above, crashing to the ground in a gruesome spectacle. Their body a mangled mess, devoid of life. Accidents while ascending the celestial ladder are not uncommon, and the crowd had grown accustomed to such sights, reminding themselves to exercise caution. However, they soon sensed something amiss as several more individuals cascaded down from above. It appeared that they were not merely losing their footing. They were being pushed. Immediately, a group of disciples from the Dark Moon sect were seen forcefully expelling individuals from the vicinity. Those who could not descend in time were ruthlessly pushed down. The Dark Moon sect is under strict surveillance. Unauthorized personnel must keep their distance. Quickly leave. The disciples of the Dark Moon sect showed no mercy as they drove the climbers away. At that moment, Qingtian and his companions arrived. The Dark Moon sect is under strict surveillance. Unauthorized personnel must keep their distance. As they attempted to approach, they were halted by the disciples of the Dark Moon sect. Qingtian ignored them and continued his ascent. What? Do you dare to force your way in? This is the Dark Moon sect, and you will not be allowed to act recklessly, threatened a disciple of the Dark Moon sect. Lei Ming, deal with these nuisances, Qingtian commanded. Soon, anguished cries from the disciples of the Dark Moon sect echoed through the air. At this moment, the Dark Moon sect was engaged in a significant battle, one that would directly determine its future. For the Dark Moon sect, this was an unprecedented upheaval, similar to the memories gleaned from a disciple of the Outer sect. The Dark Moon sect had already split into two factions. One faction was led by the current sect master, while the other was spearheaded by the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's faction believed that, as time passed, the strength of the Dark Moon sect had waned, making it susceptible to annihilation at any moment. To ensure the long-term survival of the sect, it would be best to ally with the 10,000 Sword sect, which could provide protection and support for the Dark Moon sect for millennia. However, the sect master viewed the Grand Elder's proposal as a betrayal, insisting that the Dark Moon sect could never become subservient to the 10,000 Sword sect. The two sides were at an impasse, leading to numerous conflicts. Ultimately, they agreed to hold a martial competition, with each side presenting 10 disciples. The victorious faction would obtain the sect's execution command sword. This arrangement was mutually considerate. The new sect master had taken over the sect only a few decades prior and was weak, while the Grand Elder had cultivated his influence over a millennium, controlling a significant portion of the sect. A prolonged fight would undoubtedly favor the Grand Elder, leaving the new sect master no choice but to accept the competition. The Grand Elder, wishing to preserve the strength of the Dark Moon sect to the greatest extent possible, did not want to instigate an all-out war unless absolutely necessary. After all, the future of the Dark Moon sect would belong to him. Holding a martial competition would minimize losses on both sides. And with the most elite disciples under his command, it was a win-win situation for the Grand Elder. The competition would last 5 days, with 2 matches held each day. At this moment, the first match was underway. Due to the age restriction set at 25 years or younger, the disciples participating from both sides had relatively low cultivation levels, one at the 3rd level of the Spirit Fusion Realm and the other at the 5th level. Achieving the Spirit Fusion Realm at this age could be considered a rare talent in the Canglan Realm, but in the Qing Realm, it was far from impressive. Among the 10 disciples listed for battle from both sides, they were at the bottom tier. The new sect master wore a troubled expression, harboring no hopes for this battle. He was acutely aware of the cards he held. In truth, his purpose for participating in this contest was merely to prolong the inevitable, delaying for yet another day. What if the venerable ancestor were to awaken unexpectedly? On the arena, the disciples representing the sect faced an anticipated defeat. Following this, the second match was set to commence. However, at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the direction of the sect. A bloodied disciple rushed in to report, "Elder, we are in peril. Someone has forcefully breached the sect." The disciple informed the Grand Elder. Currently, the Dark Moon sect was under the near-total control of the Grand Elder, with only the execution sword remaining in the hands of the sect leader. What? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards the new sect leader, who appeared equally bewildered and astonished by the news. Who would dare invade the Dark Moon sect? Could it be that someone had come to assist him? Yet, in the entire Qing realm, who would dare interfere in this matter? It was known that behind this incident lay the machinations of the 10,000 Swords sect. To meddle would be tantamount to provoking them. In the Qing realm, no one would dare to do so. If help could be enlisted, the new sect leader would have summoned it long ago, rather than waiting until now. Do not be alarmed. The Grand Elder steadied his thoughts and spoke solemnly. It is merely a handful of reckless fools. If they were truly formidable foes, we would have seen a fleet of airships descending upon us by now, attacking our mountain gate. Such a rudimentary tactic indicates that they are evidently not strong adversaries. 11. Take some people and deal with this situation. The Grand Elder waved his hand towards one individual, speaking with impatience. 11 was the 11th Elder of the Dark Moon sect, a formidable warrior with a record of 10 victories, more than capable of handling a few misguided lunatics. Understood. Elder 11 acknowledged the command and set off with a small group to address the matter at the mountain gate. However, with a resounding crash, a shadow descended from the mountain gate, landing on the arena. What is that? It was Elder 11. The Grand Elder focused his gaze, realizing it was indeed Elder 11. Just as he had uttered a fierce remark, he was sent flying by a single kick, the assailant remaining unknown. The new sect leader was left dumbfounded at this scene. He never anticipated that someone could repel Elder 11. Who could this person be? Must you all prattle on endlessly? Every time before a fight, you have to chatter on and on. What purpose does it serve? If mere words could win battles, this world would be devoid of bloodshed and conflict. As the assembly pondered in confusion, a group entered, led by a youth. This young man exuded an air of unrestrained defiance, as if no one could subdue him. Following him were two young men, a woman, and an elder. The Grand Elder's gaze fell upon one of the young men. Apart from his looks, he seemed utterly unremarkable in every other aspect. Yet therein lay the crux of the matter. The Grand Elder could sense fluctuations of spiritual energy from the other three individuals. But this young man emitted no such energy, appearing akin to an ordinary person. But would an ordinary individual dare to stir trouble in the Darkmoon sect? The Grand Elder, with his extensive experience, was not one to underestimate the likes of Qingtian as merely an ordinary man. The Grand Elder experienced an unsettling sensation. This young man, if not an ordinary individual, must undoubtedly be a formidable character. When had the Darkmoon sect incurred the wrath of such a powerful being? Who are you? He inquired with a grave expression. It seems the Darkmoon sect has no grievances with you. Qingtian responded. Are you the leader of the Darkmoon sect? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback by the question and replied, I am not. But I can represent the Darkmoon sect. You are unworthy. Qingtian interjected bluntly, interrupting him. The Grand Elder was momentarily speechless. To have his words publicly refuted felt akin to a slap to the face, igniting a surge of indignation within him. Observing this, the new sect leader promptly rose and clasped his fists toward Qingtian, stating, I am the leader of the Darkmoon sect. Are you here to spar? Glancing at the arena, Qingtian asked, Is there a competition underway? The new sect leader nodded and inquired, What business do you have with our sect? To rectify the chaos, Qingtian replied with a pointed implication. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. Being a shrewd individual, he comprehended the weight of those words. The new sect leader furrowed his brow in confusion. It seemed the visitor was there to assist him. Yet he remained uncertain of the man's origins. Furthermore, with only a handful of people present, they were not a match for the Grand Elder's faction, which boasted 7 upper-tier monarchs, 5 of whom were aligned with the Grand Elder. Noticing the new sect leader's perplexed demeanor, Qingtian produced a token adorned with a moon emblem. Upon seeing this token, both the Grand Elder and the new sect leader's expressions changed, their emotions stirred. The Dark Moon token, they exclaimed in unison. This token, known as the Dark Moon token, granted the bearer authority equivalent to that of the sect leader. There were 3 such tokens in existence, one held by the ancestral figure of the Dark Moon sect, while the whereabouts of the other 2 remained unknown. Though the Grand Elder speculated they resided in other realms, the fact that this individual could present a Dark Moon token strongly suggested he hailed from another world. With this revelation, the Grand Elder understood everything. It was no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. The new sect leader gazed at the Dark Moon token with overwhelming excitement. Although he still did not know the visitor's identity, the possession of the token indicated a significant connection to the Dark Moon sect. Realizing this, the new sect leader's face brightened. May I participate in this competition? Qingtian inquired once more. Certainly, the new sect leader replied without hesitation. However, the Grand Elder retorted, that is not permissible. This is an internal competition of our Dark Moon sect, and outsiders are not allowed to participate. The new sect leader countered, Grand Elder. Please consider the token in his hand. That is the Dark Moon token. The bearer possesses authority equivalent to that of the sect leader. You are well aware of this rule, are you not? If he holds equal authority, how can you still classify him as an outsider? The Grand Elder, resigned, conceded. Very well, let us regard him as one of our own. However, there are rules for this competition. Only those under the age of 25 may participate. You appear youthful, yet I suspect your actual age is at least several hundred years. Despite Qingtian's youthful appearance, it was evident he was not merely in his 20s. Qingtian pointed to Yi Leiming and remarked, It is certainly not I who shall participate, but rather he. Yi Leiming is indeed a respectable youth. Observing this, the Grand Elder chose to refrain from further comment. The competition proceeded as scheduled, since the participants for the first day had already been determined. Yi Leiming did not take to the stage. As anticipated, the faction of the new sect leader suffered yet another dismal defeat. Following the conclusion of the matches, everyone returned to their respective abodes. The new sect leader eagerly arranged for Qingtian and the others to be accommodated in the finest quarters. Although his authority had been nearly usurped, arranging lodging was a trivial matter within his capability. May I inquire as to your esteemed surname? The new sect leader asked, voicing his inner curiosity. My surname is Yi, Yi Qingtian replied nonchalantly. Yi? The new sect leader exclaimed in astonishment. Are you members of the Yi family from the Canglan Realm? Connecting the dots regarding the Dark Moon token and the shared surname, he instantly thought of the Yi family from the Canglan Realm. This was due to the fact that the ancestral patriarch, Yi Qingtian, was the master of the Dark Moon sect's founder. One of the 3 Dark Moon tokens bestowed long ago had been given to Yi Qingtian. It was likely that this token had been passed down through the Yi family. The elder accompanying him must be a formidable figure from the ancestral lineage of the Yi family. Indeed, Yi Qingtian nodded, then shifted the conversation, inquiring, pray tell, what is the current status of the Dark Moon sect? Yi Qingtian had gleaned only limited and superficial knowledge from the memories of an outer disciple. Simply knowing that the Dark Moon sect was divided into 2 factions and that a significant competition was forthcoming. The new sect leader sighed and began, 50 years ago. He recounted the tale from 50 years past when the former sect leader met an untimely demise, leading to his own succession as the new sect leader. This was also the reason for his tenuous foundation. He had long suspected that the former sect leader was betrayed by the Grand Elder, yet lacked evidence. He then spoke of the Grand Elder's schemes and the agreement regarding the competition, his face clouded with worry. If he were to lose 4 more matches after the 2 defeats on the first day, it would spell disaster. There is no need for concern regarding the competition. Yi Qingtian reassured him. With Yi Laming's capabilities, he can effortlessly dominate the Dark Moon sect among his peers. There is another matter, Yi Qingtian continued. Is your ancestor still among the living? Upon hearing this question, the new sect leader furrowed his brow, his expression grave. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I do not know. Do not know? Yi Qingtian narrowed his eyes. The new sect leader explained. We have performed a blood sacrifice, beseeching our ancestor to emerge from seclusion. Yet there has been no response from the place of their retreat. This matter was not regarded as a secret within the Dark Moon sect. All the elders were aware of it. Otherwise, the Grand Elder would not dare to so openly usurp power. Within the sect, there were 2 prevailing opinions on the matter. Some believed that the ancestor was not deceased, but rather in seclusion, unable to emerge at this time. Others held the belief that the ancestor had indeed perished. Citing the fierce battle at the Half Moon Mountain Range, during which the ancestor sustained grave injuries and entered a state of prolonged seclusion lasting thousands of years, responding to no one who called. The probability of their demise was exceedingly high. Over time, these 2 voices diverged into 2 factions, one led by the new sect master, and the other by the elder. The new sect master steadfastly believed that the ancestral master had not perished, yet after millennia of seclusion, it could not be asserted that he still lived. Thus, he responded with uncertainty. Hearing this, Yi Qingtian's expression grew grave. The ancestral master of the Dark Moon sect was, after all, his disciple. Have you considered entering the place of seclusion to ascertain the situation? Yi Qingtian inquired. The new sect master let out a bitter smile. The place of seclusion is fortified with layers of prohibitions. Unless the ancestral master emerges personally, no one can gain entry. Take me to see, Yi Qingtian insisted. The new sect master hesitated upon hearing this. The ancestral master's seclusion site was a sacred place of the Dark Moon sect, traditionally accessible only to the descendants of the ancestral master. Even the elders of the sect were prohibited from intruding. How could he bring an outsider inside? Although the individual before him was from the Yi family of the Canglan Realm, closely linked to the Dark Moon sect, an outsider remains an outsider. If the elder were to discover this, it would undoubtedly lead to a myriad of troubles. Perhaps I can break the prohibitions. Yi Qingtian uttered a phrase that the new sect master found impossible to decline. The prospect of him being able to breach the barriers of the seclusion site rendered the new sect master incredulous, his demeanor visibly shaken. Clearly, he was swayed within. Yi Qingtian's declaration struck him like a thunderclap, compelling his acquiescence. All along, the matter that had plagued him most was the uncertainty of the ancestral master's fate. Is what you say true? The new sect master queried. Yi Qingtian smiled but did not reply. He preferred not to repeat himself. Observing this, the new sect master fell silent, contemplating the matter. The person before him belonged to the Yi family, whose ancestral figure was the master of the Dark Moon sect. Perhaps this individual truly possessed the means to dismantle the barriers of the seclusion site, even if there was but a 10% chance. The new sect master was willing to attempt it. Very well, he nodded gravely, stating, I shall lead you to the place of seclusion. But you must change into different attire to avoid the elder's scrutiny. Should the elder witness me bringing an outsider into the seclusion site, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. I hope you can understand. The new sect master voiced his concerns. It is of no consequence, Yi Qingtian replied. Subsequently, he donned the robes of a Dark Moon sect elder, a flowing purple garment adorned with the emblem of the Dark Moon on the left breast. Once attired, the new sect master guided him to the ancestral master's seclusion site, Dark Moon Pool. This was a water pool heavily guarded and fortified. Sect Master. The guards called out upon seeing their leader approach. Many areas of the sect had been infiltrated and controlled by the Elder. Yet the guards of Dark Moon Pool remained under the new sect master's command. However, with so many guards present, the new sect master was uncertain if the Elder had placed spies within, which is why he insisted Qingtian where the Elder's robes. They successfully entered Dark Moon Pool. The Ancestral Master's seclusion site lay at the bottom of this very pool. With a wave of his hand, the new sect master parted the waters, revealing a narrow passage that led directly to the depths of the pool. The two individuals traversed the corridor, heading towards the depths of the Dark Moon Pond. Within the Dark Moon sect, the Elder Pavilion buzzed with news. The Grand Elder remarked, "The young master is still not disheartened. Had our ancestor been alive, he would have emerged from seclusion long ago." The Grand Elder firmly believed that the ancestor had long since perished, and that the new sect master simply refused to accept this grim reality. Let him be. The fate of the Dark Moon sect is already sealed. He will not stir up any significant turmoil. Even if the ancestor were not deceased, bringing him out of seclusion would hardly alter the course of events, he stated solemnly. Having nearly complete dominion over the Dark Moon sect, the Grand Elder commanded 5 of the 7 sovereigns within the sect, rendering the sect master powerless to oppose him. Furthermore, with external support from the 10,000 Swords sect, he had clandestinely forged an alliance with Wang Xiong's faction. Once he secured absolute control over the Dark Moon sect, it would inevitably align itself as a vassal of the 10,000 Swords sect. Originally, his plan entailed a forceful coup with Wang Xiong's backing. But due to Wang Xiong's campaign in the Canglan Realm, the initial strategy was postponed, awaiting a more opportune moment. Thus, the current competition had come to fruition. The competition proceeded with remarkable ease, and the Grand Elder was confident that upon its conclusion, he would obtain the sect's execution order sword, solidifying his control over the Dark Moon sect. "Have you ascertained the identities of those individuals?" the Grand Elder abruptly inquired, referring to Qingtian and his companions. He was far more concerned about this matter than the sect master's entrance into the Dark Moon Pond. The unexpected intrusion of these individuals unsettled him. Just as he was on the verge of complete control, he wished for no unforeseen occurrences. "Not yet," replied an elder responsible for intelligence gathering. "The information we have is scant and difficult to uncover." The Grand Elder replied, "These individuals bear the Dark Moon token and likely hail from other realms. While they may not pose a significant threat, we must not be complacent. In 2 days, the Dark Moon sect will be mine." The Grand Elder murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with ambition. At the bottom of the Dark Moon Pond, a stone door obstructed their path. Though it appeared ordinary, it bore inscriptions of restrictions that ordinary individuals could not breach. Any forceful attempt would result in backlash. The new sect master, Bianchun, approached the stone door and respectfully knelt. "Junior Bianchun, I beseech the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. The Dark Moon sect stands at a critical juncture. Please, ancestor, preside over the situation," he called out earnestly. However, the stone door remained unresponsive, and no sound emanated from within. Chapter 73, The Stone Door Opens. Is this the portrait of Lord Yi? Despite Bianchun being mentally prepared, he felt a profound sense of disappointment. As he had previously stated, the Dark Moon sect had reached a perilous moment, desperately requiring the ancestor's guidance. Yet, there was only silence from the ancestor. Despair washed over him once more. "Mr. Yi," Bianchun turned to Qingtian and inquired, "Do you possess a method to unravel the restrictions on this stone door?" His words were calm, yet brimming with anticipation. Qingtian offered no reply, merely gazing silently at the stone door. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that the enchantments upon this door had been arranged by Bien Guanyu at his request. This was a supreme-level barrier, one that the myriad sovereigns of the Dark Moon sect could not breach. However, for Qingtian, it posed no challenge. Unlocking it was as effortless as flipping a switch. He simply placed his palm against the stone door and gave it a gentle push. With a low hum, the door, sealed for millennia, began to rise slowly. Bianchun, witnessing this spectacle, stood utterly dumbfounded, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. Was it truly this simple? A mere push, and it opened? Had he overcomplicated the matter? Soon, a wave of elation surged within him, and he ceased to dwell on his earlier bewilderment. For him, the mere act of opening the stone door was the greatest fortune. In the brief moment of his stupor, Qingtian had already stepped inside. Bianchun, realizing this, hastily followed. Within the stone door lay a vast underground palace, illuminated brilliantly. The candelabras burned with a special fuel, eternal and unextinguished for 1,000 years. This was indeed the sanctum of the ancestors of the Dark Moon sect. "Ancestor, I am your descendant, Bianchun. I did not intend to intrude. It is simply that the Dark Moon sect stands at the brink of life and death. I implore you to emerge and oversee the situation. Bianchen advanced before Qingtian and promptly knelt, proclaiming his identity and intent loudly. He wished to avoid any misinterpretation by the ancestor for his intrusion. Yet, as before, the palace echoed with silence, devoid of any response. Ancestor, Bianchen raised his head, surveying the surroundings. Although the palace was expansive, it was devoid of hidden chambers. Apart from himself and Qingtian, there was no one else present. Your ancestor is not here, Qingtian remarked, although he did not spot Bianguanyu. The absence of a corpse suggested that he might still be alive, granting Qingtian a momentary sigh of relief. How can the ancestor not be here? Bianchen's heart raced with terror and confusion. After the great battle, the ancestor had stated he would enter a prolonged seclusion for healing. How could it be that after so many years, he had vanished? It was no wonder that throughout the centuries, every plea to the ancestor to emerge had gone unanswered. Because, quite simply, the ancestor was not present. In that instant, Bianchen was at a loss, unsure whether to weep or rejoice. The absence of the ancestor filled him with profound regret. Yet, considering it from another angle, the lack of a corpse indicated a possibility of survival. Ultimately, one must see a body to confirm death, and without it, there remained hope. Perhaps he had gone to some other sacred place to recuperate. Yet, the pressing issue remained. Without the ancestor to lead, the Dark Moon sect could not navigate the imminent crisis of life and death. At that moment, Bianchen felt both relief and disappointment, his heart a tumult of emotions. It was possible that there were other hidden chambers within the palace. He rose, beginning to explore the palace in search of any secret rooms. Qingtian paid him no mind. He was intimately familiar with this palace, having participated in its construction, thus, he knew best whether there were hidden chambers. The answer was unequivocally, none. On the central wall of the palace hung a portrait, and at this moment, Qingtian was engrossed in observing it, his eyes filled with nostalgia. The portrait depicted a figure from behind, devoid of a frontal view. Bianchen searched around, but found no secret room, his attention drawn to the portrait. The figure within the image donned blood-soaked armor, wielded a sharp sword to vanquish foes, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect across the realm. Merely gazing at the portrait, Bianchen found himself absorbed, as if he were transported to that harrowing battlefield. The overwhelming pressure rendered him breathless. Whose portrait could this be? Bianchen came to his senses, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Qingtian inquired, "Whom did your ancestor admire most in his lifetime?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bianchen replied, "That goes without saying. It must be the master of my ancestor, the esteemed Yizun of your Yi family, who once struck fear into the world." Mentioning Yizun filled Bianchen with profound reverence. He was indeed a legendary figure, undefeated in countless battles. Yet due to his extraordinary prowess, he was ensnared by the Supreme Hall and sealed within the 9 realms forbidden zone. Each time Bianguanyu referenced this matter with future generations, his anger boiled, wishing to storm the Supreme Hall. Yet, he was not a supreme being himself. Going there would only lead to his demise, leaving him with nothing but bitter thoughts. Once he regained his composure, he devoted himself to diligent cultivation, striving to break through to the realm of supremacy as soon as possible. Only then would he have the chance for vengeance on behalf of his master, Yizun. Upon finishing his statement, Bianchen suddenly grasped the implication, staring at the portrait on the wall in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that this is the portrait of Yizun?" he exclaimed. No wonder merely glancing at it led to such an immersive experience. Truly, Yizun was remarkable, even after millennia. This solitary image, just a silhouette, retained such formidable authority. Bianchen marveled in awe. "Though I have not had the honor of meeting your ancestor, I believe this portrait, imbued with the majesty of the Supreme, should assist you in resolving your pressing crisis," Qingtian remarked. Bianchen hesitated. "But isn't it improper for me to remove this portrait? It would be a great disrespect to both my ancestor and to Yizun." Qingtian responded, "The Dark Moon sect is on the brink of ruin. Do you still concern yourself with such matters?" "You do have a point," Bianchen muttered. Before kneeling before the portrait, he proclaimed loudly, "Ancestor, Yizun, my disrespect is born out of necessity. I seek to save the Dark Moon sect from peril. I implore your forgiveness for my impudence." Thud, thud, thud. He bowed 3 earnest times, expressing his sincerity. After completing his reverence, he rose and carefully removed the portrait from the wall, fearful of causing any damage. Despite the extraordinary quality of the image, it was still the portrait of Yizun, treasured by his ancestor for millennia, leaving no room for carelessness. Once he secured the portrait, he exited the palace. Outside the stone door, he bowed 3 more times before finally feeling at ease to depart. On the way back, Qingtian fell into deep contemplation. For Bianguanyu, the Dark Moon Pool was the ideal sanctuary for cultivation and healing. Where else could the moon at the border be, if not at the dark moon pool? Is it possible that it has perished outside? This troublesome rascal truly offers no respite, Qingtian muttered. Chapter 74. The disparity in strength is astounding. Dark Moon Sect. Elder Pavilion. The Grand Elder, the sect master, has emerged from the dark moon pool. Every move of Bianchun was under the vigilant gaze of the Grand Elder. Even the guards of the dark moon pool, who were utterly loyal to the sect master, had spies planted by the Grand Elder among them. As soon as they departed the dark moon pool, the news reached the Grand Elder. He casually inquired, has he managed to summon the ancestor from seclusion? The Grand Elder had long since grown accustomed to the notion of summoning the ancestor from isolation. It was merely Bianchun's unwillingness to accept the grim reality of the ancestor's demise, a futile struggle. Had the ancestor still been alive, he would have emerged from seclusion long ago. No, there were two when they entered, and there are still two upon their exit. No strange occurrences took place at the dark moon pool, replied the spy embedded among the guards. I almost feel pity for him, the Grand Elder scoffed upon hearing this. Each time he ventures to the dark moon pool filled with hope, only to return in disappointment. Such an experience must be quite unbearable. Why persist in such folly? Recognizing the situation sooner and accepting the role of a puppet sect master to enjoy a life of ease would not be so terrible. The Grand Elder shook his head, murmuring to himself. At this moment, the sky darkened, and a full moon hung high in the night sky. The Grand Elder approached the window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the luminous orb in the heavens, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The culmination of a millennium of schemes is drawing near. A night swiftly passed. The following day, on the eve of the martial arts competition. Why should a newcomer take my place? A young disciple complained. He was a disciple aligned with the sect master, initially slated to compete today, having devoted countless hours to practice, filled with anticipation. Most of the disciples participating in the competition were unaware of the underlying machinations, viewing it merely as an opportunity to distinguish themselves. However, as dawn broke, a messenger from the sect master arrived to inform him that his competition slot had been cancelled, and he would no longer be required to compete. After pressing for answers, he learned that his opportunity had been usurped by a newly arrived youth, none other than Yi Laming. This revelation filled him with indignation, and he vented his frustrations to a fellow senior disciple. Is this fair? It is utterly unjust. The young disciple, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, believed that this newcomer had seized his chance for prominence. The senior disciple offered words of comfort. Indeed, it is unfair. But complaining is futile. It is common for well-connected disciples within the sect to replace others. We must simply accept it. I understand all that you say, yet I refuse to accept it. If they had chosen someone stronger than me to compete, I could concede. But to select a mere boy of a dozen years, what does that even mean? The young disciple seethed with resentment. Boom. At that moment, a resounding drumbeat echoed from the sky. The competition is about to commence, the senior disciple announced. The young disciple's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Senior brother, let us go witness the battle. I am eager to see how this fellow will embarrass himself. Indeed, within the expansive martial arts arena of the Dark Moon sect, both sides took their seats, their gazes fixated upon the combat stage at the center. Master, do you truly believe this endeavor will succeed? A concerned elder queried, his face etched with worry as he stood beside Bianchun. Can that youth truly surpass Zhangyang? The Zhangyang referred to by the elder was the young disciple whose place had been supplanted by Yi Laming. Among the disciples on the Master's side, Zhangyang distinguished himself, having achieved the 8th level of the Spirit Fusion Realm at a mere 23 years of age. His prowess far surpassed that of the two disciples participating in the martial competition on the first day. Originally, the Master's side held high hopes for the competition. Yet unexpectedly, on the eve of the contest, Zhangyang was replaced by Yi Laming. You ask me, but who can I inquire of? Bianchun replied, having never witnessed Yi Laming in action and feeling uncertain about his chances of victory. Changing participants at such a critical moment is exceedingly risky and quite unfair to Zhangyang, the elder lamented. Enough. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, Zhangyang will receive his due compensation, Bianchun reassured him. Zhangyang was the elder's disciple, and his replacement undoubtedly left the elder feeling disgruntled. His lengthy discourse with Bianchun was merely an expression of his discontent on behalf of his pupil. Naturally, Bianchun comprehended the elder's sentiments. Upon hearing the Master's promise of compensation, the elder's expression lightened considerably, and he ceased further commentary. With the distraction gone, Bianchun could finally observe the competition in peace. At that moment, the disciples from both sides ascended the stage, prompting an uproar among the audience. Li Jian. It is indeed Li Jian. All eyes turned towards the disciple of the Grand Elder's faction. Even Bianchun and the elder who had voiced concern for Zhangyang found their pupils constricting in surprise. Li Jian, aged 24. was at the third level of the feather transformation realm. Among the younger generation of disciples in the Dark Moon sect, while he may not be the most outstanding talent, he was certainly a remarkable figure, a gem among many. Bianchun had not anticipated that on the second day of the competition, the Grand Elder would field a disciple from the feather transformation realm. The Grand Elder certainly leaves me with no room to maneuver, Bianchun muttered to himself. In his expectations, he had presumed that both sides would reserve their feather transformation realm disciples for the competitions in the latter 3 days. However, the Grand Elder's decision to allow Li Jian to compete on the second day indicated a desire for swift resolution. He could no longer afford to wait 5 days. 3 days. If the Grand Elder could secure victory in 6 matches within that time frame, he would obtain the execution order sword of the Dark Moon sect. It was indeed Li Jian. Zhang Yang, who had been replaced by Yi Leiming, shuddered involuntarily upon seeing Li Jian take the stage. The disparity between them was akin to a chasm. Li Jian, at the third level of the feather transformation realm, far surpassed Zhang Yang, who stood at the 8th level of the spirit fusion realm. Should he have been allowed to compete, defeat would be inevitable, with not a single chance for retaliation. Thank goodness he was not participating. Thank goodness he had been replaced. Upon witnessing that the combatant was Li Jian, Zhang Yang felt a mix of relief and a twinge of schadenfreude. Brother, how many moves do you think this lad can endure? A few moves? He won't last even half a move. Li Jian could crush him with a mere finger. They gazed at Yi Leiming's frail form on the arena, seemingly foreseeing the impending tragedy. On the martial arts stage, Yi Leiming, in stark contrast to Li Jian, also attracted considerable attention. Who is this boy? I've never seen him before. According to Brother Zhang Yang, he's a newcomer with connections, having taken Brother Zhang's place. He looks barely in his teens. Seeking fame this way is foolhardy, especially when this match is bound by life and death. One careless strike from Brother Li Jian could end him. The match had not yet commenced, yet in the minds of the spectators, the victor was already determined. One side was the prodigious disciple of the Dark Moon sect, Li Jian, while the other was an inconspicuous upstart. The disparity in strength was so great that there was no room for doubt. Almost everyone shared this belief, including Li Jian himself. Listen, kid, I advise you to step down before my brother loses control and accidentally harms your life, Li Jian declared with an air of arrogance as he looked at Yi Leiming. Here we go again, Yi Leiming replied, visibly impatient. You can't help but prattle on before a fight. If we're going to fight, let us just fight. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Haven't you heard that those who talk too much are destined to lose? Li Jian was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected this lad to dare to engage in verbal sparring with him. Sharp-tongued little brat, he muttered, shaking his head. This won't do. Today, I'll teach you a lesson to prevent your loose tongue from bringing you trouble outside. With a swift motion, Li Jian unsheathed his sword. A dazzling azure light emanating from the weapon, blindingly bright. The azure light sword, a profound-grade spiritual weapon. The mere appearance of this weapon drew countless envious gazes. Although the azure light sword was not a high-tier profound-grade artifact, for many disciples of the Dark Moon sect, even the most basic profound-grade weapon was an unattainable aspiration. One sword, just one sword, and I can. Li Jian began, yet before he could finish his declaration, bang, with a resounding crack. The azure light sword shattered in his grasp, scattering metallic shards across the ground with a crisp sound. Gasp. Simultaneously, Li Jian felt a tremendous impact to his chest, his blood surging violently as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. He knelt on the ground, clutching his chest. This utterly unexpected scene left everyone utterly speechless. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixated on the shattered remnants of the azure light sword. In an instant, what had transpired? Why had the battle, which had yet to begin, already come to an end? Master, this is not how a martial contest is conducted. Your actions are ruining this match. In the presence of the Grand Elder, one of the elders rose to his feet and sternly admonished Bianchun. This elder was the master of Li Jian, a formidable warrior with 10 victories to his name. Upon hearing his master's words, the assembly immediately sensed that something was amiss regarding this duel. In that fleeting moment, an unseen force had struck Li Jian, inflicting severe injury, and it was executed by an individual of remarkable prowess. So swift that even a warrior of 10 victories could not discern the motion. At that moment, Bianchun's face was etched with astonishment. Unlike Li Jian's master, who was merely a warrior of limited capacity, Bianchun, as the newly appointed sect leader, had attained the rank of an upper-level sovereign. While Li Jian's master was unable to perceive the events clearly, Bianchun had witnessed everything with utmost clarity. There was no subterfuge in this contest. The one who had decisively injured Li Jian was none other than Yi Leiming himself. In that brief instant, Yi Leiming had unleashed a powerful blow upon the Qingguang sword, followed by a devastating strike against Li Jian. After delivering these 2 blows, he had returned to his original position. Yi Laming's speed was so extraordinary that most onlookers failed to observe his actions. Moreover, he had shattered a profound spirit artifact, the Qingguang's sword. Using nothing but his fists, what remarkable strength! This young man was astonishingly powerful, indeed. Bianchen marveled inwardly, repeatedly acknowledging his prowess. Yi Laming, though merely in his teenage years, had reached an unexpected level of strength, at least that of a master. Such talent, in the entirety of the Qing realm, could rightfully be counted among the elite. Bianchen turned his gaze toward Yi Qingtian and others, who sat on the same side, watching the match. Compared to the astonishment of Bianchen and his companions, they remained notably composed, for they were the most familiar with Yi Laming's capabilities. Yi Laming's strength was already approaching that of a warrior with 100 victories. This contest indeed showcased a disparity in power, but it was not Yi Laming who was lacking in strength. Rather, it was Li Jian who fell short in comparison. Leader, you must grant justice to Li Jian. Li Jian's master continued to shout, demanding that Bianchen rectify the situation. Indeed, justice must be served for my senior brother Li Jian. How can a duel be allowed to have a third party intervene? This is unfair. A thorough investigation is imperative to restore our honor. The disciples, fueled by fervor, echoed these sentiments, expressing their disdain for any underhanded tactics in the duel and vowing to uphold fairness. However, Bianchen chose to disregard the outcries of both the elder and the uninformed disciples, instead directing his attention toward the Grand Elder, calmly inquiring, "What do you think?" Grand Elder? The Grand Elder, fixated on Yi Laming, was filled with astonishment. Sharing the same status as Bianchen as an upper-level sovereign, he was equally capable of discerning the truth of the matter. Thus, he refrained from clamoring for Bianchen to deliver justice for Li Jian, for he recognized that no other formidable expert had intervened in this contest. A master? Or a warrior? Such astonishing talent at such a tender age, if he could be harnessed for our cause. But if he cannot be of service to us, he may become a formidable adversary in the future. He must not be allowed to remain. The Grand Elder contemplated silently as he regarded Yi Laming. Subsequently, he regained his composure and spoke. 13. You are behaving most inappropriately. Please take your seat. Master Li Jian interjected. However, Elder, the elder interrupted him. His voice grave. There are no house to consider. In this match, no external intervention occurred. Yi Laming is the victor. Upon hearing the elder's declaration, Master Li Jian wore an expression of disbelief. How could the elder claim there was no outside interference? It was inconceivable. If no one else was involved, how could the Qingguang's sword have shattered? And how could Li Jian have sustained such grievous injuries? Not just Master Li Jian, but all disciples present were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the elder's words. No interference? Yi Laming victorious? How could that be? Zhang Yang stared wide-eyed, fixated on the arena where Yi Laming stood, his face betraying utter incredulity. Stop this disgrace. A loss is a loss. Bring Li Jian down for treatment immediately, the elder commanded. His words undeniably rendered a final verdict on the match. Regardless of whether the crowd believed it or not, the outcome had been determined. Yi Laming had won. The result of the duel was both genuine and valid. Master Li Jian, left with no recourse, ceased his protests, his figure flickering as he ascended the platform to escort Li Jian away, casting a fierce glare at Yi Laming before departing. In response, Yi Laming glared back defiantly. Chapter 76, Assassination. A talent that has not matured is nothing at all. Following the conclusion of the duel, Yi Laming did not vacate the arena. Observing Yi Laming still on the platform, the elder's expression darkened. The rules did not prohibit consecutive matches, nor did they explicitly state that a participant could only compete in one duel. This implied that as long as a contestant could withstand the physical strain, they could engage in multiple matches. Initially, this loophole favored the elder's side. Sending Li Jian into battle was intended for him to compete in 2 consecutive duels, thereby securing victories for the day. However, encountering a prodigy like Yi Laming had shattered Li Jian's aspirations and crushed the elder's dreams. The outcome of the ensuing second duel was, therefore, predictable. Without any suspense, Yi Laming effortlessly triumphed over his second opponent. On this day, Yi Laming had secured 2 victories for the sect leader's faction, leveling the playing field. The elder cast a deep glance at Yi Laming before departing in a sullen mood. Upon returning to the elder's hall, he promptly convened a meeting. During this assembly, there was heated discussion regarding Yi Laming and the forthcoming duels. This individual cannot be allowed to remain. He must be eliminated post-haste. This Yi Laming possesses extraordinary talent. Should he join us, it would be a fortuitous event. Such fanciful thinking. To entice him to join our ranks, one must possess treasures that would captivate him. Do you have such offerings? We could present a top-tier mystical artifact. Surely, that would pique his interest. Can you procure such a thing? The sect leader cannot. Cease your daydreaming. We should eliminate this youth swiftly for our own peace of mind. One artifact is insufficient, then let it be two. The prowess of this young man is formidable. If he is not dealt with, he may sweep through the upcoming competitions. The elders were embroiled in heated debate. Two primary opinions emerged regarding Yi Laming. One faction regarded him as an extraordinarily rare talent that should not be easily discarded, advocating for the utmost efforts to recruit him. The opposing view held that what they could offer Yi Laming, the leader could also provide, making it unlikely for him to switch allegiances. Rather than squander time, they suggested it would be prudent to eliminate him decisively before he could pose a threat. Listening to the cacophony of voices, the Grand Elder felt as though a swarm of flies buzzed around his ears, causing him great agitation. Enough, he proclaimed. The moment he spoke, the assembly fell silent, and all eyes turned towards him. In light of this, let us first extend an olive branch. If we cannot recruit him, then we shall eliminate him. What is there to debate? The Grand Elder spoke solemnly, opting for a compromise. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement. Elder Geo, procure a top-tier mystic artifact. Should he be willing to abandon his current path and join us, grant him the artifact. If he refuses, eliminate him on the spot. He must not survive until dawn. The Grand Elder commanded. Understood. Elder Geo rose to accept the mission. A seasoned warrior with a record of victories, he possessed formidable strength and was adept at stealth, standing merely a step away from the realm of sovereigns. His involvement reassured the assembly. After a prolonged wait, Elder Geo seized an opportune moment when Yi Laming was alone and silently appeared in his chamber. Who goes there? Yi Laming exclaimed, sensing an unfamiliar presence in the room. Elder Geo quickly clarified his intentions, saying, Do not be alarmed. I am Elder Geo of the Dark Moon sect. Elder Geo? You are associated with the Grand Elder, Yi Laming recalled, recognizing the elder who frequently accompanied the Grand Elder. Indeed, Elder Geo confirmed, producing a top-tier mystic artifact and placing it before Yi Laming. To be brief, the Grand Elder holds you in high regard, should you choose to align with him. This artifact will be yours. The artifact was a long sword, shimmering with ethereal light, unmistakably a rare and precious mystic item. Even Elder Geo had long coveted this sword. Yi Laming regarded the top-tier mystic artifact with an impassive expression, showing no sign of being swayed, as if to say, Is this all? Noticing Yi Laming's indifference, Elder Geo inwardly lamented his lack of appreciation for the opportunity, but, recalling Yi Laming's astonishing talent, patiently continued, This top-tier mystic artifact is merely the beginning. In the future, there are sacred artifacts, and our resources far exceed your imagination. Sacred artifacts? Are they truly remarkable? Yi Laming scratched his head, perplexed. In his recollection, many around him wielded sacred artifacts. The young master, the clan leader, and the ancestor of longevity, all possessed sacred items. As for mystic artifacts, they were the most basic and hardly worthy of attention. Elder Geo was momentarily taken aback by Yi Laming's words. For a moment, he found himself bewildered, uncertain whether Yi Laming's words were meant to mock him. Was a sacred spirit weapon truly remarkable? Indeed it was. Even a formidable sect, such as the Dark Moon sect, with millennia of accumulation, possessed no more than 10 sacred spirit weapons. As for him, a battle king of 100 victories, the spirit weapon he wielded was merely a top-tier mysterious grade artifact. Are you suggesting that you refuse to join us? Elder Nine remarked impatiently, his tone growing cold and laced with an undercurrent of murderous intent. Yi Laming jested, Look at the shabby trinkets you present. How do you have the audacity to recruit others? Very well, I comprehend your stance, Elder Nine replied with a faint smile, nodding thoughtfully. Yet, in an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. He swiftly approached Yi Laming, pressing his top-tier mysterious grade weapon against the boy's neck. Young man, when heaven offers a path and you choose not to tread it, you instead seek the gates of hell. Your talent may be commendable, yet a genius who has not matured is worth nothing. Elder Nine's voice was icy. Yi Laming gazed at Elder Nine, a smile spreading across his face. Unhurried, he grasped his sword with one hand while the other conjured the purple thunder dragon spear, thrusting it fiercely towards Elder Nine. With a sharp thrust, the purple thunder dragon spear effortlessly pierced through Elder Nine's body. Lowering his gaze in disbelief, Elder Nine stared at the wound now marring his form and the spear in Yi Laming's grasp. In that moment, he comprehended that this youth surpassed their wildest imaginations, not merely a master, but a battle king of extraordinary caliber. Indeed, the words, when heaven offers a path and you choose not to tread it, you instead seek the gates of hell, are far more suited for you, Yi Laming murmured softly. His demeanor remained calm as he dispatched a battle king, as though it were the most mundane of tasks. Chapter 77. This boy must die. The elder's malice against an unrivaled genius clang. The top-tier mysterious grade weapon slipped from Elder Nine's grasp, clattering to the ground. Thud. Simultaneously, Elder 9 collapsed. His body rigid upon the ground, a visage of agony filled with shock and despair. A battle king of 100 victories possessed remarkable vitality. Even when pierced by a spirit weapon, it would not typically result in a fatal wound. Yet at that moment, Elder 9 was on the brink of death. He could distinctly sense the life force within him being ravaged by a surge of thunderous energy, rapidly waning. The purple Thunder Dragon Spear was no ordinary spirit weapon. Once it breached the body, the thunderous power it harbored would infiltrate the enemy's being, eroding their very essence. Yi Laming retrieved the fallen top-tier, mysterious grade weapon. A look of disdain crossing his features as he remarked, "Such inferior wares, and you believe they are worthy of me? It astounds me how you could even present these." In the Yi family, mysterious grade artifacts had long become commonplace. Having failed to entice him, they attempted a sneak attack, but alas, you have mistaken your opponent. "I am not one to be easily manipulated," Yi Laming added. You are a battle king?" Elder 9 managed to utter, his voice barely above a whisper. Yi Laming shrugged his shoulders and said, "What do you think?" I thought the 9th Elder was murmuring," someone remarked. Before the sentence could be completed, they met their demise. In the Elder Pavilion, an elderly man rushed in, exclaiming, "Eldest Elder, something has happened." The Eldest Elder inquired, "What could be so urgent? Has the Ancestor emerged from seclusion?" "Not at all." The old man shook his head, then continued, "The 9th Elder's life jade tablet has shattered." "Isn't it just the Ancestor's emergence? What is there to panic about?" "You say what?" Hearing the first part, the Eldest Elder remained composed, but upon the latter revelation, his expression changed dramatically. "Eldest Elder, please look." The old man presented a handful of fragments. Upon seeing the pieces in the old man's hand, the Eldest Elder's countenance darkened. This was indeed the 9th Elder's life jade tablet. Yet, the 9th Elder had merely gone to recruit Yi Laming and had not undertaken any perilous tasks. How could he have perished? Even if discovered by Bianshun, he wouldn't dare to strike lethally at the 9th Elder. Furthermore, a battle at the level of 100 victories war king would undoubtedly create a significant commotion, yet he sensed no violent fluctuations of energy indicative of a struggle. In the Eldest Elder's estimation, this task carried no inherent risk, and the death of the 9th Elder was utterly unforeseen. The 9th Elder was 100 victories war king. Only a monarch, and not just any monarch, could silently eliminate him. It appeared that Bianshun was constantly safeguarding that young man, indicating his immense importance to Bianshun. The Eldest Elder spoke in a grave tone, having pondered for a long while, ultimately attributing the 9th Elder's demise to the sect master. The Eldest Elder believed that the sect master had discovered the 9th Elder's whereabouts and had slain him on the spot. If that were the case, this young man must die. The Eldest Elder's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke darkly. On the 3rd day of the tournament, Yi Laming again took the stage. This time, although many still questioned his true abilities, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. The Eldest Elder placed immense importance on the 3rd day's contest, directly dispatching a genius disciple at the Master Realm. Though merely in the early stages, this disciple, in his 20s, possessed talent sufficient to overshadow the entire Dark Moon sect. In the Dark Moon sect, disciples who reached the Master Realm by their 20s were exceedingly rare. Such astonishingly gifted individuals were also exceptional throughout the entire Qing realm. The Eldest Elder's faction harbored high hopes for him. However, the outcome was disappointing. After exchanging several dozen blows with Yi Laming, the Master Realm genius disciple was tragically defeated. Immediately following, the 6th match commenced, and once again, the Eldest Elder sent forth a disciple of the Master Realm. Having fought consecutively for 3 rounds, Yi Laming's spiritual energy and stamina were undoubtedly depleted. The Eldest Elder continued to dispatch Master Realm disciples, aiming to turn the tide. The first Master Realm disciple was merely intended to restrain and exhaust Yi Laming's energy. The second to take the stage was the true trump card of the Eldest Elder's faction, Confronting. At 25 years old, he was at the 6th level of the Master Realm. This is the trump card held by the Grand Elder, the future successor he has painstakingly nurtured. Originally, the Grand Elder intended for Confronting to make a grand entrance, capturing all the attention. However, an unexpected challenger, Yi Laming, emerged, compelling him to alter his strategy. It is of utmost urgency to put an end to Yi Laming's winning streak and suppress the momentum of the sect leader. The appearance of Confronting attracted the gaze of all present, including the sect leader, Bianshun, who could not help but take notice. Confronting is the most gifted disciple of the Dark Moon sect in nearly a millennium, yet Bianshun felt no joy. After all, Confronting is a protege of the Grand Elder. Alas, such a promising talent wasted. Bianshun could only let out a heavy sigh as Confronting ascended the arena. A wave of cheers erupted around him. Among the younger generation of disciples in the Dark Moon sect, Confronting's influence is unparalleled. Clad in white robes and wielding a long sword, he appeared ethereal, captivating many female disciples who couldn't help but scream in admiration. With a swift flick of his sword, a tempest arose, rushing towards Yi Laming. He wasted no words and struck fiercely, each move lethal. The heavenly wind's sacred body suddenly spoke Yi Qingtian, who had been silently observing. Beside him, Yi Changsheng remarked, a rather rare sacred body, and at merely 25 years of age. He has already reached the 6th level of the Master Realm, truly a prodigy. Yet, unfortunately, he faces an opponent who is a born king, Yi Qingtian murmured. On the arena, the two sides had already engaged. This battle, accompanied by extraordinary phenomena, appeared intensely fierce. However, in reality, it was a one-sided massacre. Han Feng, endowed with the heavenly wind's sacred body, could be regarded as a top genius across the vast Qing realm. Yet, before a natural-born king, he seemed utterly powerless. The raging winds suddenly ceased. The foremost genius of the Dark Moon sect, Han Feng, was pierced through by Yi Laming's lance, blood gushing forth, staining his white robes. This scene plunged the entire arena into silence, as everyone gazed in disbelief at the severely wounded Han Feng, unable to fathom such a terrifying outcome. In their minds, Brother Han Feng was the epitome of perfection in the Qing realm, destined never to be defeated. Han Feng, the Grand Elder, witnessing this, was instantly filled with rage. He flashed onto the arena in an instant, saving Han Feng while simultaneously launching a lethal strike at Yi Laming. Yi Laming's victory over Han Feng surpassed the Grand Elder's expectations. The more formidable he proved to be, the more determined the Grand Elder became to eliminate him. Just at this critical juncture, Yi Changsheng appeared in front of Yi Laming, delivering a palm strike to counter the Grand Elder's attack. Boom. Chapter 78. I am unsatisfied. Yi Qingtian's reverse scale boom. The two high-ranking sovereigns clashed at close quarters on the arena, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. This energy tempest surged forth, swiftly reaching the audience. Should this tempest of energy continue unabated, the disciples of the Dark Moon sect would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. After all, the aftermath of a clash between sovereigns is perilous, and those of lower realms, lacking protective treasures, find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such a force. Once touched by this energy storm, they would either perish or be left grievously maimed. Observing the dire situation, Bian Chun and the elders hastily intervened, forging a defensive formation to isolate the energy tempest and safeguard the lives of the disciples. The disciples, pale and shaken, were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. None had anticipated that the Grand Elder would act so rashly against Yi Laming. Furthermore, they were unprepared for the fierce retaliation from the Elder on Yi Laming's side. The combat residue from the confrontation between two high-ranking sovereigns was far beyond their capacity to endure. Were it not for the swift establishment of the protective formation by the sect master and the elders, they would likely have been reduced to ashes. Grand Elder, how could you resort to such violence against a participating disciple? This is utterly unacceptable. Bian Chun rose to confront the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, filled with rage and humiliation, had struck at Yi Laming. For Bian Chun, this presented a rare opportunity. At this moment, most of the sect's disciples were spectating from the periphery, having narrowly escaped death, and he seized the chance to denounce the Grand Elder's actions. The Grand Elder, regaining his composure, realized the precariousness of his position. However, he held no regret for his actions against Yi Laming. The latter's extraordinary talent posed a significant threat that could not be allowed to flourish. Given enough time, Yi Laming could very well ascend to the ranks of an ultimate sovereign. But he had not anticipated the swift counterattack from the opposing sovereign. In their brief skirmish, the Grand Elder sensed the formidable strength of Yi Laming's sovereign, one who was entirely his equal. Please, Sect Master, do not be angered. One of the elders from the Grand Elder's faction interjected, attempting to justify the situation. Everyone was aware that Han Feng was the Grand Elder's disciple. With Han Feng severely injured, it was understandable that the Grand Elder might lose his composure in a moment of desperation. Furthermore, Yi Laming appeared unscathed. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded, conceding, I was indeed out of line earlier, and I am willing to apologize. The third Elder's words rang true. As Han Feng was the Grand Elder's cherished disciple, it was only natural for the Grand Elder to act irrationally in his defense. This very instinct to protect his own was commendable. One could only hope that should they face adversity in the future, the Grand Elder would similarly advocate for them. Moreover, the Grand Elder's public apology, an elder apologizing to a disciple, was an unprecedented occurrence. Encouraged by the sentiments of a few influential individuals, the disciples began to murmur amongst themselves, discussing the matter. In mere moments, the Grand Elder's misstep was obscured and his protective nature was lauded. They completely overlooked their recent brush with death. Unbeknownst to them, The Grand Elder's actions were not motivated by protectiveness, but rather by indignation. Listening to the harmonious exchange between the two elders as they smoothed over the situation, Qingtian refused to let the matter rest. Cease your attempts at manipulation, no matter how you spin it. Today's actions are inexcusable. Qingtian thundered in righteous fury. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply and addressed Qingtian, saying, Sect Master, Han Feng's life hangs by a thread. He is a disciple of the Dark Moon sect. Do you wish to stand idly by and watch him perish without treatment? Today's events are my responsibility. I assure you that I shall personally visit Yi Laming to apologize in due time. Are you satisfied? The Grand Elder spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Qingtian's teeth clenched in frustration. The Grand Elder's greatest strength lay in his ability to bend and yield, never overly concerned with momentary victories or defeats, effortlessly positioning himself atop the conversation. By invoking Han Feng's injury, he maneuvered the narrative. Should Han Feng tragically pass away, the blame would ultimately fall upon Qingtian as the sect leader. I am not satisfied. Just as the crowd believed the matter would conclude, a clear voice pierced the air. Qingtian quickly turned to see that it was none other than Yi Qingtian who had spoken. As the sect leader, Qingtian found himself constrained by the opinions of others, whereas Yi Qingtian felt no such limitations. The Grand Elder looked towards Yi Qingtian, surprised that he would interject at such a critical moment. You must provide me with an explanation regarding today's events, Yi Qingtian demanded. I have already apologized publicly. The Grand Elder replied sternly. What more do you desire? Oh, an apology? Yi Qingtian's lips curled into a slight smile. How about I kill you and then apologize? What do you think? The Grand Elder countered, but Yi Laming suffered no harm. Yi Qingtian retorted coldly, that is only because my people acted swiftly. Had they not, he would now be a lifeless corpse. Yi Laming, being nurtured by Yi Qingtian himself and a descendant of his bloodline, held immense significance in Yi Qingtian's eyes. The last individual to target Yi Laming was none other than Wu Jiangshan, the monarch of the sacred martial dynasty, who had already met his demise in hell. If Yi Laming were to lose against a competitor of equal standing, Yi Qingtian would accept it as a matter of skill. One must simply accept defeat. However, should some aged relics lower their status and shamelessly attack him, that was something Yi Qingtian could never tolerate. In truth, even if Yi Qingtian refrained from acting, he possessed the means to eliminate the enemies of the Yi family, such as Wu Jiangshan, who had perished at the hands of the Nine Heavens sun-shooting bow. Yet, as a supreme being, it would be beneath Yi Qingtian to engage directly with these monarchs. Such actions would be considered a disgrace. He believed that any ruler should contend with those of equal or greater power, while a supreme being ought to draw their sword against even stronger supremes, rather than bully the weaker ones of lower realms. What then do you propose? The Grand Elder murmured. Yi Qingtian replied. It is quite simple. You shall receive an arrow from me. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth. Very well. He did not believe Yi Qingtian could slay him. After all, he was an exalted monarch, and in an era devoid of supreme beings, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to claim his life. Yi Qingtian turned his palm, revealing a longbow, the very one that had slain Wu Jiangshan of the sacred martial dynasty. He then produced a specially crafted golden arrow, drawing the bowstring taut. Its tip aimed directly at the Grand Elder, standing upon the dual platform. Whoosh! As Yi Qingtian released his grip, the golden arrow soared through the air, hurtling towards the Grand Elder with remarkable speed, resembling a streak of radiant golden light. Chapter 79. The True Cost of Blocking the Arrow, A Turn of Events. The facade torn asunder. Initially, the Grand Elder remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed, dismissing the incoming arrow as inconsequential. However, his tranquility swiftly dissipated, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror as the arrow approached with alarming velocity. In an instant, the arrow reached him, leaving him with no time to evade. He hastily raised his disciple Han Feng as a shield, while a formidable black battle armor materialized around him. Whoosh! The golden arrow pierced through Han Feng's body in a heartbeat. Clang! After penetrating Han Feng, the arrow continued its trajectory, embedding itself in the Grand Elder's black armor. Gasping, the Grand Elder stared at the arrow lodged in his armor, taking a deep breath. He had never anticipated the overwhelming power of this golden arrow. Had he not reacted in time, it would have been his own body that the arrow pierced, not Han Feng's. The black armor he donned, known as the Dark Moon armor, was a sacred defensive artifact, renowned for its impenetrability. Yet, it had been breached by this golden arrow. The memory of the incident filled him with dread. The others were equally astonished. Before the arrow was released, none among them believed it could inflict any harm on the Grand Elder. After all, the physique of a high-ranking monarch had been cultivated to an extraordinary level. They were taken aback to witness the Grand Elder using Han Feng as a shield, even summoning the sacred Dark Moon armor. Ultimately, The golden arrow had shattered the first layer of that armor, embedding itself within. This astonishing shot exceeded all their expectations. Reflecting on the moment, the sovereigns broke into a cold sweat, particularly the mid- and low-ranking monarchs, who lacked the protection of sacred artifacts. If that arrow had struck them, they would have had no means of defense and would likely have been slain. Qingtian regarded the Grand Elder, retracting the Nine Heavens bow. Although the arrow had not claimed the Grand Elder's life, the outcome was entirely within his expectations. The Grand Elder, being of significant status within the Darkmoon sect, undoubtedly possessed sacred defensive artifacts. No matter how powerful the Nine Heavens bow was, it remained a sacred artifact, and coupled with the Grand Elder being a high-ranking monarch, slaying him with a single arrow would require the invocation of supreme power. The true cost of the Grand Elder blocking the arrow was his disciple, Han Feng. In that moment, the Grand Elder had chosen to use Han Feng's body as a shield to save his own life, a sight witnessed by all. Previously, the disciples viewed the Grand Elder as a protective mentor, one who cared deeply for his students. Yet now, he appeared as a demon, willing to sacrifice the body of his own disciple for the sake of survival, unworthy of the title of a teacher. Taking advantage of the situation, Bian Shun rebuked, "Elder, your heart is indeed too cruel. To save your own life, you would use Han Feng as a shield." The elder, regaining his composure, gazed at Han Feng, whose lifeless body was pierced by a golden arrow that still lay in his grasp. At that moment, Han Feng had completely lost his breath. The arrow had struck him down instantly. It was only then that the elder realized the true potency of that arrow. Qingtian's arrow was aimed not just at the body, but at the heart. As Bian Shun voiced his condemnation, whispers spread among the disciples. The elder had indeed become merciless. How could he use Han Feng's life to protect himself? Han Feng regarded the elder as a father and obeyed him without question. No one could have anticipated that he would perish at the hands of the elder. What kind of favoritism is this? Is there any true protection that involves placing a cherished disciple in harm's way? This was the true nature of the elder, cold-hearted and ungrateful. It was rumored that the death of the former patriarch was also linked to him. I had heard such tales before and thought that the former patriarch had favored the elder. How could he commit such a vile act? Yet now, it seems that the former patriarch may indeed have fallen victim to the elder's schemes. After this arrow, the elder's previously esteemed image shattered completely, leading to vehement scorn among the disciples. They even revisited the old tale of the former patriarch's demise. The elder could not have anticipated that the favorable circumstances he once enjoyed would turn so swiftly against him. Hearing the murmurs of discontent, his complexion darkened. Han Feng's body still lay in his hands. Having just used him as a shield, all present had witnessed the truth that spoke louder than words. No amount of explanation would suffice. He remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had initially considered allowing Han Feng to live another day, but it seemed that his eagerness for death had led to his own demise. The elder's gaze fixed on Bian Shun, cold and piercing, as a palpable aura of menace filled the air. With his pretense now publicly stripped away, he resolved to abandon any attempts at reconciliation and instead declare war, seeking to shatter and rebuild the Darkmoon sect. "Indeed, you are correct. The death of the ancestor was orchestrated by me." The elder's shocking admission echoed through the hall. Gasps erupted as the disciples were left in disbelief, staring incredulously at the elder. Bian Shun, too, regarded the elder with astonishment, a flicker of unease rising within him. The elder's public confession had unmistakably signaled his intent to sever ties completely. The former patriarch had grown old, unable to perceive the shifting tides of the Qing realm, while the ancestor had remained in seclusion for millennia, silent and evidently fallen. The ancestor, however, was unwilling to accept this reality. Without the support of top-tier combat power, the decline and eventual destruction of the Darkmoon sect became inevitable, a fate that many powers had previously witnessed. It would be wiser to ally with the 10,000 Sword sect while they still held some value, with the Supreme seated there. They could ensure our safety for a millennium. The Darkmoon sect is not merely the Bian families. It embodies our collective efforts, and I cannot bear to witness its decline and demise. The elder spoke each word with solemnity. Qingtian scoffed, "You speak so eloquently. Why not simply declare your intentions? You wish to rebel, to seize control of the Darkmoon sect." The Grand Elder fixed a piercing gaze on Qingtian, retorting, "It is all you're doing. Had you not interfered, I could have taken over the Darkmoon sect without bloodshed, thereby averting a civil war and preserving its strength. But you forced my hand, compelling me to instigate this internal conflict. You are the true architects of this strife, and you shall bear full responsibility." The Grand Elder asserted vehemently. Bian Shun, incensed, replied, "Such nonsense. You are the real instigator of this civil war." The Grand Elder chuckled lightly. "History is written by the victors. Your declarations hold no weight in determining culpability." With a wave of his hand, dozens of sovereigns soared into the air. Chapter 80. The Last Resort. You do not presume to overturn the situation with merely a painting, do you? In terms of sovereigns, the Grand Elder's faction held an unequivocal advantage and dominance. The Dark Moon sect boasted 19 sovereigns, 7 upper tier, 5 mid-tier, and 7 lower tier. Among them, 5 upper tier, 3 mid-tier, and 4 lower tier sovereigns were aligned with the Grand Elder. Additionally, the Grand Elder's faction enjoyed the support of the 10,000 Sword sect, bolstering their strength considerably. In stark contrast, Qingtian's side was left with merely 7 sovereigns, only 2 of whom were upper tier. The disparity in power was overwhelmingly in favor of the Grand Elder. Had the Grand Elder not desired to maintain the integrity of the Dark Moon sect, he would have instigated this civil war long ago. He had invested immeasurable effort into the sect, viewing it as his own, unwilling to compromise its unity or diminish its overall strength. Yet, despite his meticulous scheming, he had not anticipated the interference of Qingtian and his companions, which shattered his carefully laid plans. The agreement to duel with the sect leader ended in failure, and Qingtian's arrow ruthlessly dismantled his facade, forcing him to discard his mask and ignite this civil war. Qingtian, out of respect for our past, I implore you one last time, surrender the sect leader's order sword, and I may show you mercy. The Grand Elder hovered above, gazing down upon Qingtian. A flicker of resoluteness crossed Qingtian's eyes as he declared, if you wish to claim the sect leader's order sword, you shall have to step over my corpse. Then let it be as you wish. The Grand Elder, weary of further discourse, erupted with an overwhelming battle intent. Boom, boom, boom. The sovereigns from both sides ascended, engaging in fierce combat, their clashes resonating with deafening sonic booms through the air. The ordinary disciples of the Dark Moon sect, witnessing this scene, were engulfed in panic. Initially oblivious to the true nature of the duel, they had assumed it was merely an internal competition. However, upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, they became aware of the hidden truths. In an instant, disciples began to take sides, some supporting the Grand Elder while others rallied behind the rightful sect, resulting in a chaotic skirmish. Yet, in comparison to the intense battles among the sovereigns, the scuffles among the disciples resembled mere child's play. As the disparity in strength was immense, both qualitatively and quantitatively, Qingtian's faction was vastly inferior to that of the Grand Elder. Even with the formidable prowess of Qingtian, it proved futile. Soon, the tide of battle became glaringly evident. The Dark Moon canopy. Qingtian sliced his fingertip, coalescing a drop of crimson blood at his fingertip before directing it towards the lunar disk atop the Grand Hall of the Dark Moon sect. With a swift motion, that drop of blood fell upon the lunar disk. Suddenly, a surge of black light ascended into the heavens. It was as if the skies above the Dark Moon sect were shrouded in darkness, transforming a previously clear day into an instant night. A full moon hung high in the firmament, casting an eerie chill. This was the ultimate formation of the Dark Moon sect, a synthesis of offense and defense. Beyond the canopy, breaching the formation was an arduous endeavor. Within its confines, disciples who had cultivated the secret texts of the Dark Moon sect would experience a temporary surge in power, while those uninitiated would find their strength suppressed by the canopy. This formation could only be activated in the direst of circumstances for the Dark Moon sect. Qingtian, have you lost your senses? The Grand Elder remarked, furrowing his brow. This formation is effective against outsiders, but against me? Do not forget, I am also a practitioner of the Dark Moon secret text. Qingtian felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. As defeat loomed near, he found himself devoid of options. Activating the Dark Moon canopy was a desperate measure. He understood that its effect would be limited, as this was an internal conflict. All disciples within the canopy, including those aligned with the Grand Elder, would see their powers augmented. I am well aware, Qingtian replied in a hushed tone, but you must also recognize that I possess the bloodline of the Dark Moon. Beneath the canopy, even though your strength will rise, mine will ascend to a far greater extent. With a dark golden longsword in hand, imbued with the essence of moonlight, Qingtian bellowed and struck towards the Grand Elder. The crescent moon slash, with a swift motion, a blade of light, reminiscent of a waning moon, sliced towards the Grand Elder. Bolstered by the Dark Moon canopy, the power of this strike was formidable. The very air trembled in its wake, fracturing the space around it. The Grand Elder, eyes narrowed, gritted his teeth at the sight of the oncoming blade. This was a signature technique of the sect's ancestors, renowned for its devastating might, particularly under the enhancement of the Dark Moon canopy. Though Qingtian lacked the overwhelming strength of the sect's ancestors, the Grand Elder dared not withstand the blow head-on. He hastily summoned 2 other upper-tier monarchs to collectively resist the strike. As the blade passed, the 3 monarchs appeared somewhat disheveled, bearing numerous wounds but escaping with their lives intact. Qingtian, this must be your final trump card. the Grand Elder remarked, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. He knew Bianchen well. The crescent moon slash, augmented by the dark moon canopy, represented Bianchen's most potent move. After this, he would have no further recourse. A trump card? Upon hearing those words, Bianchen suddenly realized he had overlooked something significant. The final trump card? No, that was incorrect. He still possessed a hidden advantage. He began to recollect with great care. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. He finally remembered. Previously, during his visit to the Dark Moon Pond, at Qingtian's suggestion, he had taken down a certain portrait. The image depicted is that of the venerable ancestor Qingtian, a figure imbued with an incredible force. In this moment of desperation, Bianchen had no alternative but to place his hopes upon this portrait. He unveiled the image and, with a cold smile directed at the Grand Elder, remarked, "You have indeed reminded me." The Grand Elder, observing the object in Bianchen's grasp, furrowed his brow and muttered, "What is this? A mere painting? Ha ha, esteemed sectmaster. Do you truly believe that you can turn the tide with just a painting? What lies within this artwork? Unveil it. Let us witness it firsthand. I am curious to see what it truly is." The two upper-tier emperors beside the Grand Elder burst into laughter at this spectacle. "Then as you wish," Bianchen exclaimed, gritting his teeth, filled with anticipation as he unfurled the painting. With a rustle, the image was revealed, and all present gazed upon it, only to find a solitary silhouette. At first glance, nothing appeared extraordinary. "Bianchen, have you been deceived?" The Grand Elder shook his head, chuckling ominously. Bianchen clenched his jaw, also uncertain. He had removed this portrait at Qingtian's suggestion, and he too was unaware of its potential efficacy. Could Qingtian truly deceive him? He glanced down at Qingtian, who merely smiled subtly, a glimmer of calmness upon his lips. Suddenly, the portrait in Bianchen's hands seemed to be torn asunder, fracturing into countless pieces. Simultaneously, a radiant golden light burst forth from the shattered image. Chapter 81. The Illusion of Yizun. The Qingtian Spear. Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, the Grand Elder and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. Could it be that this portrait truly harbored the means for Bianchen to overturn his dire situation? Who, indeed, was the figure within the painting? With a crack, the Grand Elder had no time to ponder further, as the dark veil above began to fracture, the cracks spreading in a web-like pattern in all directions. With a thunderous crash, the dark curtain shattered. What on earth is this? The Grand Elder's astonishment deepened. The energy erupting from the portrait was, astonishingly, more than sufficient to break through the dark moon's canopy. What kind of power lay concealed within this silhouette? From where had Bianchen obtained it? Having watched Bianchen grow, the Grand Elder was intimately familiar with his hidden trump cards and had never witnessed anything like this before. If Bianchen possessed such a secret, he would have revealed it long ago, rather than remain perpetually under his thumb. Could this image possibly originate from? The Grand Elder's eyes suddenly brightened with realization. He recalled that a few days prior, Bianchen had ventured to the Dark Moon Pool, the secluded sanctum of the sect's ancestor. At that time, his focus had been on whether the ancestor had been summoned from his seclusion. While the ancestor had remained undisturbed, that did not imply Bianchen returned empty-handed. This portrait could very well have been acquired from the ancestor's retreat. "Grand Elder, what is this? What shall we do next?" The two upper-tier emperors, witnessing the bizarre occurrence, were filled with trepidation and began to inquire anxiously. The golden light that erupted from the image was dazzlingly brilliant. The Grand Elder shielded his eyes with his hand and solemnly declared, "Do not panic. It may merely be a display of bluster. As long as the Supreme Being does not emerge, no one can turn the tide." His words served as a reassuring breath for the gathered crowd. Upon hearing the Grand Elder, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. To them, the Grand Elder was the cornerstone of their resolve, their pillar of strength. As the golden light gradually dissipated from the sky, fragments of the torn image floated down. Simultaneously, a spectral figure materialized in midair, clad in battle armor. With half of its face obscured by a mask, the figure stood tall in the heavens, exuding an imposing presence akin to that of a giant. In its grasp was a spear, its sharpness evident. What is that? It is terrifying. Just gazing from afar leaves me breathless," one murmured. This image was presented by our sect leader. Could it be the ancestor of the Dark Moon sect? Nay, I have seen the ancestor's likeness, and this figure is far more majestic. If it is not the ancestor, then who could it be? Uncertain. Yet I sense that such an aura and authority can only belong to a supreme being, no? At that moment, all eyes converged upon the spectral figure in the sky, filled with speculation about its identity. The majority of the disciples were youthful, barely a century old, unfamiliar with the ancestor of the Dark Moon sect, let alone the legendary supreme being Qingtian from millennia past. For them, both the ancestor and the legendary supreme were mere figures of myth, known by name yet unseen in form. Not only the young disciples were oblivious, Even elders who had lived for millennia found the figure unfamiliar. 1,000 years had passed, and countless lives had been extinguished in the river of time, with even the fate of the border moon remaining a mystery. That era felt too distant. Amidst the confusion, a voice resonated above the Dark Moon sect. The descendant of the Dark Moon sect, Bianchun, pays his respects to Supreme Yi. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as this voice echoed endlessly in the sky, clearly reaching every ear. What did the sect leader just say? Who did he pay respects to? Supreme Yi? Supreme Yi? Which Supreme Yi? Who else but the one and only Supreme Yi in this world? Indeed, it is Supreme Yi. He is the master of our ancestor. If I am not mistaken, that spear he wields is the Qingtian spear, known for sealing the Supremes. As Bianchun's voice resonated, enlightenment dawned upon the crowd. In that moment, tens of thousands of disciples of the Dark Moon sect knelt before the spectral figure in the sky. Even if it were merely a phantom of Supreme Yi, it was worthy of their utmost reverence. Paying respects to Supreme Yi. Paying respects to Supreme Yi. Paying respects to Supreme Yi. The chorus of thousands echoed like thunder, reverberating in all directions. In a nearby village, a hunter gazed vacantly at the peak of the Dark Moon sect. Not long ago, their village's savior had ventured to the sect, and he pondered anxiously about their current well-being. In moments of leisure, he gazed upon the summit where the Dark Moon sect resided. What was that? Suddenly, he beheld a radiant beam of golden light soaring into the heavens, shattering the darkness that enveloped the Dark Moon sect. Immediately, a formidable pressure enveloped him. A deity. Could it truly be a deity? The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, turned their gazes upward and knelt in reverence. To them, the Supreme One equated to divinity. Villages and towns surrounding the Dark Moon sect, upon catching sight of this ethereal figure and feeling the immense pressure, could not help but bow in worship. Yi the Supreme? The elder and his companions stared in sheer terror at the magnificent apparition before them. What jest is this? How could it possibly be Yi the Supreme? Bianchun, cease your theatrics. I know not what sorcery you have employed, but a mere illusion cannot frighten me. Despite his evident fear, with trembling limbs, the elder attempted to muster courage. Bianchun coldly smiled, disregarding the elder's words. He addressed the figure in the sky, declaring, "This man is a traitor to the Dark Moon sect, seeking its downfall. I implore Yi the Supreme to deliver justice for your younger kin. Annihilate this wretch." Bianchun, you persist in your charade, the elder bravely retorted. The apparition in the sky seemed to comprehend Bianchun's intent, its gaze piercing through to the elder and his companions. That gaze, sharp as a sword, inflicted unbearable pain upon the elder, who averted his eyes in dread. Elder, this does not appear to be mere trickery. It truly is the visage of Yi the Supreme. We must flee. One royal, unable to withstand the Supreme's pressure, teetered on the brink of madness, yearning to escape. We cannot flee. Even if this apparition is indeed Yi the Supreme, it remains but a shadow. The Supreme is not present in body. What is there to fear? The elder gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat. Then, the apparition moved. Grasping the celestial spear with its right hand, it hurled the weapon with great force. Whoosh! The celestial spear, like a streak of light, sped towards the elder. The elder's expression darkened. He swiftly seized a nearby royal, thrusting him in front as a shield. "No, please," the royal cried out in alarm. The elder employed the same ruse again. Yet this time, his naivety proved fatal. The celestial spear pierced through both their bodies with ease. Chapter 82. The indomitable might of the Supreme. Both upper-tier royals, clad in impenetrable armor, found their defenses as fragile as paper against the celestial spear. The weapon, launched by the apparition, penetrated their forms like a beam of light. Ultimately, it became lodged within a mountain, triggering a violent landslide that shook the very earth. The elder gazed in horror at the gaping wound upon his own body, while the royal he had used as a shield lay lifeless, breath abandoned. The Dark Moon armor, which had previously withstood golden arrows, now bore a gaping hole from the celestial spear's assault. Life within him ebbed swiftly, his breath growing ever fainter. As he looked upon the majestic figure of the Supreme in the sky, despair enveloped his heart. This outcome was beyond his wildest imagination. Bianchun astonishingly reversed the entire battle situation with a single painting. "The might of the Supreme is utterly unstoppable," the Grand Elder murmured, suddenly recalling a long-cherished saying. This phrase once resonated widely. Before the closure of the 9 realms, all sovereigns were governed by these 8 words. After the realms were sealed, many newly ascended sovereigns lacked a true understanding of the Supreme's power. Although the Grand Elder had lived for several millennia, he too belonged to the ranks of the newly emerged sovereigns post-closure, having never truly witnessed the Supreme's might. Now, he finally beheld it, albeit at an exorbitant cost. The essence of the Supreme's power is indeed insurmountable. The Grand Elder deeply grasped the true meaning of this phrase. A supreme being, even as but a shadow sealed within a painting for millennia, possesses the capacity to crush sovereigns. In an instant, the Grand Elder's thoughts raced. He felt his strength waning, the scene before him growing increasingly indistinct. Darkness enveloped him, and his body plummeted swiftly from the skies. The Grand Elder had fallen. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining sovereigns were seized with terror. At that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds: escape. Faced with a supreme, even if merely an apparition, they found no room for resistance. Escape. The remaining sovereigns scattered in all directions. The specter extended its colossal hand, grasping several sovereigns, and with a powerful squeeze, they were reduced to mere dust in an instant. However, as the sovereigns fled in diverse directions, a few managed to evade capture. Yet, these sovereigns were now akin to lost dogs, insignificant and easily hunted. It was merely a matter of time before they were pursued. Soon, the energy of the supreme apparition waned, and it dissipated with a thunderous roar in the sky. The towering spear, embedded in the distant mountains, vanished as well, leaving behind a gaping hole. With the dissolution of the supreme apparition, the internal conflict of the Dark Moon sect came to a definitive end. The Grand Elder's faction suffered a catastrophic defeat, for out of 5 high-ranking sovereigns perished at the hands of the supreme apparition, while 1 fled into obscurity. The remaining mid-ranking and low-ranking sovereigns also suffered grievous losses. What awaited the Dark Moon sect next was a brutal purging of its middle ranks. At the Sword Gate. Is that the aura of the Supreme? It emanates from the direction of the Dark Moon sect. Could it be that Bien Guanyue has ascended to supreme status? At the moment the towering spear was unleashed, numerous powerful figures in the Azure Realm sensed this presence. Wang Lai, the leader of the Sword Gate, gazed towards the Dark Moon sect, his eyes filled with unease. If Bien Guanyue truly became a supreme, it would spell dire news for the Sword Gate. Moreover, it would disrupt the existing power dynamics within the Azure Realm. Under the current hierarchy, although the Sword Gate does not govern the entirety of the Azure Realm, their word is law, and none dare challenge it. The reason is simple. The Sword Gate is protected by a supreme, even if this supreme remains reclusive. There are 2 supremes in the Azure Realm. Aside from the supreme of the Sword Gate, there is the alchemy supreme of the Medicine God Valley. However, the Medicine God Valley remains aloof, safeguarding its ancestral land without engaging in the power struggles of the outside world or expanding its influence. Thus, the Azure Realm has long been dominated solely by the 10,000 Sword sect. The emergence of another supreme would directly threaten the existing status and interests of the 10,000 Sword sect. Quickly, investigate the Dark Moon sect. I require precise information, commanded Wang Lai. Numerous spies hastily made their way to the Dark Moon sect. The 10,000 Sword sect needed to ascertain the situation. What exactly is happening? Wang Lai mused, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Just then, a streak of blood light appeared on the horizon, hurtling towards the 10,000 Sword sect with alarming speed, stirring many formidable figures within the sect. Halt! Wang Lai exclaimed as he swiftly moved forward to intercept the bloodlight. The bloodlight came to a stop, revealing a figure drenched in blood, nearly unrecognizable as human. Yet, the terror and unease in his eyes were unmistakable. Despite his ghastly appearance, Wang Lai could still discern from his aura that he was a high-ranking monarch of the Dark Moon sect. What transpired in the Dark Moon sect? Wang Lai inquired in a grave tone. It was astonishing that a high-ranking monarch would resort to blood escape techniques to flee. What dreadful events had unfolded within the Dark Moon sect? The monarch gradually regained his composure upon seeing Wang Lai, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast a fearful glance behind him, as if wary of something. Noticing the concern in his gaze, Wang Lai urged, "Follow me." He then escorted the monarch to the main hall of the 10,000 Sword sect. "This place is secure. You may speak freely," Wang Lai assured. The fleeing monarch finally exhaled in relief, his demeanor visibly relaxed. The presence of a supreme at the 10,000 Sword sect ensured his safety. "A supreme," he began. Upon hearing those 2 words, Wang Lai's pupils constricted. Could it be that the Dark Moon sect had truly produced a supreme? Had the Grand Elder's rebellion failed? "It is Supreme Yi," the fleeing monarch continued. Wang Lai furrowed his brow and asked solemnly, "Supreme Yi? Has the Dark Moon sect truly produced a supreme?" Confused by these revelations, Wang Lai expressed his dissatisfaction. "Organize your thoughts and speak clearly." After a prolonged pause, the high-ranking monarch recounted. Bien Chen somehow acquired a painting depicting Supreme Yi. He detailed the events following Bien Chen's unveiling of the painting, his eyes still reflecting an unmistakable fear. The Grand Elder was pierced through by a spear. Sensing the dire situation, I immediately utilized the blood escape technique to flee. Though it nearly cost me my life, I managed to escape, he recounted with a look of lingering dread. Had I hesitated for even a moment, I would have met my demise. After listening to his account, Wang Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the Dark Moon sect did not have a new supreme. It was merely a phantom of the supreme imprisoned within the painting. Chapter 83. The Phoenix Empress? The mystery of the disappearance of the ancestor of the Dark Moon sect. Upon learning about the events that transpired within the Dark Moon sect, Wang Lai finally set aside his inner turmoil. Please, master, you must take me in, pleaded a high-ranking emperor who had escaped from the Dark Moon sect. Although he had managed to flee, it did not guarantee his safety. Without a sanctuary, he would inevitably be hunted down by the Dark Moon sect, living in perpetual fear. In the Azure Realm, there exist numerous factions capable of rivaling the Dark Moon sect, such as the Zhuge dynasty and the Jinhai dynasty. These powers might consider sheltering him. Yet they would not risk incurring the wrath of the Dark Moon sect on his behalf. The only force that could ensure his safety was the 10,000 Sword sect. Wang Lai cast a fleeting glance at him, his eyes betraying a subtle disdain, as if he were gazing upon a stray dog bereft of its home. To the 10,000 Sword sect, a wounded high-ranking emperor reduced to a pitiful state was hardly a precious asset. However, considering the catastrophic losses suffered by Wang Xiong's lineage in the Canglan Realm, the 10,000 Sword sect required reinforcement to compensate for this deficiency in strength. The other party was still a high-ranking emperor, and even if diminished, he retained some semblance of utility. With this thought in mind, Wang Lai nodded and stated, "You may remain with the 10,000 Sword sect, but you must swear a blood oath, pledging your loyalty henceforth. Should you betray us, divine retribution shall befall you." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking emperor hastily established his blood oath, declaring, "I shall henceforth dedicate myself wholly to the 10,000 Sword sect. Should I betray this oath, let divine retribution strike me down." As the words left his lips, a drop of blood transformed into a seal, merging with his being. Wang Lai continued, "Your injuries are severe. First, seek treatment at the Valley of the Divine Healer. Once you have recovered, I shall assign you a position." "Thank you, master," he expressed gratefully. Bowing repeatedly, in the Dark Moon sect, following the defeat of the Grand Elder, a sweeping purge engulfed the entire sect. Previously, the recruitment of new disciples had been under the Grand Elder's strict control. This meant that he wielded power over the influx of fresh blood into the sect. In his attempts to expand the number of disciples, the Grand Elder repeatedly relaxed the standards, while his subordinates exploited hidden rules for personal gain, accepting numerous unqualified new disciples. This directly resulted in a recent influx of disciples of mixed quality, leading to rampant misconduct within the Dark Moon sect's territory, tarnishing its once favorable reputation. During this purge, those unqualified disciples were ruthlessly expelled from the sect. Being expelled was, after all, the best outcome one could hope for amidst such a cleansing. The mid-level disciples who had clearly sided with the Grand Elder were dismissed on the spot. Following the purge, Bianchen regained complete control over the Dark Moon sect. The Dark Moon sect's survival through this crisis is truly thanks to all of you. Such immense favor cannot go unacknowledged. Please allow me to bow in gratitude." Bianchen expressed to the members of the Yi family, offering thanks publicly. The restoration of the Dark Moon sect to his command was largely due to the contributions of the Yi family. Had they not intervened, the Dark Moon sect would have fallen entirely under the Grand Elder's dominion. Furthermore, the portrait that symbolized the salvation of the Dark Moon sect belonged to the ancestor of the Yi family. Out of both sentiment and reason, Bianchen felt compelled to express his gratitude. Yi Changsheng replied, "We are all family. The sect master need not be so formal." Bianchen responded, "If the Yi family is in need, the Dark Moon sect is willing to face fire and water. The Yi family currently finds no need for the assistance of the Dark Moon sect. However, it is imperative that you locate your ancestor promptly." Yi Qingtian interjected, interrupting the pleasantries exchanged between the two, and inquired, "Where was your ancestor last seen before returning?" Upon addressing this matter, Bianchen's expression gradually grew somber. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "The Medicine God Valley." "The Medicine God Valley?" Yi Qingtian's eyes brightened at this revelation. Bianchen nodded affirmatively and continued, "Indeed, it was the Medicine God Valley. After sustaining severe injuries during the battle at the Half Moon Mountain Range, our ancestor first went there to recuperate, then returned to seclusion, and ultimately vanished without a trace." Yi Qingtian probed further. Whom did he battle at the Half Moon Mountain Range? This question had long plagued him. Upon his initial entry into the Qing realm, his curiosity had been piqued, yet the hunters he encountered only mentioned two powerful ancestors engaged in combat, without revealing their identities. Bianchen pondered briefly before responding, "I am not well versed in the details of that great battle, but I have heard from the elders that the opposing force was the Phoenix Empress from the Zhuge dynasty." "The Phoenix Empress?" Yi Qingtian exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of perplexity, as he murmured, "How could the little Phoenix and that young man possibly come to blows?" He was no stranger to the Phoenix Empress. In his memory, she shared a deep bond with Bien Guanyue, leaving him bewildered as to why they would clash. Could it be that they had turned against one another? Is there an issue? Bien Shen asked, puzzled. Yi Qingtian shook his head. No, there is no issue. After a brief pause, he inquired, what else do you know about this great battle? Bien Shen carefully deliberated and replied, according to the elders. Prior to the commencement of the battle, our ancestor commanded that regardless of the outcome, life or death, victory or defeat, the disciples of the Dark Moon sect should not regard the Zhuge dynasty as enemies. It seems that the Zhuge dynasty issued a similar decree. Yi Qingtian contemplated these words deeply. It was not difficult to deduce that the clash between Bien Guanyue and the Phoenix Empress had been premeditated and did not appear to stem from animosity. Does this matter relate to the disappearance of our ancestor? Bien Shen asked, furrowing his brow with curiosity. They had previously speculated that the elders' prolonged seclusion might be linked to that battle, having sustained grave injuries requiring an extended period of recuperation. However, upon opening the stone door, Bien Shen found no trace of his ancestor, leading him to disconnect the elders' disappearance from the battle. To him, the battle and the disappearance seemed unrelated. Yi Qingtian gently shook his head. I too am uncertain. At that moment, the connection between the battle against the Phoenix Empress, the recuperation at the Medicine God Valley, and the subsequent disappearance eluded him. Yet, his intuition suggested that these three events were likely interconnected. Prepare a flying vessel for me. Yi Qingtian instructed Bien Shen. Bien Shen nodded in acknowledgement, responding, of course. Unlike his previous state of confusion, Yi Qingtian now possessed a glimmer of clarity. Investigating these three matters would be straightforward. Simply inquire at the Medicine God Valley and the Zhuge dynasty. Given that the Zhuge dynasty was quite distant from the Dark Moon sect, Yi Qingtian resolved to first journey to the Medicine God Valley for further exploration. Do you require my company? Bien Shen inquired. Yi Qingtian responded. The Dark Moon has just endured a fierce battle, and the situation remains precarious. As the sect leader, you ought to remain at the sect to oversee the greater affairs. Upon hearing this, Bien Shen nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Indeed, the Grand Elder had Wang Xiong of the 10,000 Sword sect as his backing. Though the Grand Elder has perished, I must still be wary of Wang Xiong. They may seek to exploit our vulnerabilities. Wang Xiong? Yi Qingtian's expression turned cold upon hearing the name. Beside him, Yi Changsheng remarked, Bien sect leader, there is no need to fear Wang Xiong. Why is that? Bien Shen asked, taken aback. Chapter 84. The Valley of the Medicine God. Might I inquire, does anyone here suffer from ailments? Wang Xiong is dead. If there are matters to address, let us burn paper offerings. Yi Laming elucidated, his explanation succinct and straightforward. What? Did you say Wang Xiong is dead? Bien Shen's disbelief was palpable. Suddenly, he recalled a piece of information he had received some time ago. Wang Xiong led a contingent to the Canglan Realm. At the time, he had been preoccupied with negotiating with the Grand Elder and had not given it much thought, unaware of Wang Xiong's intentions in the Canglan Realm. Could it be that Wang Xiong went to the Canglan Realm to confront your Yi family? Bien Shen exclaimed. Yi Changsheng replied, confronting the Yi family is merely a pretext. Their true aim is the entire Canglan Realm. Bien Shen remarked, and then, the Yi family annihilated them? Certainly. The Canglan Realm is not the backyard of the 10,000 Sword sect. To dare to flaunt power there would certainly incur consequences, Yi Changsheng stated calmly, his voice low. Upon hearing this, Bien Shen's lips quivered slightly. The utterance of these words from Yi Changsheng carried a nonchalant air, yet to Bien Shen's ears, it resonated with the thunderous might of authority. He had been worried that Wang Xiong might seize the opportunity to attack. Little did he realize that Wang Xiong had already been vanquished by the Yi family. Truly, the descendants of the Yi sovereign are formidable. Bien Shen reflected with a heavy heart. A flying vessel ascended from the Dark Moon sect, adorned with a banner of the Dark Moon fluttering in the wind. Yi Qingtian and the others boarded the vessel, steering it toward the Valley of the Medicine God. The Valley of the Medicine God. A supreme power that never engaged in external conflicts and remained neutral, focused solely on the pursuit of pharmacological knowledge, healing the wounded, and saving lives. Over millennia, they have aided countless souls, especially prior to the sealing of the 9 realms. Beings from the 9 realms afflicted with grave and incurable ailments would seek remedies at the Valley of the Medicine God. They welcomed all who came seeking aid, regardless of age, gender, morality, or origin, provided they could offer something of value in return. Naturally, the requirements varied depending on the individual and their afflictions. The vessel sped through the skies, drawing ever closer to the Valley of the Medicine God. Surrounding them were numerous other vessels heading in the same direction. Most of these belonged to second and third tier factions. And upon sighting the Dark Moon sect's battle banner, they chose to steer clear, refraining from provoking them. Before long, a city materialized before their eyes. Even from a distance, The fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted towards them. Is this the valley of the medicine god? Bianchen pondered. No, it appears to be a city. Where's the valley? Yi Laming gazed at the distant city, murmuring softly. This is Yaoshan City, derived from Yaoshan Valley. The disciples of the Dark Moon sect are divided into inner and outer gates. You may understand this as the outer valley of Yaoshan Valley. Yi Qingtian explained. Renowned across the 9 realms, Yaoshan Valley attracts countless seekers of elixirs and remedies. Thus it is impractical for all to crowd into the valley. Hence, this city was born. Within its walls, nearly every establishment is a pharmacy or clinic run by the disciples of Yaoshan Valley, allowing the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs to waft through the air from a great distance. I comprehend now. This city caters to both ordinary individuals and practitioners. While the inner valley is reserved for the formidable and various powerful factions, Yi Laming nodded. In the midst of their conversation, the flying vessel had already reached the skies above Yaoshan City, its speed diminishing. A strong figure, an expert of the transformation realm, descended gracefully upon the vessel. Clad in a green robe, he bore a symbol of a humble herb upon his chest. At first glance, this herb appeared unremarkable, yet across the 9 realms, none dared to underestimate it, for it represented the insignia of Yaoshan Valley. The man in green was indeed a disciple of Yaoshan Valley. Esteemed guests, he greeted the assembly with a respectful clasp of his hands. According to the regulations of Yaoshan Valley, flying vessels are not permitted to hover above Yaoshan City. I kindly request that you lower your vessel, as the city has designated specific docking areas. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian nodded slightly. This was indeed a rule of Yaoshan Valley. What would happen if we do not descend? Yi Laming inquired. The man in green, far from irate, merely smiled gently and replied, that remains your prerogative. You may choose to disregard the regulations of Yaoshan Valley, but likewise, we have the option to refuse you entry. Then let us descend, Yi Laming decided. In this moment, he shed his previously reckless demeanor, opting to adhere to the rules. Instinctively, he felt that as a practitioner, one could inevitably fall ill or sustain injuries, and there may come a day when he would require treatment here. Thus, it was wise to remain compliant. Thank you for your cooperation, the man in green said. Under his guidance, the flying vessel docked at the designated area. Other factions followed suit, adhering to the regulations of Yaoshan Valley, landing their vessels as well. After all, those who come to Yaoshan Valley seek assistance. Once the vessel had landed, they proceeded on foot into the city. Within the city, one could encounter individuals as feeble as a commoner and those as revered as emperors. In the outside world, their fates would rarely intertwine. However, here, they shared a common identity, that of the afflicted. Under the order of Yaoshan Valley, their statuses were equal. Of course, there were always those who defied convention, viewing the ordinary as mere weeds, disrupting the harmony of the city. The consequence of such arrogance was expulsion from the city. While the disciples of Yaoshan Valley were not skilled in combat, a mere word from them could summon countless willing to serve. Yaoshan Valley may appear to be unconcerned with worldly affairs, yet the goodwill cultivated through their acts of healing represents an astonishing latent power. May I ask, does anyone among you require medical attention? The man in green queried. Yi Qingtian, without preamble, boldly stated, I have come to inquire about a particular matter. The man in the green attire was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Inquiring about matters at the Medicine God Valley? It was hardly an intelligence agency. Quite remarkable indeed. He replied, I apologize, but the Medicine God Valley is a place dedicated to healing and saving lives. If you seek information, you may have come to the wrong place. Yi Qingtian responded, what I wish to inquire about pertains to someone who once came to the Medicine God Valley for treatment. I have not come to the wrong place. Then it is even less permissible, the man in green said. Confidentiality is our fundamental principle. We cannot disclose information regarding any individual. Yi Qingtian asserted, the matter I wish to investigate is beyond your level of comprehension and capacity to bear. It would be prudent for you to report this upwards, mentioning that someone is inquiring about the ancestor of the Dark Moon sect. It then dawned on the man in green that this group had arrived aboard the Dark Moon sect's flying vessel. Typically, representatives of such a faction would have access to the inner valley. This indeed was not a matter he could handle. I shall report this immediately. Please wait a moment. He promptly conceded. Chapter 85. Trader Liu nearby stood an inn. After the man in green departed, they entered the establishment to wait. In Medicine God City, there were primarily 3 major industries: medicinal shops, apothecaries, and inns. With a bustling flow of people, the inns provided essential lodging and meals. Yi Qingtian and his companions settled into the inn, ordered a pot of tea, and patiently awaited news. Just as they were waiting, they suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Upon focusing their gaze, an elderly man appeared at the entrance of the inn. Cloaked in a long robe, he wrapped himself tightly, seemingly wary of being recognized. Others, upon sighting the old man, kept their distance, for his robe bore the insignia of the 10,000 Swords sect. This marked him as one of their members. In the Azure Realm, no one dared provoke the 10,000 Swords sect. Even the most inebriated of drunks would instantly sober up at the sight of their emblem. Which elder is that? Qingtian inquired, as if seeking clarification. Unless I am mistaken, it is the third elder, Liu, I believe. After escaping, he transformed himself into a member of the 10,000 Swords sect, Qingtian remarked. Ancestor, should we not eliminate this traitor? Yi Laming said, his fists clenched. Eager for action. Foolishness. Qingtian retorted. This man is an upper-level sovereign. How could you possibly contend with him? Yet Qingtian replied nonchalantly, since we have encountered him. It must be fate. Heaven has arranged for me to settle scores with that lad. If you are so interested, I shall leave it to you. Grandfather, you must not. This man is an upper-level sovereign. Laming may not stand a chance against him. Qingtian swiftly intervened. Qingtian, however, remained composed, saying, though he is indeed an upper-level sovereign, he is already injured and utilized blood escape techniques during his flight, leaving him gravely weakened. Otherwise, he would not have sought medicine at the Medicine God Valley. It is perfectly suitable for Laming to handle this matter. Should he falter, you may intervene. Upon hearing Qingtian's words, Qingtian could only fall silent. He clenched his fists, holding his breath and focusing intently, ready to strike should Yi Laming falter. After receiving Qingtian's permission, Yi Laming flipped his palm, and the purple thunder dragon spear appeared in his hand, its tip aimed directly at Liu as he shouted. Traitor Liu, prepare to meet your demise. This sudden turn of events startled everyone in the inn, particularly Liu. At that moment, he had just approached the counter to book a room, having secured the key when he heard someone call his name. No, it wasn't him they were calling. His name was Liu, not simply Liu. Yet, he instinctively turned to look. The sight before him sent a shiver down his spine. The youth wielding the purple spear was all too familiar. Yi Laming had participated in the tournament at the Darkmoon sect, achieving a series of victories and defeating the Grand Elder's favored disciple, Han Feng, thus making quite a name for himself. Consequently, Liu recognized Yi Laming instantly. However, one Yi Laming alone was not enough to instill such fear in Liu. After all, he was a sovereign of high rank, even severely wounded. He was not easily threatened by a mere warlord. What truly unnerved him was the elder standing behind Yi Laming, Qingtian. Having crossed blades with Qingtian before, Liu understood all too well that he too was a high-ranking sovereign with formidable combat prowess. Were a confrontation to ensue, he had no doubt he would be outmatched. Liu's heart was filled with anguish. He had finally escaped to the 10,000 Sword sect, joining its ranks and feeling a sense of relief as he sought medicine in the Apothecary Valley to heal his wounds. Little did he expect to encounter these individuals once more in the very place he sought refuge. How unfortunate. Taking a deep breath, he made an effort to calm himself and said, I believe you have mistaken me. You are the third elder of the Darkmoon sect, Liu. And there is no mistake, Yi Laming asserted. Qingtian interjected. It is Liu, not just Liu. Realization dawned on Yi Laming, who then corrected himself. You are indeed the third elder of the Darkmoon sect, Liu. I would recognize you even if you were reduced to ashes. Liu pointed to the emblem on his attire in a futile attempt to argue. You are mistaken. I am not an elder of the Darkmoon sect, but a member of the 10,000 Sword sect. Look, this is the insignia of the 10,000 Sword sect. The onlookers in the inn, curious at his words, turned to see and nodded in agreement. That was unmistakably the emblem of the 10,000 Sword sect. In the Azure Realm, no one dared impersonate the 10,000 Sword sect. Do you think that escaping to the 10,000 Sword sect guarantees your safety? Qingtian spoke up. I have always despised traitors. Laming, no need to waste words with him, just slay him. Upon hearing this, Liu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily exclaimed, I must remind you that this is the Apothecary Valley, where fighting is strictly prohibited. If you dare to harm me, it would be a blatant violation of the rules of the Apothecary Valley, and they will not let you go. Let us not forget that the Apothecary Valley is under the protection of supreme powers. Seeing that his attempts at reasoning had failed, he resorted to invoking the rules of the Apothecary Valley in a desperate bid to deter them. To his surprise, his words did momentarily intimidate Yi Laming. Execute him. Qingtian, however, paid no heed to Liu's invocation of the Apothecary Valley's regulations and simply uttered the command to kill. Very well. Upon hearing the words, Yi Laming cast aside all reservations and lunged forward with his spear. Truly a madman, Liu exclaimed, cursing vehemently at the sight. He could hardly believe that the other party would completely disregard the rules set by the Medicine God Valley regarding combat within the city. As Yi Laming charged at him, he had no choice but to retaliate. How dare a mere war king lay hands on this emperor? Liu shouted in rage, gripping a battle knife. He met Yi Laming's spear head-on, He was not afraid of Yi Laming. Rather, it was Yi Changsheng behind him that instilled fear. Clang. The clash of weapons produced a dazzling shower of sparks. Li Yu felt an immense force emanating from the spear, causing him to stagger backward several steps. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave surged outward, impacting the surroundings. The patrons in the inn were filled with terror, their hearts pounding in fear. They never anticipated that a sovereign-level powerhouse would disregard the regulations of the Medicine God Valley and engage in combat here. Most among them were of low cultivation, and the terrifying residual energy from the royal clash could easily claim their lives. Observing the chaos, Yi Changsheng swiftly intervened, nullifying the combat's residual force. The onlookers finally escaped calamity, no longer daring to linger and watch the spectacle. They leapt from the windows and fled far away, terrified of being caught in the crossfire again. How could this be possible? Li Yu stared at Yi Laming in horror. He was a high-ranking sovereign, even when gravely injured. His strength remained that of a sovereign. Yet Yi Laming, merely a war king, was able to repel him, far exceeding his understanding and expectations. Chapter 86. No one is permitted to break the rules of the Medicine God Valley. Is that so? During the martial arts competition at the Dark Moon sect, Li Yu had previously admired Yi Laming's prowess and talent. However, at that time, he regarded Yi Laming merely as a promising young genius. Now, witnessing the battle firsthand, he realized just how formidable this youth was, far beyond the simplistic label of genius. Though he was only a war king, he possessed astonishing combat power nearing that of a lower-ranking sovereign. What a breathtaking spectacle! Whoosh! Li Yu had no time to ponder further as the violet spear lunged toward him once more, the sound of slicing air ringing in his ears. Yi Laming's assaults rained down upon Li Yu like a tempest, exacerbating the injuries he had yet to recover from, rendering him utterly defenseless. In this dire situation, his only means of escape was to employ blood escape. However, he had just used it not long ago and was thus severely wounded. Unable to perform it again in a short span of time, Li Yu retreated repeatedly until he could retreat no further. Bang! The spear descended heavily, and Li Yu raised his knife in defense. With a tremendous impact, his legs buckled, and he involuntarily knelt on the ground, shattering the stone tiles beneath his knees. What a sovereign, after all, Yi Laming declared proudly. Faced with this predicament, Li Yu ceased his struggles and resistance, stating plainly, "If you wish to kill me, then do it. Stop." At that moment, an ancient voice resonated within the inn. An elderly man clad in gray appeared. The gray garb he wore was made from a medicinal herb. The herb signifies his identity. He belongs to the esteemed Medicine God Valley. Elder Jiang, please save me. This man blatantly disregards the rules of the Medicine God Valley, wreaking havoc in the city with the intent to kill me. I implore you, Elder Jiang, to uphold justice. Upon seeing the elder clad in gray, Li Yu's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he cried out loudly. However, Yi Laming remained indifferent, raising his purple lightning dragon spear and ruthlessly thrusting it into Li Yu's chest. With a muffled sound, Li Yu stared at the spear protruding from his chest, disbelief flooding his gaze. How dare this young man act brazenly in front of the elder of the Medicine God Valley? Was he not afraid of offending them? Such questions bewildered Li Yu, and as his eyes gradually dimmed, he slumped helplessly to the ground. The elder, referred to as Elder Jiang by Li Yu, was incensed upon witnessing this scene. He had not anticipated that this youth would dare to publicly flout the rules of the Medicine God Valley and ignore his admonitions, demonstrating utter contempt for the valley. Such audacity! The Medicine God Valley has explicit regulations against fighting in the city, and you openly defy our rules. Elder Jiang reprimanded, his voice heavy with authority. Yi Changsheng stepped forward, pointing at Li Yu's body, stating, "He is a member of the Dark Moon sect. We are merely cleansing our ranks, which does not constitute a violation of the Medicine God Valley's rules." Elder Jiang furrowed his brow and retorted, "Nonsense. He is clearly dressed in the attire of the 10,000 Sword sect. How can he be of the Dark Moon sect?" Yi Changsheng replied, "Precisely because he is a traitor, we must cleanse our ranks, and we have not harmed anyone." Having set up a small defensive formation, Yi Changsheng ensured that Yi Laming and Li Yu were isolated within, limiting the impact of the battle to the inn and minimizing external repercussions. No one was injured. Only some tables, chairs, and beverages were damaged. I care not whether he is from the 10,000 Sword sect or the Dark Moon sect. You have violated the rules and should be expelled from the city. Elder Jiang waved his hand, speaking gravely. Outside the city, personal grievances or cleansing ranks may be settled as you please, but within the city, fighting is absolutely forbidden. This is a decree established by the supreme authority of the Medicine God Valley. Rules are rules. No one is above them. I advise you to leave Medicine God City voluntarily, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Do not underestimate the Medicine God Valley. Elder Jiang's expression was solemn, his demeanor taut. leaving no room for leniency. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow at this proclamation. No opportunity for negotiation? Really? Just then, Yi Qingtian, who had been silent, finally spoke. Upon hearing his voice, Elder Jiang turned to Yi Qingtian, nodding. Indeed, this is the rule of the Medicine God Valley. No one is permitted. He intended to continue, stating that no one could break the rules of the Medicine God Valley. However, before he could finish, he found himself speechless, his face a mask of shock. Before him, Yi Qingtian's right hand revealed an extraordinary green herb. The appearance of the small grass mirrored the intricate patterns adorning his attire. This peculiar grass, when unveiled by Yi Qingtian, emanated a rich aura of life that captivated all who beheld it. Following the intense battle between Yi Leiming and Li Yu, which had drained considerable spiritual energy, the vitality of the small grass swiftly rejuvenated Yi Qingtian's reserves. In the open space outside the inn, a diminutive tree inexplicably surged upward, growing at an astonishing rate until it transformed into a towering giant. The astonishing scene left the onlookers utterly astounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the extraordinary spectacle before them. What could possibly account for this? How had the tree suddenly ascended to such heights? Observing Elder Zhang's expression, one could easily infer that this bizarre phenomenon was likely connected to the small grass. Elder Zhang fixated intently on the verdant sprout nestled in Yi Qingtian's palm, his earlier stubbornness and discontent evaporating in an instant. Rules, it seemed, could sometimes be bent. Elder Jiang, disregarding his dignity, publicly revised his stance. The moment these words escaped his lips, shock rippled through the crowd. Had the established rules of Yaoshan Valley truly been broken? Weren't they adamant that no one should dare infringe upon them? Just moments ago, they had resolutely insisted that such boundaries were untouchable. Only to witness them violated so swiftly, it was nothing short of a slap in the face. The crowd's gaze turned towards the small grass in Yi Qingtian's hand, the catalyst for Elder Zhang's dramatic transformation. The tree outside the inn had undoubtedly thrived under the influence of this remarkable grass. What was the true nature of this grass? It bore an uncanny resemblance to the insignia of Yaoshan Valley. Could it possibly be the fabled herb of life? Some knowledgeable individuals began to discern the implications. The herb of life? Wasn't it believed to have gone extinct long ago? A gasp echoed through the assembly. This herb was exceedingly rare and held immeasurable value, nearly impossible to find within the entirety of the Qing realm. Many had asserted that the herb of life had already vanished from existence. Yet here it was, reappearing before their very eyes. How could they not be astonished? Particularly Elder Jiang, who understood the extraordinary worth of the herb of life. Breaking a rule once seemed trivial in comparison to such a discovery. Chapter 87. A reunion with an old friend. Greeting the Supreme, may I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Elder Jiang spoke once more, his tone markedly more reverent. Although he was unaware of the individual's true identity, the possession of the herb of life indicated that this person was no ordinary being. Li Yu lay lifeless in a pool of blood, his remains already cold, yet at this moment, no one paid heed to whether he was affiliated with the Wanjian sect or the Dark Moon sect. In the presence of the herb of life, Li Yu seemed insignificant, forgotten by all. Yi Qingtian clenched his palm, concealing the precious herb of life. Do you intend to converse in such a public setting? He uttered nonchalantly. Elder Jiang, upon hearing this, surveyed the surroundings and found himself surrounded by a throng of spectators, each with wide eyes, engrossed in the unfolding narrative. At that moment, the young man in the blue attire, who had previously attended to Yi Qingtian and his companions, returned to the scene, pushing through the crowd. Elder, he respectfully called out to his own elder before turning to Yi Qingtian and solemnly stating, esteemed guests, please follow me into the inner valley. Wait. Elder Jiang exclaimed as he witnessed a disciple whisking Yi Qingtian away. What does this mean? How dare you steal someone from right under my nose? The young man before him possessed the life herb and had a significant background. He had not yet extracted any information, so he could not easily relinquish Yi Qingtian to another. The young man replied, Elder Jiang, this is not a matter of a disciple snatching someone from you. It is an order from the Grand Elder. Although the young man was a disciple, he exhibited an air of confidence. Upon hearing the title of Grand Elder, Elder Jiang, known for his fiery temper, felt a flicker of apprehension in his eyes, and his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He waved his hand dismissively, altering his tone. Go quickly, do not delay the Grand Elder's important matters. The young man nodded slightly, and then led Yi Qingtian and the others into the inner valley. The inner valley was the true abode of the Apothecary God Valley. They entered through a teleportation array from the Apothecary City and were instantly struck by the transformation of their surroundings. The towering buildings vanished, replaced by lush, towering trees with verdant leaves glistening with dew, casting dappled shadows. Stepping into the inner valley, the air felt refreshingly pure. infused with a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs that uplifted the spirit. The person we just encountered was the city guard elder, Jiangnu, true to his name. He has a fiery temperament and is easily provoked. If I have offended anyone, I hope for your understanding, the young man casually explained. Unbeknownst to him, he had just reported to the inner valley, unaware of the unfolding events at the inn or that Qingtian had revealed the life herb. However, observing the scene within the inn, he could surmise that a conflict had transpired, evident from the sight of a figure lying in a pool of blood. It seemed Qingtian and the bloodied individual had clashed, which explained Elder John's presence there. Had he not arrived in time, a fierce confrontation might have erupted. He silently rejoiced at his timely appearance, averting a potential catastrophe. Are you not afraid of him discovering your discussions behind his back? Yi Changxing inquired with a smile. The young man in blue chuckled and pointed to the sky, saying, Not at all. I have protection. The Grand Elder is my master. As they conversed, the group arrived at a modest wooden cabin, where an elderly man was grinding herbs at a stone table outside. The young man approached respectfully, announcing, Master, I have brought the individuals. The elder lifted his gaze to scrutinize Qingtian and the others, assessing them one by one until his eyes landed on Qingtian, causing his pupils to constrict in disbelief. We have run out of water at home. Please fetch some from the spiritual spring, the elder commanded. The young man glanced at the nearby water barrel, which was nearly overflowing, filled to the brim that very morning. Master, isn't there water? It was just filled this morning, he murmured in response. Upon hearing the words, the elder flicked his fingers against the water tank. Bang! A powerful force struck the tank, causing it to shatter into countless pieces, with the precious spirit water spilling forth abundantly. This spirit water was extraordinarily valuable, capable of fetching an exorbitant price in the outside world. The young man observed this scene with immense sorrow. Is there still water? The elder inquired. Upon hearing this, the young man couldn't help but tremble internally, understanding the unspoken message, and replied, Disciple comprehends. He then obediently took up a bucket to fetch water. Who were those individuals? Truly? As he made his way to collect water, the young man was filled with confusion. After the elder had shattered the water tank, he realized that the request for him to fetch water was merely a ruse to send him away. Yet, he could not fathom what kind of figures could compel his master to act in such a manner. He dared not steal a glance, for those individuals were undoubtedly more formidable than he. Should he attempt to eavesdrop, they would easily detect him, and he would be unable to escape punishment. Although his curiosity was piqued, he understood well that curiosity can lead to peril. Some matters were best left unknown. The elder had sent him away for this very reason. In front of the wooden hut, after dismissing his disciple, the elder respectfully bowed to Qingtian. I pay my respects to the Supreme One, he said with reverence. Qingtian regarded the elder before him and chuckled softly. Jiang Qingfeng, it has been a long time. The elder, known as Jiang Qingfeng, was the Grand Elder of the Medicine God Valley, of considerable age. He was significantly older than Yi Changxing and Lu Mingyang. Yet his vitality far surpassed that of the former two, who were already half in their graves. Although Jiang Qingfeng appeared aged, his vigor and spirit remained remarkably robust. It was precisely because Jiang Qingfeng had lived for so long that he immediately recognized Yi Qingtian's appearance and identity. Previously, he had been curious about who was inquiring about the news of the Dark Moon sect's ancestor, never expecting it to be Yi Qingtian. Supreme One Yu, Jiang Qingfeng began, a look of perplexity crossing his face, seemingly questioning. Were you not besieged by the 18 Supremes? How is it that you still live? In truth, the moment he beheld Yi Qingtian, although he recognized his identity, he dared not confirm it outright. It was only because Yi Changxing stood beside Yi Qingtian that he had the courage to affirm his identity. Yi Qingtian replied nonchalantly, As you can see, I have broken free from the seal. Jiang Qingfeng, upon hearing this, marveled, Truly, the Supreme One. The Supreme Hall's apprehension of your existence is not without reason. The battle from a millennium ago had shocked the 9 realms. No one had anticipated that Yi Qingtian, once heralded as the greatest talent in the history of the Supreme Hall, would be besieged by the hall itself. He had even been branded a traitor of the 9 realms, nailed to the pillar of shame. Yet, everyone was aware that this was merely the Supreme Hall's unilateral narrative and should not be taken at face value. Chapter 88. The Clue of the Border Moon. The Flame Invitation and the Zhuke Conference. During the invasion of the Shura realm, it was Yi Qingtian who fought valiantly on the front lines. How could he be labeled a traitor of the 9 realms? Those with discernment understood that Yi Qingtian was targeted by the Supreme Hall solely out of fear that he might one day usurp the position of the Grand Supreme. Especially for a force like the Medicine God Valley, which remains entirely unrestrained by the Supreme Hall, the clarity of the situation is most apparent. Let us not dwell on that today. Yi Qingtian waved his hand and then inquired, I trust you are already aware of my purpose for visiting? Jiang Qingfeng nodded slightly and replied, Jiang Yu informed me that you seek information regarding Bian Guanyue. Yi Qingtian stated, I have heard that prior to his seclusion, he made a stop at the Medicine God Valley. Indeed, his injuries were severe. Jiang Qingfeng mentioned this while narrowing his eyes, his thoughts drifting back thousands of years. However, he did not come to seek healing. Not for healing. Yi Qingtian's gaze sharpened at this revelation. If not for healing, then what was his purpose at the Medicine God Valley? Yi Qingtian queried, perplexed. Jiang Qingfeng replied, he came in search of medicine. To which Yi Changxing interjected, isn't seeking medicine also for the sake of healing? Not quite. Jiang Qingfeng shook his head. The medicine he sought cannot heal his wounds. Regarding this matter, Jiang Qingfeng himself harbored confusion. What medicine? Yi Qingtian pressed. Jiang Qingfeng stated, he sought 10 stalks of ice soul grass. What on earth does this young man need ice soul grass for? Yi Qingtian furrowed his brows, utterly baffled by Bian Guanyue's intentions, and then asked, and then? Jiang Qingfeng continued, I provided him with the 10 stalks of ice soul grass. As for what transpired subsequently, you are likely aware that after returning, he secluded himself for an extended period, while rumors spread that he had succumbed to his injuries. At this point, Jiang Qingfeng paused momentarily and added, however, since you, Lord Yi, have come to the Medicine God Valley to inquire about this matter, it is likely that you also came from the Dark Moon sect. If you visited the Dark Moon sect, Bian Guanyue would not remain in seclusion, which implies he is not actually in retreat. Furthermore, as his master, you possess means to access his retreat, and he is no longer there. Has he gone missing? Jiang Qingfeng analyzed clearly. Yi Qingtian nodded, stating, he is not in seclusion at the Dark Moon pool and has vanished without a trace. Perhaps the Zhuge Empire may hold some clues. Jiang Qingfeng remarked. When he sought the ice soul grass, he was accompanied by the Empress of the Zhuge Empire. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian was even more perplexed by the situation. However, with this new information, one thing became certain. Bian Guanyue's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to the Zhuge Empire, specifically the Zhuge Empress. They first engaged in battle and then came together to the Medicine God Valley to seek ice soul grass. After acquiring the ice soul grass, they returned to the Dark Moon sect, proclaiming their seclusion, only to subsequently vanish. Yi Qingtian surmised that it was highly probable Bian Guanyue was in the Zhuge Empire, though the reasons for his presence there remained unknown. Could it be that he was utterly captivated by the Zhuge Empress, lost in a state of bliss? As Jiang Qingfeng spoke of the Zhuge Empire, he produced a crimson invitation that blazed like flames. Upon seeing the fiery invitation, Yi Qingtian's eyes brightened. The Zhuge Conference? Jiang Qingfeng affirmed. Indeed, the Zhuge Conference, held once every 3,000 years, is about to commence. The invitation was delivered just yesterday, and the Dark Moon sect should be receiving theirs soon. The Zhuge Conference is a tradition upheld by the Zhuge Empire for nearly 20,000 years. Nearly 20,000 years ago, the Zhuge dynasty was ruled by an unparalleled sovereign, a force of supreme caliber and the most formidable dynasty in the Azure Realm. While the Wanjian sect was yet to emerge from its infancy, during this illustrious era, the Zhuge dynasty thrived in its zenith. It is said that beneath the ground of the Zhuge dynasty lay the remains of a divine creature, the Zhuge, which, though deceased, did not perish entirely. Every 3,000 years, it would coalesce into a substantial amount of Zhuge fire. This mystical fire could be utilized for body refinement, spirit cultivation, alchemy, and artifact forging, proving to be invaluable and exceedingly rare. At that time, the Zhuge dynasty was at the height of its power, and to showcase its might, a grand assembly known as the Zhuge Conference was held, gathering the heroes of the 9 realms. Yi Qingtian had previously participated in this conference, where the victor was rewarded with Zhuge fire. The tradition of the Zhuge Conference, established from its inception, has endured to this day, despite the fall of the Zhuge sovereign long ago. However, due to the isolation of the 9 realms, the conference could only invite forces from the Azure Realm to participate. Although its scale had diminished significantly, it remained a significant event within the realm. What conference? Is there yet another conflict brewing? Upon hearing the mention of a conference, Yi Laming instantly perked up. Yi Qingtian cast a sidelong glance at Yi Laming, ultimately resting his gaze on Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao had previously utilized Zhuge blood to transform his constitution, undergoing a rebirth through flames, yet he had not found a suitable cultivation method. Thus, this journey to the Zhuge dynasty presented an opportunity for him as well. Let us depart for the Zhuge dynasty, Yi Qingtian declared. Jiang Qingfeng, noticing Yi Qingtian's intent to leave, hastily interjected, Sovereign Yi, my ancestor has not seen you in quite some time. Would it not be prudent to awaken him for a brief reunion? Yi Qingtian shook his head, stating, if he is still in seclusion, it would be best not to disturb him. There will be ample opportunities for reminiscence in the future. Very well, Jiang Chengfeng acquiesced, nodding in response. And then followed in Yi Qingtian's footsteps, saying, "Allow me to see you off." Yi Qingtian did not refuse this time. Subsequently, Jiang Chengfeng personally accompanied him out of Yaoshan Valley. As a prominent elder of Yaoshan Valley, many recognized Jiang Chengfeng, and upon witnessing him personally escorting someone out, their eyes widened in astonishment. Who were these individuals that garnered such treatment from the esteemed elder? The Inyu sect? Even the ancestor of the Inyu sect would not receive such an honor, would they? After bidding farewell to Yi Qingtian and his companions, Jiang Chengfeng returned to the wooden cottage within the inner valley. At that moment, his disciple, Jiang Yu, returned from fetching water. Jiang Chengfeng employed a minor technique to restore the broken water barrel to its original state, and Jiang Yu poured the water into it. "Master, who were those people just now?" Jiang Yu inquired tentatively while pouring the water. Jiang Chengfeng, interrupting him, replied, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Some things are better left unknown." The disciple comprehended and lowered his head, refraining from further questions. "Elder." At that moment, a loud voice called from outside. Jiang Yu looked up and exclaimed, "Elder Jiang Nu." Elder Jiang Nu breezed into the wooden cottage without even acknowledging Jiang Yu, as if carried by the wind. "Why are you here instead of guarding the outer city?" Jiang Chengfeng remarked disdainfully. "Have you gathered any information about the life grass?" Jiang Nu inquired sharply. "What life grass?" Jiang Chengfeng responded, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Did you not see those people just now? Were they not here to inquire about the life grass?" Jiang Nu's bewilderment grew as he observed Jiang Chengfeng's expression. "If it weren't for him, you would have been in grave danger." Jiang Nu exclaimed, "Mount Yuang, should we take a detour?" "I do not comprehend what you are saying," Jiang Chengfeng replied, shaking his head. His discussions with Yi Qingtian pertained to matters at the border, which had no connection to the life grass. Observing Jiang Chengfeng's demeanor, Jiang Nu sensed sincerity. He seemed genuinely unaware. He quickly elaborated. "The group outside presented a specimen of life grass, and many witnessed it. I assumed you met them regarding the life grass. Is that so?" Jiang Chengfeng turned to his disciple, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu hesitated, stammering, I do not know. When I rushed over, Yi Qingtian had just put away the life grass, and I was equally in the dark regarding this matter." The three of them exchanged glances, filled with uncertainty. "What a blunder! What a grave mistake!" Jiang Nu lamented. "I should not have allowed Jiang Yu to escort them away. That was the life grass." Jiang Chengfeng, irritated by his incessant complaints, frowned and said sternly, "Enough of the noise. Be silent. What of the life grass? Do you intend to seize it from him?" "Seize is not the right term. With the treasures we have in the Medicine God Valley, we could offer an exchange," Jiang Nu corrected him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengfeng felt a chill run down his spine and sighed heavily, saying, "Little Yu, you must remember this day." It was astonishing to realize the precarious position they had found themselves in. Given Jiang Nu's stubborn nature, his temper could provoke him into absurd actions. The mere thought of attempting to steal from Yi Qingtian sent shivers down his spine. In such a scenario, only the medicine sovereign could resolve the ensuing chaos. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had appeared just in time to retrieve the individuals. "What?" Jiang Yu exclaimed, taken aback. "How did I earn merit?" He soon recalled that the Grand Elder had deliberately sent him away upon encountering that group, indicating that they must possess remarkable backgrounds. The Grand Elder's status in the Medicine God Valley was unparalleled throughout the entire Qing realm. Even the current leader of the Wanjian sect and the esteemed ancestors below the sovereign level treated the Grand Elder with utmost respect. His willingness to engage with them depended on his mood. Only a sovereign could warrant such special treatment. Could it be that one among that group was a sovereign? In an instant, Jiang Yu's clever mind conjured numerous scenarios. Realizing this, he could not help but marvel that he had not only averted a potential conflict, but had also saved the Medicine God Valley. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt as though he were radiating brilliance, enveloped in an aura of glory. The Grand Elder. Wait, how did Jiang Yu earn merit? Had it not been for him, our Medicine God Valley would have acquired a precious life herb. You ought to remember that, Jiang Nu earnestly corrected. The Grand Elder, not waiting for him to finish, abruptly interrupted, saying, "Were it not for him, you would have perished." He was too weary to engage in further dialogue with Jiang Nu and, with a swift motion of his hand, sent Jiang Nu flying with a single strike. This blow cast Jiang Nu into the forbidden grounds of the Medicine God Valley. You ought to reflect on your actions. Jiang Nu felt darkness envelop him, and in the next moment, he found himself within the valley's confines, a place designated for punishing disciples and elders who had erred. Jiang Nu was quite familiar with this place, having frequented it often. "It's so unfair. Jiang Chengfeng, if you have the guts, release me and let us settle this one-on-one," Jiang Nu shouted. To speak without boasting, his combat prowess ranked among the top 5 in the Medicine God Valley. In a duel, He had no fear of Jiang Chengfeng and could easily subdue him. However, as all his skill points were allocated to combat strength, he possessed no knowledge of alchemy or healing, rendering him undervalued in the valley and relegated to the position of a guard elder in the outer city. Within the Medicine God Valley, a vast formation existed, which the Grand Elder could manipulate at will to keep Jiang Nu in check. I see you have no desire to leave. A resounding voice echoed through the forbidden area of the valley. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nu promptly silenced himself, crouching in a corner and reflecting, embodying a visage of suppressed fury. Yet, rather than introspecting on his faults, he inwardly lamented his misplacement in the world. With such formidable combat abilities, he should be revered anywhere else. Yet here in the Medicine God Valley, he was perpetually bullied, his terrifying strength rendered useless. The Medicine God Valley has wronged me. Jiang Nu's heart roared in anguish. In the skies above, a flying vessel was racing at full speed. Its destination lay in the eastern part of the Azure Realm, specifically the Zhuge dynasty. The Zhuge dynasty was quite distant from the Medicine God Valley, and even at full speed, it would take several hours to arrive. My lord, if we continue forward, we shall reach the fallen Emperor Mountain. We may need to take a detour. A helmsman, responsible for navigating the vessel, reported solemnly to Yi Changsheng. Although Bian Chun had not dispatched any powerful followers, he had sent several helmsmen to pilot the vessel, as prolonged navigation was indeed laborious. They remained aboard the vessel, detached and silent, solely focused on their task. Fallen Emperor Mountain? Yi Changsheng inquired, his brow furrowing. What is that? Why must we circumvent it? The Fallen Emperor Mountain, the helmsman explained gradually, is not precisely a mountain, but rather a unique force within the Azure Realm. It is deemed special because it is not listed among the prominent powers circulating within the Azure Realm. However, its strength should not be underestimated, for many formidable beings reside within. The term Fallen Emperor signifies the place where emperors meet their demise. Numerous flying vessels have been attacked by the strong from Fallen Emperor Mountain during their passage, and even the mightiest emperors have fallen there. Various factions have suffered losses here and have attempted to unite against it, but within Fallen Emperor Mountain lies an exceptional refuge. As the various factions converged to launch their assaults, the denizens of Yuhuang Mountain retreated into their stronghold, refusing to engage in battle. Once the aggressors departed, they would emerge, leaving the factions in a state of exasperation. The reason Yuhuang Mountain was not ranked among the prominent powers of the Qing realm is that it has not established a formal sect. They claim dominion over the mountain, eschewing the recruitment of disciples, the transmission of cultivation systems, and the governance of territory, resembling a band of robbers instead. The inhabitants of Yuhuang Mountain are either those expelled from various sects or individuals hunted to desperation. They gather here, seeking survival while biding their time for revenge. Any vessel that passes through this area becomes prey to their ambushes. Over time, the number of vessels traversing this region dwindled, especially solitary ones, which would deliberately circumvent Yuhuang Mountain, opting to travel a greater distance. Grandfather, shall we take a detour? Yi Changsheng inquired upon learning of the situation, approaching Yi Qingtian to relay the matter. A detour? Yi Qingtian regarded Yi Changsheng, seemingly amused by the question. Realizing his folly, Yi Changsheng nodded in understanding, replying, I comprehend. Grandfather, as the vessel soared directly above Yuhuang Mountain, it was suddenly enveloped by figures ascending into the sky, surrounding it completely. With a swift motion, enormous chains were affixed to the craft, binding it tightly and rendering it immobile. Chapter 90. The Bandits of Yuhuang Mountain. Before Lord Yi, I am but a triviality. Clang. The chains tightened, completely imprisoning the vessel in midair. How audacious to dare traverse Yuhuang Mountain. Let me see who possesses such audacity. To their astonishment, it was a vessel from the Dark Moon sect, promising a substantial haul. If memory serves, not long ago, an elder from the Dark Moon sect had defected to Yuhuang Mountain. The leader among them, a monarch, scrutinized the reckless vessel and, upon noticing the prominently displayed banner of the Dark Moon sect, instantly understood its origins. The banner presented no deterrent. On the contrary, they relished the opportunity to seize a vessel from such a powerful sect, as it promised bountiful treasures both from the vessel itself and its cargo. In the sky, 4 monarchs and 6 warriors of the Battle King realm were present, with 6 of the latter securing the chains. The remaining 4 monarchs eagerly prepared to confront those aboard the vessel. These individuals represented only a portion of the formidable forces of Yuhuang Mountain, not their entirety. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, the helmsman's face turned pale, terror-stricken as he crouched on the ground, fully aware of Yuhuang Mountain's notorious reputation. He realized that the few people on the vessel would hardly suffice as sustenance for the bandits. It seemed they were doomed to meet their end here. Yi Changsheng surveyed the surroundings, observing the formidable figures of Yuhuang Mountain, and shook his head, muttering, one upper-tier monarch, one mid-tier monarch, and two lower-tier monarchs. Without formations to bolster them, they are merely a disorganized rabble. The imposing formation of the fallen Emperor Mountain is indeed intimidating at first glance. Encircled as it is by 4 sovereigns and 6 battle kings, eliciting unease in anyone. However, upon closer inspection, a different reality emerges. The attire of these individuals varies significantly, indicating their origins from disparate factions, hastily assembled without any formidable cooperative combat techniques. Their auras are unstable, each bearing hidden injuries. In Yi Changxing's eyes, they are nothing more than a disorganized rabble with minimal combat prowess, capable only of intimidating ordinary sovereigns. Indeed, as Yi Changxing surmised, the ambush at Fallen Emperor Mountain is characterized by grand displays aimed at creating an oppressive atmosphere to subdue opponents before combat even begins. An approach that has proven effective time and again. Many victims succumb easily to this psychological pressure, retreating in fear without a fight. Yet this time, Fallen Emperor Mountain encountered an unyielding obstacle, sharp as a blade. The 4 sovereigns remained blissfully unaware of the Grim Reaper's scythe looming over their necks as they boarded their flying vessel, surrounding Yi Changxing. Who dares to traverse Fallen Emperor Mountain? What audacity! Is it your ancestor from the Dark Moon sect? The leading sovereign jeered, his expression mocking as he regarded Yi Changxing. He could sense several auras aboard the vessel, yet he deemed only the elderly man before him a true sovereign, considering the others inconsequential. Yi Changxing's gaze swept over the 4, his eyes brimming with disdain. He had no desire for idle chatter with these individuals. Instead, he swung his sword. And the leading sovereign, caught off guard, could not evade the strike, paying the price with half of his life. Almost instantaneously, another stroke followed. After enduring 2 blows from Yi Changxing, the leading sovereign fell lifelessly from the sky. The horrifying scene sent the remaining 3 sovereigns into a panic. Their courage shattered as they scattered in terror. Yi Changxing pursued the nearest lower sovereign, delivering a lethal strike to the throat. The battle kings, gripped by fear, hastily released their chains, each seeking to escape the impending doom. A youth wielding a long spear charged towards them, and in an instant, 2 of the 4 sovereigns were felled, along with half of the 6 battle kings, leaving them in disarray. An invincible sovereign. This is an invincible sovereign. Fallen Emperor, save us, cried the 2 surviving sovereigns in desperation. Just as their cries echoed, a shadow surged from Fallen Emperor Mountain, positioning itself before Yi Changxing. It was a burly man with a scruffy beard, wielding a massive axe that he swung fiercely at Yi Changxing. With a resounding clash, the axe's force crashed upon him like a tsunami. Yi Changxing braced himself against the blow, feeling a tremendous power reverberate through his arm. He regarded the unexpected arrival with a furrowed brow. This man was also a higher sovereign, yet he was exponentially stronger than the previous one. Particularly, the giant axe he wielded emanated a daunting power that instilled caution in Yi Changxing. Fallen Emperor. The Fallen Emperor is invincible, exclaimed the 2 sovereigns, filled with elation at their narrow escape. Yi Changxing never anticipated that the Fallen Emperor Mountain concealed such a terrifying monarch. It is worth noting that Yi Changxing is among the elite of the upper-tier monarchs, with few rivals. Yet, the monarch before him was surprisingly a notch stronger than Yi Changxing. The term invincible monarch flashed through Yi Changxing's mind. This title does not denote a mere realm, but rather signifies a status among upper-tier monarchs, indicating an existence that is unmatched among them. Bian Guanyue belongs to this exalted echelon of monarchs. Those who attain the title of invincible monarch are invariably rare and extraordinary talents, exceedingly scarce in number. Yi Changxing found himself puzzled. Why would such an invincible monarch resort to banditry in this place? Was this not an indication of a lack of ambition? After sustaining a blow, Yi Changxing involuntarily fell onto the flying vessel, while a burly man wielding a massive axe pursued him. You are formidable, yet you still fall short of being an invincible monarch. Perhaps you could summon your Dark Moon sect's ancestor, Bian Guanyue, to contend with me, the Fallen Emperor remarked. Upon landing on the deck of the flying vessel, the Fallen Emperor scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He was immediately struck with disbelief and rubbed his eyes. Then he turned to Yi Changxing and, stammering, asked, Are you of the Yi clan? Upon hearing this, Yi Changxing was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded, confused as to why the other would inquire about his lineage. Thud. Seeing Yi Changxing nod, the Fallen Emperor's legs weakened, and he knelt before Yi Qingtian. Yi sovereign. The Fallen Emperor exclaimed in trepidation. Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with astonishment. Yi Qingtian, observing the unexpected turn of events, was equally perplexed. Did the other truly recognize him? He scrutinized the Fallen Emperor for quite some time. On the Fallen Emperor's arms were tattooed, fierce tiger patterns. After much contemplation, A simple name surfaced in his mind. Eru, 2 tigers? Yi Qingtian questioned. Yes, it is I. The fallen emperor nodded affirmatively. Yi Qingtian gazed at him in disbelief and asked, You have actually become an invincible monarch? Is this fallen emperor mounting your domain? In the presence of Yi's sovereign. The once mighty fallen emperor appeared utterly diminutive. It seems you have encountered significant fortune, Yi Qingtian remarked, narrowing his eyes as his gaze fell upon the massive axe held by the fallen emperor. Chapter 91, Imperial Grade Spirit Artifact. Eru's fortuitous encounter, Sovereign Legacy. This enormous axe was no ordinary weapon. A dark light coursed along its blade, harboring an astonishing force of destruction. It was no wonder that even Yi Changxing was unable to contend with him. The disparity in their armaments was vast. The quality of this spirit artifact likely surpassed that of sacred grade, reaching the level of imperial grade. Imperial grade spirit artifacts are exceedingly rare. The few that exist in the 9 realms are held by sovereigns, and many lower-tier sovereigns do not possess such artifacts. Yet, before him, Eru owned an imperial grade spirit artifact, which greatly piqued Yi Qingtian's interest. He instantly surmised that Eru had stumbled upon an incredible opportunity. In Yi Qingtian's recollection, his memories of Eru are rather scant. He cannot even recall his surname. The name Eru lingered in his mind solely due to the 2 fierce tigers tattooed upon his shoulders. Upon closer reflection, it seems that Eru is not his true name, but rather a moniker, one that Yi Qingtian himself may have bestowed upon him. Upon hearing Yi Qingtian's remarks, Eru cast a deep glance at the colossal axe in his grasp, then placed it upon the ground. A look of profound sorrow etched upon his face as he lamented. This matter is truly difficult to articulate. Noticing Eru's troubled expression, Yi Qingtian inquired, What ails you? You seem to possess an opportunity, yet wear a frown. With a heavy sigh, Eru responded, Surely you are aware, esteemed Yi, that I, Meng Hu, lack any remarkable talents. Relying solely on my brute strength, I have barely managed to carve out a niche for myself in the realm of cultivators. Yes, now that you mention it. I recall you once founded a faction named the Tiger Howl Sect. As their conversation unfolded, the memories of Eru began to resurface in Yi Qingtian's mind, becoming increasingly vivid. Eru, originally named Meng Hu, hailed from humble beginnings, devoid of any prominent lineage or extraordinary cultivation talent. Yet, through sheer audacity, he forged a domain of his own. The Tiger Howl Sect, a trifling organization, had no one stronger than Eru himself, who had reached the early stages of the feather transformation realm, the pinnacle of his personal cultivation. In the Qing realm, such diminutive factions as the Tiger Howl Sect proliferate like stars in the night sky, though insignificant. They occupy their territory and manage to thrive, provided they do not provoke formidable adversaries. Eru nodded gravely and continued, Indeed, I was content to live a modest life with my sect, sipping wine and enjoying the company of women. Had this continued, I could have lived a peaceful life until my natural end. But who could have foreseen that beneath the mountain occupied by the Tiger Howl Sect lay an ancient ruin? I faintly recall that stormy night when the ruins emerged, heralded by celestial phenomena, marking the onset of my nightmares. Various factions flocked to explore the ruins, and the Tiger Howl Sect became the target of scrutiny, facing relentless investigations. I dared not contend with those powerful entities and endeavored to meet their demands. Yet, they continued their relentless pursuit to eradicate the Tiger Howl Sect. Driven by desperation, I had no choice but to enter the ruins. Upon entering, I encountered opportunities that drastically enhanced my strength, transforming me into an invincible sovereign. Upon emerging from the ruins, I exacted vengeance upon all my enemies. As Eru recounted his past, his eyes blazed with fury at the tragic fate of the Tiger Howl Sect. This narrative exemplifies the adage, a common man is innocent, yet his wealth invites calamity. The Tiger Howl Sect had committed no transgressions nor sought out conflict, yet the unfolding events were beyond their control. In this world, lacking strength renders one vulnerable to exploitation. Yi Qingtian queried, That ruin, could it possibly be the Supreme Ruin? Eru paused momentarily, then nodded. Indeed, I obtained the Supreme Inheritance. Alas, my aptitude is lacking, and I remain trapped at the realm of the invincible sovereign. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian nodded in understanding. Everything became clear. It was no wonder Eru had endured to this day and ascended to the status of an invincible sovereign, for he had acquired the Supreme Inheritance. Despite the fact that Eru appeared indifferent to the so-called Supreme Inheritance, his experiences and fortuitous encounters were sufficiently enviable to all cultivators. Yi Qingtian remarked, Your aptitude is not lacking. The reason you have not attained supremacy is that the current celestial environment no longer permits the emergence of such beings. Eru nodded in apparent understanding, though the profundity of these matters eluded him. As a mere mortal who inadvertently stumbled upon the Supreme Inheritance and experienced a meteoric rise in power, He found the complexities of this world to be overwhelmingly intricate. He understood one principle: strength equates to justice. Having become an invincible monarch, logically speaking, there should be few in the Qing realm who could rival you. Why then do you hide here, acting as a brigand, targeting the flying vessels? Qingtian inquired, perplexed. Bah! Eru exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. Unable to contain his temper. After venting, he clarified, Lord Yi, I do not mean to insult you. Qingtian dismissed the trivialities with a nod, urging him to continue. Eru explained, after I acquired the inheritance, those powerful factions did not let me be. The Wanjian sect, among others, pursued me relentlessly, intent on slaying me to seize the inheritance. Though I am an invincible monarch, I am not the only one in the Qing realm. The Wanjian sect also possesses an invincible monarch. After several entanglements, we became irreconcilable enemies. Eventually, weary of fleeing, I returned to the ruins beneath the Tiger Howl Gate. Having accepted the inheritance, I gained control over those ruins, which housed formidable formations laid by the Supreme to fend off external assaults. Qingtian's eyes brightened as he interjected. So, this fallen Emperor Mountain is indeed the former Tiger Howl Mountain? Precisely, Eru affirmed. Though they label me a brigand, initially, my targets were merely the flying vessels of my enemies. On one occasion, an elder from a prominent faction mistakenly arrived here due to an error, and I conceived the idea of gathering these exiled powers to expand my influence. As more individuals joined, each with their own vendettas, the number of targets increased. Lacking the acumen to manage a sect, I simply muddled through, and indeed, it has devolved increasingly into brigandry. I never anticipated that today I would rob Lord Ye's vessel. Those individuals truly lack foresight. Of course, as their leader, I bear my share of culpability. Eru lamented vehemently. Qingtian replied, well, I am now cognizant of your circumstances. This matter is not entirely your fault. Moreover, I have suffered no significant loss, while you, on the other hand, have incurred casualties. Eru responded, the number of strong individuals at Fallen Emperor Mountain is considerable, and I do not lament the loss of a few. Moreover, those few have frequently disregarded my commands, and I have long wished to rectify that.